with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And
to
the draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It is a beautiful day here in Los Angeles, California, which means we are here all ready to play some Pokemon. The venue is absolutely popping with TCG, VG, and Pokemon Go trainers, but we know what y'all are here for. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I will be your host this weekend for the Video Game Championship Series tournament happening here, and I am joined by Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn to kick things off finally this morning.
All right, Mr. Jamil, I'm ready for my close-up. That's my first movie quote of the weekend.
All
Sierra
right.
has no idea what I'm talking about.
No.
But stay, we're in the city of stars, Gabby. We got to get movie quotes out all weekend.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I'm looking to crown some new stars here, looking for a regional champion out there. Those are the stars I care about out here, okay?
That's fair. I mean, to also be fair, you can also crown some new restricted Pokemon potentially as the stars of the format, which we will talk about later on. So for now, let's take a look at the regional schedule. As y'all, it has been a long road to Victory Road. On Victory Road, unsure about that one, but this is the final stop before the North American International Championships, which is the final tournament here in North America and coincidentally the world before the World Championships in Hawaii this summer.
And when we're talking about crowning stars, that's really where it's going to be happening, and I absolutely cannot wait. It's incredible. This season seems like it's just flown by, which is incredible considering the amount of events, but it's so cool now that we are in that crunch time. This is where that action really, really ramps up as people are trying to get those last couple points for their invites or to stay on the top end of the top 8 of the leaderboards for, you know, that round 1 bye.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy that this graphic used to be in full Technicolor. Now it looks like a Charlie Chaplin picture.
You're really on top of your
I'm
game
on
this
top of it
morning.
today,
I don't know
Gabby.
that one either. I respect it.
You
And
know Charlie Chaplin, Sierra? All right, let's move on.
we're going to have to do a bit of a movie history lesson later on here, but I think Charlie Chaplin's in open domain, so we're fine. Anyways, what is not as open as Charlie Chaplin films is the championship point payouts that we are giving. I'm working with what I got here this morning, y'all. First place will walk away with 200 championship points, but potentially more importantly, the invitation to compete at the World Championships, which if you don't already have enough points, you're really running out of opportunities to hit that 500 bar.
100%. I mean, you have LA, you have NAIC. Yeah, at the regional and the international level, there's quite a bit of points that you can be getting, but the competition out here is really difficult. And I have seen heartbreak at NAICs, those that I just need to make it to day 2. I just need to get in top whatever amount of points and people just missing out on the world's invite there. So it's tough. I mean, if you just win, you don't have to worry about it at all. So one person, if they don't already have their world's invite, can just claim it by that first place spot.
Yeah, and they can also claim some incredible prizes, 72 booster packs, but I think more importantly, we will be awarding $6,000 to the winner of this tournament this weekend, and that is certainly more than enough money to punch your ticket to Hawaii.
It's a lot of movies.
It's a lot of, actually, yeah, that's a lot of movies.
That's a lot of tickets at the theater.
I wonder if someone could do the math and let us know using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. How many movies could you see, assuming you also buy a medium soda and a large popcorn? That's my personal order, at least, at the movies. But if you want to take a quick look back at a short film that one of our own lovingly put together from the Indianapolis Regional Championship, let's take a look at our first Regulation G event and how it all went down.
With just a few events left on our Road to Worlds 2024, Indianapolis was our next stop for our very first regional in the new Regulation G format. Let's take a look back at all the Pokemon action. With a brand new format, trainers are bringing a variety of new ideas with the newly available restricted Pokemon. Calyrex Shadow Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider were two of the most talked about, but we quickly found out it was not only about the horses in the Wild West of Regulation G. With 5 different restricted Pokemon in Top Cut, we got to see a little bit of everything. Terapagos was one of those Pokemon well discussed going into the event, and Andrew Zheng took down top trainers with the turtle, proving the believers right to take the first finalist spot. On the other side of the bracket, Rajan Ball put his trust in Miraidon, which was taking electrifying wins all tournament long to earn him a shot at the championship title. That electric momentum continued into the finals for our first game, as a strong Game 1 from Rajan claimed him a quick victory. Andrew is not one to turtle up, and Game 2 saw Terapagos come out of its shell with some powerful Terra Starstorms to put Andrew on the board. One final game remained, and right away, Rajan's Miraidon set the pace, taking a big KO on Andrew's Tornadus to take the lead. Despite Andrew's best efforts, he couldn't escape the fate of Miraidon, which clutched the endgame with some powerful electric Terrasilize boosted discharges to make Rajan our Indianapolis regional champion. What a way to kick off our first Regulation G event, but there's still so much more to discover with these new restricted Pokemon. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Rajan Ball showing us that Miraidon was not as underrated as we all thought it was, taking home the crown of regional champion finally after so many years. I love that reaction shot with him after he won. Like, that was just a touching moment to see on stream.
100%. And I mean, if stars are all we're talking about this weekend, you have to talk a little bit more about that Miraidon and why it was able to succeed on this team. Because one of the issues why maybe some people kind of put it as a little bit more mediocre, kind of using it as a train bot out here. Okay, how can I enable these Pokemon Violet Paradox Pokemon for that Cork Drive? But Rajan really allowing this restricted to be the star of the show, literally with really powerful electro drifts, is even Volt Switches doing a chaotic amount of damage. Really, really paving the way to be starting out Regulation G. And this is just a really well-rounded team all around.
Yeah, and I think it's really inspiring seeing Rajan win here. As the last time he made a finals at a regional was 6 years ago. So to continue to be on that grind and trying to improve, and he's gotten top cuts this season in top 16s, top 32s. But to finally get that regional championship he's been chasing for almost a decade, it's really cool.
Yeah, and shout outs to Andrew Zheng as well, bringing the Terra Stellar star of the format with the Terapagos. I would love to talk more about these teams later, but for now, let's move on and look at our Walk of Fame, if you will. All of our incredible regional champions from this past year. There's 11 total. We're going to crown one more this weekend, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, and a lot of these regional champions are in attendance for this weekend for our last NA regional. So an opportunity to be the, unfortunately we can't say the first person anymore because that spot's not being taken, but be the second person to get a second portrait, another chance to do over for a picture on here, which is really exciting to look at because honestly, these have been players that have been stepping up over the years and really big showcases this year, and it really could be any of them. I mean, Michael Zheng, for example, someone who's been already with these Regulation G teams, kind of piloting the way with a couple of them.
Yeah, and also if we take a look at our standings for the championship points in North America, a lot of these trainers are in attendance today, not only to try and get, this two-peat on the regional champion graphic, but also to maintain their travel award for the North American International Championships, as unless you're Riley Factura, things are getting really close in the running.
Yeah, pretty much. You looked from the second position all the way through Justin Tang in the 8th slot. Everyone has over 1,000 championship points, and then Paul Chua, Stefan Mott not too far behind. So obviously, you can see the up and down arrows there showing how people's placements have changed from the last event. And I would definitely anticipate that those rankings would also be changing this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, Sierra, you were just talking about this, the chaos that can be the North American International Championships in terms of the championship point standing as well. You want to try to get ahead of that, and the only way you can do that at this point is here, because locals are basically over.
Yeah, in last NAIC, there was a lot of things that came down to just that final moment. I mean, the placements went everywhere, and that is the round 1 bye at Worlds, that's potential travel award. There's a lot on the line. So for a lot of those trainers that are on that leaderboard, even if you're kind of dwindling in that 9th, 10th spot, a good showing here and doing okay enough at NAIC could really turn the tides in your favor.
Yeah, it's not just the North Americans, though, who are vying for the championship points, for the titles. There's one more event left in Europe this season in Bologna, I think next weekend. And we just saw Michael Kelsch win Stockholm with Zamazenta. Like, there's a ton of innovation going on in EU as well, and they're just coming down to the same wire.
I'd also love to see which of these European trainers, of course, they're all qualified for the World Championships this summer, but if any of them are going to be coming to NAIC in a couple of weeks and how they perform against the best North American trainers.
Well, I can guarantee you that some of the top trainers on the European leaderboard will be there, as they have secured a travel award to be there, and I think it'd be silly if you didn't.
Well, especially at this point, too, EU has claimed 2 out of 3 of those international slots. Marco, 3rd on the list, taking down LAIC, and Nils just recently taking down EUIC. So there's going to be some very powerful trainers that do make their way to New Orleans, and honestly, if trends say anything, there could be a lot of disruption here if somebody wants to claim an IC win on this list.
For sure, but you'll have to tune in a couple of weeks to watch that action. For now, we're going to be paying attention to this lovely regional championship we're having here in the North American area of the woods, metaphorical woods, mind you. I think Los Angeles is mostly like a desert/beach.
A lot of palm trees.
A lot of palm trees.
Very unique.
Yeah, it's a lot of,
very
I was just saying, not a lot of woods, a lot of highways.
Oh, okay. Highways, the concrete jungle, maybe.
There we go.
There we go.
That's that's
New York.
That's New York, but we'll roll
We're
with
going
it.
with it.
Anyways, we are going to be crowning some stars here this weekend, as we've been sort of alluding to, Joe Brown with those lovely movie quotes. Everybody's a star, technically, but I'm curious to see which Pokemon and which trainers are going to do well this weekend, especially in lieu of our usage statistics. If you could go ahead and pull that up. These are our top 12 non-restricted Pokemon. What are y'all thinking about this?
There are some Pokemon that I'm really not surprised to see on this list, and there's a couple that are really important to be calling out. The Chi-Yu in particular has now taken the best Treasure of Ruin Pokemon by 1.5% here, and actually taken a spot above Chien-Pao. That has been very consistent throughout not just this regulation, but past ones as well. Chi-Yu, it can be a little volatile, but pairing it with really strong Pokemon like the Fluttermane, or when you're looking at restricteds like the Terrapagos that we got to see over at Indianapolis, no wonder that this is still kind of making away. I think the biggest call out for, whoa, what's that doing here, is that Whimsicott. Another way to be setting up this Tailwind, Prankster ability, but being able to fire off powerful Moonblast, or even having Disruption to shut down the opposing team. We now have 2 Prankster Tailwind Pokemon on this list, and I really, really like just like the dominance coming out here from those types of Pokemon.
Yeah, Whimsicott also has access to the fastest Prankster taunt. So if you are facing off against a Tornadus, for example, you can be faster than it. You can stop it from using Tailwind. Unfortunately, that does mean that you may fall victim to a Bleak Wind Storm, but it's not accurate, so there is some playability there.
Hit that first, so.
And Whimsicott seems to have become besties with Miraidon, so I'm curious if we'll see more of that synergy going into this weekend. Joe Brown, what jumps out at you from this list?
I think the 2 big things to me, one, the kind of heart palpitations that Pelipper is giving in this format, because sometimes it's just barely making the graphic, and then other times it's the 4th most used Pokemon. I think in Stockholm it was near 30% of the metagame was using Pelipper, and then in day 2, near 40% of players had Pelipper, and now it's just barely squeaking into the 12th slot with 14%. But then the other one, number 1 and number 2, Incineroar and Rillaboom, that is just perfect pairing. They're Bonnie and Clyde in VGC. It's just, they go together perfectly, and you see why they're number 1 and 2.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and take a look at our restricted Pokemon usage this weekend, because at the end of the day, I think Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom are popular because they can enable these restricted Pokemon to do what they do best. And honestly, this is a big surprise to me, seeing Miraidon in that number 1 slot and seeing Zamazenta in number 4. I thought these two Pokemon were going to be, a lot closer together in the rankings.
I think with Zamazenta, when we're looking at the Zamazenta team that popped off at Stockholm, but we also got to see make its debut in Indianapolis by Keanu, is it's a very particular build around the Zamazenta. When you're talking about Pokemon that have to kind of enable it, we've seen a couple of more unorthodox picks go along with it. We're seeing the Latios, we're seeing Galarian Moltres, and if you're trying to trend towards a team that does have your Incineroar, your Rillaboom, oh, I want a Tailwind, okay, you're just kind of running out of viabilities and a place to put the Zamazenta. I don't think it's necessarily too splashable. You have to have a good way to kind of build around that. Whereas something like the Miraidon, I think it's a lot easier to kind of stand on its own in a variety of different ways. I think it's also just a lot easier of a Pokemon to use. I mean, Zamazenta can be really volatile based on the positioning. You have to be playing it extremely well. Not to say that Miraidon players, you don't have to play well, but at the same time, a powerful Volt Switch and get out of there is a strong tool you can have here in VGC.
For sure. I mean, we've really kind of entered, if you will, the dog days of summer. If I may just kind of pivot into our next weekend topic. I think you said a lot of the things that I wanted to say about Zamazenta.
My bad.
No, you're fine. This is great. We're just going to move along here. But I do wonder, we've seen this huge pivot towards hyper offense here. You know, Miraidon number 1, I think, is the hyper offensive restricted Pokemon right now. I do wonder if we are going to see a rise in hyper defense in response to that. And I do think Zamazenta is that Pokemon. Zacian is also still in the play. It exists. It just won an MSS in my neck of the woods, but I don't know. I feel like that might be a little bit too spicy of a pick this weekend.
Yeah, get ready for a real dog day afternoon this weekend. That's another movie.
My bad.
Because obviously Zamazenta, we thought it was going to be way higher than the 4th most used after the usage in Stockholm. But Zacian is a very interesting Pokemon, as well as we've seen people are kind of sometimes are foregoing that held item that made it so prominent in Sword and Shield VGC to actually hold Clear Amulet, just because Intimidate and Parting Shot are so significant. So you're gonna actually lose one of the best things Zacian has, so you don't have your attack lowered. It's a pretty interesting concept.
It's also a typing change, right? Because you lose that steel typing and you're just a pure fairy type Pokemon. So will some people use that this weekend? I mean, I personally predicted it on my caster prediction. I don't think that was a good decision, but it was a decision that I made. I don't think Zacian's going to be hitting any great usage stats anytime soon. But I think that there is potentially a way that it can be built around. It actually has a pretty decent speed stat, and sure, it kind of got nerfed heading into this generation, but a super powerful play rough or anything coming out from this Pokemon, if you build around it right, Gabby, I'm not totally counting you out. I think it's going to do better than Slitherwing, my own restricted of choice over here, but I was going to say, is Slitherwing a restricted? Because I think it should be a mythical.
Ooh, with how often we see it, definitely.
Yeah, it might as well be Genesect on the graphic with the usage rate. But I think this time around, sometimes we like to have a little more fun. And this time we tried to be a little more serious. We're very fortunate that none of the ruinous Pokemon were in the top 12 at Stockholm day one.
We were.
Because that kind of really helped all of our predictions here. So that's why I have Champound number 1. Latios I have representing that team that Michael Kelch used to win Stockholm, and Michael Zheng and Keanu using the great success with Zamazenta. But my guy, number 3 there, Ogerpon Cornerstone, got first place in Indianapolis, second place in Stockholm. So I'm predicting a top 4 here in LA.
It's really interesting as well to think about all the Ogerpon forms and how Cornerstone Ogerpon really has come into its own as a part of Regulation G. Whereas in previous formats, yes, people tried to make it work, but I think Wellspring and Hearthflame were just so much better suited for that format. But we'll have plenty of time to talk about these predictions later on in the weekend, as we are getting ready to jump into our first match of the day. which is also coincidentally round 1. So we're giving you all a little bit of a bonus feature this weekend, starting from the beginning of the tournament. So shout out to everybody making that possible. If you are watching along at home and you want to join in on the conversation, remember, I asked for your favorite moments. Or I didn't ask for that yet, but I am going to ask for it now. Favorite moments. I want the highlight reel from regionals in North America this year, or from Europe, or from anywhere in the world. This is the last event. Let's celebrate it. And if you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, you may see your post on social media on stream. You can also follow us on YouTube or on Twitch if you're watching live. Make sure to hit that button, ring that bell, do whatever it is the kids do these days to follow along on the action at home. And if you miss us, don't worry, the VODs will be available on YouTube, so plenty of time to catch up on your own time.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great day. I know, we're having a little bit of a delayed start, but really all this means is we get more Pokemon action, and should be a great way to send off our regional season here.
It was perfectly planned, starting with round 1, perfect.
All right, well, that's it from us here in the lounge. Rose and Len, please take us away.
The scriptwriters tried really hard for this one to ensure that we were going to get a full day of Pokemon action for our final NA regional event. And Len, it is my pleasure to be here beside you to bring us through this very first round of day 1 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
Yeah, I'm so excited to bring my local regional and see a ton of great action and start from the very beginning, see all 9 rounds today, hopefully.
Oh, it's going to be fun, for sure. And especially when we've already seen so much meta development already over the past couple of weeks. It's been fun to be able to keep track of all the changes, starting from our very first Regulation G tournament in Indianapolis to here.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like these single restricted formats can be like a wheel. Something gets popular, then the next thing pops up to beat that. And I'm really excited to see what spoke of the wheel we're on this week, what restricted Pokemon is going to come out on top.
Hey, well, we got a chance to see a couple of those interesting usage charts. Maybe that's giving us a bit of an idea of what that might look like. But since we are starting with round 1, what better way to let you in on what's going to be happening with the action this weekend than to show you the format video of what we've got coming your way.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open teamless format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Like we said, we've got a full day of action ahead of us, and we also have some incredible trainers to keep our eyes on. Justin Burns, Nick Navarre, and Michael Zheng that are here playing at the LA Regionals this weekend.
Yeah, 3 really strong players who have had a lot of success over the years. Michael already having won a regional this season, and kind of, even though he hasn't had a chance to play a major tournament in Regulation G yet, feels like he's on top of the metagame, being one of the players behind that Zamazenta Moltres team that we've seen have a lot of success over the first couple tournaments of Regulation G.
And he's had so many amazing team ideas come to life in a lot of these other events, especially when it comes down to how Michael Zheng even won his regional championship this year. I feel like that was a team that everyone was like, no way that those things go together.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was believing in Tyranitar from the beginning.
Yeah,
but yeah,
okay, maybe just you.
I think a lot of surprises on there, and it's really interesting to see how we can continuously have that kind of success team building with unexpected Pokemon. Maybe you look at Como a certain way and it looks like a Zamazenta, but Glare and Moltres definitely catching everyone by surprise in those first couple of tournaments.
For sure, but maybe 2 Pokemon that have not caught any trainers by surprise. It's going to be the archetypes of both of these teams as we head into our first round of the day, Nick Navarre versus Alberto Lara.
Yeah, 2 of the most successful players in NA over quite a long period of time, but definitely over the last couple of seasons as well. But neither has had a chance to win a regional yet in Scarlet and Violet, and both will be trying to do it this weekend.
Yeah, Nick Navarre has a chance here to add another regional championship title to the several that he's been able to accumulate. And Alberto, yeah, exactly, one of the top trainers, and why we feature him a lot on the stream is because he is as good as a game as what the standings sell. But when it comes down to Nick Navarre's team, Terapagos has been at the forefront of a lot of people's minds, but it's come down to some of the more powerful single restricted Pokemon. And take a look at how Nick is going to be supporting this. That got to tell, maybe a surprise pick to many.
Yeah, for sure. Terapagos with the choice specs has been a really popular pick and only rising in usage over the last few weeks. It feels like it got second place in Stockholm a couple of weeks ago. But definitely with a different set of partners than this. Gothitelle, a really unique pick with the Shadow Tag that prevents opposing Pokemon from switching out unless they're Ghost type or holding a Shed Shell. Also has the Whimsicott rather than the Tornadus that we've seen more commonly paired with Terapagos, is able to have a little bit more disruptive impact to opposing teams.
A lot of nice synergy there too with the Chi-Yu and the Beads of Ruin to help increase the damage output of the Raging Bolt and of course that Terapagos. But really interesting choice here when we take a look at the choice spec set. Ice Beam is going to be one of the moves of choice for this Terapagos, which is a more unique move set than we've seen.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel like Terapagos most of the time just wants to click Terra Storm and pump out damage that way, but that fourth move, when it can come up, it can be really helpful, and Nick opting for a different choice than a lot of players by having Ice Beam in that fourth slot.
Thinks Gothitelle is kind of funky. I think we all think that about this Pokemon.
Yeah.
Gothitelle is kind of funky.
Gothitelle, a little funky Pokemon, has a World Championship belt under its history, so not a bad Pokemon.
Funky on the dance floor maybe then is what they're saying. But as we take a look at Alberto Lara's team, it is going to be a Miraidon team that really focuses on some of the core mechanics of Miraidon that has made it really strong since Rajan Ball's win at Indianapolis.
Yeah, when Rajan Ball won a few weeks ago, it caught a lot of people by surprise. Miraidon, people have been building it in different ways, but it hadn't been kind of the most successful Pokemon in early grassroots tournaments. But it came out on top with a choice spec set really focusing on the offense. Alberto playing a little bit differently here, has the Covert Cloak that allows Miraidon kind of to play the other end of the spectrum and safety into Fake Out. Now it doesn't need the Frigraph because the Covert Cloak is there. That opens up spots for different kinds of partners. Also opts for Iron Hands instead of Incineroar in that kind of Assault Vest Fake Out spot, which is going to allow this Iron Hands to have a much better matchup into something like Terapagos, which it can take a Terra Starstorm from and try to Drain Punch back and just be a bulky presence on the field.
It'll be interesting to see how that Miraidon continues to get support, but another call out to Alberto's accomplishments. Over 20 regional top 8s and still looking for that big win in Scarlet and Violet. I feel like that would be amazing to get even in your home region as well.
Yeah, just a player who's had so much success over the years and really hoping to continue that in the local regional. We haven't had a true LA regional in quite a few years, and I'm sure Alberto wants to take the title in that first tournament back.
Well, we're about to get into our very first set of the day. It is a best of 3, so trainers will need to win 2 of these games in order to move on with a win under their belt. And for both of these players, gotta take a look at how these speed interactions are going to go. They both have Whimsicott, they both have Tailwind, and this Terapagos really, really needs it when it's going to be up against some of these more faster pieces on Alberto's side. So, what would it be to kick things off here for Nick to have that Terapagos next to that Whimsicott, but for Alberto, it is going to be that Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Iron Hands.
Yeah, so if we immediately see some of those speed options, only one Whimsicott on the field, so Nick is the only player threatening Tailwind here, but Alberto has the Fake Out and the Choice Scarf on the other side to try to threaten damage back. Of course, a Surging Strikes into Terapagos with the Terra Shell still active is not going to be a KO threat, and so even if you disrupt the speed control and try to go out on the offense, Terapagos will probably still trade back well there, so you may be tempted to instead just Fake Out the Terapagos, break that Terra Shell, and give Whimsicott the free turn instead. No restricted Pokemon on the field yet for Alberto. Oftentimes Miraidon is led to get the Electro Strain back, would have boosted Iron Hands here, and it can always just Volt Switch off the field. But Alberto recognizing that that can be a difficult spot when Whimsicott's there and can immediately threaten a speed advantage for Terapagos that puts Miraidon kind of under fire, so a little bit safer lead here.
Because Terapagos just wants to retreat back because there is that threat of the Fake Out into even a close combat that would be able to take it out as well. So this Raging Bolt taking its place would be able to take it a little bit better, but also you are able to resist those Surging Strikes. That's going to be a U-turn though. Breaking the Focus Sash of this Whimsicott also allows Alberto to pivot in, maybe a more useful pick. You talked about the Miraidon potentially being in the back here to help increase this Iron Hands with that Quark Drive boost, but it is going to be the Whimsicott instead. So we've got mirrored Whimsicott on the field. Moonblast, though, Iron Hands with the Assault Vest is able to take that much better, but it's still going to do about 40% damage. Maybe getting a little bit of it back, though.
Yeah, Drain Punch will let it heal a little bit back, and 2 pretty small damage trades there. We get a Moonblast for some damage, a Drain Punch for some damage, a U-turn for a little bit of damage, but nothing super consequential happens this turn. Whimsicott a really great option to be able to pivot out into in the face of this Raging Bolt. Whimsicott, of course, immune to Thunderclap as long as it is going with a status move, and then immune to any Dragon moves from Raging Bolt as well. So it can really disrupt the Raging Bolt on the other side and can try to answer Tailwind if that's what Nick goes for.
This Iron Hands is still also going to be a problem. This Assault Vest is going to make this Iron Hands so beefy against all of the other special attack pieces that Nick has. We've already seen the Terapagos as well as this Raging Bolt, and there's still also the threat of the Chiyu too.
Yeah, I do think Alberto has to be careful of Iron Hands getting worn down. These are not the 2 Pokemon that Iron Hands is going to trade damage into best, and if it takes a lot of damage in this situation, it's kind of a lot harder time dealing with the Terapagos in the back, as this Whimsicott goes for Tailwind and gets the speed in Nick's favor.
Ooh, well, the Volt Switch into the Whimsicott on Alberto's side is also going to break its Focus Sash and provide another pivot to Nick, maybe feeling like this board state is a little bit better to bring that Terapagos in, or, as we can see, there is another threat that the Iron Hands would love to be in front of.
Yeah, Iron Hands loves those 2 matchups back there. Does have to watch out for that ground Terastallization on Chiyu with Terra Blast. So definitely more of a damage threat from Chiyu into Iron Hands than we're used to seeing. Nick taking his time here. This is a really important decision, which of these Pokemon are coming in. This team, because it plays so offensively, it's often a little bit harder to find those right defensive pivots. You can see that first turn of defensive pivoting cost almost half of Raging Bolt and Whimsicott. You can't do that many times. So it's a really consequential decision which attacker you're going to get on the field in this moment and try to grab the momentum of the match with.
Well, it's nice because Nick did set up the Tailwind, so at least you know that you have the Terapagos under those speed conditions, and even if Alberto was to match the Tailwind with his own Whimsicott, this Iron Hands is still going to move faster. But the Terapagos is switching in to a Moonblast, so that Terra Shell is going to get broken and make this Terapagos even more vulnerable when the Drain punches across the way, and that Terapagos just switches into a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, just an absolutely massive turn. I think Alberto saw a vulnerable spot. The Raging Bolts on the other side can't protect itself as a threat that Alberto would be happy to attack into. We already know he has the Urshifu. If you get the Drain Punch and the Moonblast into Raging Bolt, that's still a lot of damage into a really important threat. But when the 2 Pokemon in the back for Nick are Chiyu and the Terapagos, there's no safe switch into that either. And then because the Whimsicott went for Tailwind, that Volt Switch was the fastest thing moving. A minute came out before the Moonblast from the Whimsicott on the other side, which allowed Terra Shell to get broken, which allowed Drain Punch to do so much damage, and really turn that turn into what could have been a small damage trade and just an absolutely punishing moment for Nick as he loses his restricted Pokemon before it even attacks once in this game.
Yeah, it feels like such a main source of damage that's been completely removed, and even though this Chiyu does have that ground Terra, as you were pointing out, in front of the Pokemon that it would really love to see, you still have to struggle with the fact that there is a Choice Scarf Rapid Strike Urshifu in the back that you're going to be vulnerable to.
Yeah, it does feel like there's some path for Nick still in this game. I do think that path starts with Chiyu going ground type and becoming a ground attacker. The Urshifu can be limited with the Raging Bolt threatening Thunderclaps out of the back, and so you can see some path where Nick has the right Pokemon on the field at the right time to disrupt what Alberto's trying to do, but it's going to be a very tricky path to walk, as Alberto is also able to use his Terastallization to make sure that that Iron Hand's not vulnerable to a ground-type Terra Blast, and now that the Terapagos is gone, doesn't have to worry about a super effective Terra Starstorm either, is able to safely go for this Terastallization.
That is the biggest problem when you're facing up into a Terapagos, is that you have to time that Terastallization perfectly so you aren't going to get those super effective Terra Starstorms. But the Terra Blast, even better way to use this Terastallization defensively, and that Iron Hands is going to be able to take that Terra Blast like a champ. The Whimsicott to double it up too is going to take that Iron Hands below 50%, but it's still alive and well to be able to get this Drain Punch off and recover so much of that HP that even if you see that double up again, Iron Hands will likely survive that.
Yeah, I think it would be a pretty close damage roll there, but you can see just how much value Iron Hands is providing. Has already given a valuable Drain Punch into Raging Bolt that's going to make it easier for Urshifu to have a spot in this game later, and then of course picked up the KO and Terapagos, deals huge damage to Chiyu there. Is really the MVP of this game so far, and it's not the most valuable Pokemon for Alberto. It can have the most impact, but when Alberto loses that Pokemon, he's still going to have that core offensive mode of what we expect to be the Miraidon in that 4th slot in the back, and Whimsicott, and Choice Scarf Urshifu. And so when Iron Hands provides this much value, just kind of trading away its own health bar, that is so much in Alberto's favor.
Yeah, you've got 2 full health Pokemon in the back, and that's really scary to have to contend with. And as you're talking about Nick not being able to give up too many turns of repositioning, this Raging Bolt is going to come back in to try to keep that Whimsicott for later. Also calling a switch that Alberto is going to make here, with that Whimsicott also retreating into the back. The Urshifu going to take its place. Look at that HP. Feels really good to know that you have that full health Urshifu in the back. And the Terra Blast too, if you didn't think it was going to take 2 hits before, without that double up, it's definitely going to survive that. And with the Drain Punch back, it just feels like it's a wall. You can't take it down. How are you going to deal with this this Iron Hands?
Yeah, it just keeps healing back. Nick trying to be 1 turn ahead there brings the Raging Bolt in, because if Urshifu hits the field and is threatening an attack into Chi-Yu without Raging Bolt there to try to disrupt with Thunderclap, then things look extremely difficult for Nick. So he tries to be 1 turn ahead, get Raging Bolt on the field, but Alberto is 1 turn ahead of that. Throws a Drain Punch into the Raging Bolt, means it's down to just that low red health. It's going to be very easy for Alberto to find a window to take it down. And because Iron Hands only took 1 attack on that turn, heals back a lot of that just with the Drain Punch, means that the damage really isn't mounting on Iron Hands. It still looks like, with the right prediction, Alberto could get another attack with Iron Hands off and just keep mounting the damage.
Yeah, like even if there was another Terra Blast coming that Iron Hands way, it's going to be able to take that. But the Whimsicott is going to reposition in now as the Urshifu goes for the Surging Strikes. Not even going to call that with the Thunderclap. This Raging Bolt is just going to get taken down, even though it's going to resist these hits and had a pretty good chunk of HP there. Still not going to be able to survive that. So just like that, Nick is down 2. The final 2 Pokemon in this game number 1, the Whimsicott and this Chi-Yu.
Yeah, I think Alberto making a very safe play there. The Raging Bolt has 2 targets it would like to attack into, a Water-type Urshifu and a Water-type Iron Hands. But it can only attack into one of them. It could have been a Thunderclap into the Urshifu, but even if Urshifu goes down, that means Drain Punch is going to land and KO that Raging Bolt. But instead, the Raging Bolt likely clicks a move into the Iron Hands and just goes down to Surging Strike before it can even attack, and makes this an even more impossible situation, as Nick just is going to concede this game, move on to game 2, try to find an easier path in a game where Tropicos doesn't just go down on a switch in.
Yeah, what a great call by Alberto. Just seeing that as an opportunity. Once the Tailwind got set up and that Raging Bolt was faster, you called it perfectly. That Alberto was able to just see a very safe play that ended up reaping a huge reward.
Yeah, I mean, I think playing against this kind of hyper offense team, once you get a small lead, a lot of times those teams don't have the right defensive kind of control options to avoid you just trading back with them. And so Alberto kept recognizing opportunities to just make sure and land trades. He doesn't have to always get the better side of them. As long as you have a lead, you can just keep pushing that and pushing that. And it was just a small damage lead after turn 1, but it turned into a huge damage lead after that trade with Tropicos on turn 2. And then it was much easier to make even trades that would have been negative in your favor, like threatening the Surging Strikes into the possible Thunderclap from Raging Bolt, because Alberto was so far ahead.
So how do you deal with the Iron Hands then? Because if you're Nick, that Iron Hands gave you a ton of trouble in that game number 1. So is there an easier way to just nuke it before it's able to keep getting away with all that big damage trade?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky position. I think that leading one way to go about that is to have Tropicos on the field and just keep attacking into the Iron Hands. It is your biggest damage threat, holding the choice specs and being the restricted Pokemon. As soon as it comes off the field and has to find a way back in against Iron Hands, when Iron Hands trades damage against these other Pokemon so well, things start to look a lot more difficult for Nick. Of course, the reason that Tropicos switched out on turn 1 in the previous game is because Fake Out was being threatened, and Fake Out that can disrupt the Terra Shell and threaten damage from the partner is a big problem, and so Tropicos not led this time. Instead, it's the Gothitelle on the field next to Raging Bolt.
Wow, this is going to be a switch up for both of our players, though. Alberto did not bring this Flutter Mane to that first game, even though we didn't get a chance to see the 4th and final. But the Flutter Mane in front of this Gothitelle feels so nice when it's a Ghost type.
Yeah, so one of the big problems with Shadow Tag against Alberto's team is that there are 2 Volt switches, 1 U-turn and 1 Ghost type. It could be that all 4 Pokemon Alberto brought have a way out of Shadow Tag. And definitely these first 2 led on the field have a way out. The Flutter Mane is a Ghost type, is able to just switch out here if it wants to, but doesn't necessarily need to. It would love to fight against these 2 Pokemon. Isn't really threatened by that much damage from either of them, and can trade a bunch of damage back. And they're 2 Pokemon that if Flutter Mane can, put a bunch of damage in a Raging Bolt and there is an Urshifu in the back, that starts to look a lot easier. If you can put a lot of damage into Gothitelle, then you can take away that control option. And of course, Iron Hands doesn't have the same kind of damage trade, really vulnerable targets that it would like, but still putting Drain Punches into Raging Bolt will be really valuable. For this turn, just going to flinch after a fake out from a Gothitelle.
Oh, well, Fluttermane is actually going to go for the taunt into the Gothitelle, so it is going to be able to shut down its own Helping Hand and taunt as the Volt Switch from the Raging Bolt does do a little bit of damage there to that Fluttermane and is going to allow Nick to get another reposition. But this is where things started to look a little dicey there for Nick in that game number 1, where you have this really big decision to make, knowing that your team wants to play more offensively than this.
Yeah, at least this time, you don't have to worry that there's damage coming into that slot. Iron Hands will just flinch at the end of this turn, and Fluttermane has already attacked. Terapagos might like to come in here. You can keep the Iron Hands from just switching out, and of course if it tries to Volt Switch out, it'll be the last thing moving, so you'll definitely get an opportunity for Terapagos to attack into that slot. Maybe the idea for Nick was to get Terapagos in and go for a big Helping Hand, Choice Specs, Terra Starstorm, and deal a ton of damage into Iron Hands, but the Gothitelle being taunted means that there's not quite that same damage threat, and you can't afford to have like a Moonblast Drain Punch combination into Terapagos that just takes it down, and so instead it's Whimsicott coming onto the field next to Gothitelle.
Well, you know, there is an attacking move available for the Gothitelle outside of the fake out. It's a foul play, and if there's anything that this Iron Hands is, it can be a beefy attacker. So maybe just do a little bit of damage to it.
Yeah, those are really poor damage trades when you resist that foul play. It is a lot of attack, but it's not the boosted attack yet. No Miraidon, no electric terrain. So there are damage trades that probably just get Drain Punched back. The good news is that it's a very passive situation for Nick. Gothitelle and Whimsicott aren't going to be threatening a ton of damage. They aren't going to be solving this problem, but they aren't the biggest most valuable Pokemon on his side either, and so taking damage into them isn't the most critical failure.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Gothitelle gets to escape for this turn. The Raging Bolt now going to re-enter the field, but this Whimsicott going for Encore means that this Fluttermane is going to get locked into going for that taunt. Not the best of targets either. Like, the Raging Bolt is going to have all attacks, but you know, at least you know that if you're on Nick's side, you've started to whittle away at some of these options and maybe are able to predict a switch from this Fluttermane if you think that Alberto wants to reset that taunt.
I do think this is kind of the sign of the problem with the passive position that Nick was in. Whimsicott could get an Encore into Fluttermane, keep it from attacking, but all that really happens on that turn is Iron Hands landing Drain Punch into Raging Bolt, picking up pretty valuable damage. Whittling down that Raging Bolt is really key for Alberto because it stands up so well against so many of his Pokemon. And Whimsicott gets the Encore, but Fluttermane doesn't get to attack that turn. Whimsicott doesn't really get to attack that turn either. It's just kind of a traded passive turn. Both players not really left doing much with those Pokemon. Both may switch out this turn. Whimsicott may be able to start building Moonblasts into Iron Hands, but those are just things that can get easily Drain Punch healed back over time, and Nick can stay stuck in this kind of passive position, or is just happy to taunt his Whimsicott and leave it just Moonblasting for the rest of its time on the field.
Yeah, well, you know, Nick didn't fall for that, so at least the Moonblast is going to be able to land into the Iron Hands. Going to do a nice chunk of damage as the Volt Switch into the Fluttermane. Might even be a 3-hit knockout at this point, but more importantly, you get a chance to reset this Gothitelle. You have Fake Out pressure if you want to, or you can bring in your big damage dealer in the Terapagos. The Whimsicott is not able to go for the Tailwind though, which is the hardest part.
Yeah, so there'll be no speed advantage easily gained for Nick. The Terapagos comes back on the field. Drain Punch is going to go into Terra Shell and be resisted, but still is pretty valuable chip damage back, especially because the Terra Shell is now broken.
Yeah, because now at this point too, like if you can't hit the Tailwind, this Fluttermane is also not a huge problem because it's also still encored into Taunt, but it's going to expire in a couple of turns, and Alberto still has options in the back.
There could be a really critical damage calculation here. If Terra Starstorm plus Moonblast is enough damage to pick up Iron Hands, this is the kind of position where the offense can just go from 0 to 60 and overwhelming so fast. But if it misses that KO and Iron Hands elects to stay on the field, for Alberto, the Drain Punch back would heal off so much of the damage you've done and deal a ton of really valuable damage into Terapagos. It'd be interesting if Alberto wants to opt in to that damage trade or just switch in, but there's nothing that switches in easily to a Terra Starstorm plus a Moonblast. So this could be a really pivotal moment. This is Nick's opportunity he's built over several turns to go out on the offense. Fluttermane forced to switch because all it can do is taunt this turn against an already taunted Pokemon in a Choice Specs holder, and so it's Whimsicott switching in to take this combination attack.
Well, it's nice too because you know that Whimsicott's going to be able to stick around with that Focus Sash. As long as it doesn't get doubled into, it should be able to stick around. But Nick is going to go for that Stellar Terrestrialization onto the Terapagos. It's time to see the big turtle, see what it's all about. And it's definitely going to be able to do some damage into both of these Pokemon, but will it be enough? As the Whimsicott goes for the Moonblast into the Iron Hands, it's able to chip it down to about 25%, but with the Terra Starstorm follow-up here from this Terrapagos, is it a Assault Vest going to actually keep this Iron Hands alive? And the answer to that is no! Brings the Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash as well, and the biggest problem for Nick in that game number 1 is off the field.
Yeah, that damage looked like it was way more than enough. The Moonblast being super effective means that the Whimsicott can have a pretty important offensive potential in this match, especially because the Iron Hands is such a critical target. And that made that double up look so easy. Nick takes the Whimsicott down to 1 HP, gets rid of the Iron Hands, really valuable turn that he spent several turns positioning to find his way into, with the damage built up a little bit on the Iron Hands, and no worry that the Terrapagos would have just gone down on that turn. But of course, taking a KO just means that Miraidon enters the field for the first time for Alberto, ready to try to trade damage in this position.
And it's tough because the Terrapagos already terastallized. Had the Terrapagos been able to terastallize while that Electric Terrain was active on the field, it would have been able to remove that. So now this Miraidon, not many ways that you're able to shut down that Electric Terrain that this Miraidon is going to get the boost from.
Yeah, it's going to still pump out that massive damage, and that taunt from Fluttermane into Whimsicott a few turns ago also limits Nick's options. Can't try to grab the speed advantage there, and so instead it's just the Gothitelle switching in for Terrapagos, recognizing that Terrapagos was not positioned to be able to take an attack from this now Terra Electric Miraidon that's doesn't have the choice specs damage, but it's still pumping out just enormous amounts of damage.
Yeah, you still get the beefed up Electro Drift on top of the Electric Terrain stab, the stab on the Pokemon, plus that Electric Terror, and that Gothitelle just gets taken out in one hit. Oh my goodness, this is where Alberto saw the tides be able to swing in his favor, and he's gonna go out with a home run. This Moonblast too, just to be able to help get this Whimsicott whittled down in HP. It's gonna at least break the Focus Sash there. And maybe even better, Alberto now has a free switch back into the Flutter.
Yeah, Fluttermane going to enter the field, already has its booster energy used back up, but is still going to come out and be relevant in this game. This is what we touched on in Game 1, where Iron Hands can feel like the raid boss. It can feel like it's so difficult for Nick to find a way to take it off the field, but it isn't actually the most crucial Pokemon on Alberto's side of the field. It isn't the core piece of that offensive attack. That's the Miraidon, Whimsicott, and in this case, the Fluttermane as the second attacker with it. And so when so many resources, so much time positioning is spent to take down Iron Hands, it just opens things up for Miraidon to take that big one-hit KO onto the Gothitelle as it switches in. This Miraidon also, because it doesn't have the choice specs, isn't locked into an electric move, can just go threaten the Raging Bolt and threaten the KO right now if it wants to.
What's nice too is that the Encore, the taunt onto the Whimsicott did expire as well, so Nick is free to go for that speed control that is going to really help to make sure that this Terrapagos can still stand tall against something like this Miraidon.
Absolutely. It also means that electric terastallization from Miraidon could be costly. It means the Terra Starstorms are now super effective out of the back.
Ooh, and it's not even going to be the Thunderclap. With that Tailwind, that Raging Bolt is going to be faster. Not even opting to try to play that mind game of whether this Fluttermane would end up going for something like the Taunt. But the Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt is going to be enough for that one-hit knockout. But here's the problem. Miraidon does not have any partners left. It cannot switch off the field, so it's going to have to take that special attack drop.
It's going to be stuck on the field with no partners, with a super effective Terra Starstorm on its way in and no way to deal enough damage into this Terrapagos. And so Nick gets the KO on Iron Hands, has to give up a big KO in return because of the positional advantage Alberto regained after that KO, but it was just too little too late for Alberto, because then once that taunt expired, Tailwind was able to go up. I think a really crucial Moonblast from Whimsicott on Nick's side of the field as well. On that turn where Gothitelle went down, the Whimsicott on Nick's side was able to get a Moonblast off and KO the Whimsicott on Alberto's side, which stuck Alberto with just those final two Pokemon on the field and meant that he didn't have speed control for the closing moments of that game, which just made it very easy for Nick to position Terrapagos back on the field once again with a huge damage threat.
I was gonna say, does that endgame look any different if Alberto instead opts to go for a Tailwind instead of a Moonblast with that Whimsicott?
I think ultimately it might have, right? The Fluttermane would have, the Raging Bolt would have been forced to Thunderclap into the Fluttermane instead, might not have been enough damage, or Fluttermane could have more easily kept itself from being hit. But ultimately, the biggest problem was the need to Draco Meteor without something else to switch back out into, which meant the damage really disappeared for the Miraidon and meant that Terrapagos, while it didn't actually have to take an attack at all because it had the speed advantage and the damage output, would have been able to take an attack from that Miraidon, which meant that kind of not Alberto wasn't 1 turn behind there, he was 2 turns behind enough damage to stay in that game.
Yeah, and contrary to the Miraidon team that we saw from Rajan Ball and Aaron Trailer, this Miraidon being Covert Cloak has an opportunity to go for Protect, but it means that it's a lacking Discharge. So there's no spread damage on this Miraidon, so it might look a little funny, like, hey, you've got 2 other Pokemon on the side, but you don't have an ability to hit them both.
Yeah, it means that Miraidon can't establish those kind of surefire checkmate in games where you just see everything ready to go down to close combat. So we're going to be stuck using single targeted attacks, which are a little bit easier to protect into and find a way back out of. I'm really excited to see this Game 3 and see how both players adjust. It felt like in Game 1, Alberto was able to just win off the Iron Hands, was able to trade enough Drain Punches back that Nick never found a way in, and felt like he tried to rely on that again in Game 2. But Nick found the right positioning to just take Iron Hands off the field, and then it felt like his offense was overwhelming once it happened. I think Alberto has to have either a game plan to be a little bit more careful with the Iron Hands, be cautious with what damage trades it takes so that it doesn't end up in range for a double up with the Terra Starstorm, or has to have the right partners to make sure that if Iron Hands goes down, there's enough damage coming back from his side of the field. The Flutter Mane felt like it really didn't accomplish much in that game. It got a few taunts off, but it got encored, and then eventually just went down to a combination of, I think, 2 Volt Switches and a Thunderbolt. That isn't to say the Urshifu would have done more in that situation, right? The first Volt Switch might have just taken down the Urshifu. And so it does look like there's kind of a gap where it's hard for Alberto to find what that 4th Pokemon is that can provide enough damage next to Miraidon. And you also have to kind of determine where you're going to position that extra Pokemon. Is it going to be in the early game next to Iron Hands to try to win off of that situation, or are you just trying to wait and have the right position next to Miraidon and focus on that angle?
If you bring the Flutter Mane again, I wonder if you opt to just lock into some type of damage at the very beginning instead, knowing that the Encore is something that this Whimsicott is going to threaten. But both Alberto and Nick, once again, switching it up here with the Chi-Yu on the field for both of them.
Yeah, there were no Chi-Yus in the last game. There are suddenly 2 Chi-Yus on the field ready to fight each other in this game. Whimsicott only on Nick's side of the field means the speed advantage is his if he wants it, but it actually starts with the speed advantage because of the Choice Scarf on Chi-Yu as well. Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu, though, 2 bigger attackers on Alberto's side of the field. The KOs are there for Alberto if he can survive the turn. The Flutter Mane might be in KO range from a Choice Scarf Overheat, depending on how it's trained, which would then limit just 1 attack from Alberto's side of the field, and probably with a Focus Sash and Whimsicott and Chi-Yu's typing mean that the Chi-Yu on the other side can't actually take a KO. But of course, it can also just start to Snarl and reduce the outgoing damage from Nick's side of the field and try to more slowly approach this beginning to this game, but that might require a Flutter Mane Protect, which can just be on-court. So a very tricky little opening here.
And Overheat could also just miss. Let's not forget that that is not a 100% accurate move, and that could be devastating. But the Chi-Yu is going to use its glasses, hit the Overheat, and the crit might not have mattered. We know what this Chi-Yu can do, especially when Beads of Ruin is active with those Overheats. Wild. The Snarl in response is going to help limit that special attack a little bit from that Chi-Yu, but I feel like it got what it wanted. A huge damage threat out of the way.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong start for Nick. Establishes the speed control with Tailwind. Even though he didn't need it in that position, it means that you're less likely to get pinned a turn or 2 from now because Tailwind will be there and ready on his side of the field. And yeah, you give up a Snarl, it breaks the Focus Sash and lowers Chi-Yu's special attack even further, but Chi-Yu already overheated. It wasn't going to be really wanting to stay on the field and continue attack from that position anyway. So if you're going to be forced to switch Chi-Yu out, the extra Snarl probably doesn't matter too much, but this is Alberto's time to fight back. This is now a pretty passive position for Nick. Chi-Yu is going to need to switch out to be able to accomplish much offensively, and if there's not a good switch into that Chi-Yu spot, that could be a very vulnerable position. Of course, Whimsicott also vulnerable to just a Heat Wave from the other side. I mean, if you throw a Heat Wave and Drain Punch double up, where Heat Wave is threatening KO into Whimsicott, Drain Punch throwing a KO into Chi-Yu, and there aren't good switch-ins, that early advantage of just taking down the Flutter Mane can get evened out so quickly here.
I mean, you could also just kind of do that regardless if you think that the Chi-Yu is going to switch out or not, because that Terapagos might not want to take that either. But as we head into this next turn, I feel like this is where we need to continue to see some of Nick's patience. Doesn't want to give up some of that momentum right away with making a big pivot or a big change-up.
You also just need to establish chip into Iron Hand. So even though this Overheat isn't at full strength, it's still a little bit of chip, right? And if the goal is just to establish enough chip that Terra Starstorm is now a KO, well, that's definitely making progress there, and this Moonblast making even more progress.
Yeah, I mean, that double up is going to do huge amounts of damage. And the Snarl from the Chi-Yu, it's just going to help to continue to cover for any switch-ins that might happen. If the Terrapico switches in, you're able to get a nice special attack drop on that. But maybe giving Nick what he wanted. That Drain Punch is going to help to heal up the Iron Hands. But more critically, this Chi-Yu already wanted to leave the field, especially at -6. So now you get a free switch-in regardless.
Yeah, I think this actually plays out really well for Nick. The Iron Hands started that turn at 100% health, is now at about 50%, is easily in KO range from a Moonblast plus Terra Starstorm double up, which is kind of what spelled the beginning of the end for Alberto in that last game. And the Chi-Yu was not the most valuable Pokemon at that point, and Nick, recognizing it, had more, the cost of trying to save it by switching it out was more than it was still worth at that point. The Chi-Yu on the other side is just locked into the Choice Spec Snarl. Is it going to be able to pick up a KO on Whimsicott, and it's just going to, get a valuable Terra Shell break on the Terrapagos if the Terrapagos doesn't just Terrastallize itself this turn and threaten as much damage as possible coming on the other side. But it really feels like now the momentum is in Nick's side, again, because of the KO taken by Alberto, right? You have a little bit of momentum shift because Fluttermane goes down and Alberto has the 2 attackers coming in, but Nick is able to just trade the Chi-Yu going down on his side of the field to reestablish that momentum, have his restricted Pokemon in the position it wants to be in, and make things look really difficult for Alberto. Of course, there's also only one Pokemon left unrevealed for Alberto. That means there cannot both be a Tailwind waiting and a Miraidon waiting. Should be just a Miraidon without speed control in the in-game for Alberto.
Ooh, well, here's a really interesting lock-in, as we do see the Miraidon now take that Chi-Yu's place. It's going to help to set up the electric terrain for this Iron Hands, give it a little bit of that Cork Drive boost, and it is going to end up giving over an attack boost. So nice way to be able to boost up a Drain Punch or something if you're able to help break that Terra Shell. Now don't even have to do that, as this Terra Shift is going to activate. You're going to see that big turtle hit the field. But more critically, this is what we were talking about in game number 2. Miraidon just switched in. It set the electric terrain, and with this Terrestrialization to the Stellar Terra type and Terraform Zero activating, the electricity is gone. There goes your terrain, and there goes the Cork Drive as well as the Hadron Engine boost.
Yeah, Miraidon just switching in at such an unfortunate time here, but does not take a Terra Starstorm. Instead, it's Earth Power locked into to KO Iron Hands. The turn doesn't go as disastrously for Alberto as it could have, but still looks like it might have gone so disastrously that it's going to be really difficult for Alberto to find a way back in. Miraidon switches in and immediately loses its electric terrain, and Iron Hands just goes down on that turn, locking Alberto with just these final 2 Pokemon on that field. That means there will never be electric terrain. There's no way to get out and back in, and Nick still has 3 Pokemon, the Whimsicott and Terrapagos combination, able to threaten so much damage into the Miraidon and Chi-Yu, and then 1 unrevealed Pokemon in the back that could help close out this game.
Yeah, and I think this is such a critical protect here for Nick, because as you got a chance to see, there's 1 turn of Tailwind left, and this Terrapagos is really going to need that speed control in order to make sure that it is outspeeding this Miraidon. But can this Miraidon actually take this hit? One of the nice things about locking into Earth Power is you know that the Earth Power is going to be super effective into the Iron Hands, the Miraidon, and the Chi-Yu if they don't, and even if the Miraidon Terrastalizes, still going to hit it super effective. So it's a really smart lock-in. Yeah, Nick recognizing that with 1 unrevealed Pokemon left and Miraidon not shown, that it had to be that Pokemon. And so the 3 that were left were, like you mentioned, the Chi-Yu, the Iron Hands, and the Miraidon, all weak to Earth Power. The Chi-Yu is going to Terrastalize out of its weakness to Earth Power. That was Alberto's one way to get 1 Pokemon that isn't weak to that Choice Specs Earth Power on the field. But it's going to mean Miraidon is left hanging here. Miraidon's left hanging, but and maybe this Terrapagos is a little bit more vulnerable, but it is going to just go for the Protect. So a smart call here, knowing that the Terrapagos is threatening such a super effective Earth Power, will be able to protect itself from that, and it's going to carve out an opportunity for this Chi-Yu to do something impactful as the Heat Wave. The Whimsicott's going to be able to protect itself, but can it hit this Terrapagos? And yes, it does. It's going to do about 50% there, which is huge. Gets the burn, maybe putting a timer on this Terrapagos, but it feels good to get that damage down. It does, but I think Alberto was looking for a little bit more there, recognizing that maybe the one path back into this game is Miraidon protecting itself while Chi-Yu KOs Whimsicott before a second Tailwind can go up. But Nick, smart enough to not let that happen, is able to protect through, can now get a Tailwind and an Earth Power and keep trying to pump the damage into Miraidon. Now, if Heat Wave just comes out and KOs these 2 Pokemon, it's going to be down to what is left in the back for Nick. If it's the Raging Bolt like we've seen in the other games, well, that can probably win an in-game against a Ghost Chi-Yu.
with Heat Wave, but either of the other two Pokemon are going to have a lot more difficulty.
For sure. And so, like, you can still see Nick kind of taking his time, but it feels like, to me, just set up the speed control and just make sure that this Terapagos is going to be able to at least KO one Pokemon. But you have to choose, and you have to choose wisely. This Miraidon's going to try to go for the double protect, but it doesn't get it. So this Earth Power is going to lock into that Miraidon after we see this Tailwind go through. But is it going to be enough to actually get the KO here? Miraidon has a good amount of natural bulk, but I think when you're looking at like Choice Specs Terapagos, it's just too powerful, especially next to a Pokemon. It's going to help lower that Miraidon's special defense. But the Heat Wave is going to be able to knock out both the Whimsicott and the Terapagos. So what is in the back here for Nick, and is Alberto happy with what's in the back?
Yeah, I think Alberto right to go for the double protect there. Miraidon just going to go down otherwise, and definitely a path to winning this game is getting that double protect, Heat Wave taking those 2 KOs, but it's Gothitelle in the back. This is going to be a really interesting now in-game. The Raging Bolt would have been a lot easier. The Gothitelle probably going to get 2-hit KO'd by Heat Wave. Foul Play, I imagine, does not 1-hit KO Chi-Yu back. This could be a situation where the exact stats of the Chi-Yu become relevant, but I have to imagine that even with max attack, this Chi-Yu, not even a 2-hit KO, just safely able to take that. And the Tailwind, that Heat Wave does so much, almost picks up the KO. The Foul Play not able to get the KO even
but
with...
got a hit. Okay, I was nervous for a second there with the little bit of a lag, but it did hit. The Heat Wave connects, and Alberto Lara brings back the set after that loss in game number 2 to take it.
Yeah, just such a close end game there. It felt like Gothitelle was not the right Pokemon. Then it looked like it might almost have it. It had the speed advantage because of that final Tailwind. Was able to get 2 foul plays off. But Chi-Yu, low enough of an attack stat on his own side and just bulky enough to not get 2-hit KO'd by foul play, and then clutch enough to hit. How many Heat Waves down the stretch? 2 into Gothitelle, 2 into Terapagos, and 1 into the Whimsicott, all necessary as Alberto hits all those Heat Waves. Chi-Yu claims all those KOs and gives Alberto the round 1 win.
I know. Listen, I knew those Beads of Ruin were good for something, right? It's just to make sure that Chi-Yu can see and make sure it's hitting all of those Heat Waves. But the Choice Spec certainly didn't hurt in order to make sure that that was going to be doing an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah, I think those were prescription Choice Specs this time around as Chi-Yu manages to land every single one of those hits and just close that out in such a clutch way for Alberto.
For sure. I mean, even just revisiting some of the hype moments from this 3rd game, that overheat right away, it looked like Alberto was going to be such on a back foot, that Flutter Mane can be such an important piece to just help chip away at some of these pieces on Nick's side. And then even with the Drain Punch onto the Chi-Yu, Nick still looked like he was in the driver's seat, getting a chance to get this Chi-Yu off of the field after it hit -6 thanks to the 2 overheats plus the 2 snarls, and this Terapagos getting a chance to come in for free.
Yeah, I think one really crucial moment here was the decision to lock into Earth Power. It was a good recognition of the typings left for Alberto, that they were all weak to Earth Power, but it gave up the option to go for spread damage. If Terra Starstorm had been enough damage to pick up the Iron Hands, well then it is definitely the better move to close out that rest of that game, because you can dump out damage into both of these Pokemon and combine that with Moonblast to pick up KOs still. But because the Terapagos was forced to just Earth Power 1 target at a time, spent a turn attacking into a Protect from the Miraidon, and then it just didn't accomplish enough damage before Gothitelle was stuck trying to 1v1 Chi-Yu.
The endgame looks so different though if you miss any of those Heat Waves. Like even just 1 miss and you're not going to be able to comfortably pick up the 1v1 there. But wow, they're 2 good friends as well. So I know it's tough to have as your first round, but what a great match we got a chance to have.
That was a really fun start, and I think about a fun introduction to the kind of gameplay that we're going to see today. There's a lot of offense behind these restricted Pokemon. Miraidon and Terapagos going to be 2 of the most popular ones in the field today, and both capable of pumping out so much damage where things can just flip at a moment's notice, where it feels like someone gets the right position, the right opportunity to start attacking with those Pokemon, and the dominoes just start falling.
It's exactly a good example of what we saw in game number 2. Nick being so patient in that 2nd game to just do incremental changes here or there, maybe a switch, maybe just a smart move selection, and then by the time he ended up getting that Terapagos in with the Iron Hands off the field, that was the go button to be able to make sure that he could lock in that 2nd game.
Yeah, it's a really important big picture recognition of the game to think about what walls, what blockers are in front of the kind of damage that you want to pump out. For Nick, that's that Terra Starstorm sweep, and recognizing that if the Iron Hands is still there and still bulky enough to take a Terra Starstorm, well, it's going to get in the way of that. And so if you can chip just enough damage in, well, that can let you clear through the game. On the other hand, for Alberto, we saw in the first couple games there was a lot of focus on the Raging Bolt because it was in a similar position. It was kind of the roadblock to being able to close out the game in the way he'd like. And so in the first game was able to get it taken down and traded for a lot of Drain Punches. And the second game didn't happen fast enough. In the third game, it wasn't even there, and so Alberto was able to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think, like, what's really interesting, too, just to take a look at Nick's perspective, is, like, we talk about timing of making sure you can actually weave in the offensive damage, the timing in the matchup of the terrestrialization for both of these players, because on the one hand, you want to save the terrestrialization for your Terrapagos so you can hit those big Stellar Terra Starstorms, but on Alberto's side, you have to position in a way that you're not just going to get bamboozled by the fact that you terra'd to preserve something else.
Yeah, you have to be very careful to time it and not just give up a really valuable target to a super effective Terra Starstorm. I think one other really great moment from Alberto to give himself a way to win that game 3 was the switch from Chi-Yu into Miraidon. It was a switch that immediately looked like it had gone pretty poorly, right? The Miraidon comes in, takes some damage, and loses its electric terrain immediately, but it meant that Chi-Yu was still in the back and able to reselect its moves. Snarl in that position could have started to mitigate the damage coming out from Terrapagos, but it wouldn't have probably done damage fast enough to let Chi-Yu close out that in-game.
Yeah.
But because the Chi-Yu went in the back, even though it cost so much of Miraidon's potential, it opened up Chi-Yu's potential and let Chi-Yu win that in-game. So I think a really delicate position where Alberto saw a path to winning, recognized that even if it's going to cost so much of Miraidon, this is what I have to do right now to make it happen.
That's a tough pill to swallow in a single restricted meta, because you're looking at a lot of these teams being built with the idea in mind that this one restricted Pokemon is supposed to be sort of the key piece for your team to operate, or even just one of the biggest damage dealers on the team. So how do you actually make yourself comfortable with the idea that you might have to sacrifice some HP or even opportunity with your single restricted to actually win the game?
Yeah, I think it's a really fun part of the psychology of a single restricted format, because it can open up into lots of other positions where you maybe are they more likely to protect their single restricted because they don't want to lose it, and so you can try to kind of prey on the partner a little bit more often. Are they less likely to switch it in because it's a little bigger risk than switching in a non-restricted Pokemon would be? And there's definitely players out there who can try to prey on those tendencies and find an opportunity to seek advantage from them.
Wow, so many mind games to be had here, even just for our first match of the day. But we get a chance to pick the minds of both of those players as they're ready in the lounge with Gabby after that incredible first match.
Thank you so much, Rose. I'm here with Nick Navarre and Alberto Lara. Thank you both for agreeing to do this interview. It's rare that we get to talk to two people after a match. So, Alberto, as the hometown hero, I'll start with you. How you feeling this morning?
It's been an interesting tournament. I'm getting nostalgia vibes from 2014 SoCal Regionals. I'll just say that.
That's fair. That's fair. I think that was also the last time we were in LA, right?
Yeah, actually, this is the last time. It was in Long Beach in 2014, but yeah, that tournament ran a little bit. Actually, started a little bit later than this one, so we're actually good on time in terms of comparing it to that tournament.
Well, hopefully our 5 turns has passed and we can get rid of the slow start ability like Regigigas. Nick, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay. It's been pretty chill hanging out for the couple hours of technical difficulties, and I'm excited to play some Pokemon today, finally.
Yeah, well, I know you are also running Terrapagos once again, but you've made a couple of team changes, most notably the Gothitelle. Can you tell me about your thinking behind that Pokemon?
Sure. So Gothitelle's really good against a couple of specific comps. Miraidon was one of the ones that I had in mind when I put Gothitelle on the team, but Alberto had Covert Cloak instead of Choice Specs, which really just completely broke my flowchart, so I had to try to throw together some game plans on the fly, and it made it a lot tougher for me.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Covert Cloak, because that was something I wanted to ask you about, Alberto. I mean, that seems like a very unique adaptation for Miraidon. What was your thoughts behind it?
Well, when I originally built this team, it was kind of like I don't have Farigiraf on the team, so I just don't want to get faked out ever. So I have Terraghost Whimsicott, Terraghost Chi-Yu. I originally had Goldango over the Iron Hand slot, and then I have Fluttermane, and then I have Covert Cloak Miraidon, since it's a pretty hyper-offensive team, obviously a fake out can ruin the flow of the team. So it's kind of just like, hey, I never have to worry about fake out, don't have to worry about Icy Wind, Snarl, like the Miraidon, sure, it's not choice spec, so it's not gonna hit as hard, but it already hits extremely hard. So it's like, you know, the Covert Cloak is there for backup to try and protect the Miraidon from, like, you know, being faked out and having its lower special attack lowered. So yeah, that was just kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, for sure. And Iron Hands as well was a very unique adaptation. I know that we saw a lot of it in previous regulations. How have you been finding it, especially with the synergy with Quark Drive?
Well, shoutouts to Geo. I threw Iron Hands onto the team last night, did not test it. It was just Goldango was on the team, but it wasn't really doing much, it felt like. And Geo has been running a Miraidon team as well, and he has Iron Hands on his team, and he said, dude, just use Iron Hands. You get the Quark Drive. Iron Hands finally has an ability. You get the terrain boost, so it's like, all right, you know what? I'll just take your word, Geo. I'll put Iron Hands over Goldango on my last slot. Didn't test it, but round one, it looked pretty good. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, for sure. So one thing I want to talk with both of you, because we rarely have this opportunity, is your game plans going into game number one. I was talking with Aaron Trailer, who is other fantastic Pokemon trainer like you two, and he was telling me about how you approach team preview, you know, how you look at your opponent's Pokemon and how you figure out your strategy. So Nick, I'll start with you. You just sat down to this round one match. You saw Alberto's team, you saw the Covert Cloak Miraidon. What was going through your head, and how did you craft your game plan for that game one?
Like I said, my game plan was pretty much just like Chi reliant, just Terragon, Terraless, and Miraidon. But if he has the ability to protect it, then I choice specs, he can just fake it out or fake out the partner, or like basically everything on Rajan's team just gets blown up by Goth Chiyu, but I just had to figure out something to go work with on the fly. My game one was I just really disrespected the Iron Hands, and it was tough to get back from, and yeah, that was like moving forward. I just tried to put Alberto in funny positions with Gothitelle and Encore, which is like one of the, it's like definitely the cutest thing that my team does, and it really gets, it can catch people out of position. I thought that it was probably my best way forward, so I did that in game two, and I was trying to do it in game three, but the positions never really materialized, and so I just had a Gothitelle stuck in back that didn't get its moment to shine.
All right, Alberto, same question. Game one, what's going through your head?
I was like, oh, Iron Hands looks pretty good. That's what I'm going to go with. There we go. That was honestly the plan. It was like, all right, Iron Hands looks really good against this team. Let's try and use it. Let's just try and Drain Punch, Terrapagos, Chi-Yu. If you brought Ogerpon, also super effective against that. Just recover all the HP. Just got to keep in mind Chi-Yu on the field, because there's a lot of special attackers on Nick's team. So I got to be like, all right, then that's why that one turn in game three, that last turn, I switched up my Chi-Yu, because I was like, all right, then I need to try and have my Iron Hands survive and get off this Drain Punch, basically. But he made the right call, and he went for Earth Power, and I didn't Terror it, basically. So yeah, it's basically just Iron Hands looks really good against this team. Not many ways to hit it, so let's try and go that route.
Yeah, well, it was an awesome set, and I'm so glad that we got to feature it on stream. Since this is the final regional event of 2024, I'm curious to hear both of your favorite moments from the regionals circuit, because I know, Alberto, you've been to a ton of tournaments this year. Nick, you've been to a ton of tournaments this year. Both world qualifiers. Congratulations, by the way. I know you just qualified thanks to an MSS.
Yeah, I finished it up last weekend, and it's nice to have the monkey off my back heading into this tournament and NAIC, so I can just focus on like playing good Pokemon and not be stressed.
Yeah, so let's go ahead. Alberto, what was your favorite moment from the regional circuit this year?
I mean, my best finish this season has been top 4 at the beginning of the season in Pittsburgh with a very cool team that I liked, that I had used at Worlds but didn't do as well with. But I knew that the team was amazing. I just played poorly at Worlds. So yeah, being able to that was the most confident I had gone into in a tournament in a really long time, and to get a top 4 finish with it, was pretty satisfying. So I'd say probably getting top 4 in the beginning of the season. And then immediately after that, I got top 8 in Sacramento as well. So I got off to a hot start. I've been slowing down a little bit, but I also haven't been playing as much and going to as many tournaments in the later part of the season. But yeah, the beginning of the season was my favorite because I got off to a good start.
Nice. Nick, what about you?
Me and my bestie Rajan went 18-0 on day 1 of Indianapolis just a few weeks ago. And just being able to celebrate both of our combined success. And then he ended up winning the tournament. That's it's probably my favorite tournament that I've ever played, and I've played a lot of tournaments. It's going to be special. I'm going to hold on to that for the rest of my life.
Nice. All right, go for it.
Actually, that reminded me of Gio winning his first regional in San Antonio. I mean, Gio's been playing since 2016, and he's always gotten so close. He hadn't even gotten a trophy yet. He'd always lose in top 8, and for him to finally just win the entire regional, it was like one of the best moments for VGC.
Yeah, being able to see friends celebrate each other's victories is always a treasured memory for sure from regionals. So Alberto, Nick, thank you both so much. Do you have any shout outs you want to give? Alberto, I'll go with you first.
Yeah, shout outs to my fiance, Ali, for always supporting me and everything. Shout outs to all my friends. So this is the first time in a really long time I've had my original crew with me from back in the day when I started playing in 2013, 2014. Chase is here. Chase Lieber, he's playing TCG though. He's not playing VGC. Riley's here. Alex Jimenez is here. Gio is here. Eric is here. So it's pretty awesome. We all got a picture. Like, it's been, I don't even know, like 7 or 8 years probably since we were all at the same tournament at one time, since a lot of us don't play as much anymore. I'm still going strong, but some of them, they're not playing as much anymore these days. So it's pretty awesome to have all of us at the same tournament at once.
Yeah, that's a real throwback. How about you, Nick?
Oh, shout outs to Tub. I love you guys. Shout outs to Amberflight Gaming, who added a new member. Congratulations to Alex on joining the flock. I don't know if we're a flock. I think we're a flock. Shout outs to my parents. I love you guys. Shout outs to Townsville.
All right, well, thank you both so much. That's it from us here on the floor. Casters, back to you.
It was awesome that Nick and Alberto wanted to do that interview together. I thought they gave some really good insight onto how the other might have seen the matchup and vice versa, so that was great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to hear both perspectives, how they were approaching that game one. Kind of the different approach to the team preview there.
It was cool. And also to hear all of their memories that they have from over a decade of playing this game.
Yeah, they've both been such strong players for so long in VGC with a ton of impressive accomplishments over the years.
Maybe still yet to add a regional championship title because we have today and tomorrow to get through, but perhaps one of them is going to join that list of regional championship winners from this season. It's starting to become a very impressive list, but also there's only one more spot to fill.
Yeah, one last empty space as a regional champion, one last chance to earn that auto invite, though of course I think both of them don't need an auto invite at this point.
I think that would be like the third invite for both of them on top of the points that they have. But it's funny to think about. Could you imagine if we had a rule where if you had that many, you could like give one to a friend?
Oh yeah, you just like start handing them out. Like, oh, I have an extra one.
Yeah, exactly.
You need it?
Yeah, you need a world's invite? I got you. That'd be really funny. But no, that's not how it works. I don't take that as a good idea. That's not a good idea. Don't listen to me for that one. But you know what is a good idea? Miraidon and Terapagos is single restricted Pokemon because the date usage doesn't lie, and also the success behind Miraidon already at the Indianapolis Regional Championships doesn't either.
Yeah, this is a Pokemon that can just deal so much damage, and you can see with what's in front of you why that's the case. The common Terra type, just electric. Out on the attack, going to do more damage. Ability Hadron Engine gives it an extra boost to its special attack when in electric terrain. That means when you have electric terrain, you do almost double the damage of electric attacks as you do without it. You do just under 60% as much damage when you don't have electric terrain. And so the Hadron Engine really is a valuable piece to how it's able to pick up those massive KOs we've seen it do Incineroar or nearly KOing Rillaboom with electric moves. And then the All Item Choice specs even more offense. Though, of course, in that last game we saw Alberto shift it up a little bit, go for the Covert Cloak that makes it a little bit easier to position Miraidon in exchange for some of that damage. Wouldn't be surprised to start seeing a little bit more diversity in item especially, because it lets you find different team constructions for Miraidon than just what we saw Rajan win with a couple weeks ago.
I feel like Life Orb would be one of those items for me that might change up how you might want to run the Miraidon team. It gives you the same type of flexibility of being able to have the Protect, but you also get a chance to change your move selection that you're not locked into after having the choice specs.
Yeah, it allows you to Protect, always very valuable option to have on a Pokemon, but also switch between the Dragon and Electric offense, which makes it a little bit easier to always find a valuable target for that damage.
Maybe another way that we can see Miraidon also get changed up too is while the common Terra type right now is electric, I have seen Terra Fairy get utilized as well as Dazzling Gleam, which is one of the coverage options that Miraidon gets.
Yeah, it felt like early on there was a lot more defensive construction of Miraidon, even Assault Vest as an item, defensive Terastallizations like Fairy, because because a lot of the focus was on the electric terrain benefiting the other future Pokemon.
True.
We saw Iron Hands in that last game, but there's a whole cast of characters of those future Paradox Pokemon that can feel really impactful. But I think the shift where Miraidon suddenly went from on the like boundary of the meta to right at the center of it was when Miraidon just became the focus for itself. It took the spotlight, said, I don't need to support all my teammates. I'm just going to deal so much damage. And it seems like that's the way where it's having the most impact. But isn't to say there won't be the right team construction in the future that finds the best way to get value out of all of those future Paradox Pokemon in combination with Miraidon.
I think Quark, the Iron Bundle, might be maybe the other Quark Drive user I would consider to be part of the spice you could add on to a Miraidon team. But right now, the Iron Hands proved to be super influential for Alberto's win in this matchup. But on the flip side of things, we had that Terrapagos team from Nick. Nick actually did have that 13-0 run at Indianapolis, like he was saying, with a Terrapagos team as well. Looked a little different with the Tornadus, the Amoonguss, and a couple of different pieces also switched out, but it was still the Choice Specs Terrapagos that he ended up using today.
Yeah, I felt like that 6 last week that he was able to go 13-1 with kind of became the de facto Choice Specs Terrapagos team. And I think it's been really interesting to see how different players have branched out from that point. Nick's 6 looks fairly different. Items are changing across the board. 2 new Pokemon coming in with Whimsicott and Gothitelle that let you kind of put your opponent in difficult positions. Between Shadow Tag and Encore, you can find ways that they can't attack in the way they'd like to, and Terrapagos can try to exploit that with big damage. But like Miraidon, Terrapagos is a Pokemon that went initially from a lot of semi-defensive sets, trying to set up with Calm Mind, to just never mind Choice Specs, massive damage, and it's having a ton of success because of that, because you see the impact of the Choice Specs Terra Starstorm, whether it's before the Stellar Terastallization, when it actually does more damage as a single target attack and can pick up massive KOs onto things like Incineroar, or after the Stellar Terastallization into the Stellar form for Terrapagos, where it's able to deal spread damage and really create checkmate situations where maybe Tailwind has gone up because of a Whimsicott or a Tornadus. I have no Pokemon left that can take a Terra Starstorm, nothing that's faster because the Tailwind is up on the other side, and there's just no way out. And Terrapagos is great at closing games in that way.
For sure, and I feel like we still have yet to explore even more of where Terrapagos can go. You mentioned the Calm Mind setup sets, and I feel like similarly with Power Herb, it's tough because like for Power Herb, you only get that boost once. It also requires you to have a turn of setup for you to actually feel like you are able to get the same type of damage output or even the defenses that you might get with something like the Choice Specs. And this meta is so fast. It feels really tough to actually weave in those setup options.
Yeah, it feels like you really have to capitalize on the Meteor Beam damage itself to make the Power Herb for Meteor Beam to get +1 special attack impactful. The good news is that with Incineroar consistently over 50% usage, there are often targets for that Meteor Beam. There's a few different Meteor Beam threats, maybe Lunala, Terrapagos, that try to harvest those Incineroars for +1 special attacks and sweep after, but it definitely trades some of the instant damage for, again, in the same way that Alberto traded some of the instant damage from Choice Specs for being able to protect and be able to stand up against Fake Out. You can make that same choice with options like Power Herb plus Protect or Covert Cloak to not like a flinch from Fake Out, and lets you play a more positional game with Terrapagos.
It's definitely where we can see some of the higher level of skill expression as well when it comes down to those Terrapagos teams. But that's not all that is running around the meta for this tournament. If you take a look at our day 1 meta, you and I now get to talk about the top 12. And boy, is this shaken up since what we ended up seeing in Stockholm just last weekend.
Yeah, it feels like it's evened out a little bit. A few Pokemon way down in usage. The Raging Bolt and Amoonguss much further down from Stockholm. Maybe that's just a recognition of the NA metagame versus the European metagame. Where
They do love their Amoonguss.
They love their Amoonguss. But I think Incineroar also down in terms of raw usage was about 60% in Stockholm, only 40% down now. Most Pokemon, if they lost 20% of their usage, they would just disappear off of this graphic. Incineroar, such a high usage, it stays in the #1 spot, but it still represents a pretty significant shift in how many Incineroars are out there on teams. We saw around last round where there were no Incineroars, 2 top players bringing really well-built teams that don't need an Incineroar to make them work. And so Incineroar evening out towards a lot of these other Pokemon. Rillaboom as a second Fake Out threat, jumping up to the 2nd spot, maybe also a recognition of Miraidon's success, because Rillaboom, you love to be able to just disrupt the electric terrain with grassy terrain and put Miraidon in a difficult position that way.
You also have access to the Priority Grassy Glide too, which has been super impactful for all of these teams that like to run Tornadus. What better way to mitigate that Tailwind control when you have Thunderclap, Grassy Glide, Sucker Punch, and even Aqua Jet on that Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Yeah, lots of priority options out there that can help chip in that last bit of damage, especially when they are often choice Pokemon that can't protect themselves. For that reason, Farigiraf still sitting at about 20% usage, going to be, I think, consistently a valuable Pokemon in Regulation G because it can cut off not only that priority damage, but also the Fake Out. Both number 1 and 2 here are primarily in that position because of the Fake Out and pivoting support they can provide, and the Farigiraf can really disrupt that. One other thing to highlight here is Whimsicott usage just continues to increase, and on different types of teams. We saw it initially jump into the top 12 in usage because of it being paired with Miraidon, and with that team that made 2 top 8 placements and won the Indianapolis Regional Championship. But now we start seeing Whimsicott taking more of Tornadus' spots. Previously, mostly it was Tornadus with Trapagos, but that last round we saw Nick running Whimsicott instead next to Trapagos, and for that reason, Tornadus usage down a little bit.
Well, I love that Moonblast is higher accuracy than Bleak Windstorm. I don't know about you, but I truly love that.
Yep, don't have to worry about it getting wide guarded, can just consistently pump it out and deal some reasonable damage into a bunch of the Pokemon on this graphic.
Hey, I mean, we saw even what the Moonblast from the Whimsicott was able to do to an Iron Hands with an Assault Vest. That was a significant amount, and I think when it comes down to the other utility that this Whimsicott offers, we've seen a couple of Whimsicott sets also run Sunny Day, so if you want to activate the Photosynthesis on your side, you have a manual way to be able to do that, but the Encore can be so troublesome for a lot of trainers to get around, and even similarly, maybe why we're seeing some Screamtail running around, just so you have Encore and Disable strats.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the biggest differentiator from Tornadus. It's the typing and the option to Encore and try to disrupt your opponent. When we're playing in a very offensive metagame, so many choice specs on teams, so many teams that are looking for one window to deal massive damage out, an Encore can create that situation. Even if it's just one turn where your opponent now has to decide to switch instead of getting Encored into attack, or they've gotten Encored into attack and now have to switch to reset into what they'd like to do, if you can exploit that one turn of passive play with a Choice Specs Terra Starstorm or a Choice Specs Electro Drift, that can be a massive swing in the game. So Whimsicott creates that extra little opportunity beyond just the speed advantage that Tornadus doesn't in the same way.
I'm excited to see how Qianpao is going to influence the metagame as well. We'll have to revisit that in a little bit, though, because I think there's a lot of different partners that this Qianpao can be seen next to, some of which are on this graphic. As we take a look at the top 8 restricted Pokemon for the LA Regional Championships, kind of no surprise that the talk of the town, Miraidon, is going to be sitting up there in the first usage slot.
Yeah, after its success in Indianapolis, it didn't jump to #1 usage in Stockholm, but given another couple of weeks of metagame development, it feels like a lot of players have gone that direction, so it jumps into this first place spot at 17% usage. We still see a pretty even distribution out here. There's no restricted Pokemon sitting at 30 or 40% usage like the numbers that we see on the unrestricted graphic, but definitely a Pokemon that's popular out in the field.
I'm really interested in Koraidon. Like, sure, these are kind of the top 4 that we expected to see, especially after Zamazenta's win at Stockholm. But it's the 4 after that that I really get interested in. I think Koraidon still has yet to have its time in the sun. I intended that. Don't look at me like that. And then we also have Shadow Rider Calyrex, though, which I feel like has taken the backseat and maybe like the little brother of Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah. Felt like when we first started talking about Regulation G and looking at what threats were out there, so much attention was immediately put on Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is so fast, can deal so much damage. It feels like everyone has to have a game plan for it, or they're about 2 Astral Barrages away from losing a game. And so there was a lot of attention put that way, a lot of counters ready for it, and even some early Trapagos usage is about it being a normal type that's immune to Astral Barrage. But when there is that much attention, well then Calyrex Shadow becomes not actually that good, because everyone you're playing has 2 or 3 answers that they've carefully thought through how they're going to beat Calyrex Shadow Rider. And so as it becomes not good, it starts getting used a little bit less. You can use less of those counters, which can mean you can put even more power behind things like Trapagos needing to not necessarily have specific Calyrex Shadow answers, but just more attacking on its own. So Calyrex Shadow usage has declined, but it feels like these single restrict formats can be like a wheel. You have something get popular, the next thing comes up to beat that, and the wheel turns over and the next thing becomes popular. And it feels like that could be, to your point about Koraidon earlier, it could be almost time for Koraidon's moment in the sun as the next spoke up. But it could also just be Calyrex Shadow, and the wheel can go full circle to the next thing. But for now, at this tournament, neither of them up in usage. We're going to have to see if they can go up in success.
For sure. I think that success conversion is something that everybody's been really interested in, just to see like how many Shadow Rider Calyrex were actually running around day 1 of Indianapolis and how many actually converted over to a day 2. that dropped significantly in terms of usage to actually where we ended up seeing for those day 2 slots.
Yeah, we haven't, it seems like that's a facet of this regulation, that if you're one step behind and using the highest usage restricted Pokemon, that may not be great for your odds of going into day 2, because if everyone else is expecting that to be the highest usage, then it has the most counters. It's the thing that's one step behind on the wheel. And so the conversion rates are really interesting to look at what Pokemon is one step ahead and has a really high conversion rate, and what Pokemon is one step below and has a very low conversion rate into day 2 and into the top 8.
We'll definitely have to revisit this as we get through these 9 rounds of Swiss that we have today. We still have a lot of action ahead of us, as this is only the first round of the day. But speaking about the Pokemon that are maybe not on the wheel yet, maybe the Wheel of Misfortune, the most underrated restricted Pokemon. What do you have to say about the 8 restricteds that we have gathered here today?
Yeah, so these are the most underrated Pokemon that are desperately looking for an opportunity. I think Groudon, the only one that managed to squeak into that top 8, and at only about a 3% usage. These are all Pokemon that have less than that. Very few believers out in the field. But maybe you're out there thinking, there should be more believers in this Pokemon. I have the right team, I have the right partners, I see how this Pokemon can have so much success. And all of these Pokemon have something going for them, whether it's White Kyurem being able to get a defense boost in snow and fire off big blizzards, or Rayquaza with a massive extreme speed, or Ho-Oh looking for maybe double regenerator cores that can pivot out in. All of them have something going for them.
Really do. So if you had to pick maybe one on this graphic that was the most underrated, what would you pick?
I think my pick would be Ho-Oh. I think that if the metagame slows down a little bit from the extreme offense that it's at, Regenerator on your restricted Pokemon is hugely valuable. Sacred Fire is one of the best moves in the game. With the right defensive terrestrialization, we've seen a lot of ground Ho-Oh when it is used, because you can try to get away from Miraidon that way. It could find an opportunity for success. Of course, probably not going to. Probably still just underpowered compared to the Pokemon that we're seeing having the most success. But I think if I had to pick one to build around, it would be Ho-Oh.
Just burn the Zamazenta. What are you doing, Ho-Oh? Just hit the Sacred Fire and burn it.
Yeah,
no
just start
problem.
burning everything.
Yeah, exactly. Just burn the world to the ground. Maybe not do that. But for the very first community prediction poll that we have up for you, it is between White Kyurem and Lunala. So you mentioned that White Kyurem, you have the opportunity to go for the blizzards, especially in the snow. But what about Lunala? I feel like that's a Pokemon that we've seen on a couple of top 8s, especially if you look at like the Santiago Regional Championships. There was a Lunala in like top 16. And still it's around, but it's not quite hitting the same usage or skill ceiling tier that everybody else has for it.
Yeah, I think Lunala is an interesting Pokemon because it has a lot of different ways it can be used. If it's going to suddenly have success, it's going to be because someone identifies which of those is able to have success and then finds the right thing to build around it. So whether that's building off the fact that it's maybe the only restricted Pokemon with Wide Guard and can kind of provide that support and stand up defensively against a lot of these spread special attacks, whether it's Meteor Beam and going out on the offense, whether it's because it lands at the right speed number. When we've seen in generations past Lunala have success, it's because it can kind of play in Tailwind or Trick Room, and so you can have both options available to you. So there may be some path there where it finds the right direction in. What do you think between those two Pokemon?
Oh, it's so tough because, like, on the one hand, I really want to see Lunala get a chance to really shine, but I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that it almost has too many tools at its disposal. I mean, you just rattled off a huge list of things that Lunala can really do in this meta right now. I feel like the time we'll really see Lunala pick up in usage is when we get to a double restricted format where Lunala gets a chance to have a powerful partner beside it. So maybe it is Lunala, but I also, my heart says White Kyurem just because I think Blizzard is funny.
Yeah, I mean, Blizzard is a good move. White Kyurem is much easier to see how you just start from White Kyurem and then build a whole team. It's like the next couple of Pokemon quickly follow after you understand that White Kyurem's on the team. It could almost be like Miraidon, where once someone figures out exactly what partners to have and how to position the White Kyurem to take the best advantage of just what it offers itself, then you could have a very successful team.
Very true. Well, it's up to you, the community, to decide which one you think is going to be the most underrated. Is Lunala or is it White Kyurem? Let us know in the poll that you can see in your extension, and go ahead and do that while we get to a short break. When we come back, we will hopefully have Swiss round number 2 for you here at the LA Regional Championships.
I can't believe it. GG's. Oh my god, I thought you had Raging Bolt in the back.
I probably should have.
Yeah.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History. a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese, so Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This
will
be what decides the
divisions.
clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before Game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Los Angeles Regional Championships, our final stop in North America on our road to Worlds. Myself and Len are back to bring you through our next round of Swiss. We got round 2 of 9 coming at you here.
Yeah, should be another exciting match as action continues here in Regulation G with all those restricted Pokemon out in the field.
I wonder how the community voted for the most underrated. I need to know if they picked White Kyurem or Lunala. Someone give me the details, because I feel like the more that I thought about it heading into the break, the harder that choice actually was to make.
Would you just default to making it based on how they would battle each other? Because I feel like Lunala probably wins that one.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Just set up Trick Room and then go nuts.
Just Meteor Beam once, and where's the White Kyurem gonna go?
As long as it hits, then you know you're good. Who needs Incineroar to Meteor Beam when you've got Kyurem White in front of you? I guess that's a good way to look at it. There you go. That's the hot tip for the next community vote that we have for the underrated restricted bracket. But heading into the second round, I'm really excited to see if we can kind of keep featuring some newer restricted Pokemon to the stage. I feel like we've seen a lot of different takes already, even just looking at our first match of the day, seeing how Miraidon and Terapagos were both approached.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see new restricted Pokemon, but like you touched on, restricted Pokemon being played a little bit differently. Because a lot of times restricted Pokemon can start to look like their whole team. You can be thinking about what is my Miraidon matchup like actually as what is my Miraidon, Whimsicott, Fergraph, Blood Moon matchup look like. And then a few changes later, you look at your matchup again and go, well, I don't have a great matchup against Miraidon when it's paired with Iron Hands or Iron Bundle or some other little bit of twist on the matchup. And I think that's where a lot of the development is going to come from in this tournament.
I think about Ice Rider Calyrex when you say that, because Ice Rider Calyrex has had a whole slew of partners next to that Pokemon. You look at Ice Rider Calyrex and you immediately think Trick Room, Glacial Lance, High Horsepower, Protect. You kind of know what you're going to get outside of the Terra type that it might have, and the partners. We've seen Golden Go, we've seen Pelipper. We are also starting to see some really weird Pokemon next to it. I don't know. But like, it's interesting when you think about that.
Yeah, you can fit very different kinds of partners around a lot of these Pokemon. They often don't need an entire team committed to them. Even the Calyrex Ice Rider, which might want Trick Room, it might look like, well, then I need to bring a bunch of other Trick Room setters and Pokemon that can exploit Trick Room. But there are plenty of very good teams out there that just, the only Trick Room part of the team is that if Calyrex feels like it wants a Trick Room, then it's going to set it up and go for it, and the rest of the team is going to play at a different speed. So lots of variety and how you build around these restricted Pokemon.
For sure, and that's where we see kind of like that usage graphic really come into play, but we have some really great matchups coming up for round number 2. VJ Sood, that's a player that I've been so excited to follow their journey throughout this season, running like a Meowscarada Tinkaton team, and has updated it for this regulation to include Terapagos as the single restricted. But I thought that's been really cool, and of course you have a lot of local favorites here on this list as well.
Yeah, a lot of players with years of success, players who are known for playing in certain ways. Maybe the Meowscarada Tinkaton, the most signature thing out there, but definitely a strong slew of players that want to know.
Yes, very excited about that, but we are going to be featuring Enrique Grimaldo versus Zheng. Zheng is actually one of my locals, and I've been watching him tear up the Massachusetts local scene. Constant top cuts. I feel like similarly when you've been hitting your locals, you can kind of tell like who's really at the top of their game heading into a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's a great sign of who has preparation in this regulation, who has their team building ready to go. Zheng, a player who's won a regional championship in the past and in a restricted format, so a player who's comfortable in GS Cup for sure.
Yeah, that's going back to the 2022 Milwaukee Regional Championship. Feels like such a long time ago. Oh my gosh, like this is only 2 years in a Scarlet and Violet. Isn't that wild to think about? When we had Sword and Shield, that was our very first game on the Switch. Completely new console than we had played on previously on the 3DS. And now we are 2 years into yet another new era of the modern age of Pokemon.
Does it feel like you've been able to terrestrialize Pokemon forever now?
It really does feel that way. I'm like, why didn't I have that in like 2016?
Yeah, why wasn't I normal terrestrializing my Mega Kangaskhan?
I know. I would have been so broken. Oh, what? I don't even give them ideas, Len.
Oh,
Don't give them the idea.
Are you scared of a future Terra Normal Mega Kangaskhan?
I'm terrified. That, and I think like what other Pokemon would get a huge boost from Terra? If you think about the Megas that we used to have, I immediately think of Mega Metagross. Could you imagine that terrestrialized?
Yeah, either defensive to get away from some fire or ground, or offensive just crush things with steel moves. Mega Rayquaza, you get to add a terrestrialization on top of that too. Would be pretty scary.
Well, technically you can. Well, you can at least to the normal one, but it's not Mega, so that's a good thing actually. That's a really good thing. Don't get ideas from us, Game Freak. I don't think anybody wants to see a metagame where it's like that. But I've thought about that sometimes where we had Z moves. We've had that one one rule set throughout the final year of Sun and Moon, where we had Sun, Moon, and then Ultra Series. And it's kind of interesting to think about the fact that they could drop in bits and pieces of power into the season as it goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can imagine that we're eventually going to get to a double restricted format at some point in Scarlet and Violet, and the power levels will just continue to amp up as we go.
But what if, I'll get to that later. I'm just going to say, what if we had like the Ash Ketchum style of the final year in the Galar region, and we got everything. But we're going to avoid that. And we're going to talk about the matchup at hand, Enrique Grimaldo versus Zheng. We already talked about Zhe's accomplishments as a 2022 Milwaukee Regional Championship, but Enrique Grimaldo, this is another player that we should really highlight. Got a top 4 at the Knoxville Regional Championships this season, and also got a top 32 at NAIC in 2023, but really kind of kicked things off in the Players' Cup era. And so now taking a look at the team that he has here, it's going to be keeping the photograph from that Knoxville team, but with so many really unique pieces. We wanted to see how this Koraidon could fare, and we get a chance to see that.
Yeah, Koraidon, a restricted Pokemon to watch, is a pretty interesting set here. Clear Amulet has been pretty common, but Swords Dance combined with Flame Charge, having the opportunity to boost attack and speed, but not having the instant threat of Flare Blitz in the Sun, so trading a little bit of future power for that, and has the right support options around it to try to get those Swords Dances and Flame Charges. With a pretty supportive Volcarona with Struggle Bug and Will-O-Wisp, Amoonguss, of course, there to Rage Powder and Spore, and then Incineroar also another support option. And then Fluttermane, Koraidon's partner in crime, always, no surprise to see it on this team, is able to run the choice specs but still likely get a speed booster from the Sun that Koraidon brings, and can bring speed control with Icy Wind to try to support the Koraidon.
I love this Koraidon concept as well, because a lot of teams that we've seen with Koraidon are very centered around boosting up photosynthesis Pokemon. So to see instead that you have the opportunity to go for things that are just, hey, we like just being fire types in the Sun.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
You don't necessarily need photosynthesis. You can just Sun Boost a Volcarona Overheat, or Sun Boost an Incineroar Flare Blitz, while still having those Pokemon provide support to Koraidon. Can make tricky positions where, am I worried that Volcarona is just going to Will-O-Wisp my Pokemon or Struggle Bug to try to support Koraidon? Or is it just going to blow something up with Overheat? It can make every turn a little bit dangerous.
Likes to listen to classical music when working out. That is a new one. I feel like you have to have, I feel like the right song would be perfect for that. Like Flight of the Bumblebee? Heck yeah. Like that's a workout song. What would you use?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking through what song does that mean he's going to pick in this matchup?
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
What is the classical song he's going to bring to his VGC battle here?
AI Professor doesn't count. I was going to say Ace Trader Academy because you have like the saxophone, but that's also not really classical.
Well, we'll have to wait and see once it gets started, but first we can take a look at Zhe's team. Another Miraidon team, still the choice specs. If you kind of blur your eyes a little bit, it looks like Rajan's team from a few weeks ago. There's still an Encore speed control Pokemon, but it's Iron Bundle instead of Whimsicott. There's still a ground type special attacker, but it's Landorus instead of Blood Moon. A lot of little twists to that team, but also really crucially the Grimmsnarl with dual screens, and also Rocky Helmet. So going to punish fake outs that are coming into it. It means those are short-term dual screens, recognizing that VGC battles are playing out pretty quickly the way that the teams are built right now, and so don't necessarily need Light Clay to get full support out of that. But 2 Quark Drive Pokemon here means that the Electric Terrain is really valuable for Zhe, and Enrique has no way to disrupt it.
And this is where the Iron Bundle, we were kind of interested in seeing what other Quark Drive Pokemon could pair with something like the Miraidon. So I'm interested to see how this Iron Bundle is going to play. Despite the fact that you might want to look at something like a Whimsicott for Tailwind support, you do have Icy Wind on the Iron Bundle that will help with that. And even similarly, you've got Trick Room on the Farigiraf.
Yeah, I think it should be a really interesting matchup of speed control. Neither team has the instant Tailwind threat. No Tornaduses, no Whimsicotts. It's a lot of Icy Wind from fast Pokemon around. It's Speed Booster Flooded Remain trying to Icy Wind. It is Quark Drive's Iron Bundle trying to Icy Wind and slow things down so that these restricted Pokemon, both who naturally sit at the same speed, but often Koraidon holding a speed boosting nature, Miraidon holding a special attack boosting nature, means that Koraidon may be naturally faster. And then Koraidon, of course, can also boost itself with Flame Charge. I would be surprised to see either player like angle for a Trick Room setup with Farigiraf, but that doesn't mean that if Farigiraf is brought for other purposes, for instance, blocking Fake Out from Incineroar, that the right situation could come up where you recognize, well, I've ended up on the wrong side of the speed advantage. I can just Trick Room and flip all of it.
I think what's tough, though, is that Enrique would have a hard time bringing the Amoonguss. Typically, when we see Amoonguss in this matchup, you want to be able to get off Spores, you want to be able to Pollen Puff, but when you have the Miraidon that's setting Electric Terrain, let's not forget that a secondary effect of that terrain is to make the Pokemon that are touching it immune to actually being put to sleep. Similarly, on both of these teams, there actually isn't a great way to shut off either of these, either the Miraidon or the Koraidon, because no change to the weather on Zhe's team and no change to the terrain on Enrique's team.
Yeah, so both players, you know, a lot of restricted pairs in the past have been kind of angled so they don't necessarily fight against each other. One always has the advantage, but in this situation, both going to be full out on the attack all the time should set us up for some fireworks.
I think so too. But I'm really interested in how this Landorus is going to play a role, because I feel like this is the one Pokemon that I'm looking at to be a really great answer to the Koraidon if you're able to get it to Terastallize, which there is an interesting option for that, especially when you just look at just Freeze Dry, I think, on the Iron Bundle, but we'll see if it's even brought, as Jay's going to kick things off with the Miraidon and the Grimmsnarl, and for Enrique, it's going to be the Farigiraf and the Incineroar.
Yeah, so the fairly passive lead from Enrique gets two supportive Pokemon on the field. Farigiraf blocking priority, but there isn't any on the other side anyway, and Incineroar out to Fake Out one of these Pokemon. Meanwhile, Grimmsnarl is there to try to bulk up this Miraidon, and there's no shortage of offense from Zay's side. When you have a Choice Specs Miraidon there, it's ready to take a KO against either of these Pokemon. Just needs an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch to deal a ton of damage and get off the field. Has to watch out for a possible... No, there is no ground terastallization on Farigiraf. Just the Fairy Terastallization means both Pokemon are fully vulnerable to electric damage. It looks like Zay is well positioned to be able to just start defensively boosting with a Reflect or a Light Screen and then go out on the attack with Miraidon.
It's tough here too, because like you're gonna see the Miraidon Terastallize here first, which is going to lean into that offensive output, and especially with those screens, maybe even a Thunder Wave though. I'd be a little concerned about seeing that come through. But Enrique, in this position with these two supportive Pokemon on the field, feels threatened. You can't let this Incineroar just go down. So this defensive Terastallization to allow this Incineroar to take the Terra Grass, maybe it'll help to be able to keep this Incineroar alive, but we've seen what this Miraidon can do when it has that Terra and that electric terrain.
Yeah, we've seen some Miraidon damage into Rillaboom. Here's a Miraidon Volt Switch into Grass-type Incineroar. Still does 40% damage.
That's wild to think about. That is just as much damage as you can do to this Incineroar. It allows Zhe to get this Miraidon off of the field, and you're still able to do some big damage. If that Incineroar hadn't Terastallized, by the way, I think it's gone.
I would, yeah, probably have taken about 80% damage, might have had a chance to eat a Citrus Berry and look okay, but still a ton of damage built back. You can see the power of the Volt Switch here, where Enrique is forced to use a defensive Terastallization, protect to make sure it is a Farigiraf that takes that Volt Switch, but Zhe gets to deal that damage and then just flee to the back. Doesn't have to really risk the Miraidon at all. There was no way it was going to take damage on that turn.
And it's nice too, because Miraidon here can also just keep chipping away at some of these Pokemon and get them into a range where you could just potentially discharge the whole field. Talk about there not being a ground Terastallization on the Farigiraf on Enrique's side, but Zhe has one. So maybe there's your synergy that you're looking for this Miraidon.
Yeah, and no ground types at all. With the Terastallization now spent, the entire team, there's a few Pokemon that may resist Grass, or resist Electric that could be in the back. Flutter Mane, not one of them. And so it can very quickly look like if you can get the speed advantage or the the screen so that you can manage to take a hit and then fire a discharge back off, that it's going to be very difficult to slow this Miraidon down. And meanwhile, Enrique, with a team that's very built around Miraidon, trying to get it boosted and set up, hasn't actually shown it on the field yet. Has led this passive lead and now gone into the Flutter main as well, but it can mean that Miraidon may be too slow to the field. If it comes on the field and still has to boost, meanwhile, Miraidon is already set on KOing all of the Pokemon, that can be difficult to catch up.
Well, it's going to be another switch here for Enrique. Gets the Flutter main on the field, but it feels really tough when you know that there is an Iron Bundle that is still going to be faster than you, as Incineroar now going to take its place. But I worry about just a light screen going up here to help deal with this Flutter main, and then what is this Iron Bundle going to get up to? Oh, an Encore. Very smart to go ahead and just kind of lock into that if you thought that there was going to be something funny coming out from the Farigiraf.
Yeah, tries to lock the Farigiraf into Protect using Encore, but doesn't land it. Instead, Incineroar manages to pivot back in, and a pretty solid Dazzling Gleam, even with Light Screen going up, because Grimmsnarl is weak to Fairy, and Iron Bundle's so naturally weak to special attacks, a ton of damage comes back out. So Enrique gets a really solid damage trade out of that turn, doesn't give up much. The Light Screen was going to go up at some point, and you'd rather have the Light Screen go up likely than the Reflect that's going to mitigate the damage from the Miraidon once it hits the field. So I think a pretty solid turn for Enrique. The Iron Bundle, the Volt Switch landed Iron Bundle on the field. Iron Bundle has no way to return the favor. It's very difficult to get Iron Bundle off the field and back to some other attacker. And so our Iron Bundle's stuck here at -1 special attack, trying to throw off Encores but not having any success and taking a ton of damage.
Well, this is just the chip war, as we see both of these Pokemon have to play it a little bit safe. Iron Bundle does not want to go down quite this second, but oh, Grimmsnarl is actually going to go for the Thunder with Farigiraf. Knowing that Grimmsnarl is a prankster Pokemon, is going to be able to shut down any of those prankster attacks. And now the Dazzling Gleam's just going to take it out too. I wonder if Zheng there had an opportunity to even just go for something like the Reflect instead, knowing that that Grimmsnarl was going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could end up being very impactful to this match, that the Grimmsnarl went down without ever getting a Reflect up. Enrique hasn't shown the Miraidon yet, but it is back there. It is waiting for its opportunity, and when it comes out, it's going to be unmitigated because Flutter Mane did its job, got 2 Dazzling Gleams off, got Grimmsnarl off the field, and meanwhile, a lot of what Zheng has tried to do has been disrupted. It's the Encore not working because Farigiraf came off the field, and then the Thunder Wave not working because Farigiraf came onto the field. And it's giving Enrique the advantage in these trades and making sure that the damage is landing in the places and ways he wants. Of course, now that just let Miraidon back on the field, able to threaten so much damage. It feels like every time Miraidon gets to enter the field, that is a huge cost that Enrique is going to have to pay to get it back off the field again.
Well, here's that reveal of the Miraidon that's sitting in the back. And so the Orichalcum Pulse going to help to at least get this Sun and Photosynthesis boost here for the Flutter. So speed, now in this Flutter Main's control. So that might be really beneficial here, if only that the Iron Bundle is still faster. Gets to get this Icy Wind off before we do get a chance to see this Flutter Mane move. And with that speed drop too, it's actually going to allow this Miraidon to move first with the Electro Drift.
Yeah, Miraidon very fast here, gets an Electric Drift off and deals almost a KO. And you can see the raw power behind that.
That's wild. I mean, you gave yourself the advantage to at least get a huge chunk of damage into that Miraidon, but that speed drop was so important just to make sure that you were able to get the damage off first. Landorus now going to be the 4th and final here for Zheng.
Flutter Mane, very fast. Speed boost, extremely fast. It's the rare situation where Iron Bundle just ever so slightly naturally faster, and so is able to get that Icy Wind off. And with the Icy Wind undoing the Photosynthesis speed boost, that makes the Miraidon faster as well, and means that the Miraidon is now consistently faster. In that situation, it didn't actually matter. If the Flutter Mane had attacked before the Miraidon, the turn still plays out the same way, but you can see the damage into the Miraidon is really not that much, with only a spread Dazzling Gleam from a Flutter Mane that's likely more focused on speed than special attack, even with the choice specs, and with this light screen up, not going to trade into Miraidon in a good enough way to withstand the damage coming in, and so Flutter Mane just switches out and brings this Farigiraf back on the field.
It is able to reset that speed drop, and Miraidon has no choice except to go for Protect here. So Enrique's best case scenario is that this Farigiraf goes down without being able to fight back, so that that Flutter Mane can come back out in its place. So Farigiraf takes this Electro Drift. It does get one hit knocked out, giving the opportunity for this Incineroar to come in and get a fake out, or that Flutter Mane to come back in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
this could be the window that Enrique needs. Undoing the speed drop means Fluttermane can come back in, be the fastest thing on the field, threaten an Icy Wind that could be really impactful, should mean both a bunch of damage into Landorus and that Koraidon is then faster than Miraidon. Maybe between the damage from an Icy Wind and a Dazzling Gleam, you start to look at Miraidon and think it's in a collision course range for Koraidon. Could be a pretty impactful turn. Both players have only lost one Pokemon as well, so it's not like Zheng has this big lead that Enrique has to very carefully trade into. Even if Landorus gets an attack off this turn, things could still look in Enrique's favor.
I mean, that Icy Wind is still going to be 75% to that Landorus' HP pool. But with that speed drop, this Koraidon can outspeed this Miraidon, and because it's Choice Specs, no way to protect itself from this collision course. So that is a huge trade that Enrique was willing to make, getting a chance to take out this Miraidon, and this Landorus going to be able to go for the Earth Power into the Flutter. It's still not enough though to take it out.
Yeah, doesn't pick up the KO and leaves Landorus by itself against two Pokemon. Fluttermane should be faster and able to just pick up the KO. So the dominoes fall kind of on their own. The damage is there, the attacks are kind of funneled in the way that they have to go and is not in Jay's favor. The speed ends up working out for Enrique because he's able to undo that Icy Wind by just sacrificing the Frigoraph. Really not a very high cost to pay when you see how easily it closed up this game and gave Enrique the game one.
Yeah, amazing, especially after having to use that terrestrialization so early there with the Grass Terra onto the Incineroar. It always feels bad when you know that the hand is forced. You need that Incineroar to stick around, and even still would have been really nice to have in some of those final moments. But what a great call there from Enrique to play around the power of this Miraidon.
Yeah, the Miraidon was able to deal so much damage, but ultimately the speed was the problem there, and it looks, you know, when you're looking at a Koraidon team, it always feels like about a third of the value of Koraidon as a restricted Pokemon is the fact that you get to have Fluttermane and have the boost next to it. And Fluttermane was really the MVP of this game. Those couple of turns in the mid-game where Zheng had his goals disrupted by Frigoraph coming in and out, and meanwhile Fluttermane was able to land this crucial KO onto Grimmsnarl before it reflected. If Reflect had been up, that collision course is not a KO into Miraidon, and that in-game looks very different. It was also able to pick up the KO into the Iron Bundle over a couple of Dazzling Gleams. If Iron Bundle had still been around, well then it would have been able to just reset another Icy Wind and give the speed advantage back to Miraidon. But because Fluttermane was able to trade in those really crucial Dazzling Gleams without Zheng accomplishing much in the meantime, the advantage shifted back into Enrique's favor after an early game that started to look like it was in Zheng's.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think it looks even a little bit different if like that Frigoraph doesn't get taken out right there. But this time around, like Zheng has to make sure that those turns don't go wasted. What if you just go for damage instead of trying to be fancy with an Encore or a Thunder Wave? You're able to at least chip away enough that even a Discharge at the end of the day could have worked here for that Miraidon.
Yeah, if Iron Bundle can contribute a little bit of damage in, try to get Fluttermane a little bit lower, try to put some damage into Koraidon so that Electro Drift is as a KO instead of leaving Koraidon at 10% health, which is just enough health to then go pick up a couple of KOs and win the game. It could have a much bigger impact. Of course, Iron Bundle, sometimes when it uses a very low base power attack as its primary damage source with Freeze Dry, and then it also came into a Parting Shot. So it wasn't actually threatening a ton of damage. You can see why Zheng prioritized some kind of disruption and support, because Iron Bundle had been really mitigated in how much damage it could do.
Well, here's a bit of a switch up, not for Enrique, as it's going to be the Incineroar and the Frigoraph to lead, but if you look behind that Frigoraph's tall neck, there is an Iron Bundle standing back there next to that Miraidon here for Zheng.
Well, for Zheng, this is probably the most potent offensive combination he can put on the field. The Iron Bundle with all of its speed and Icy Wind ready to support, next to the Miraidon with all the damage it offers. But once again, Enrique in a relatively passive lead. You can lose either of these Pokemon without it being a massive cost in this game. It's not going to be a game-losing KO if Zheng finds the right targets, but can also try to disrupt. Can throw a Fake Out into one of these Pokemon and slow things down. Could have try to find a pivot with a Parting Shot to get Koraidon or Fluttermane back in the field, and probably just doesn't risk that much in the meantime, while Zheng just tries to switch out Iron Bundle, save it for later where it may be more impactful against Fluttermane and Koraidon than it is against these Pokemon.
Oh, well, here's an interesting adjustment. It's going to be the Frigoraph here for Zheng in this game number 2. Has an Electric Seed, so he is going to boost up that Frigoraph's defense. And the Fake Out, not able to go through onto this Miraidon and stop it from going for a huge Draco Meteor into the Incineroar. It barely hangs on with a sliver of HP, but this Incineroar able to heal up a little bit more. The Citrus Berry and Miraidon locked into that unless it switches out.
Oh, and this is fascinating. Trick Room goes up. So we talked before the game that neither player really builds this Ferg to focus on Trick Room, but it could come up with both these teams are so fast that Trick Room could be an option. And so Enrique gets the Trick Room up. I think that turn one plays out in a really interesting way where both players have conditioned each other into a little bit of something. In game one, the Incineroar didn't fake out. Was probably worried that Fergraf could have just come in and disrupted that play. This time, Fergraf does come in and disrupt the fake out when Enrique opts for it. But also in game one, the Incineroar used a grass terrestrialization to mitigate electric damage coming in. Zheng wants to be one step ahead of that this time. Doesn't use an electric move. Throws for the Draco Meteor instead to try to pick up a KO despite the grass terrestrialization. Well, doesn't get either. The Incineroar does not use a grass terrestrialization. Could have just been a Volt Switch for about as much damage. And the Incineroar hangs on, gets his Citrus Berry back, and then because of the Draco Meteor drop, this Miraidon now forced to switch out and bring back in the Iron Hands.
Oh, well, Iron Hands is a great adjustment to have if you were expecting to have to play in Trick Room conditions. This is at least an Iron Hands that's able to threaten something like a Drain Punch. It also has Ice Punch as one of its attacks, but Parting Shot now into the Iron Hands is going to lower a little bit of that attack output as Enrique gets a chance to pivot out this Incineroar for later.
Yeah, so immediately some of the damage threat from Iron Hands is mitigated. It lands in a really great position with Electric Terrain up to give it an attack boosting Quark Drive, and in Trick Room where it becomes the fastest Pokemon. With, you know, in the same way that the Miraidon boosts so much when it's in Electric Terrain because of the Raw Boost and the Quark Drive, well, the Iron Hands can do the same thing when it goes for a Wild Charge. It can mean it's so much damage into something like Flutter Mane, but the Parting Shot will help mitigate that. Fergraf able to get a little bit of chip from a Hyper Voice, does some damage, but neither of these Pokemon that vulnerable to that low base power special attack. Does of course get the Throat Spray, starts to boost up and be a better damage threat afterwards.
It is tough here because with this Fergraf, you're kind of hoping that you're going to block some of that priority, but you also have that Electric Seed that you're kind of hoping is going to be on the receiving end of something like that Koraidon, just to boost up your defense a little bit. Let's see, though.
We'll have to see if the Trick Room actually plays out Enrique's advantage. I think a really important situation to come up with. The Iron Hands is likely to go straight out on the offense against Flutter Mane, so Flutter Mane does just switch back out. This is a Trick Room that Enrique set up, but it's now a Trick Room that's forcing him to pivot his own Pokemon. As Incineroar comes back in to intimidate his Iron Hands and weaken it a little bit more.
Yeah, but if that's imagine if you see a Drain Punch call in that slot, that would be absolutely wild. But what we do see is a Terrestrialization. It's going to be onto the Iron Hands. It gets the Water Terra type and just wanted to be able to defensively change away from some of the weakness that it had to that Flutter Mane. Maybe Zheng not exactly expecting that Wild Charge to be enough, especially if an Incineroar switches in, but the Wild Charge into the Incineroar now is such low HP will definitely be a knockout.
Yeah, Jay wants to protect the Iron Hands, recognizes that with Trick Room now up, it becomes a very crucial piece to this game. It's his biggest advantage in Trick Room, and so using the Terrestrialization to make sure it couldn't have just gone down to Flutter Mane if Flutter Mane had been able to withstand a Wild Charge and go out on the attack.
And it's really important here as well because this Iron Hands is now going to resist this Flame Charge from this Koraidon. We know it doesn't have Flare Blitz, so even in the sun, this Iron Hands should be able to take it.
A Collision Course is going to do a ton of damage. Iron Hands has been intimidated and Parting Shotted to where it is really not that much a damage threat even with the Quark Drive. Could maybe pick up a KO onto Fergraf with Wild Charge because of the Electric Terrain, but Koraidon is where the focus is, and Iron Hands is not threatening Koraidon. So even though the speed advantage is fully in Jay's favor, because of the Trick Room, both of his Pokemon will move before this Koraidon. They probably can't do enough damage to really be that big of a problem for this Koraidon. And it can just start attacking, try to pick up KOs, try to pick up boosts. It could Swords Dance in this position, it could Flame Charge to try to have the speed advantage when Trick Room goes up. A lot of flexibility for this Koraidon because it's in a pretty safe position.
Yeah, coming down to the wire there for some of that move selection, but the Terrestrialization is locked in here for this Koraidon. Gets a Fire Terra type, and one of the changes that we saw in this Iron Hands that is critical to mention is that it does have access to Ice Punch, so this is also one way that you can really keep this Koraidon safe in front of that type of threat, but this Fergraf also going for the Protect. It was a really interesting choice, though, between going for the Flame Charge and even just being able to go for something like the Collision Course there, but opts to just kind of sit there and try to get some setup in as it takes this Twin Beam. Ooh, with a Wild Charge, actually trying to go into the Fergraf to take it out.
Yeah, Zheng recognizing that the Iron Hands really wasn't that big of a damage threat, and Crydon tries to get something with a KO out of that turn, but just does a little bit of damage with Twin Gleam and gives up a Swords Dance. This Crydon now looks so threatening. A Swords Dance boosted Collision Course is going to KO any of Zheng's 4 Pokemon. There isn't something left that can take that attack. Every time it attacks and finds a target, it will pick up a KO.
Ooh, I love that thought process though too. If you go for Flame Charge now while the Trick Room turns are expiring, then you will be guaranteed the fastest thing coming out of Trick Room if you play it right against something like the Iron Bundle. But just wants to keep it safe, knowing that this Crydon has put a target on its back. The foul play could have really done a number to it.
Yeah, a neutral foul play with an attack boosted would have done a ton of damage.
Well, the Wild Charge into the Farigiraf is going to be enough to be able to secure the knockout there, but we're getting into the territory where these Trick Room turns are going to start to expire, and we have a, Crydon and a Fluttermane potentially able to just do some work together.
Yeah, Crydon and Fluttermane on the attack as the last 2 Pokemon as Trick Room expires. So you couldn't ask for a better position for Enrique as Trick Room expires. The problem is that the Electric Terrain also expires, which means that Miraidon comes back in, is going to reset it. We know that Iron Bundle is in the back. We know that when all 4 of those Pokemon are on the field together, that is a speed advantage in Zheng's favor. The Icy Wind can land first, which can mean that the Miraidon gets to attack first. The thing that can disrupt that and shift this game back into Enrique's favor is a Flame Charge from the Crydon. And there's a perfect opportunity to go for it here because there are these 2 very passive Pokemon on the field on the other side. Even if you miss a KO, you don't have to worry that you're going to lose Crydon this turn, and so it's an easy opportunity to try to get that speed boost.
Yeah, I mean, just the Moonblast into the Iron Hands is almost enough to be able to pick it up, but even with this Flame Charge, you're going to be able to get this Farigiraf. I mean, talk about the fact that you've got the Fire Terrestrialization, plus you're in the sun, and now you've got that speed boost as well. We can really start to see this come to fruition. Zheng does have the opportunity here to go for a Wild Charge into the Crydon, and the critical hit is just going to knock it out. All of that setup off the after just completely gone.
Oh, it's such a crucial critical hit. Undoes the parting shot, undoes the Intimidate in a moment, and undoes this game for Enrique as the Wild Charge lands into the Terrestrialized Crydon, no longer resisting Wild Charge and opening itself up to that damage. That 2 stages of attack boost, 1 stage of speed boost are wiped off the field. Fluttermane now left by itself. Choice Specs locked into Moonblast, going to be single target attacking. It's going to need 3 attacks to get through a Focus Sash and 2 targets. There is just no way that's happening. Fluttermane's going to get KO'd by the first Electro Drift that lands, and Zheng is going to take this game and push into a game 3, just shocking fashion, as it felt like and everything was building up to Crydon closing this out with so much damage, and 1 critical hit undoes it all.
I couldn't even get the right words out of my mouth because of how speechless I was. And just for an insurance policy, you have the Icy Wind to drop this Fluttermane speed, the Electric Drift to finish it off, and there's the game 3 that you have foretold. Zheng with a shocking turn of events to bring us here. Wow.
And those critical hits can be so damaging, and it really shows the kind of composition for which they are most damaging, which is a composition that puts all of the eggs in some boosting Pokemon's basket. You know there are going to be turns where you are going to let it take an attack in exchange to try to get a boost, whether it's a Swords Dance earlier on that it boosted while taking an attack, or the Flame Charge that it went for on that turn. And you just have to take that risk. There's a small chance that a critical hit's going to land and it's going to disrupt your carefully laid plans. And that time, it felt so elegant the way that Enrique put it together. Used the Trick Room to make sure that Miraidon and Iron Bundle couldn't attack in the early game, kept those passive Pokemon on the field, and it was able to get the boost because of it, and was well-timed so that Fluttermane and Crydon were on the field as Trick Room expired, and Zheng had been stuck with these more passive Pokemon on the field as Trick Room expires. But all those carefully played plans, gone in 1 Wild Charge critical hit.
Sometimes how it happens though, and it is like why we have seen maybe even less of the Combine Terrapagos, or even just being able to see like Swords Dance Groudon. What a perfect execution of that by Zheng to find the opening that Wild Charge critical hit would be enough. So much damage. That was so much work put into just being able to mitigate the Iron Hands.
You can see the reaction of relief from Zheng. I'm sure he was able to recognize that as the Crydon boosted attack and speed, that it was going to be very difficult for him to find the damage into it in the end of the game. And he was set up to to lose that in 2 games and not be able to pull out a game 3, not be able to try to keep going with a 2-0 record. But now all things are undone. It all reset. We're even at 1-1. Both players 1 game away from that 2-0 record.
And all bets are off as we see the Miraidon and the Koraidon across from each other, just like Scarlet and Violet intended.
Jay has that potent offensive threat again. Enrique so far had 2 games have led more passively to try to get Koraidon in the field later. We're done with that. We're straight to the main Pokemon here. Incineroar ready to support Koraidon. I think it's a very tricky position. It's another one where you can try to fake out to buy Koraidon a little bit of time, but if Fergraph comes in, that could end up being a disaster. Either of these Pokemon landing an attack into Koraidon could really disrupt what Enrique's long-term game plans are, because so much of the value is in Koraidon. But the right prediction, the right fake out, or a parting shot as a more passive turn happens for Zheng could start to open up the window for Koraidon to attack. I think this is a really crucial turn 1. It's going to set one player on the attack and the other player trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
Well, we're going to see the terrestrialization from this Koraidon. It's going to take that fire type once again. And not a bad choice to make when you know that this Miraidon across the way is packing a Draco Meteor. That would be a one-way ticket to getting taken out of this game just before it starts. And Iron Bundle doesn't want to be on the receiving end of a fake out either. Fake out intended for this Miraidon will be able to land its mark, and the Flame Charge as well, just as follow-up. It'll help to start to offset some of these icy winds that could come through, and wow.
This is just an enormous turn. We talked about one player seizing an advantage from this turn. This could not have gone better for Enrique. The Iron Bundle protects itself, doesn't want to get faked out, but the fake out is in the other spot. And it's not damage follow-up, it is flame charge follow-up. That means the Koraidon is starting to boost up. Of course, should still be slower than the Iron Bundle on the other side, but the Clear Amulet means Iron Bundle can't use an Icy Wind to slow that Koraidon back down, so it can stay ahead of the Miraidon. And there is no Hydro Pump. It wouldn't do that much damage in the sun here anyway, but not really a way for the Iron Bundle to threaten. And so Koraidon really set up to be all out on the attack here, but first can just protect for a turn. Doesn't want to get Flame Charge on court. That makes sense as a way to disrupt it, and so protects for this turn and gives Incineroar a chance to attack.
Oh, and even better that you're able to protect yourself from the double into that Koraidon, as the Incineroar gets to mitigate some of this Miraidon's damage output with his parting shot. So if it already wasn't softened up to get knocked out in this next turn, you've also now limited its special attack, and you get a chance to pivot into something that can really take advantage of the sun.
The problem is that there's no way here to stop the next Encore coming in. If it had been a Rage Powder in the back, you might have been able to Rage Powder away that Encore, but Flutter Mane can't accomplish that. We know it's still slower than the Iron Bundle here. And it's not a Flame Charge that you're going to get stuck into anymore, it's a Protect. And so Koraidon got that speed advantage. It drew a ton of attention to itself. It's one of those plays where once a Pokemon gets a strong turn, you can recognize your opponent's terrified of that thing. It's going to throw 2 attacks into it and so safely is able to protect through it. But now can maybe still draw that attention. You can still expect that an Encore is going to go that way. Maybe that opens up space for Flutter Mane to try to pick up a huge KO into Miraidon, but it shouldn't be able, Koraidon shouldn't be able to just sweep this game from this position unless Zheng gives the window.
Well, Zheng might not be, because that Miraidon is getting terrestrialized, and that Electric Terra is going to make up for a bit of the difference that it got from that parting shot, as the Encore into the Koraidon is going to lock it into Protect. So, for Koraidon, if you didn't want to before, you're going to have to try now, and that Protect is not going to go through. It's going to leave it a little bit vulnerable, as the Moonblast first from the Flutter is going to just get the knockout onto the Miraidon before it can even go for the offensive.
Yeah, I think a really smart play from Enrique there, continuing to use the attention that Koraidon was drawing to shift the options that were available for Zheng and find that damage. If these Pokemon had just been led against each other and there was no earlier Flame Charge boost, well, this is a pretty easy turn. It's just Icy Wind to slow down the Flutter Mane and let Miraidon go out on the offensive. But because the Iron Bundle has been forced to Encore, because you cannot let this Koraidon just have a free turn, Enrique willing to follow it up and make sure that you actually click the Encore button, because if you don't, that would have just been Koraidon out of the Encore box and ready to go out on the attack. It opens up the window where then Flutter Mane in the sun, faster than Miraidon, and that Flame Charge chip from earlier on meant that Miraidon, even after the electric terrestrialization to get away from its dragon typing and its weakness to fairy, is just in range for Choice Specs Moonblast, and now it's a restricted Pokemon advantage for Enrique. Of course, that's a restricted Pokemon that just has to switch out because it's Encore into Protect, but he can pick up the pieces, find a different position, get that Koraidon back in. It's still at full health, and meanwhile, Zheng has lost his restricted Pokemon. It's just freeze drawing Flutter Mane
Ooh, a critical hit though. So it is going to take that Flutter Mane down to about half health, but Flutter Mane is one of those Pokemon that's known for its special defense. Gets a chance to fire off another Moonblast into the Iron Bundle as a response, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. But the Trick Room setup here from Zheng, just trying to reverse a little bit of the course when knowing that Enrique had the speed in his advantage with the Flutter Mane and Sun, as well as a Koraidon with that Flame Charge boost, but you also have a Farigiraf now.
Yeah, as fast as the Trick Room went up, the speed control went back into Enrique's favor. Farigiraf should be slower than the Iron Bundle. The Flutter Mane we know is slower than the Iron Bundle, and so both will move before it. Iron Bundle just going to then protect itself, try to get through this turn, and let Farigiraf try to take advantage of that Trick Room.
Yeah, Twin Beam is going to be able to land into the Flutter Mane, but take a look at how little damage that's going to do. It's not like you're holding a Throat Spray that can help to boost up that special attack. And the Farigiraf in response, just going to be able to kind of do the same thing because it is holding that item.
Gets the Hyper Voice off, would have been the KO onto the Iron Bundle, which of course had to protect itself, but gets the boost, gets a little bit of damage into Farigiraf, and because Farigiraf was able to threaten the KO into Iron Bundle, that opens the Flutter Mane to just go after the Farigiraf, continue to pick up damage. Since the Miraidon went down a couple of turns ago, this Flutter Mane has then gotten to Moonblast the Iron Bundle and get it down to Focus Sash. Moonblast the Farigiraf for about 50% health, and the health advantage is so quickly going so far into Enrique's advantage.
Yeah, I mean, still, like this Flutter Mane and Farigiraf, they get a chance to move first.
Farigiraf Hyper Voice should just be 2 KOs here, and so Iron Bundle has to switch out, has to find a different position, but that's just more damage mounting because it's going to be a Hyper Voice into that slot, and if the Farigiraf on the other side goes down to Hyper Voice, it'll be a Moonblast into the Farigiraf.
Oh, well, the Foul Play first, so getting a chance to take advantage of the Trick Room means that you're able to take out this Flutter Mane before it gets a chance to get that KO, and you definitely don't want the Iron Hands to have to take that. There is retaliation from the Farigiraf on Enrique's side to knock out Zheng's, and you're down to Zheng's final 2 Pokemon, but look at the health pool that Enrique's have.
Yeah, the health is so far in the advantage. The speed is in the advantage for Enrique. The Iron Hands will get to attack first, but it's going to be doing that intimidated and without electric terrain. And so
Is Drain Punch going to be enough for this Incineroar? It gets to fake out this Iron Bundle anyway if it wanted to and just knock it out.
The Fake Out can go into Iron Bundle for a KO, can go into Iron Hands to make sure that Zheng really can't accomplish anything on these last couple turns of Trick Room. Things just look so easy for Enrique to play out here.
Just has to still play it flawlessly, though, because you can't open yourself up to another crit. That would be devastating. But the Fake Out into the Iron Hands, the Psychic to follow it up, will be nice, super effective damage. Not quite enough to be able to pick up the KO. So you're threatening to be able to get a lot of that HP back if you're able to land a Drain Punch into something like the Incineroar. But I think Enrique's played this perfectly. You've got the Koraidon in the back that can tank that instead.
Yeah, Koraidon can switch in to take a Drain Punch. The Iron Hands shouldn't have enough damage to take the Farigiraf off the field, which means a Hyper Voice can just land and pick up a couple of KOs. It feels like the dominoes are falling one by one as Zheng just is forced to give up so much health for every attack. That last turn was a giant Psychic just to get through one more turn.
Yeah, but it's worked out for sure. The Drain Punch, take a look at that. Koraidon does, in fact, take it like a champ. And you can see just how little HP it's going to get back. Iron Bundle is still going to be the last to move, so this Farigiraf with the Hyper Voice gets the double KO, and Enrique takes the series 2-1. Wow.
Such a well-played match from Enrique that featured different game plans and different avenues to trying to win. First couple of games opted out of really volatile turn ones, had them go kind of in a more mixed way. In both cases, Incineroar takes a lot of damage, and Enrique manages to play out of that position. Has set up to win in both of those games. The critical hit, of course, forced us into a game 3. And so in that game 3, we're into the volatile first turns. We're ready to just have some fireworks on turn 1, and those fireworks could not have gone better for Enrique. That hugely volatile turn 1 goes completely 100% in Enrique's favor, and even with smart plays from Zheng to try to pick up the pieces, try to form a new position by using Encore to disrupt the Koraidon and keep it from ever attacking with that boost it got, it still meant the dominoes just fell. The pieces started to fall apart for Zheng. Every position that he wanted to put things in cost him a ton of health. It was Miraidon going down in order to get an Encore off. It was Farigiraf taking huge damage from Moonblast just to get a Trick Room up that wasn't that much in Farigiraf's advantage, and eventually it was Iron Hands taking a massive Psychic just because nothing else could be there in that spot, and with an Assault Vest, it couldn't protect itself from Fake Out.
Yeah, oh, I mean, like, I think you feel it as soon as that Moonblast hits into your Miraidon and takes it out, that Zheng was always going to be playing from a back foot. This Fluttermane was able to take so many KOs and so many Pokemon down with it. The foul play eventually going to be its demise, but what a fantastic series. I think Enrique, even that second game, had that Wild Charge not been a critical hit, also could have taken that set after all the setup that he did for that Koraidon.
I think absolutely the critical hit disrupted that game, but it was still a well-played set throughout from Zheng. Zheng still had to be in the position to be one critical hit away from taking that game, and was in the position to make things really difficult for Enrique to go throughout. Even that game 3, there are different ways that turn 1 plays out with the moves that Zheng made that look very strongly in his favor, right? If it's a Fake Out going into Iron Bundle and Miraidon just electro drifting the Koraidon spot, well, that looks like a fireworks of an enormous turn for Zheng, and Zheng moving on at 2-0. So that's the kind of what those volatile turn 1s can look like, and Enrique just had the better of it that time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is like a little bit of a coin flip because you have to play that 50-50 of like, okay, but is there a Furgraph in the back? And if Enrique plays around that, then that also does look very, very different.
Yeah, will there be a Fake Out? Where is the Fake Out going? And which of these giant restricted Pokemon are going to get their free attack off on that turn?
Amazing stuff. And I think, like, kudos to both players, because I think when you take a look as well about how these single restrictions match up into each other, we were talking about this even before getting into the series, that a lot of it comes down to the partners that surround those single restricted Pokemon. In this case, Zheng is showing us an even different look for Miraidon, being able to buff up not only one Quark Drive user, but second in the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, and the Iron Bundle had an important impact in that game. The speed advantage it had over Fluttermane felt like it was Zheng's path in that game. And the Encore it was threatening felt like a path in that game. Ultimately still offering a lot of what Whimsicott would have offered anyway, never got big freeze dry damage off or anything to try to differentiate itself. But even without Prankster, Iron Bundle was able to provide most of that same value. You can see how in another matchup where having the freeze dry is much more important, Iron Bundle can look a lot better than Whimsicott.
See, this is what everyone was talking about with the Miraidon sending the electric train for all these Quark Drive users. They get to get their Quark Drive boost, like the speed or the attack, and also get to hold an item. It's pretty awesome. I definitely love to see that. But I think when you take a look at Enrique's team too, Koraidon, this is even a different set than we've seen. A lot of the Koraidon sets right now are running Flame Charge with Flare Blitz and Collision Course plus Protect. And this Koraidon did have the Swords Dance, and it really did put a huge target on its back, but in a good way for Enrique.
The focus had to be totally on Koraidon because of those boosting threats. We never saw the Swords Dance play out in a way that helped. Enrique never was able to get it off in a very, offensive game. It was hard to find the space for that, but I'm sure there are more defensive positions you can find yourself in where there's much easier to find an opportunity for that Swords Dance and then sweep using it. Well, we don't have to speculate on it anymore. I think Gabby has Enrique ready to discuss the match and tell us a little bit more about it.
Thank you so much, Len. I'm here with your round 2 winner, Enrique. I don't get to say that too often. Round 2.
Yeah, round 2.
How's it going?
Good. Yeah, we're going. Yeah.
We're going. I mean, your Koraidon in particular was going very strongly in that matchup. I was just asking you about team building. So, and the commentators as well were just asking, well, Swords Dance Koraidon, what was the inspiration for it, and how has it been performing so well or so far in testing?
It's been performing okay. Even though I won that round, that was a very tight round. Zheng is an immaculate player. He has a really great way of thinking through things and thinking ahead in his own team building. So it rightly went to game 3, and yeah, it's been working well. The thought behind it was, especially right now, we have a very powerful restricted. Everyone has access to a very powerful Mon, and so it's really just trying to make people really respect the Mon that's on the field, as with any of your Mons. So if there's a turn off or a turn that they're out of position and stuff, you can take advantage of it in order to get that Swords Dance up, and all of a sudden, and especially if you get a Flame Charge up and you start getting both attack and speed boost, then it starts becoming much more dangerous as it gets later and later into a game when things are chipped down and everything, and all of a sudden you have to in order to maybe get back in the game or get a foothold, you have to decide, like, what do I want to give up? What do I need to, like, try to get a chance back? And so it just starts snowballing from there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've played Zheng myself at locals, and he's a player who's very difficult to maintain a board position against. So I'm very curious about your thought process in games 1, 2, and 3. You know, how did you find that opening for Koraidon to start getting that momentum going?
Just pretty much game 1, scout him out a little bit, because it's like any good, any good battle, any good fight, in the first couple of turns, we're testing each other out, seeing, what each of us are thinking game plan wise. And then once games 2 and 3 came around, it was pretty much just like, all right, like, am I going to call your bluff? Are you going to call my bluff? And in game 2, he expertly called my fake out into there. Didn't think, especially since I didn't do it game 1, I was like, I think I got him. And then he correctly called it, and that sent me back quite a bit. And like I said, like, even though he got that crit at the end, like, that beginning of when he called that fake out was just very well played by him. And so, like, kind of had to risk it on game 3, and it came out in my favor, but it easily could have gone either way. And just, like I said, any great battlers, that's usually how it comes down to.
Yeah, well, congratulations on the win. You know, since this is the last regional championship of the year, in North America at least, I'm curious, Enrique, what has been your favorite moment from the regional circuit this year?
Yeah, probably. I mean, selfishly, probably my top 4 run at Knoxville.
That's not selfish.
Yeah,
just saying that. That's not selfish.
Like, it was great seeing a lot of years of work come together. Like, I felt that and I still feel that maybe I should have had a few more bad luck here and there, but they all, eventually hard work does pay off. And
of course.
And to to anyone at home and any new players, especially a lot of the new players here, always put in that hard work. Eventually it will come through. And like I said, like I was telling my first round opponent, who was also a newcomer, that my very first regional, I got absolutely smacked. It was not a pleasant experience. But we all got to start somewhere, and eventually, if you put in the hours, put in the work, if this is really something that you want to aspire to get to the top, hard work will pay off, and you just got to put it in.
Yeah, one thing I tell myself is that when I have a bad luck day, I just want to believe that in the future, if I put in the hard work, the luck will come through eventually. So I think that's really great advice for sure. Do you have any shout outs you want to say to anybody at home?
I guess just, the usual people who support me. Zane Thatcher, he's here fighting, trying to get his invite. People in Colorado, always a good community, great testing grounds, and then specifically my best friend and his girlfriend, they're my extended family, and then my real family and my sister. Always much love to you guys. Thank you for always supporting me.
Well, thank you so much, Enrique, for coming back here to talk to us, and good luck for the rest of the day. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much. Awesome to hear from Enrique about that set. It's so tough when you're in that position where you feel like you've set yourself up pretty well for a game 2, even to his opponent's credit of bringing in that photograph to stop the fake out, but you still have to kind of claw your way back mentally from, oh my goodness, that critical hit did just lose me that game.
Yeah, I think it's really great mental fortitude to be able to lose a game that way, come back, be in a very tricky turn 1, win it, and capitalize on it fully to go win the match. I think a lot of players could be so thrown off their game by that critical hit that it would be very difficult to win game 3.
Yeah, even just looking at a similar situation where, but what if the photograph is in the back? And it was in the back for that game 3, but you still had to think about, do I actually try to push the fake out regardless? And is that risk going to be worth it? It did pay off. So very fun to watch that set. We're now 2 rounds in to our day 1 here at the LA Regional Championships. We still have 7 more coming your way, but we are going to take a look back at that underrated Pokemon prediction bracket, because I have to know what the people voted for.
Do you think it was Lunala or White Kyurem that came out on top? Oh, Lunala.
It was Lunala. Wow.
I think that makes sense. Lunala, a Pokemon with a history of success in VGC, even if it's not up in usage right now in Regulation G. I would not be surprised to at some point in Regulation G see a successful Lunala team. So I think this is a good choice from the community. I think good selection.
Great job, chat. I think that I agree with that one, because I think, like, deep in my heart of hearts, I want to see Lunala do well, because maybe it is that historical bias of just how well Lunala has done with things like Moongeist Beam, Sun and Moon, such a great era, especially with all the Z moves running around. But you also take a look at some of these other restricteds, and they also have a ton of history. So I think this next one's going to be really hard for people. Rayquaza versus Lugia. Where do you put your money?
I think this is a very interesting matchup, because if you look historically, Rayquaza no doubt has more success than Lugia. There have been very few successful Lugia teams, despite Lugia being available all the way back to the very first GS Cup formats. Meanwhile, there have been lots of successful Rayquaza teams all the way back to the first GS Cup formats when it won the 2010 National Championships. And with a Mega Form had lots of success in the meantime, of course, winning the World Championships as well. But I actually think, despite that, Lugia probably is better, in my opinion, in Regulation G. I think Rayquaza needs a little bit too much in the item slot, doesn't have the Mega to start boosting damage anymore. You need Clear Amulet to make sure that you don't just get intimidated down, but that can leave it vulnerable for a lot of other things. And if you're just Swords Dancing to go for extreme speed, you start to wonder, like, why am I not just using a Dragonite for this and using a restricted Pokemon somewhere else, where I think Lugia has a lot more unique to offer with multi-scale and being able to stay extremely bulky.
Well, I remember that we got a chance to see a bit of a showcase from Yotam Cohen, one of our top trainers in North America, with that Rayquaza, and I thought it looked really good. Despite the fact that it needed a little bit, those extreme speeds still looked very powerful.
Extreme speed's still very powerful. Dragon Ascent's still a very strong move, but it is kind of costly in the restricted spot where it doesn't have quite the instant offense that something like Miraidon or Koraidon or Terapagos have. And so it takes more time to get to that same level of damage that it starts to look like maybe this just isn't enough of a differentiator for my restricted slot.
Okay, well, I think that's a very strong case for Lugia, though, too. So, chat, vote is up to you. Do you feel like Rayquaza or Lugia is the most underrated restricted Pokemon right now? I think I also have to lean Lugia on that one. I think we've also seen some really strong Lugia teams in the past. The one that really sticks out to me is the Lugia team that John Hu actually brought to the Vancouver Regional Championships, I want to say like 2 years ago. So I think that is like, oh yeah, like there have been really strong moments for Lugia as well, whether it's been a double restricted format or even what we saw at Indianapolis.
Lugia is so bulky and can boost itself up. There's always, I think, going to be a place for the right constructed Lugia team in the right metagame to have some success.
I think so. All right, chat, we leave it up to you. You did great in that first community poll. Now is your chance to do it again, as we also take a look at what is coming your way on Twitch this upcoming week. So, of course, this weekend, we're all about the LA Regional Championships. We also have Pokemon Advanced Battles happening on Tuesday. We've got a rerun of the 2018 Oceania International Championships for TCG on Wednesday. And I'm really looking forward to what's going to be happening on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
The NAIC preview show, we're just a few weeks away from great action in New Orleans, the final IC of the season and the first one in Regulation G with restricted Pokemon, and the last opportunity of the season for players to move into Worlds or to try to grab those top 12 spots for a bye at Worlds. Really a crucial tournament. Before we get there, after the pre-show, we'll have the Bologna special event, another regional level event in Regulation G, and a little bit more time for metagame development.
And that's going to be the last championship point event in Europe before we go to the North American International Championship. So kind of everything barreling towards a close for this season. I kind of can't believe it that we're already towards the end.
It just feels week by week we're having another event, another bit of development, all hurtling us towards the all-important NAIC.
And so many special events in between now and then, too, actually. I think I remember looking at the Play Pokemon event calendar for this weekend, and we've got, like, Mexico City as a special event. We also have, like, a bunch of the national championships happening in Asia. So there's a lot of Pokemon action you're going to have to keep up with over the next couple of weeks as we head towards NAIC.
Yeah, plenty of tournaments for people looking for ideas for NAIC. Oh, yeah. There's so many tournaments to look over this topic. What is that doing here? What is that Pokemon? How is it working? It's going to be so much fun to see the results from all these tournaments.
It is, and maybe it gives you something to mull on as we take in a look at our next break. because we've been up here a while. So we're going to go get something to eat, and hopefully you will too. Stay hydrated and stick around as you are watching the LA Regional Championships.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EYC London.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last-minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are in the City of Stars, Los Angeles, California, for the final regional championship of the North American circuit for the season. We'll move on to New Orleans in a few weeks, and then we'll hit up Honolulu, Hawaii later on this summer. But for now, we are here in beautiful Los Angeles. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Sierra Dawn. We're going to have our round 3 coverage coming up shortly here at the LA Regional Championships for the video game. But Sierra, it's been a long day so far, but we've had 2 pretty great matches to start the day.
I first have to say I love in your intro that you just reference just one singular trainer, whether they wanted to believe they're the one person you were talking to. But no. Today has been a lot of fun so far, being able to start and see this round 1 and 2. I mean, it's a long day ahead of us and for our trainers, but being able to see those first couple of rounds, that's where things can really start to snowball. That's, you know, when you get to those later rounds, you'll talk about sometimes, oh, well, these people may be a little hard to the beginning of the day, whereas, hey, we're already seeing people kick it off to a great start.
Yeah, and you know, anybody watching along at home, usually if you see myself and Sierra on the screen together, that's usually production saying, hey, we got a little bit of downtime before the next match starts, so it's time to hit that bell and have a little bit of an Oko session in Hollywood. Oko Goes Hollywood, as we're gonna have some fun, get some Pokedex entries, just chill out and get ready for round 3.
I'm really good at these.
Yes, that's the narrative that we're gonna go with here.
Yeah.
Yes, Sierra's. I wouldn't say you're bad at them. I do think that you are very. Your opinions are strong on it. You know, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. I guess let's find out. First, Pokedex entry of the day. It can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing. Even the Pokemon in its horns become invisible. Whoa. Okay.
Oh, would this just like isn't Dragapult, because Dragapult can disappear and then it's like it has the little dreepies in its head. Because like it has to have Pokemon in its horns, or else why would it say even the Pokemon in its horns also become invisible?
Horn, I guess. Like
I wouldn't call it like a horn specifically.
Clear body, right? Dragapult's ability is clear body.
And it literally, you know,
it
like
uses
Phantom Force, it disappears, and I cannot recall another Pokemon that just casually has another Pokemon just vibing with it that can also turn invisible.
Yeah, I think that I was thinking Psychic at first, but once the Invisible came in, I was like, it's got to be Ghost type there. So I say, is it time to lock emoji?
Yeah, I think Dragapult.
All right, Dragapult is our
safe.
answer.
That's
so let's see. Let's go.
Those are definitely not horns. Like,
yeah,
I don't really know what that is.
I don't want to tell Game Freak what horns are, but you know, it's their Pokedex entry. It's not
I'm like
ours,
thinking as soon as this said horn, I'm thinking like a rhino, and I'm like, what Pokemon do they have stuck inside of that horn?
Right, like Rhyperior or something with his horn there, but you know.
Whatever. 1 for 1. See?
1 for 1.
Immaculate.
Yeah.
So good at these. All right, let's roll the next one. Let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got here. If this Pokemon becomes truly angered, the flame at the tip of its tail burns in a light blue shade. Okay.
Well, like the whole Charizard line have tails that have fire. I've never seen it turn blue before.
It's definitely giving fire type, right? At this point.
What other Pokemon have like flames at the end of their tails? That's specifically like the flame at the tip of its tail.
The Paldean Tauros, maybe?
Oh, do they have I'm trying to think. I don't pay enough. You're having a time over there. You're struggling. Do they? I don't think the Paldean Tauros, they actually have like flames.
In the wild, when you get swarmed by like 15 Tauros, you know, and you run from one, and then the next one runs in, and you run, and the next one runs in. I think they do get like really and their tail, that thing on the back.
But like that's not a flame. That's a fluff.
No.
I don't think
they're a fire type.
But like they all look the same. It's just like one tiny little coloration difference, so it's like you can't really tell them apart. That's why shiny hunting them is like not necessarily the most fun.
All right, so let's open up our thoughts then. Think of a fire type that has a tail, right? Like Flareon has a tail, but would it turn blue?
No, because it's like the flame at the tip of its tail, which implies that there's actually only the fire at the tip.
This is a way tougher question than the Dragapult question.
Yeah, the Dragapult one was easy. That's why.
All right. Are you willing to trust me here on the Tauros line, or is it?
All
or
right.
do we not trust each other enough?
I mean, we can just like split the answers, kind of just to like be smart on that, right?
We're covering our bases. So what's your fire type choice? Because I'll choose Paldean Tauros.
It's not right. I'll pick Charizard, but like I don't think it's right unless they're using like megas or something.
Don't flames get like? Well, you know, I'm no scientist, obviously,
I don't
but
know.
don't they
I'm
become
gonna say
blue?
Charizard.
How do they get? They get blue and then white.
I want to see a next Pokedex entry.
All right, let's see. Let's see what our
Charizard, Paldean Tauros. We're both going to be wrong.
Nice! I did not think of Charizard. I mean, I'm wearing the pin, and I literally have a blue
Wow, you're
tail.
such a fake fan.
I have a blue fire tail on me right now with Charizard X. That is an incredible call, Sierra. Wow.
Thank you.
Very, very impressive way to start off the Pokedex entries. Let's see. We have another Pokedex entry. Can we make it 3 for 3? Can we get the hat trick? Its ability to deflect any attack led to it being known as the Fighting Master's Shield. It was feared and respected by all.
I don't know.
There's a couple angles here, because you think of Shield like Zamazenta holding it, but the other one is Fighting Master. I'm thinking of Mustard from Sword and Shield and having Kubfu and Urshifu as the Pokemon, you know?
I don't, because deflecting the attack, like my first off is like the fighting master's kind of throwing me off. The first thought by that, even though I think it's wrong, it makes me feel like, my first thought was like King Gambit. I'm like, I don't think that's right, because King Gambit's like it takes the strength from the fallen or whatever. I would also think the Aegis Slash, but I don't really feel like it's the shield for the fighting master. I'm just getting caught up in the word shield. Zamazenta.
Yeah, I'm saying that it is a big shield, but who was, wasn't Zamazenta with like Shield Bert or whatever, that like the weird guy with the blonde hair?
Those are separate. That's post game. We don't have to talk about that. No, feared and respected by all, and then that also makes sense because when it doesn't have the rusted shield, it is the hero of many battles, and you'd be hero of many battles if you're feared but also respected by all.
And it is a hero because they are like in the lore. Zacian and Zamazenta were the heroes that like saved Galar or something. I don't know.
It's a fighting type. And fighting master. No, it's Zamazenta. It's Zamazenta.
Right, we're gonna lock it in.
Easy peasy. Done. Absolutely no.
Yeah, 3 for 3. Man,
so good on that.
You hit all your 3-pointers today.
I had to redeem myself apparently. I didn't know I had it in me, but we're super good on this. So.
All right, well, we are going to take a quick break because we are learning that round 3 is going to be starting hopefully very soon. So I'm happy that we had a short Pokedex entry, but at least we still got to experience it together. I think it's the first time we ever got all the correct Pokedex entries. So
they only just have to give us a couple each time, and we'll be so good,
right? When you get 8 or 9, it's hard to get all of them. But we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with round 3 of the Los Angeles Regional Championship.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking. Then I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home, here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
And welcome back. I will wish all of the Pokemon trainers a good day here today. Instead of just one individual trainer like the last time, we are finally ready to start our coverage of round 3 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. And Sierra, it's gonna be a fun time to see how this regulation, how the metagame is gonna be developing throughout the day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, already looking through a couple of the teams that people have brought to the event, Regulation G is just the regulation that keeps on giving so far. Being able to see how things adapted early meta with Miraidon and Zamazenta taking regional wins respectively has been so cool. But where trainers have taken it from there and how they're leveling up and adapting their team building, I think has been so innovative so far. So I cannot wait to see more coming out from today.
Yeah, for sure. From all the rounds we're gonna have on stream today, I'm sure we're gonna have many varied strategies and different restricteds, different pairs, maybe supportive Pokemon that are enabling them. We see our notable matches for round 3, and we're gonna have that stream match of Andrew Zheng and Giovanni Costa. Gonna be a fire matchup as we we were looking at a little bit of team preview, seeing what they had available.
Oh, 100% as well. Two very accomplished trainers, of course, when we're talking about, hey, regional champions that could maybe get a second pitcher on that graphic. Gio, he did end up taking down the San Antonio Regionals. It wasn't a different format, so it'd be great to see what he has for Regulation G. Whereas Andrew, already proven to be a standout in Regulation G so far, considering the second place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, falling just to second place in the grand finals there with his Trafficos team. So back at it. 2-0, great start to the day. I'm so excited to get into this.
Yeah, there's some great trainers on that list, but specifically Andrew Zheng and Giovanni Costa should be a really fun match here in round 3. Gio was also one of those, one of the trainers that I won't say, revolutionized or we won't use big words like that, but was very instrumental in the start of the Farigiraf usage increasing with that regional championship in San Antonio, using Life Orb Farigiraf, which he has on his team yet again this weekend. Really kind of, I think Gio opened a lot of eyes to the value Farigiraf can bring to a team.
Oh, 100%, and that has been a Pokemon that has stuck around through the regulations. Then sometimes the usage is a little up and down depending on exactly where the meta is, but being able to shut down priority in a format where you want to make sure your big, bad, restricted Pokemon are protected has just been absolutely instrumental. So being able to see still the lasting implications of that today has been really great.
Yeah, and I think it should be an interesting test. There should be a fun test for Gio, as he's kind of the hometown guy, raised a Los Angeles local, trying to perform well for all of the trainers that came here to LA, trying to represent his region. We know just how powerful, how many great skilled trainers there are in the Los Angeles region. Like you see like PCs posted online or MSSs, and you're like, wow, there's like 10 players that have qualified for Worlds at that local.
I mean, something that you'd get from the intro, wow, LA stars are born type thing. Like, BGC definitely has some stars here in the area.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you think of like Alberto Lara, who won on stream already too. So who knows? Will we have a hometown hero by the end of the weekend? That's definitely going to be exciting to find out. But between Giovanni Costa and Andrew Zheng, they're getting set up on the stage right now. Andrew does not have Terapagos this time around, Sierra, instead opting for Lunala as his single restricted.
I think it's really, really interesting when somebody performs really well with a Pokemon and then starts to kind of adapt. Because Terapagos, I mean, second place at Indy, it's not like it was the turtle's kind of a one and done. Now it's going to turtle back up in its shell. We're not going to see from it again. It's a bad Pokemon. No, there's still a lot of utility from it. We get to see even in Stockholm it was doing quite well. So to go away from a really strong restricted, I would have been maybe expected if you got second place with a restricted and you thought, hey, the meta has kind of shifted a little bit for then maybe adjust a Pokemon or two, but completely switching off to a different restricted that I didn't really expect to see too many players play this weekend, I think is a really fun choice. And hey, I mean, if you already had an early grasp of the regulation, you want to switch it up. I mean, I kind of trust him.
Yeah, honestly, we can trust his skill as a player in this format, right? Getting second in Indy, and I think it's so cool that with Lunala, it didn't even make the graphic for top usage, and there were 8 Pokemon. Groudon just barely made it at 3%. That means less than 3% of people are using Lunala in the entire field here in LA, and we're fortunate enough to see one of them on the field on Andrew's side. You see all of those trainers out there in the venue today. But Lunala is one of those Pokemon here that can be used. It can be utilized in many different roles, more supportive, wide guard Trick Room, and stuff like that. Or you can go all out damage with power or meteor beam. Excuse me. So how do you what are your thoughts on the types of ways you can use Lunala?
I think the one thing with the restricted Pokemon that we've gotten to see kind of from the conversations in comparison to where the Pokemon has thrived, which is when you're using a Pokemon with such a high stats just across the board as a more supportive option, it kind of feels a little bit wasted at times. And I think Lunala, it has really, really great support coverage, but if you're looking to kind of build it out a little bit more supportive, you really do have to make sure that it's well earned. I mean, yeah, you can wide guard with your Lunala, or you can have that for a non-restricted like Pelipper,
Right.
You can have Trick Room, and having some Trick Room Pokemon that have the option of setting it for themselves is nice, but if that's going to be your sole way of setting it, I feel like it's kind of maybe not so fun at times. I think where we've really gotten to see restricted shines, like going back to the Miraidon conversation, oh, well, it's just a train center for others. Actually, no, it's kind of doing it for themselves. Is I like being able to see these restricteds enable themselves and be able to go on that offense or sit around on the field forever if that's what they want to do, and really showcase what makes them such a strong Pokemon worthy of being restricted.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you that it's better to kind of use the other slots with supported Pokemon to help facilitate your restricted Pokemon. And now it's a Pokemon, you can get some Calm Mind boost set up, you can, or a +1 from the Power Herb on Meteor Beam, but like the Shadow Shield is inherently valuable. One is a Ghost type, you can't get Fake Outed, so you can't break the Shadow Shield, right? So you'll still be able to take reduced damage, but that turn you could click Calm Mind or Trick Room or whatever it is to help you win the game when your HP is still full. You're not taking a lot of damage.
Which is really, it's such a nice ability too, and being able to have that replenish when your health is whole, and there is Pokemon in the meta that can help you achieve that, whether it's that pollen buff, whether it is just like the natural grassy terrain recovery that you're getting. If you're not really taking too much damage the first time around, I mean, we've seen a Raging Bolt go from 2 HP to full, essentially, just a couple of events ago. So that can really, really be stacking up. So being able to have that ability that can be replenished if you find yourself in that situation, I think is really, really well done. So we will be starting with round 3 shortly. Of course, we are just getting our players kind of set up, but what has been your kind of favorite thing to see so far come out of this event? I know it's still really, really early on, but like your first impressions of where this is headed for our last NA regional.
Well, it's one thing that, we talked about, and it was kind of on everybody's mind watching Rajan win in Indy with Miraidon, was like, where are the ground types? Where is the Terra ground? Like, how are you stopping this Volt Switch so you can't get free damage off on the field? And one of the things we saw on Nick Navarre's team, and then we have available on Giovanni Costa's, is a Terra ground Chi-Yu. So I'm not going to say Chi-Yu is my answer. In general, the thing I want to see, or I'm excited seeing, is more Terra grounds. Furrygraph is also Terra ground, just like kind of ways to counter this massive damage Miraidon can output.
I think it's when you have the Terra ground too, what I like with where this heads with the team building and just how the match plays out is ground can, I mean, defensively, okay, you're going to be taking a lot of damage from a grass type move, and Rillaboom is one of our most used Pokemon right now. All right, you're going to get absolutely bodied by a Surging Strikes here. You don't want to be sticking around for that. So it's such a pivotal, when the moment calls for a type of Terastallization, you have that option. But it also means that you're taking away some really, really other handy utility, like Chi-Yu. I mean, Ghost, you can't get faked out, and that's really, really nice for the Chi-Yu. Now Terra ground. Okay, well, you now no longer have a way to get out of this typing weakness to, like, water, for example. So I love how it kind of plays out because it really shows how the team building can be innovating, but it also really showcases your skill as a player when you're out there in the battle that, hey, this is for a specific scenario.
Yeah, that there are sometimes, I think restricted formats, they kind of lend themselves to sometimes 5 Pokemon teams, and then that 6th Pokemon is specifically for one matchup, you know what I mean?
You know what I actually want to see out here? If we're talking about Terra Ground Pokemon, I just want to see a bunch of like Pokemon that could potentially Terra Ground and a Miraidon Choice Specs and Discharge and just go, yo, if you're going to be taking out the other Pokemon, this Miraidon's just going to actually smack you.
I mean, that is a viable strategy, right? Like we see Geo has 2 Terra Grounds, Rajan had the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Terra Ground Furgraph to allow Discharge. It is a retro strategy of Discharge next to a ground type. We've been doing that in VGC since like 2009, right? But like sometimes it's an oldie but a goodie. Like it works for a reason.
I mean, it's definitely one that feels a little bit. All right, like you're in trouble if you do, trouble if you don't, considering that, yeah, it's probably not going to be good team building to have, like, 5 ground types on your team to have next to your Pokemon. You'll eventually end up, like, discharging your own Pokemon. But still, if we had to go cash a battle right now, that's what I'm doing. I'm grabbing my Miraidon and 5 ground types, and I'm just,
That'd be like when, remember the cast battle with Rosemary and Aaron, where Rosemary only had just, like, priority punch moves, and she was the one punch team, and like Aaron had this like super meta team that he was like trying to play around, and Rosemary was like, no, jet punch, mock punch, sucker punch. Like she was just going for damage.
You can do the one thing well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Aaron ended up winning, but if we're just like having fun with teams anyways, if you're looking to win a regional championships though, maybe don't pick up the one punch, don't pick up the Miraidon, like the Miraidon 5 ground type team. Maybe pick up something a little bit more akin to what these players are running, but still, it's a fun idea.
And as we're getting set up on stage, we can actually move on to our next part of the community bracket. We're talking about the most underrated legendary or restricted Pokemon. We saw Lunala take over the victory over White Kyurem. Lugia beating Rayquaza. That's an interesting one. That's the big news there, that more of chat enjoys Lugia than Rayquaza.
Yeah, I don't know what chat's doing, honestly, because
Well, you're a big Ray fan?
No, I just thought chat would be. It's like, you know, it's like some people that are just like, they say a favorite Pokemon, and you're like, oh, well, I could probably list like what all of your favorite Pokemon are because of that.
Because
So
it could be like, yeah, we know Rayquaza is cool. That's why we're not voting for it. A lot of people don't appreciate Lugia. And since the question is the most underrated restricted, maybe Twitch chat thinks Rayquaza is properly rated and Lugia is not.
is that properly rated? Not that great? Or, because that could also be the thing too, that they just think Lugia is actually
Like
okay
if you were
here.
going to build a team in Regulation G, which of those two would you build around, Rayquaza or Lugia?
Okay, well, I'm not a great team builder, so I'd probably pick Ho-Oh, but, you know.
All right, well, we'll see if Ho-Oh can join Lugia in the semifinals, because this, I'm going to be honest with you here, that's a tough hill to climb, Ho-Oh versus Groudon. Groudon's kind of a fan favorite as a legendary.
Yeah, until it misses its Precipice Blades. Woo, 85% accurate move amongst all these 100% accurate restricted friend moves out here. Super cool, a lot of fun.
So all right, how do you think, we're not going to give our opinions. We don't want to sway Twitch chat, so choose Ho-Oh, choose Groudon. Which of these Pokemon do you think is the most underrated restricted currently in Regulation G? But Groudon used to be a fire type for a couple years when he was a Primal Groudon, but they both use fire moves. They both enjoy the sun being up. There's some similarities with Ho-Oh and Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, the Groudon is just, I just feel like it's a little tough place right now. If we got to see the moves become a little bit more accurate, I think it'd be cool. But I think just like a straight ground typing, the fact that you have to commit the Terastallization to get into the fire type for those moves that you might still enjoy on it feels bad when you're looking at the fact that you could have the Primal Groudon in the back and at least two in the Dynamax format. Okay, well, you can now actually... I was about to say terrestrialize because it's been so long.
Yeah,
make the Pokemon, like, instead of it'll make them real big in the Dynamax. There we go.
There we go.
And then it still had such strong, powerful moves in the accuracy, but it's kind of struggled so far.
Yeah, Max Quake couldn't miss. It was 100% accurate.
I know.
Yeah,
and you would get the special defense boost, I believe it was special defense. Yeah, because the Steel Spike was the defense, and then
yeah.
It was just so good. And I mean, you now have to commit a fire type Terastallization, which is still a typing that you don't really want to be all the time, and it kind of feels bad.
Well, that's enough on Ho-Oh and Groudon. We'll see what Twitch chat selects later on for the most underrated restricted. But for now, let's get back to Giovanni Costa and Andrew Zheng as they are ready on stage. An old friend from Kanto on Gio's team there with the Gyarados.
I was too busy looking at Andrew's shirt. Is that a Terrapagos there?
Andrew, you got second with Terrapagos like a couple weeks ago. Now it's mid Rapagos?
I want to, did he draw that? I'm going to have to get one of those hoodies. That is absolutely clutch. But you know what? I respect it. Committing to the bid. Terrapagos is now mid. We are a Lunala fan now over for Andrew.
Yeah, friendship with Terrapagos ended. Now it's all about this Lunala team, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar. The Grimmsnarl is probably the least meta common thing, but those screens really help Lunala get set up.
And what I really like about this Lunala too, talking about, okay, well, it feels bad if the restricted is just here to set everyone else up, but this Lunala having the Calm Mind to boost its own special attack and special defense, being able to then fire off something like a powerful Moongeist Beam, and even with the Protect and the Leftovers combined with that Grassy Terrain recovery, being able to just consistently build health back up. This is the Lunala team that I'm excited about, especially since you can set yourself up having that little bit of protection from the Grimmsnarl from the start, as well as things like the Incineroar to kind of slow them down. And you still then have to respect a super powerful, even just lead or combination of this Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Pelipper. Because those Surging Strikes in the rain do so much damage. And the Choice Scarf, I mean, that is going to be a speedy Urshifu over there.
Yeah, for sure. The Urshifu might be a big problem, but Andrew Zheng's fun fact, he does not like Miraidon. And we have some bad news for Andrew in round 3, as there will be a Miraidon on the other team in this match, because Gio is running Miraidon as his restricted. But let's head on over to Giovanni Costa's side. As we mentioned, the San Antonio regional champion earlier this season back in December, using that Gyarados, which is a Pokemon we really have not seen too much of in this second season of Scarlet and Violet.
I'm intrigued about the Gyarados. I'm hoping that we get to see it come out in the match and be able to see a little bit more utility from it, because when we're looking at Intimidators, Incineroar has led the charge here in terms of the best Intimidator out there. The Gyarados has some bulk to it. It's got that Citrus Berry, and having the ability to Dragon Dance to off-put some pressure as well and being able to hit with a powerful Water-type move is quite fun here. Iron Hands has been really exciting to see too how many people have kind of gone back to this Pokemon. It really did rule early formats with the Assault Vest, and it's back.
Yeah, it kind of went away for a few regulations, but now it is coming back better than ever because of Miraidon activating its Quark Drive. So Iron Hands gets a attack boost, so it does more damage with either the Wild Charge, Close Combat, and also having the Assault Vest have it take those special attacks better. I am going to be excited to see how Gio uses this team, and his fun fact is he's using the same Whimsicott that Gio cut the 2016 World Championships with. So I'm not great at math, 8 years later, he's still using the same Whimsicott successfully.
I love that, honestly, being able to have the special Pokemon that you've trained up through the ages brought along with you. That is absolutely wonderful. I'm curious once we get into the game if it's like in a special Pokeball, if it's shiny, or like what is it about this Whimsicott that you've brought it along, or if it's just the memories of being able to get that accomplishment with it.
And it's one of those great things with Pokemon over the years, how it's evolved, that you can actually bring your Pokemon up through different eras and generations of the games, right? So you're able to take let's say you really loved your Kyogre from your original playthrough of Sapphire, and you can bring it all the way here into Scarlet and Violet. I think that's a wonderful mechanic for the game. But let's get into game 1 of round 3 of the LA Regional Championships. Giovanni Costa and Andrew Zheng. Gio has Miraidon and Chi-Yu on the field, compared to Grimmsnarl Lunala for Andrew.
And looking at this right away, this is such a defensive start coming out from Andrew. You have the Grimmsnarl, which can be setting up the screens to make sure that this Miraidon and Chi-Yu is doing as little as possible, because both of those are powerhouse Pokemon over on Giovanni's end of the board here. Chi-Yu, that Beads of Ruin is going to allow this Miraidon to hit for a lot of damage, and it's already something that's really enabled itself with the electric terrain as well as the choice specs. You can just go for a Volt Switch if you want a chance to be pivoting out, but you called out talking about ground-type terrestrialized Pokemon. Chi-Yu into the ground type could even allow the Miraidon to go for a parabolic charge. Hits everything on the field, not as powerful as its discharge, but it does allow health back. This is just going to be a swap to kick things off, though.
Lunala will switch into the Rillaboom, which importantly, not just keeping Lunala's Shadow Shield intact, but Rillaboom with the Grassy Surge gets rid of the electric terrain, which is definitely going to mitigate some of the damage on Miraidon's end. Of course, the light screen helping with that as well, helping against special attacks for the next 5 to 8 turns. We know it's 8 because of the light clay Grimmsnarl is holding. Snarl lowers the special attack, but that really does not matter on Andrew's Pokemon. And Giovanni smartly Volt switching there. He knew there's no shot they're just going to let me get strong electric attacks off for free.
I mean, yeah, you got to have a little bit of respect there, and a chance to be bringing the Gyarados in as well. This will be a round of Intimidate. This is something that is going to lower than the attack over on the Rillaboom, since the Snarl, well, that's only going to be a little bit of chip damage into it. The Lunala swapping out, I mean, even with the Shadow Shield, that Snarl, you don't want to be taking that damage. You don't want to break the Shadow Shield. And if the point is to be setting this Lunala up for success, taking that special attack drop right away is really going to be reducing the amount of damage that it can go overall. This Grimmsnarl, you got the one screen up. Could be a chance for Andrew to try and pivot back out, try and get something that could be applying a little bit more pressure into this. But when the Chi-Yu is there, the Lunala, I feel like, never feels quite too safe.
Yeah, and I see the Thunder Wave on Grimmsnarl. It's something like we used to see Gyarados carry Thunder Wave all the time, but now there's potential for Gio to be worried that his Pokemon could be having its speed messed with a paralysis. But for now, Gio switching for a Giraffin.
This is going to be so nice too, because that is the armor tail, and that is blocking off the priority. So Prankster, Thunder Wave, nothing, and that's a free setup.
Yeah, he knew that there's no way you fake out, there's no way you Thunder Wave because of armor tail. So Geo smartly switching for Ugarte in at the right time. But Rillaboom, instead of the fake out bait, goes for the U-turn. Having that pivot, you can either bring Lunala back in or you can reveal your 4th Pokemon.
Being able to have something like that in Incineroar to bring around Intimidate down on this Gyarados trying to set up would be nice, but Lunala, since the Chi-Yu isn't on the other end of the field anymore, this definitely feels like a lot safer of a position to try and get set up and to be applying some damage back here. Especially too, you got to make sure you're not too passive, or at least you're not matching the setup coming out from the other end, because Gyarados, I mean, it can do some damage, but once you start building up those Dragon Dances, the speed and the offense you have will be incredible. And you're talking about utility that Lunala has, and it can have Trick Room. This one doesn't. So if that Gyarados starts getting a lot of speed boost, it is just going to be always the fastest and no way to stop it. And here's another fast, speedy Pokemon hitting the field.
Miraidon swapping back onto the field. I imagine in this best of 3, we're going to be seeing Miraidon and Rillaboom just going back and forth, switching these terrains up so many times. Now Grimmsnarl sets Reflect to lower the damage from physical attacks. Waterfall not doing too much damage thanks to the Shadow Shield ability, but there is the first of what could be many Calm Minds in Lunala's way.
Yeah, I would be curious how many Calm Minds that Andrew has to go for with this Lunala, considering that a potential other Volt Switch coming out from the Miraidon on the other end can bring the Chi-Yu back in to start trying to hit Snarls back off into that Pokemon here. So I love this. Clicking something a little bit more on the offensive. Even if there is the Volt Switch coming on out and the Chi-Yu hits the field, you're still going to be dealing a lot of damage coming on out. And a nice chance to get the Grimmsnarl off the field since you already have 2 rounds of screens now.
And this might be something that Gio was anticipating since Rillaboom was swapped in immediately the last time around that Miraidon came onto the field. Now, looks like Andrew's deciding to terrestrialize Lunala.
And this into the Fairy type. Lunala is not a Fairy type Pokemon to be kicking things off, so being able to drop a couple of the weaknesses it has and deal some more damage with the Moonblast can be huge. Gyarados with just the Protect staying safe, but
we'll see what Miraidon goes for here, and it's the Volt Switch. No attack into Lunala, so Andrew using his terrestrialization, not getting any immediate value out of it on this turn, but it could be crucial later on. Giovanni does get the switching on this side, so Farigiraf can come back in to stop a fake out.
The Farigiraf, though, it is going to be taking this Moonblast. Terrestrialize boosted +1 special attack to be hitting into the draft.
And
the critical hit to boot goes down.
Gio's Farigiraf was not prepared for the crit, the increased damage from being a Fairy type as well.
And at this point, too, with the leftovers and the grassy terrain that Andrew was able to reset with this Rillaboom, Lunala back at full health. This is now Lunala that has a Calm Mind boost, the special defense and the special attack, and now has its Shadow Shield back up. Pokemon going down on Geo's end does mean that he can bring this Hadron engine back out, re-get that electric terrain. The real battle here going on, the terrain wars are back.
Yeah, for sure, and this Lunala just showed how much of a presence it has on its side of the field when you do that much damage, especially with the critical hit. The fake out goes into Gyarados, so there's no attack from the Gyarados' turn.
But hop in, losers. We're going Electro drifting into the Shadow Shield, though still not the damage that you wanted. The Moonblast retaliating back. Oh,
that's super effective.
So much more.
Miraidon didn't terrestrialize into what you usually see with that Terra Electric to drop that Dragon typing. Dragon really bad against Fairy, spoiler alert. So Gio gets punished by losing his restricted on that turn.
And that this Lunala, I can see now why Andrew is starting to is out of the turtle and go into this Pokemon, because now with these Moonblasts, looking at the Pokemon on the other end, this is still going to be threatening so much damage. Even with this Lunala, if you even want to try and protect through a turn, try and just bring your grassy terrain back out, you can get in a position you have your Shadow Shield back up as well. Or if you're feeling confident that you can get through this, well, you can just go on the offensive. Your Geo just down to final 2 Pokemon.
And when you stack Light Screen and Calm Mind, you're effectively neutralizing Chi-Yu's Beads of Ruin, right? You're coming up neutral or positive in that scenario. So I love how Lunala is able to just mitigate Chi-Yu's damage.
And at this point, too, the Chi-Yu This is a Choice Scarf Chi-Yu and final 2 Pokemon. Whatever it wants to lock in onto this turn, it is locked into for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, so we are going to have a switch. Incineroar does swap onto the field for Andrew. I was wondering if you felt confident enough to not reveal the 4th Pokemon in this match, but definitely playing it safer in this spot, getting Rillaboom back out for later, as Incineroar taking that Flamethrower way better than the Rillaboom would have. Gyarados with a Dragon Dance, trying to get stronger, trying to get speedy. There's always the waterfall chances at flinches, right? So maybe the game is not over yet, but it's time for +1 Moongeist Beam into the Gyarados.
Yeah, it's pretty
and it
over.
goes down. It's kind of over.
I mean, the Gyarados, I respect it. Incineroar coming back out, bringing it down to neutral attack. You want any chance at anything happening in this game, I mean, it starts with having a Pokemon that's going to be able to threaten as much damage. Already having so much speed, you needed that attack to go along with it, but the Incineroar swap-in was so good. At this point, match canceled, go to game 2.
What a display by Andrew there in that first game, showing the power of Lunala. But it was one of those things that you mentioned, Sierra. It's not just that you're restricted, puts on a show. It's the supportive Pokemon that are able to really help facilitate it to success.
Yeah, being able to have the screens to kick things off, and when you're looking at things like the Incineroar and the Rillaboom in the back, Pokemon that can very easily just manually swap in that you're not really too worried about. You're not really feeling, oh, if I swap something in for this Grimmsnarl, they're about to have a good, like a really bad time here. I think it was really, really important. Grimmsnarl can sometimes overstay its welcome. And after the screens were set up and being able to position well with those Pokemon, it was only 1 round of Calm Mind that this Lunala needed to be doing a lot of damage, and even just getting the Shadow Shield back was huge. The Chi-Yu, yes, it looked like he could threaten into the Lunala to be kicking things off, but being able to remove this Lunala until the Chi-Yu on the other end of the field had also departed was really nice. And now for Geo, you have to look at, I mean, you can't really stop the screens quite as well, but maybe look so much more as to having the offensive and the positioning on your own end to make sure this Lunala cannot start getting set up the way it had in game 1.
Right, and Geo, obviously that's priority number 1 for him, is don't allow Lunala to get set up. Don't allow it to reactivate Shadow Shield like you did in game 1, right? So the adjustments, the Grimmsnarl was pretty crucial, even though it wasn't on the field for most of the turns. It just set up Light Screen, and then, oh, Gyarados comes out, he has Dragon Dance. I'm gonna click Reflect in this spot to help mitigate the physical damage as well. So Geo's, as much as he needs an answer for Lunala, he also needs to check this Grimmsnarl.
The Grimmsnarl, at least, when you have the screens up, if you can take down the Pokemon around it, I don't think that many Grimmsnarl are going to get through the rest of the game with just the Spirit Break. The issue was breaking through the Grimmsnarl partner. It was some really good switches coming out from Andrew. I mean, a Flamethrower into an Incineroar. I know the match was basically over at that point, but really good switches coming out constantly. So even just kind of playing a little bit ahead of that. I liked the switch, the Volt switch going out on that turn 1. But then when you reposition a little bit more down the line, it was always Andrew that was 1 turn ahead. But here it is, game 2.
Yeah, Geo has to win this one, or he's going to get his first loss of the day here in round 3. Miraidon and Chi-Yu yet again for Geo, and then it's Rillaboom next to the Lunala this time for Andrew.
A little bit of a different way of trying to be setting up your restricted Pokemon at this point. Of course, Rillaboom does have the ability to fake out. This isn't one of those Rillabooms that has dropped that. So you can be stopping one of the Pokemon on the opposing end. You do have to worry about a Graph in the back, but at least being able to reset the terrain and have that possibility going on forward is nice. You could also just call that, hey, we're going for damage right here, right now with this Lunala, but you still risk so much damage coming back into this.
Yeah, and that's it's a very strong Terra Fairy in this spot because you lose that 4 times weakness to Dark that Geo was threatening you with. There's no there's no Grimmsnarl to set up Light Screen to help you. But also, you know that Miraidon can never click Draco Meteor into you as well, so it's a very safe terrestrialization.
Yeah, and that Miraidon is not wanting any part of it. It's going to be a swap to kick things off. Adjustment from Geo. It's going to be the Whimsicott. This is one of the Pokemon that's been popping up a little bit more and more, being able to rival as a Prankster Tailwind user. So it'll be interesting to see it hit the field, especially with utility like Encore, as here's the Terrestrialization. Berry type, not taking super effective hits coming out from this Chi-Yu, and we're about to see some offense right away from this thing.
Yeah, and we'll see if Whimsicott can help Geo in 2024 like he helped him in 2016. The fake out goes into Chi-Yu, so no attacks from Chi-Yu on this turn. Now a Terra Fairy Moonblast into the Chi-Yu. That's a neutral hit, brings it down very low, but does not knock it out.
Looking on forward, though, this Chi-Yu has taken so much damage. Geo does threaten Tailwind over on his end, so you still have to be careful around this because this Chi-Yu, you still cannot allow it. It's already even just Choice Scarf. You don't even need to be setting up one in this situation, but you have to be making sure that you're not losing this fish right away. The fake out and the amount of damage done in the first turn was nice, but if you're not able to quite follow it up, the Lunala, since you didn't take any damage on that turn, still does have a Shadow Shield intact. Try and say that 5 times fast. So you would be able to get through a round of hits well as Incineroar is going to join the fray.
Well, now Lunala giving us tongue twisters and giving Geo a tough battle in this game too, as Incineroar swaps into that Rillaboom slot. Whimsicott clicking Endure, but it's into Incineroar who just swapped in. So a perfect switch as he will resist Flamethrower as well.
What a swap coming on out. Incineroar as a Dark type is not going to be affected by a Prankster priority move whatsoever. And now Moonblast coming out from this Lunala is going to bring this Whimsicott all the way down to its focus sash. So already Andrew taking a nice little lead going on into that. Could have been an opportunity as well to maybe just get rid of this Chi-Yu, but being able to swap in on the Incineroar on this turn, not get locked down, is so nice.
Yeah, I do like that Andrew feels so comfortable right now to not just single target into Chi-Yu, that if Geo was predicting that, maybe you cheekily get Miraidon back onto the field for free. So no, the damage goes to that other slot there. I like that play.
What's nice here too is with that Choice Scarf and locked into Flamethrower, you actually just feel so safe in that situation. So Geo almost forced into a swap at that point, and this is going to be the Gyarados coming back in. That's going to be sticking true to same as the game one here, bringing the Intimidate down onto Andrew's Incineroar.
But Lunala still has the Shadow Shield here on turn 3, and with the swap and protect, that means it's going to persist onto turn 4 as well. Here's Lunala with the Terra Fairy Moonblast into the Gyarados on the switch and bringing it down to pretty much exactly halfway, but that's beneficial for Geo as he eats the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, being able to get a good chunk of health back off of that, at least if you were protecting the Whimsicott on that turn, you're not taking too much more damage with the Gyarados, but swapping it in and instantly getting Parting Shot feels definitely bad, because now you're at this -1. The Incineroar gets to swap back out. This is just Andrew's wheelhouse. The Grimmsnarl too, it didn't make an appearance in the lead, but in the back instead. And this still just matches up so nice because you're not really risking too much damage from the opposing end anyways, and still have this opportunity to be setting up screens, or even if you felt comfortable with how things were going so far, even just fire off a Spirit Break to be just taking care of this low health Whimsicott.
Or even if Andrew's feeling confident enough, you know, you already Parting Shot to Gyarados, you don't have to worry about the physical damage. Preemptively set up Light Screen for whenever Miraidon re-enters the field, you're going to be mitigating that special attack.
Yeah, the nice thing is with this Grimmsnarl, since you do have the priority on those screens, if you did want to try and get rid of the Whimsicott the time around, it could be there too. The Whimsicott, though, into the Dark types that Andrew has, the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl, can't shut those down with the Encore. Still have to be careful about shutting out a potential other slot. It's just going to be Chip. It will break the Shadow Shield. -1 Waterfall, though, doesn't feel so great either, but it will get the flinch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Geo was going for more than the damage, since it's been so low at that point. Spirit Break does target down Whimsicott. Geo losing his first Pokemon of this game too, so now he can decide to bring in either Chi-Yu or the Miraidon back onto the field.
You break the Shadow Shield, and sure, you get flinched by the Waterfall of this situation. The grassy terrain is still up. Geo can be overriding it now into the electric terrain, but the Rillaboom's still in the back and bring it back out. You already got some recovery from those leftovers. If you are worried about the amount of damage that could be done back over on Geo's end, you can be protecting since you're not going to be locked into an Encore, or even just have the chance to override it now. This Grimmsnarl, it hasn't gone for the screens. Other ways to be shutting down the Pokemon, though, to make sure this Gyarados is just suppressed going on forward. I mean, Underwave could definitely do a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I think Geo is in a really tough spot right now, being down in the Pokemon count 4-3, down a game here in round 3, and Andrew is just, you know, firing on all cylinders right now. Lunala will swap out save it for later on into the Rillaboom, who's like you see every single time. You see a Miraidon on the field, sets up electric terrain. Rillaboom wants no part of it. Will put the grassy terrain back on to the field to lower that damage. And now it's time for Giovanni to terrestrialize.
All right, we're getting into the thick of the battle here. It is going to be the Gyarados into this flying type. This, more importantly, when you're eyeing up something like Aerial Blast being able to do that sort of damage. But at this point, too, 30 -1 and flying type, the Thunder Wave won't care about that. It is going to be a Gyarados that is slower and has a chance at not acting on its moves.
Yeah, so it's already, you're doing less damage, it's slow, it's really not a lot in Gio's favor, but Miraidon will Volt Switch out into that Grimmsnarl slot so you can get Chi-Yu back onto the field without taking damage, which is crucial since its health is so low already. Now it's all down to this paralyzed Gyarados if he's going to be able to get an attack off. Terra Blast, so that's going to be a same type attack bonus for the Gyarados into Grimmsnarl, but
not enough.
Not enough damage. Grimmsnarl hangs on in the red. That parting shot from before is so crucial.
The Gyarados, it already doesn't hit for the most amount of damage. That Intimidate from early on was doing so much, and now Chi-Yu's on the field, sure, but it's already been so heavily damaged at this point, and Grimmsnarl, I mean, it hasn't even had to go and set up the shields, and look how much health the Incineroar and the Lunala still had, sitting around 75% HP. Has been absolutely incredible. And at this point, too, you can just go on the offensive with this Rillaboom or even just an U-turn out. This will just be a manual switch, so you have your train in the back. Make sure that Gio never wins that battle.
Right, as long as Miraidon is still kicking in this match, Andrew wants to preserve his Rillaboom for it later. So another Intimidate for this Incineroar, lowering Gyarados' attack, but that's pretty good for Gio as he swaps in the Miraidon on this turn. We know that Chi-Yu has the choice Scarf, so he's gonna have to lock into one move on this turn. What does Gio decide? The light screen from Grimmsnarl finally, I feel like Grimmsnarl's been on the field for 4 turns. It finally lessens or reduces the damage from those special attacks, but not enough for this flamethrower to keep it from getting knocked out. Now Andrew loses his first Pokemon of the match.
Being able to get the light screen up before you go, though, is really nice. And you got your Rillaboom to be swapping out, so you have Fake Out on the board next turn. And even, too, if you want to bring the Rillaboom back out. And holding off on that screen for so long, I mean, it is the light clay, so 8 turns is going to be a long time in this battle. But it does mean that it is going to be there for the, assuming the rest of the match now. Now you have this double Fake Out on this turn, and you've overridden the terrain yet again.
Yeah, it's kind of an endless losing battle at this point, where anytime Miraidon is on the field, we have not seen in 2 full games here one time that Miraidon was able to actively use all of the Hadron engine and electric terrain and everything to its full effect. It has been, reduced every time.
And that's an issue in this, and an issue with this Miraidon as well, that if you're relying on this terrain, you do still do a good amount of damage outside of it, but you really, when you have this race specs, want to be maximizing it. Chi-Yu swap out this turn, Gyarados coming back in.
Oh.
We'll
see what is going on here. Something happened there, and we'll see. Hopefully, we get back
Gyarados did not want to come back out of its Pokeball, that's for sure.
Yeah, Gyarados said, it appears we have a failure to communicate. That's a movie reference for you, Sierra. It's a very old movie. You should see it. It's a good one. I don't know what's going to happen here. That's kind of a weird situation. Let's not focus too much on that. We can talk about the board state and how things were. It appeared like it was going in Andrew's favor, right? He had the Pokemon lead. Gyarados was both had lost health and was paralyzed. Chi-Yu was locked into Flamethrower when Incineroar's on the other side and at low HP. Full health Lunala still with the Terra Fairy. Like, I think Andrew was still pretty solid.
I mean, looking at this, the ruling that I'm getting from here is this one is going to be ruled as a tie and head into game 3, and then see how game 3 shakes up for how it's going to be taken down from there. So, hey, we got to keep it interesting, right?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, you gotta add drama in Hollywood, right? You gotta
Every good movie's got a twist.
Oh, you imagine the script writers for this event, and they're like, okay, and then in round 3, game 2, we're gonna make it a tie just to get everyone on the edge of their seats. This does, could be a blessing in disguise. We'll see what happens, or if Andrew's going to still be so dominant, because I still really, after 1.5, 2 matches, whatever you want to call it, I still haven't really seen an answer to Terra Fairy on Lunala's end.
Yeah, it has been really difficult for Geo to be breaking through at this end. And even just last time, Andrew's showing that you did not need to go for the Calm Mind in this to be taking the significant lead that he was able to. Those Moon Blasts, they definitely added up. And when you weren't really at risk for taking too much damage back, whether it was because of the utility of whatever Pokemon was next to you being able to go for a fake out, whether it was when, well, this Lunala finally did get hit and it was by a weaker move into a Shadow Shield, and even the double up just kind of looked a little mid when it's a Moonblast from a Whimsicott, you know? The Lunala never really felt threatened in this. Geo does actually have to throw quite a bit at this Lunala to be kind of shutting it down, so that has been a level of difficulty going on to this for sure. And even when Geo brings this Whimsicott, I mean, he looked to try and shut down the Rillaboom on the one turn with the Encore. Even if you did try and shut down this Lunala, if it's not actually going to Calm Mind, it doesn't hit Protect, which it didn't at all in that second game, you can't shut that down either. Andrew's been playing immaculately.
Yeah, I'm just trying to theorize here, Sierra, that one avenue I can see for Geo is with Whimsicott, and it's still not the greatest spot for me or think of it, but if you can encore Lunala as it is Calm Minding, then you're going to make it super strong once the Encore ends, but your hope is to be able to knock it out before the Encore is over at that point. I'm thinking that might be a way you can try to get back in this.
That's difficult is when you have Geo's end and you're dealing with these special attackers that you have, that is also not really the greatest luck. You'd be looking for something like the Protect, because this Gyarados, you don't really have the luxury of time when you're staring down the Pokemon Andrew has on his end, especially encoring into kind of a setup thing. You cannot get out of that Calm Mind, and this Pokemon sweeps your team. So I think that has been a little difficult going on into this. Even looking at the other Pokemon that Geo has available on his team, it's a little bit tough. I mean, the one thing that is at least nice with the Lunala having constantly Terrasilize is you can just start, you hit for neutral with quite a few things on your team. If you are hitting like a Flamethrower or hitting with your electric moves coming out from your Miraidon, so you just start doing a barrage of hits into there. Or if you can catch a really good swap with the constant pivoting with this Rillaboom and the Incineroar, if you can catch one of those, get a Flamethrower as the Rillaboom swaps in, that could be your way to start shutting Andrew down.
I also think, as I was watching the replay there, it might be kind of a cool idea for Geo to I'm not saying don't bring it restricted, obviously it's so important in a match, but the Terra Blast from Gyarados, if it is unintimidated and doesn't take 3 parting shots and isn't paralyzed, like, it actually can put in a lot of work if you're, worried, if Andrew kind of over prepares for the light screen and all the special attackers, like maybe Dragon Dance Gyarados could be the way. Bring Frigoreth back so it can't get Thunder Waved, and you fight fire with fire, fight Calm Mind with Dragon Dance.
The thing is the Calm Mind isn't really being shut. It can be with the Chiyu Snarl, but at the same time, if you're Dragon Dancing, your speed doesn't really mean too much. If your attack keeps getting mitigated by the Incineroar, it can get an Intimidate on the swap in, it can get an attack drop on the way out with the parting shot, and then you just rinse and repeat. And the Gyarados really hasn't been able to off with the pressure because of that. The Dragon Dances haven't really felt too threatening, whereas, and it's still then just as susceptible to being knocked out. Whereas the Lunala, if you're going, you're going Calm Mind for Dragon Dance over here, this Lunala gets terrifying because, all right, now this Chiyu is not going to be able to really attack as much into it because the special defense was raised. Oh, look, the Miraidon kind of can't for that reason either, which has been really, really tough into this.
Yeah, definitely thinks a spot, or I think it is a spot that Geo's going to have to try to just make some adjustment and roll with it, because the first 2 games haven't really worked out in his favor for the most part. So maybe just pick a strategy that Andrew might not anticipate and catch him off guard.
Looking into this, I mean, I just keep looking at Geo's team, and this Lunala just keeps looking so difficult to break. Something that we haven't seen, which if, you're going for a, the movie twist and kind of like the underdog, right, and like the hero trading, and they do something really that you never really expected. Yo, the Miraidon with the Parabolic Charge and Terra Ground Chi-Yu for the Terra Blasts. I mean...
No, I actually agree with you. Like, just go Terra Electric anyway, as it's an option for you, because you know Rillaboom's going to swap in every time. So like, just try to get as much damage on your Volt Switches. Try to get as much damage as you can to make sure that Lunala can never reactivate its Shadow Shield from leftovers, right? Like, even if you know Andrew will switch Rillaboom in on every single time, use that to your benefit.
I mean, if you're expecting the Rillaboom to be swapping in every time, then go for the Flamethrower, not the Terra Ground Terra Blast at that point. And at that point, you make the one-up play, but definitely can be dealing with it in that way. Something we haven't seen in this match, which I do think would be a little hard-pressed, but still would be that Iron Hands, being able to fire off some powerful Wild Charge or something like that, but it does have the Assault Vest as well, and going into a Terra Water, it does mean that you would have to invest your Terrestrialization, so you're not getting obliterated by a Moonblast, because you're not going to really appreciate that anyways. But that is a way to have a little bit more longevity, as well as your own Fake Out coming out from your own end, if you are looking to try and shut Andrew down.
Yeah, I was wondering how Iron Hands works in this matchup, and as I'm seeing the two teams and they're back and forth, I think that the Iron Hands has a tough spot for one of the many reasons that it did kind of fall out of the meta, which was the increase in Incineroar usage, right? The Intimidates really hurt it, and you're not able to take advantage of the Quark Drive ability with having Miraidon and Iron Hands out to boost the attack, because Rillaboom keeps coming onto the field and getting rid of the electric terrain. So I'd love to see if Iron Hands can actually do something, but just the combination of Incineroar and Rillaboom, like, they're kind of proving why Iron Hands fell off.
I mean, if you're expecting this Rillaboom to always be swapping in to override the terrain, then that's when you just start making the one advanced play. All right, well, this Pokemon's going to be swapping in, so if I think that he has to come in to override the terrain here, well, then I'm just going to pretend like this is the Rillaboom slot and just hit off whatever would be a super effective hit into that. So, hey, it is tough, and now going into this game 3, there's definitely a lot to be thinking about in that sort of regards.
Right, so if anyone is just joining us here, it is game 3 that our players are getting ready for. Game 2 was ruled a tie. If Andrew wins this game, he'll win the set 2-0, no big deal. But if Gio wins this game, we're gonna go to the tiebreaker, to that crazy Game 4 sudden death kind of scenario. So I think either way, it's going to be exciting.
Definitely keeping the drama alive. Definitely. Hollywood ain't got nothing on us over here.
Hey,
but
Pokemon's had their fair share of movies,
That's true.
I know you don't like
Has
movies, but you do like...
Has the plot ever been compelling as this, though?
I don't know. The Lugia movie was kind of slapped, but I know you don't like regular movies, but you do love Pokemon movies.
What about the Lunala movie? Because Andrew's making a case for that right about now. Has that one come out?
Yeah, Andrew's like, hire me as casting director for Lunala movie.
I just have to say, too, because I mean, looking at Andrew going from the Terrapagos, which is allegedly mid according to his hoodie here, into something that he got a second place finish with, and now swapping over to the Lunala, something that I haven't really seen people pick up so far. I mean, I was a little hesitant to get on board, but being able to see it play out over these 2 matches so far, I'm really excited to see how this matches up, even more so going on forward into the tournament, because, I mean, Gio is a very accomplished player. Looking at things like this Miraidon, like, these are some really strong Pokemon that he has, and he's been tough pressed to find an answer. So, hey, maybe Lugia should not have beat out Lunala in the most underrated Pokemon poll. I think we're all getting this one wrong.
Yeah, I think Lunala, I know you and I have theorized on Lunala the last couple of weeks since Regulation G started, and it's, different versions, like we talked about the Power Herb version, but Leftovers Calm Mind, it just helps you so much, especially when you have Grimmsnarl, right? Like, if Lunala was by itself, maybe it's really hard to get Calm Mind boost set up and, keep yourself healthy and safe, but the Grimmsnarl making it take less damage, and then the Rillaboom reactivating Shadow Shield from the Leftovers Grassy Terrain Recovery, it's like perfect synergy.
Yeah, this Lunala, I mean, it's been hit a few times, and the amount of damaging, like the damage that has been hit into it is honestly, between the Shadow Shield and between the screens and everything else going on, it kind of seems a little sad. It's just that little bit of chip into the Lunala, and it's been able to more than easily heal all of that back up. So Lunala actually showcasing that there is still so much more to discover with Reg G, and I think this is some really great team building. I mean, you got your fire, water, grass, but being able to use all of this to enable this Lunala, such a smart way.
Yeah, for sure. Andrew's team, it's not like his Pokemon are unconventional, right? Like, I guess maybe Grimmsnarl is probably the lowest usage of the 6 on there for sure. But, like, these are conventionally strong Pokemon that are able to support the lesser used restricted Pokemon in Lunala compared to the other way around where, you know, maybe you have a Calyrex Ice Rider as a 16% usage or something, and then you have the Mienshao and other Clefairy or other, you have those low usage support Pokemon. Andrew's kind of flipped it. He has high usage regular Pokemon and a low usage restricted.
Yeah, and again, not having that restricted as a supportive Pokemon, I think has just been absolutely so key in this, as well as just how he's been able to navigate it and play this out. I'm intrigued now heading into this game, which could be our final game here, what the trainers have been thinking if they want to make adjustments going into it. I think Andrew has unlocked a really solid game plan going into it, and I think it's all on Geo, on him to make the adjustment to shut this down.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what plot twists occurs in Game 3 of
surely not
of
another
round 3. Yeah. Between Andrew Zheng and Giovanni Costa. Will Geo force the tiebreaker, or will Andrew win the set? It's going to be pretty exciting to see as we get into Game 3. Geo leading Gyarados and Chi-Yu on his side, so finally switching it up. No Miraidon compared to Rillaboom and Lunala for Andrew.
All right, this is going to be the arc comeback here for Giovanni, as we're seeing the Gyarados be kicking it off with the lead. This is going to be an Intimidate on to the Rillaboom to start. So this is one option of Fake Out coming out from Andrew, that he can be trying to shut down one of these Pokemon over onto the opposing end. But you still get pressured from the other one. So something like eyeing up the swap, I definitely don't hate. You do just have to be careful of a potential, even just a double up or a hit into this Lunala. There is the Snarl that is going to be spread damage. The Lunala will take that and have its special attack lowered either way. Or even if Geo can start getting some early damage down onto that Pokemon, that could be wreak havoc.
Rillaboom does swap into Incineroar, and Andrew understanding, hey, just because Miraidon's not on the field yet doesn't mean that Geo didn't bring it in the back. So wants to preserve his Rillaboom for later on in the game to change those terrains up. But Geo going all out right now with the Terra.
This into the Terra flying as well. This does unlock the powerful Terra Blast. That kind of speaks to me like it could have been something targeted for that Rillaboom. That is so much. 4 times effective Snarl into that Lunala. And that's going to be the lowered special attack. Critical hit on the Incineroar. I would have guessed that one was swapped around at this point, but that is definitely where I needed to see a change coming into this. Terra Blast, it is going to be targeted into the Incineroar instead, though.
Oh, he was going after that Rillaboom there as a grass type, trying to hit it super effectively, but instead loses its attack, lowers its attack because of Incineroar, and allows Lunala to click the Calm Mind. But one of the worries you can have on Andrew's end is trying to get the Grimmsnarl onto the field safely to set the light screen up while Lunala is currently at half health.
Well, this Lunala, I mean, even after a round of leftovers recovery and the grassy terrain, doesn't look too worse for wear. And with the Incineroar swapping in this turn, you do have the option of shutting something down. The Gyarados now, it is a lot less threatening now that it is, I mean, you saw how little damage already it was doing into the Incineroar, and it now has -1 attack. So the Chi-Yu would be the main thing that you would be looking at shutting down. So even just a Fake Out into that slot feels especially safe.
Gyarados will swap out on Geo's end into the Whimsicott. So we've seen 3 of the 4 Pokemon on Geo's side right now. We know it's that Focus Sash Whimsicott on his end. The Pokemon he used to top cut the World Championships 8 years ago.
Lunala, at this point, this will be the Terastallization to be facing down against that Chi-Yu and the 2016 World's Whimsicott over here. Notably as well, making sure that it's not going to be weak to Snarls on later turns and being able to get a lot more damage out from this Moonblast. Won't even maybe have to worry about the Chi-Yu on later turns because it's not going to be able to take too much more hits after this.
Yeah, that double target has brought Chi-Yu down to under half HP. No critical hit, fortunately for Geo, as that would have spelled disaster for the Chi-Yu and certainly knocked it out. Now, Incineroar is going to recover up back to just barely over half HP. And as you mentioned, Sierra, Lunala is actually really not taking too much damage after 2 leftovers grassy terrain turns.
I'd be more used to seeing Pokemon that maybe have to protect to be really maximizing the amount they get while not receiving damage. But between the Fake Out, the swap, so much. This Lunala looks so good. And this Snarl now, after that Terastallization, significantly less. We'll be able to get a special attack drop there. Don't let it get too out of control, though, which might be the difference here. You're just hanging on.
The Snarl is huge as Chi-Yu just barely hangs out, but the Moonblast gets the special attack drop to lower Chi-Yu's damage the next turn. I know Snarl's not doing a lot of damage anyway, but obviously it's going to be doing even less now. Incineroar does get to switch out thanks to the parting shot, lowering Chi-Yu yet again. Geo might want to conserve this, what looks like 1 HP Chi-Yu for later on, since it has been hurt so much from Moonblast and parting shot. But Grimmsnarl is here to set Light Screen or Reflect for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that is just going to be lowering the amount of damage even more so. And another round of this Leftovers and Grassy Terrain recovery. This Lunala, I mean, it's crazy to think that not too long ago it was about half health here. It's looking so great on this turn. Chi-Yu on just a sliver of health. Maybe you can get one more snarled off, but once the Chi-Yu's kind of eliminated, you can't even just go for a swap with this Lunala to be able to get your special attack back up to normal, or to try and just be setting Calm Minds from there.
Geo kind of conceding. Chi-Yu on this turn knows it's not long for the rest of this match, so instead just gonna have the Snarl. Moonblast is super effective in the Grimmsnarl, so that does a lot of damage, but now it's time for Lunala. Doesn't matter how low its attack or special attack gets, it's still gonna do a lot into a very frail Whimsicott, and now Spirit Break gets the KO.
Notably, though, you're still saying that it's a lot, but those special attack boosts have the drops, not boosts. The other one, the boosts. But no, it's been lowering this significantly to the point where this Whimsicott isn't a 2-hit KO anymore. You'd have to be hitting it with both of these Pokemon if you want to be eliminating it. And you do have to be watching out for something like the Encore into the Lunala slot later on. So it's a Pokemon that you can't be really protecting in front of for that reason. Gyarados now can hit the field. This will be an Intimidate down on the Grimmsnarl. Doesn't deal the most amount of damage anyways, but that does stack up. But with this board state, definitely not too surprised to see that we could see the potential of the swap. This does mean if we are getting a little bit more passive turns out of Andrew, the Gyarados setting up is what you'd be looking for, because that would be key in dealing some instrumental damage down the line.
And it's really smart to bring Gyarados in on this turn because you still hide the fourth Pokemon. Yes, we can all assume it's Miraidon, but until it's physically on the field, Andrew does not have confirmation of what that fourth Pokemon is. Lunala is almost at full HP. I believe it was 4 hit points off of reactivating Shadow Shield, so Andrew gonna save that for later on in this match. Incineroar will intimidate this Gyarados, lowering its attack on this turn, but does Geo call it here? Did he anticipate the Intimidate and go for a Dragon Dance to bring its stats back up to neutral? There's the Moonblast. Light Screen does not help Grimmsnarl stick around. So Grimmsnarl goes down without ever setting up Reflect. If this Gyarados can get set up, it will be doing massive amounts of damage. Terra Blast into Incineroar. It hangs on with 1 HP.
What a survival coming out the Intimidate, the entire difference. Terra Blast, the Pokemon not being able to pick off that Incineroar. And now Lunala, I mean, yes, you lose your Grimmsnarl, you didn't get the Reflect up, but this Gyarados had a -1. Obviously, the damage isn't there. It couldn't even take down the cat on the other end of the field. And now Lunala looks so great. It's one Leftovers recovery away from Shadow Shield being back up, and Whimsicott or health. And of course, we're getting double protect this turn.
Right, with the double protect, you now are not having any damage. As you mentioned, Leftovers will bring Lunala back up to full. Important for Whimsicott to protect here, because if Andrew went for something cheeky, you could have went for the Encore, but no, just a regular Moonblast into those protects. So we're in the same slot. Incineroar is low HP, no access to Fake Out, and that survive was huge, because if Rillaboom came in as the last 2 Pokemon for Andrew, then Geo could have brought Miraidon in and had Electric Train for the rest of the game.
Weird is big looking at this as well, as you now have the option to take the Incineroar out. The Pokemon on the other end definitely still threatening to this, barely holding on Incineroar, but being able to have that utility to swap it back in and out. If you had taken care of that Incineroar, you're then looking in a lot better position to try and be setting up with your own Gyarados without having the risk of an Intimidator on the opposing end of the field of consistently swapping in and out. And when you always have a double Fake Out option, this switch is always just especially scary as Incineroar leaves, and wow, what a shock. Rillaboom back out.
Who could have foreseen the Rillaboom to switch in onto the field. Of course, Geo could be anticipating this. Terra flying on the Encore goes into Lunala. That means Lunala is going to have to click Moonblast. You might be worried, oh no, he's going to do damage. That means he can't Calm Mind.
You won't be able to get set up going on forward, and the Terra Blast, even at the -1, going to be doing a lot more damage into that Rillaboom than it did into the Incineroar. And Moonblast, it will be enough this time, considering no special attack drop to be picking up the KO. Then into the Moonblast, though, this does still threaten a decent amount of damage, but we'll finally get an opportunity to see the 4th final Pokemon for Geo. It will be the Restricted. It is the Miraidon coming back on out.
And that 1 HP on Incineroar was so massive because Andrew still has switch potential here. He can switch Rillaboom out to bring it, let Incineroar go down, get another Intimidate onto Gyarados, crucially, but then get rid of Electric Train for the rest of the game. This turn he doesn't need to because he has the Fake Out to stop it, but there's the Electro Drift.
All right, hitting into the Rillaboom at this point, even with the Assault Vest Light Screen, not enough. Gyarados is flinching this turn, and the Lunala forced and locked into a Moonblast. Too bad, so sad. Miraidon taking so much damage.
I really thought Electro Drift was going to do enough. We saw when Rajan had his Miraidon out, resisted damage meant nothing. He was getting KO after KO. But now, Rillaboom hangs on at 5. Lunala is still full HP. Andrew is thriving.
The Lunala, though, at this point, the Pokemon on the other end of the field are going to be faster, and as we're getting the confirmation, can only be using Moonblast. And now Electro Drift. The Pokemon on Geo's end a lot faster, but not picking up the KO last time. Forced to be picking up and just taking care of the Rillaboom now. So the Lunala will have the opportunity to clean up a Pokemon over on Geo's end after the Gyarados gets to act. Dragon Dance keeps setting up.
Yeah, kind of anticipating when Incineroar comes back onto the field, since he will be lowering the attack stat there. Will boost its attack now. Moonblast goes towards Miraidon, so Geo has lost his Restricted for the rest of this Game 3. It is Gyarados versus the world right now. You know, as Encore has ended, Incineroar's going to swap back in, get the Intimidate. You have Fake Out as well. Can Geo 2v1 this and force sudden death?
If Lunala was at anything other than this full health, then hey, we could start talking scenarios. If Gyarados forced for the Protect on this turn, yeah, that's exactly it. Forced to Protect, and that's going to be a Calm Mind. So the Lunala, if it's not getting flinched, could be dealing a lot of damage. You're going to have to get the luckiest game ahead going on forward. And this Lunala at full health with the Shadow Shield is nowhere near at any risk of getting taken down.
And honestly, the Incineroar, if Geo wants to try to Waterfall flinch Lunala every turn, well, Incineroar can just click Party Shot for the rest of the game if keep lowering those stats. But it's Terra Blast into Incineroar to knock out that measly 13 HP remaining, but you just left Lunala wide open.
We're taking the fair 1v1 fight at this point. Calm Mind previous turn, Moongeist Beam this time around. First time seeing it this battle. Gyarados a sliver of health. Citrus Berry back up. Gyarados not going down without some sort of a fight.
All right, so how many Waterfall flinches would we need in a row on 240 HP with the Shadow Shield? He did 21 damage there. Doesn't even get the first one. That's curtains for Gyarados. And Andrew Zheng is going to be 3-0 to start his day at the Los Angeles Regional Championship.
Definitely showing that betraying the second place Terrapagos and moving on to this Lunala was in such a good decision going on forward. I didn't think that Lunala as a Pokemon in the single restricted format could look as powerful as it did, but Andrew definitely has me reconsidering a little bit on where I feel like these restricted Pokemon fall. I mean, just the core that he has built out, reasonings why Rillaboom and Incineroar, Pokemon like that have been leading the charge in their viability, but the constant fake outs, the constant pivoting, I mean, Geo is so pressed for answers. I mean, definitely did as best as he could to try and navigate it, but it was such a tough match.
Yeah, I just love the ups and downs that Regulation G has given us in less than a month, right, with the start of Indy only a couple weeks ago. We're like, Miraidon's mid-tier. Oh my gosh, it's busted. Then we go, oh, Zamazenta's cool. Oh my gosh, 25% of the field using Zamazenta. And now here we go. We're just gonna continue to see how many of these restricted Pokemon are viable. Lunala, not even one of the top 8 restricted Pokemon brought to LA this weekend, and it looked genuinely unstoppable in that match.
Yeah, I'd be so curious on how this stacks up against the other Pokemon, the other restricted ones out there, but Miraidon is the top usage restricted that we have in the format right now. The sheer damage it does, and paired up with these other sheer damage Pokemon, have been absolutely amazing, but looking up against this Lunala, I made quick work of him.
Yeah, when you check out the replay from this game 3, we know it was so intense. They had the disconnect and the tie in game 2. So much time spent on stage that can really be mentally taxing for you. But Andrew understood his win condition was effectively, Lunala and then keep cycling Fake Out, and he made sure to keep that working.
Is so well done here. I'm curious about the Gyarados, how that matches up. I'm just seeing the Terra Blast and going out, because an issue that I had with Gyarados in past formats was it just felt like with the Intimidate, that kind of, Incineroar kind of had it, like, it one-upped it a little bit, especially having the Fake Out. And it feels like as well for Gyarados to be doing the meaningful damage that you would like to be seeing done, that you need the Dragon Dance. And when you need to set up a Pokemon to be getting that damage and that longevity that you need, especially when it is on the attacking end of things that can be very easily just brought back down by the Incineroars running around everywhere, it feels like it's a Pokemon that's a little bit harder to thrive in this current format.
Yeah, for sure. That's one of the reasons we've seen, why Iron Hands has had difficult times as the metagame has developed, how Gyarados has fallen off from, where it was last season, where it was such a prominent Pokemon. It was used differently, right? Gyarados on Geo's team is a Dragon Dance sweeper, or last season it was kind of like Citrus Berry and Thunder Wave, and just trying to be a supportive Pokemon with there. But that last one, the Moongeist Beam for the KO. What an incredible set from Andrew in his sweatshirt there with mid Rapagos. We have breaking news where looks like we might have to make a new sweatshirt out there. Any of you tech savvy people, because from our friend Rosemary, I don't know if you can see it. If I try to go in, maybe closer to my face, it's Tarapa Goat is Rosemary's response. So it's no longer mid Rapagos on Andrew's end. Turns out Tarapa Goat.
I think I'm with Andrew, actually.
I'm on Rosemary. I'm Team Rosemary here. We need another poll.
I don't know how
Twitch
this turned
chat.
into like a Team Andrew versus Team Rosemary on this one. I don't know where this happened from, but I don't know. I think if you're getting second place with this Pokemon and you're still kind of moving on and you're making a different restricted that nobody expected to seem so good.
We'll make sure it get posted to social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to know, is it mid Rapagos or Tarapa Goat? I'm on the Goat, and you not so much.
I mean, I just want one of those hoodies. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
it just looks so comfortable, you know?
You need a new one that has Lunala and has like the trophy around its neck already.
He might not have won if he was chilled on stage, but because he was comfortable with the weather because of his sweatshirt, he wasn't too cold. He was able to maintain his composure.
When that's the conversation, they had us on camera for too long. that is a crazy conversation. So we're gonna cut this one here and head over to Gabby in the lounge for an interview with Andrew.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Andrew Zheng, who is your round 3 winner here on stream in LA. How does it feel?
Pretty good, especially after what happened this morning and lingering around for quite a few hours. Feels good to actually be playing Mons, and being 3-0 is like a bonus on top of that.
For sure. And before we get into your last match, there was some casters asking about the sweatshirt. Is it comfortable? What's the story behind it?
It is very comfortable.
It looks very comfortable.
And I just wore it because I didn't bring Tarapagos to this regional, so might as well. Tarapagos is mid. I would never bring it to regional. I don't know what anyone's talking about.
I think people must be a little bit confused if they think you would bring Tarapagos of all Pokemon. But you did bring Lunala, which is a very unique pick. So what was your thinking behind that?
So my initial thought process was at Orlando, I was playing a stall team, and at Indy, I was playing hyper offense. So for Los Angeles, I want to play balance and figure out if I'm actually good or I just only know how to play gimmicks, and so far going all right. And Lunala was a pick that I felt had really high potential on a balanced team. So I basically stole a European player's team to Keel ready once again, and yeah.
I mean, it seems like it's working out very well, and it got a surprising amount of bulk in that matchup with the combination of leftovers and grassy terrain. Is that your approach when you play it like balanced style? You just try and keep its health as high as possible while you use the balance aspect of the team to pivot?
Yeah, it's a lot like Raging Bolt and Reg F, where you just want to fake out, get your calm mind up, and then just start doing damage, getting rid of everything that is like a little frail, and then finally working on like the frail mons. It's a lot like that playstyle.
What was the inspiration behind the fairy type terrestrialization?
It was actually Flutter main, because Ghost Fairy is just very, very broken. So I was just like, Moongeist Beam, Moonblast, two of the most broken moves in the game.
I am very thankful that Fluttermane does not have Moongeist Beam. That is a fact.
Yeah.
So let's go back to game one in that matchup. What were you thinking when you saw the team preview? What was going to be your initial approach?
Basically, for Miraidon, my approach is like to be pretty conservative in my lead. In my play, obviously, you saw me like make a lot of aggressive plays, but for the first few turns, if you're playing balance, you have to play very, very carefully. And my game one lead of Grimmsnarl Lunala was reflective of that, very defensive. And basically I was just calling out that Geo wasn't gonna bring Whimsicott, because when you look at a balanced team, usually it's really bad. But game 2 and 3, he adjusted correctly. So it made it a bit more difficult, but I'm glad I was able to pull it up.
For sure, for sure. And do you have any advice for anybody out there watching who maybe wants to try a more underrated restricted Pokemon like the Lunala, maybe even Grimmsnarl? I mean, I wasn't expecting to see any of them on stream this weekend.
Yeah. I'd say my advice would be to first play like meta teams and figure out their strengths and weaknesses before you try to like build anything unique, because if you actually know how to use the teams that are establishedly good, then you can have a better idea to figure out how to beat them. It isn't always the case, but sometimes you can make some really great meta calls in that case.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, Andrew. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, shout out to my parents, my sister, and once again to Nikhil Reddy. And also Chupa Cross and Sempra for coaching.
Some amazing coaches indeed. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the future rounds of this tournament, and we'll be going ahead back to casters, I believe.
Believed right.
Yeah, you are correct, Gabby. We are back here wrapping up round 3, getting ready. We know that there's not a lot of tables left before the start of round 4.
Just one.
So just one.
Yeah.
There is a singular table that the whole every judge is just like with their notebook, just at this one table.
You never want to be the last table, because everyone is going to be simultaneously waiting for you and not happy with you. But
and if that last table has a Dondozo, you did it to yourself.
Or Tinglu.
Yeah, or Tinglu.
The real reason that we got Fissure on Tinglu is just to not have this situation. But no, honestly, good luck to them and, of course, everyone out here. But I feel like cruising along with our day now that we're up and going now. So it's exciting. Round 4 just around the corner.
Yeah, and I think that was a really fun match. I think Andrew had some very interesting ways of communicating how the team works and seeing, how to use Lunala and the kind of the Fluttermane inspiration. Like, Fluttermane's such a important Pokemon in the metagame that it's affecting teams that Fluttermane isn't even on.
Are you saying because Lunala is just better Fluttermane?
Well, because Andrew said that's why he was Terra Fairy, because Fluttermane is busted, therefore Moonblast, Moongeist Beam is busted.
Yeah, it's just a Fluttermane that doesn't get KO'd in one hit. It's
that
so
has
nice.
multi-scale essentially with Shadow Shield. Yeah,
it's just better Fluttermane. I love that. But while we're waiting for the last table to be wrapping up, we do have a couple of tweets to be talking about and going through. So kicking it off, watching VGC while catching 5-star. Oh yeah, there's raids going on this weekend.
I mean, there's a lot of raids all the time. I wish I had more friends that I could do raids with, because sometimes I get in there and the trainers, the in-game trainers, have their Arbelivas that's just vibing. You know, their Arcanine's not doing anything. So I need some more friends like Lewis here that are dedicated to raiding.
Hey, I mean, I've invited you to do some like the in-game barbecues to be getting the battle points, and you're the one that said no. So you're the one who we had a group of 3 people, and we just needed a 4th for the barbecues, and you said no. You declined friendship.
First of all, the barbecues is what we call them. That's not the actual. It's the Blueberry Academy quests. We jokingly call them barbecues because
the abbreviation.
BBQ.
Yeah.
I know, but we can't sit here on the stream, Sierra, and be like, hey, want to run some barbecues real quick?
Why not?
Anyway, shout outs to Lewis, keeping the raid culture going. Here's our next week from Blake Falls. Not a regional, but remember, Gabby asked what some of your favorite moments from this season on stream were. Not a regional, but one of my favorite moments from the season, my friends and I ending up on the broadcast while cheering on their friend at AUIC. VGC has brought me some incredible lifelong friendships, and I couldn't be more grateful for these guys.
I bet this group has, you know, some like barbecues together or stuff. There's some real friends here, but no, honestly, when you're looking at these incredible lifelong friendships, as Blake put, I mean, it is true. This game is such a nice community, and being able to travel around all around the world in these cases. This was EUIC with your friends is just absolutely incredible. Blake as well, known for being the Reggie Lucky guy, fun fact. So
yeah.
There you go.
I wonder if he liked Reggie Lucky more or the beans in London, because everybody raves about the beans over in England.
What?
Like, everyone loves beans in England. It's a thing. Like, you know, baked beans, different. They put it in a million.
Next tweet. We're gapping over here. Next tweet. Let's roll it. All right, coming out from Charlie. Hey. All right, talking about people that over you. So excited for LA Legends Arceus Regional Championships this weekend. Okay. I know I'm bad with these abbreviations and all. I'm definitely sure that is not correct.
Yeah, I don't think we're at Legends Arceus this weekend, but good try, Charlie.
Good try, Charlie. Team of Azumi Farms and Alpha's ready to go. Can't find any opponents though. Oof, that's tough going. But having the team all laid out like that, that is cool.
And shout outs to Charlie. What a phenomenal job Charlie did at EUIC as well. I was thoroughly enjoying Charlie's performances on the stage during that event.
100%. I mean, if you can't battle because there's no opponents for you, then cast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And we got one more post to showcase here. This is from Cubone Drip, and that is certifiably true, as we see dripped up and ready to start gaming. Let's go, Cubone.
Buy little sneakers for their
the little sneakers.
You just went to the baby section with your plushie and we're trying on these sneakers.
This is the important question. Do you think Ken's VGC has a young child and just took their sneakers and put it on Cubone? Or the weirder idea, they walked into like a baby store to specifically buy sneakers for their Cubone plush?
Oh, the weirder idea. You know, I applaud it. I am right there with you. You need to make sure that, I mean, your Cubone's set to go. That is like the coolest Cubone I've ever seen. I love thinking of like the plushie sitting there on the little shoe bench as you're trying on these different toddler shoes to see like which one to be the most appropriate for this Cubone to wear at a regional. Like every part of this is just cracking me up. That's what we need Hollywood movies about.
Yeah, we need more dripped out Cubones in our Hollywood media. But we did that. Those are our posts for right now. So thank you everybody for using that hashtag Play Pokemon. Let's check back in with the community bracket. We had a very spirited conversation about Ho-Oh and Groudon, and quite honestly, I mean, Sierra is flabbergasted right now that Ho-Oh beat Groudon.
Yeah, what is going on?
It was a landslide,
over here?
I heard it was like a very favorable matchup for Ho-Oh in Twitch chat.
When I'm thinking of that and thinking of the situations, I don't know. That is crazy.
Ho-Oh?
Where are the Ho-Oh players then? Where is this?
There was one in Puerto Rico, if you remember, a couple weeks ago. There was I think there was an event in Puerto Rico that Ho-Oh got top 8 in. I want to say it was Puerto Rico. I don't remember.
I love Ho-Oh, so honestly, I would love this to be super,
Johto
super
stands,
true.
they're kind of on the rise right now. Lugia and Ho-Oh making it to the semifinals.
I don't know. This is absolutely incredible, but we are going to be having our round 4 up here shortly. So I believe now, if I'm not getting a little too ahead of myself, Gabby is out on the floor to chat with some players about stuff. So check that out.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Faye Mata, VGC competitor. What is this, like your 3rd or 4th Pokemon tournament now?
I guess well, I used to play Pokken first, actually, and that was years ago. But this would be my technically 3rd VGC tournament, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and also voice actor, and honestly, just awesome, sparkly person. How's it going today?
I feel amazing. Games have been going well, but what's extra special to me is I used to compete in Pokken, and now I'm here. I voice act in the Netflix show Pokemon Horizons, and I voiced this one. So I had to make it a thing to come and compete with my own Pokemon for the first time ever. I think, I don't know, it's a very special glowy feeling I can't even explain, but I'm just happy to be here. It's been so fun.
I mean, you're really like channeling the Terastal energy, you know, with your headband, with the Terapagos there. How did you take inspiration from the role and put it into your team? Because, I mean, Terapagos is a very powerful restricted Pokemon, so I'm sure there were plenty of options.
Well, I was like, I really want to use Terapagos. Aaron Trailer helped me. So I got help from friends. I've also just been paying attention. My team's pretty similar to, I think they got 2nd place at Indiana. Yes.
Andrew Zheng?
Yes, Andrew Zheng. Thank you. So shout out to you, Andrew Zheng. And shout out to Wolfie. I needed to get a Tornadoes. I actually don't know how to pronounce it, but I needed to get one of those. And Wolfie had a save file for in Sword and Shield to get it. What do you call it? The paths?
Oh, the Dynamax Adventures.
Dynamax Adventures, yeah. So I played a Dynamax Adventure with Wolfie, and I took the wrong path, and we lost the first time. So this is my public apology to Wolfie. I'm so sorry, but we got there in the end. I appreciate all the time and energy that my friends share with me, so thank you so much.
And you're 2-0 right now too, which is really exciting. So
yeah, well, I'm actually 1-1, but
I'm sorry, I thought you said 2-0.
Well, no, well, I beat my last person 2-0, but I got kind of lucky. They missed Rock Slide.
It happens to us all, honestly.
Yeah. So, the end.
It really does. So do you have any advice for any like budding Pokemon trainers? Maybe they've seen the characters you voice on Horizons and they want to come to an event and compete?
Let's see. So I think it's interesting. Well, so first of all, I'll say what everybody should say. Just have fun. I definitely like to win, but I like winning with cute Pokemon, and I just happen to be fortunate that I was pretty dedicated to playing Terapagos, whether or not it was good, and I'm just lucky that it is good. But yeah, play your favorites. I think you'll have more fun, and if they happen to be good, you just got lucky. I don't know what to say, but just have fun. Play with friends. Talk about your strategies with friends. Maybe that's better advice.
I think so, but also make sure your favorite Pokemon are good.
Yeah. make sure you pick strong Pokemon that are really cute.
All right. Well, I'm waiting for the Bidoof buff coming in next generation, obviously. Yeah. So.
Did you bring your plush? We need to take a picture together.
We'll do that later. So, but I need to let you go now because I believe they just actually called the next round.
I gotta go.
So, do you have any quick shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah. Oh God, too many friends. I'll say My sister, Adrian, I love you. Happy birthday. And yeah, Aaron, Wolfie, the whole gang, Zvi, all my friends and family, and you.
Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Gabby here.
Thank you, and thank you so much.
One more thing. Shout outs to Lisa Ortiz, my wonderful Pokemon director. Thank you so much. She works me hard, but I think we made something really cool. So please check out Pokemon Horizons.
The theme song lives rent-free in my head. You have to go watch the show. Okay, thank you all so much. We'll be back with more real soon.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for round 4 coverage. Clodsire and everybody else. Psyduck, Mudkip, kind of a metal score buddy looking cool thing. Everybody, the gang's all here for round 4 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We are about to be underway. Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn. We had kind of a crazy last round, round 3. We had an even crazier interview with Gabby and Faye. Shout outs to Gabby, shout outs to Faye, because that interview was hilarious. We all love Gabby. The energy was awesome. And hopefully round 4 can continue on this crazy train.
You forgot that we all love Faye. What was that?
What?
You were like, we all love Gabby. You're like, yeah, we all love Gabby. We also all love Faye.
No, because
That's
because Faye said shout outs Gabby,
Okay.
I love Gabby, or something like that. So I was like, I confer, I agree with Faye, we all love Gabby.
Okay, and I'm just throwing some love back. We all love Faye.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Cool.
She's phenomenal.
So round
voice.
4
Anyway.
coming up ahead of us.
Watch the anime after the stream's over. Don't do it now. Don't leave us. Watch the anime. Watch these notable pairings. What a segue, Sierra. Zachary Thorberg versus Alex Underhill on stream round 4.
Honestly, there's so many, like already, like round 4 and the amount of matchups out there, like looking across, like, man, that could be a day 2. That could be a top 8 match. That is incredible. So many great matches out there. So really, really nice to see which players are able to start getting kind of a leg up on the competition here. Colin, James, Stefan here, Grant. I mean, great stuff. But being able to see Underhill, a regional champ this season, go up against Zach, someone who was, at top of the championship point leaderboards last season, making a return now in Raichi. I think this will be a lot of fun ahead of us. And like looking at these teams and stuff, once we get to that point, I'm sure everyone here is going to agree.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great names on this list. Grant Weldon also still committed to the Reggie Drago bit over the last couple months. I saw they posted online about, it's still Reggie Drago's world. We're all just living in it at this point. So to continue to use Reggie Drago in a new regulation, new Pokemon, you think maybe he gets power crept out. There's a lot of really strong fairy types and stuff, right? But no, he's still going with Reggie Drago.
Honestly, I respect it. I'm intrigued about Reggie Drago going on forward. I think that is the way to be putting
Intrigued
it
is
here.
a good word.
But hey, I honestly, if anything, today has taught me anything, it's that there's a lot of Pokemon you can't really count out yet. Even Pokemon that seem like maybe lost in past regulations now, kind of making a resurgence and reappearance. So, you know what? Keep on keeping on with the Reggie Drago. I believe in you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you have full access to the Pokedex, right? You don't have to use the same 20 Pokemon that everyone else
You have almost full
uses.
access.
No, to the Scarlet and Violet Pokedex. Yeah, so not everybody, but anybody that's in Scarlet and Violet, you can use any of them. So you might as well use the full Pokedex to your capabilities.
And I mean, looking at this, Zachary Thornberg going up against Alex Underhill, we're talking about Pokemon that, yeah, you still have access to, that we've seen in past regulations, and both of them, a little blast from the past coming out on the team. Over on Zaxxon, we see the bird, and on Alex, all of the birds. On the hoodie, though, on the team, the call-out, that's the Gothitelle.
Oh, man. Shout-outs to last year's conversation about who's the best bird between Talonflame and Pelipper going back and forth. I mean, Zach has never moved on. He's continually stated that it is this Talonflame, Life Orb, Brave Bird, Flare Blitz. He's looking to wreck damage with that Talonflame.
And this is a Talonflame that's trying to make its way in a Pelipper ran world at this point. Pelipper has been doing so great, considering that, hey, it has this rain, it has the wide guard, the hurricanes, and the damage it does is actually pretty significant. And Zach said, no, like, remember last time I played when Talonflame was still good, I'm bringing it back. And not just that, but the Screamtail. This is a Pokemon that, when you thought about Zach Thornberg and how he was playing, this was a Pokemon that you saw very commonly with. This Disable and Encore combination, great way to be shutting down Pokemon on the opposing end, especially since neither of these are prankster-enabled moves. It's not a priority. It's just a very fast Pokemon with a booster energy to really further boost that speed. So great thing. Zamazenta as the restricted, being able to build around things, amazing. And hey, I mean, I'm saying that he's
You
Scream
kinda
Tail
called it.
expert, and Zach's like, yeah, I know I am. I'm that good.
Yeah,
I am the
honestly,
Scream Tail expert.
If you flash back to last summer, last spring, last summer, like Zach really could change up all the 5 Pokemon. He was able to perform well with any team and then slap Screamtail on in that 6th slot and just make it work. So one of the premier Screamtail users in this format for sure. But Alex Underhill, the Portland regional champion, looking to be a player to get his face on that graphic for a 2nd time this season.
And there's a couple of really fun things about this team. There's a lot of Pokemon that we've seen a lot about, but once you get to the bottom 2 Pokemon of this list, first off, the Koraidon. This Pokemon has very much so been overshadowed by its Pokemon Violet counterpart, but still being able to hit for a lot of damage and being able to have the ability to set Sun, Drought, but cooler. Definitely a good Pokemon to try and enable the rest of the team here. And Gothitelle is something that kind of goes in and out of format depending on what's going on, but being able to lock Pokemon in, that has always been such a huge part of being able to just trap somebody on lead and having Helping Hand to help enable a couple of your other really strong Pokemon, or even just having that damage output with your own foul play, which does so much when you have these Pokemon with such high base stat attacks going on out there. This is so great. And a lot of people going into this event have made their way onto the Gothitelle as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool Pokemon. It's a really good adjustment that Alex Underhill and his team-building friends, they all love breaking Gothitelle out at the right time. As we mentioned, the Portland regional champion. But you go back to 2022, the last restricted format we had, Alex and his crew really into that Palkia Calyrex Ice team, and they threw Gothitelle on, and they went on a tear, top-cutting many events in a row, because Gothitelle really has that potential to shut down your opponent's game plan.
Yeah, and being able to see Gothitelle make this kind of reappearance now when we have so much pivoting going on out is incredible. Of course, with the Shadow Tag, it can't lock down Ghost-type Pokemon, and there is a lot of just being able to just straight swap out with things like Parting Shot and U-Turn. So there is definitely kind of a couple of ways around it, but even just something like, even the Fake Out just on that Pokemon itself, I love this inclusion. I'm really excited to see it on stream, though I definitely don't think that Alex planned to go up against this type of team.
I think it's cool to see on Zach's end with Zamazenta, the Pokemon, the restricted that's really been on the rise over the last couple of weeks, deciding for Terra Dragon in that slot instead of, maybe Terra Grass or Terra Water, something like that, going to try to resist the water, fire, electric, and grass Pokemon.
Which is great. Dragon has been such a fantastic defensive typing. If you can just get around the fairy type Pokemon out there, and with things like the Fluttermane a little bit more on the decline, could be good. Of course, you do have to be careful when you're going up against Alex's team, since there is going to be ways that you can get punished for that Terastallization, since Alex has stayed true to this Fluttermane and also has this Whimsicott for that Tailwind setter, being able to have this Encore Pokemon that has this Moonblast. So if you do want to try and go into that Dragon-type Terastallization to avoid something like this Raging Bolt doing like the Thunderclap to you, though it could just Draco Meteor you, so you could just be not so great either way, but also just be resisted against these fire hits from the Koraidon. It definitely can punish you down the line.
Yeah, so this should be a pretty fun match. Zachary Thorberg, one of the top 8 trainers in North America last season, versus Alex Underhill, a 3-time regional champion and a champion just a few months ago in Portland to start off the new calendar year. But here we are in May. It's been a while. Alex has to reassert his dominance over VGC, and Zachary Thorberg is in his way. Let's get into game 1 of round 4 here in LA. Alex Underhill leading Raging Bolt Gothitelle versus the Talonflame Chien-Pao.
Right away, such an aggressive lead coming out from Zach. This Chien-Pao, of course, can deal a lot of damage just on its own. And the Talonflame, yes, you have this capability of Tailwind setting, but something like a Brave Bird or a Flare Blitz can also pressure a lot of damage. Of course, at this point, you are facing down a Fake Out over onto the opposing end of the field. And this Gothitelle now, with the Shadow Tag, is going to be trapping both of Zach's Pokemon onto the field at this point. So Zach, you have to make the most of this lead, and you have to be a little bit wary of the Raging Bolt that's staring you down on the opposing end, because the Talonflame would definitely not appreciate that. You do have the option to even just protect past this turn, though. You got the Tail, swapping it out. I trapped your lead. I don't want mine, though. Whimsicott's coming in.
Yeah, the Whimsicott will take the Gothitelle's place, so following turns, Zach is able to swap his Pokemon out. But for now, he had to keep these 2 in. Maybe Zach was totally okay with that. We'll see what happens. Alex deciding to Terastallize right from the jump, turn 1 of game 1, Terra Electric on that Raging Bolt, dropping the Dragon typing, so he's no longer weak to Ice. Chien-Pao does not go for the Icicle Crash, instead will protect. Talonflame protecting as well. And Sierra, this is the thing we can call back to earlier on in the day. We talked about Talonflame. It's one of the only Pokemon this Electro Web's not going to hit. We say Whimsicott's the fastest Tailwind Prankster user, but Gale Wings Tailwind, you have priority while you have full HP, technically faster than Whimsicott.
And being able to protect past the Electro Web, that means your Gale Wings is still going to be intact, because as soon as you take damage, you lose that priority going on forward. Whimsicott hitting the field, you have the option of going for a speed or even just a damaging move into the opposing end. Facing down against the Chien-Pao, normally if a Pokemon does lock into something like this Protect, a chance to Encore them and make it so they can't really do much going forward is definitely so tempting. But you can't into the Chien-Pao due to its Dark type typing. It's going to be immune to any Prankster type move coming on out. Is Talonflame, though, with the priority that it has, it will be at this point a match. It'll be the Whimsicott moving first with that Tailwind.
Yeah, Whimsicott does go first. Talonflame actually using Tailwind after it there. So both sides of the field at least have their speed doubled for the next 4 turns. So it's effectively the same thing, unless Raging Bolt is going to lower their speeds with a Terra boosted Electro Web. He did knock out the Talonflame for full HP and bring Chien-Pao speed down by 1. So now Zach is slower and his Focus Sash is broken.
You do get the opportunity to bring something out here, and a first chance to look at what Zach has in the back for his team. It is the Screamtail and the Zamazenta. The Screamtail is definitely not one known for its damaging capabilities, but instead being able to lock down with other moves of choice. Talonflame, it definitely hurts sometimes that, you know, it doesn't
it's so frail.
It's so frail, but it does mean that you do get a chance to be pivoting it out. Booster Energy, of course, will be that speed going on forward.
Sucker Punch is an option to kind of circumvent the speed drops. It's not like it's super effective into either slot. So do you think Zach, does he maybe want to switch Chien-Pao out to preserve it for later, or is the damage already done? Like, just get some damage off before it gets KO'd.
I mean, at this point, too, if you're swapping out to your Zamazenta and letting that take damage, that could definitely hurt. Now, Gothitelle joining the field. If you were thinking about that later down the line, well, I got news for you. Sucker Punch Raging Bolt will take quite well. But if we're going for another round of hit, that's just a straight disable into that Electro Web.
He doesn't go for the Electro Web, though. Instead, smartly clicking Volt Switch so you can switch out Chien-Pao way low enough for that Volt Switch to be able to knock it out. Zach is down to his last 2 Pokemon, and Alex gets to shirk the Encore away, or the Disable away by swapping out for later.
Hey, at least you don't have to worry about the Shadow Tag at this point, because you're down to your final 2 Pokemon. Whatever's hitting the field stuck in there anyway.
Yeah, Gothitelle has no ability at this point.
That one's a little bit tough. Whimsicott rejoining the field over on Alex's end. This Whimsicott and I haven't seen it in so long. I keep forgetting the Gothitelle coming on out. This point, too, we'll be facing down against the Zamazenta. The Whimsicott, with something like this Encore, you have to be careful, because trying to lock anything down can be so tricky. And the Screamtail, it's fast, but you cannot beat a priority Encore over on the opposing end. So you have to be so careful. And at this point, you did click Disable on your last turn.
And the other thing that kind of hurts Zamazenta in this matchup, Alex Underhill has 5 special attackers. His only physical attacker is Koraidon, so that boost to your defense stat, yes, it helps body press do more damage for sure, but it's not going to help give you survivability, because you're going to be getting hit with, you know, psychic attacks from Gothitelle, Moonblast, Whimsicott, and Fluttermane things. It's not going to help your special defense. The Fake Out will go into the Zamazenta, make sure it doesn't attack this turn, and then Encore is used into Screamtail, try to continue to force it to use Disable.
At least at this point, that is the one and done. So it's definitely not ideal, but it does mean the Zamazenta can lock into whatever it wants and is not going to be at risk for just getting shut down over onto the next turn. It does mean if you are trying to go and take the KO on to this Whimsicott over on the other end, it is Focus Sash, so you can't even hit a Dazzling Gleam, try and hit anything else. At this point, there's nothing else you can really do. So Gothitelle, oh, I can't fake out anymore down the line. Oh, no. Zamazenta will at least take this first hit well, but again, Whimsicott down to Sash.
Down to that Focus Sash, because Heavy Slam based on you know, size. Obviously, Zamazenta weighs a lot more than the Whimsicott, so it does a lot of super effective damage. Now, he's been encored into Disable, but then also taunted, meaning you can't click Disable, and Zach can't switch out the Screamtail. Screamtail's going to struggle.
I feel like this is a big case of karma for Screamtail. The amount of times that you're just a nuisance to the opposing end of the field, and Screamtail getting a little bit of a taste of its own medicine, of course, with Taunt shutting down. I mean, well, status moves and it being locked into one in that disable. The Zamazenta's only taken a little bit of damage, but at this point too, Zach reading the team sheet, looking around things. I think a lot of the thought about this is whereabouts you're going to be heading into this in game 2. I mean, you can make it through this one as well as you can just be hitting into some damage, but this Screamtail, it's definitely in a little bit of a world of hurt. Swap out on the Gothitelle, Koraidon to make an appearance.
Now Alex does reveal his 4th Pokemon here in game 1, showing off the Koraidon. He's in a really strong spot. Even with Whimsicott at 1 HP, he's going to preserve it for the next turn by clicking Protect, making sure it does not take any damage. Screamtail has no choice but to struggle. Goes into the Protect, though.
There's the worst struggle out there, but at least you're not taking the damage back on that turn, but the double up into that slot anyways. No damage being done on that turn. You will be ending your Encore this time around. Koraidon hitting the field definitely has a way to really be pressuring over onto the opposing end. At least you know you cannot get Encored again. Whimsicott still has one more turn of that being disabled.
Yeah, and even on Alex's side, it's essentially 1 Pokemon left. Like, yes, Screamtail does have Dazzling Gleam, which can do some damage, maybe get a quirky crit or something like that, but it's really not known for its damage output. It's all about the support. So if Alex focuses targets on Zamazenta, that's the key to victory.
Looking at this here, can't click that. You do have...
But to your dismay, you are not able.
You are not able to click that one. We'll see the
taunted.
Terastallization coming out, but because of the taunt, you are locked into the D-Gleam. But it is an opportunity to at least pick off the Whimsicott on this turn. As Terra Dragon coming on out. Definitely doesn't fare well going up with potential Moonblast coming out from the Whimsicott, but would definitely take something like a Flare Blitz or Flare Charge from that Koraidon a bit better, though it's protecting this time.
Yeah, Koraidon, Alex, last couple turns has been playing pretty passively, but he wanted to make sure Whimsicott stuck around long enough to reset the Tailwind up, making sure his Pokemon will outspeed on Zach's end. No damage onto Koraidon since he protected, but this is actually pretty good for Alex because you get to swap in the Gothitelle or Raging Bolt for free without taking damage.
Yeah, you have the Tailwind, you get on out of there, even if it is at the hands of being KO'd, and you get something back in. The Koraidon did just protect on that turn, but you've also just gotten the Terastallization out of the way over on Zach's end, and the Raging Bolt rejoining. This is something that has access to, I don't know, a Draco Meteor that Zamazenta definitely would not appreciate nonetheless.
Yeah, it's looking really tough. As we talked about, Zamazenta helps. The Terra Dragon helps against a lot of the normal attacks out there, the regular elemental attacks, but it doesn't help against 2 dragon types because you turned yourself into a weakness essentially.
Yeah, it's a difficult, you're kind of in trouble either way because you definitely would not appreciate a fire type attack coming out from that Koraidon. Still another turn of the taunt. The Dazzling Gleam would be good for just a bit of damage coming on out as the Zamazenta wants to try and make sure it stays protected through this turn since that is the damage dealer, but instead hit into the other slot.
Flame Charge does not do a lot of damage on the base power, but importantly, it boosts your speed to make sure you continue to be faster. That's a crit on the Raging Bolt. He is holding the Assault Vest, so they kind of neutralize each other out. Alex, I think, took a little bit more damage than he wanted to on that turn as the taunt wears off.
And at this point, too, the speed is over on the opposing end, and you have used your Protect, but the amount of damage that the Dazzling Gleam did into the Koraidon kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Of course, the Raging Bolt is the one that's really threatening now in that Zamazenta with the Draco Meteor, though it isn't the most accurate, though it does have a chance to be shut down. But now that the taunt has now been up, even if there is Tailwind on the other end, you did have that booster energy for your speed. So this Screamtail is actually still really fast. So that's a way to start getting a bit more back into this. This is being played really well.
Yeah, Zach has decided to slow it down. Yes, he led Chien-Pao Talonflame, which is about as hyper offensive as you can get, but once they got knocked out, he's like, all right, let's chill for a second, let's protect, let's try to wear these Tailwind turns out on Alex's side as well. So Alex will swap the Gothitelle into that slot, disabling Raging Bolt, who wants to go, or the Draco Meteor would be disabled, but instead, again, the second time this game, Alex called the disable and clicked Volt Switch.
And so nice, because now when the Raging Bolt comes back out onto the field, it will not have clicked into a move of any sort, so there's nothing to be disabled at this point. Koraidon now can come back out, and this is going to be, again, Pokemon that can be pressuring. Body Press, not very effective because of the high defensive, will still make this a 3-hit KO onto Gothitelle, but also notably only one turn of Tailwind remaining over on Alex's side of the board. So once that is done, I mean, this Screamtail is already so fast, but would be able to have a little bit more reign over the Zamazenta. Every turn at this point is so careful. It's nice that you've gotten rid of the Whimsicott, so you at least can't be shut down with those Encores, but you still have to be so careful when you're facing down the Gothitelle that has these taunts.
But Alex does have to consider the Screamtail, now that it's not taunted, not encored on its end. If you click Fake Out on this turn, you could also be in a really difficult spot from an Encore on the other side. But the Screamtail is still pretty healthy, so it's not like it's done. It hasn't really been threatened too much. Even the Flame Charge didn't do a lot of damage there. Double Protect, so make sure neither of the Pokemon get any damage on them. And remember, actually, Gothitelle goes down with the critical hit. He wants to give himself the speed boost and bring Raging Bolt onto the field for free. Alex sacrifices his own Pokemon.
My jaw just dropped. Your Tailwind is done, but now you're Koraidon. I mean, the last turn of Tailwind, the double protect on that safe, and if not, you get a fake out on that turn. Now you have a speed boost over on the Koraidon when Tailwind has ended and the Raging Bolt back on the field. So that is not going to be a Gothitelle that can now be shut down by the Screamtail over onto the opposing end here. Both of these last two Pokemon now that you've taken this self KO are pretty low on health. And yes, this Screamtail, it still does have this booster energy speed, and it does threaten a good amount of damage with this Dazzling Gleam anyways. It's going to be coming down to the speed interactions. How these are built, and if that speed boost was going to be enough over onto this Koraidon to be able to deal that damage beforehand, because we saw how much damage Dazzling Gleam did beforehand. Thunderclap, this is going to be the first to be starting the wave, though.
Terra Electric, so it's going to have boosted damage to its Screamtail down to under half HP. Koraidon is faster. The Flare Blitz follow-up. Screamtail lives on 1 HP. Koraidon takes the recoil damage. Dazzling Gleam 4 times super effective into Koraidon. So Koraidon is down, but it does not do a lot of damage to the Raging Bolt. It's going to be all up to Zamazenta with this body press into Raging Bolt, and Zach wins game 1 with 2 Pokemon that sat on the field forever and did nothing, and he still won the game.
After last season, I should know better than to call a game that Zach is playing with his Screamtail way too early. The momentum that Alex was able to take and bringing it down, and how he was able to shut down the Screamtail with his Whimsicott, with his Gothitelle. So well done, but really, really well done by Zach to be navigating through that situation and just be slowly taking away the threat. Being able to outspeed was so nice to hit into the Screamtail, but that Screamtail, you have the speed with the booster energy, but it has such a good amount of bulk to it as well. And that 1 HP survival right at the end, fire off a Dazzling Gleam, the Zamazenta to take the last KO. Absolutely fantastic. It's crazy to see. This doesn't even feel like the same game.
Remember super long ago when Talonflame got knocked out and Chien-Pao also got knocked out super early? Like, Zach kind of effectively had a 4v2 that entire game. But as you mentioned, Sierra, the Screamtail is surprisingly bulky because you're not investing in your offensive power. You're investing in your bulk, your survivability, and every hit point was crucial since it hung on with 1 remaining.
When I said Zach was looking at the team sheet trying to chalk up what you can do in game 2, well, if you've got game 2 planned and you take this one at 2-0, that was so well done. I think when I'm looking over at Alex's end of things, I mean, you have 2 supportive Pokemon, this Gothitelle and this Whimsicott. Yeah, you were shutting down the Screamtail, but it was also limited time, and unfortunately your Koraidon had just taken so much damage, and even the Raging Bolt on those earlier turns, that it was really just kind of a little bit more of a difficult situation. And that double up, that last turn, absolutely incredible. I love that side target play. I think that was so nice to be able to have that outspeed to what you were hoping to do is take down the Screamtail on this turn and be able to pick off the Zamazenta, but honestly, just fantastically played.
Yeah, and the sun was no longer on the field at that point, so that's why the Flare Blitz didn't do as much damage as we would have anticipated if he was fully set up there. So just a crazy game in game one. It looked like Alex had so much going on for him in his favor, but Zach came away with the victory. He'll lead Talonflame Chien-Pao, same again, why not? But Alex can switch up with Whimsicott and Raging Bolt.
Again, a defensive lead coming out from Zach. Gothitelle not going to be making an appearance, at least in the lead over on Alex's end of the field. Instead, this Whimsicott can threaten damage or just be matching a Tailwind over onto this turn. And over on the opposing end as well, if all of a sudden this Talonflame, you don't want to go for something, it can definitely be taking a hit from this Raging Bolt. We saw that the Electro Web was more than enough to just kind of take care of it last time around. So we might just see a Tailwind v Tailwind to be kicking things off on the first turn of the match, and Terrestrialization on top.
Yeah, this is the second game in a row that Alex will Terrestrialize Raging Bolt on turn one. Of course, you have that, like we mentioned, Icicle Crash from Chien-Pao. You don't want to take super effective damage. You also lose that super effective hit from Dazzling Gleam later on if the Screamtail is in the back. This time around, Talonflame does click the Tailwind turn one. Icicle Crash, it gets a crit! Raging Bolt's down to like 5 HP, and he's not long for this match. Moonblast goes to Chien-Pao. There's also the chance at a flinch. That would be an absolute disaster for Alex if Raging Bolt does not move, but fortunately, Electro Web does go off, connects onto both of Zach's Pokemon, and claims a double knockout.
2 KOs instantly. 1-hit KO onto the Talonflame. Zach already down to his final 2 Pokemon, and this is where in the first game I started to panic. I was not a believer, but the Screamtail and the Zamazenta was able to do a lot of work, matching the Tailwinds as well, making sure that's the one good thing that this poor Talonflame does before it exits this world. We'll make sure that going on forward that this Screamtail and even Zamazenta can really, really pressure. This Raging Bolt has such a low amount of health after that critical hit as well. That is something that a Dazzling Gleam might be able to pick off. This doesn't necessarily have the most amount of damage, and it is a spread damage attack, but a Heavy Slam into the Whimsicott, and hopefully just enough into the Raging Bolt could be a way, or do, Screamtail things and not even click the attacking moves, but Whimsicott wants none of that.
Yeah, I think that's Zach's win condition is Screamtail things in this moment. Raging Bolt with the Terra Electric Thunderclap into Zamazenta does some solid damage. Screamtail tried to go for the Encore into Whimsicott, but it protected.
That is an Encore that you can be going for, again, over onto the next turn, though. So the Whimsicott would either have to be swapping out or be trying to go for a different priority move, but at that point, then you're still kind of locking yourself into a priority move at that point. It will just be a Raging Bolt that's gone. Now an opportunity to bring in something with a little bit more to it. There's going to be the adjustment, the Flutter Mane going on into this. Zach's always so expressive. Eyebrow goes up.
Yeah, he was surprised Flutter Mane made it into game 2. That means that Alex has left something else at home. You would anticipate, obviously, Gothitelle, since he didn't lead it, you don't want to. You want to have Shadow Tag, try to force them in from the beginning. So it's probably Koraidon in the back.
With this Flutter Mane, it is going to be choice specs. So when you're going up against a choice specs Pokemon with something like the Screamtail, this could be like your bread and butter. You don't even have to Encore it. It Encores itself, and you can disable the move and be set from there. So how this is going to be navigated from Alex's end, looking ahead at the Screamtail and how he can try and shut it down is going to be everything. But instead, targeting into the Zamazenta, that's a failed Encore into the Protect. But that's going to be available on the other end, too.
Yeah, Shadow Ball, though, will be super effective into Screamtail.
Wow.
Doesn't hang on at 1, but still hangs on in the red this time around. Gets a special defense drop that doesn't really matter. Zach understands that was the play. If he could have kept Screamtail healthy at a certain point and maybe locked the disable on the choice specs Flutter Mane like you were talking about, that might have been a way back in. But game 2 was way less turns than game 1, and Alex comes out on top.
I mean, yeah, if the Flutter Mane hasn't quite clicked into something. There's nothing really to be shutting down on that turn, and so much damage coming out. The Screamtail, the longevity that it had in that first game, you definitely couldn't tell that as soon as that Fluttermane hit the field. The special defense is not holding up quite as well as Fluttermane, having so much damage with the choice specs. So Alex, great adjustment into game 2. I almost imagine these replays are going to be longer than that match was itself. I mean, even with the critical hit on the first turn, that was a lot of damage for a 2 KOs over on Alex's end. And when you take that much damage on the back 2 Pokemon, when you willingly put yourself in that position, I mean, it's tough to come back from.
Yeah, and I really do like Alex adjusting with the Fluttermane instead of Gothitelle. As you mentioned, after game 1, Sierra, he just caught himself in a spot with too much support and not enough damage. So if you want to fix that, you can bring in a Choice Specs Fluttermane.
I mean, yeah, Fluttermane does the stuff. That is absolutely for sure. And when we're talking about the stuff, we're talking about absolutely obliterating a other Paradox Pokemon over on the other end of the field. Now we have to talk and look at this game 3, because even if the amount of damage you took on that first turn was okay in that game 1, I don't really contribute that to the success of the match. And when you saw how volatile your gameplay was going on in game 2, after you lost those first 2 Pokemon, that is a change that I would like to see, because I don't really feel like it was a worthwhile trade coming back from Zach's end. Looking at game 1, it was the Zamazenta and Screamtail show, not, oh, this is the Zamazenta and Screamtail show that is paved on the back of you losing your Talonflame and Qianpao 2 turns in.
Yeah, and you wonder, obviously, Zach has brought the same 4 Pokemon in all of the first 2 games. Does he switch it up, bring the Chi-Yu or Rillaboom that have stayed on the bench the first 2 games? But let's get into game 3 here. Raging Bolt Whimsicott, why not? Alex used that the last game around, and it worked out well for him. Now Zach switching it up, Zamazenta Qianpao instead of Talonflame.
This is an adjustment that I like a lot more, because you're not going to be losing a Talonflame on the very first turn. That is for sure. It does mean that you cannot match a Tailwind over on the opposing end, but this Qianpao can still be threatening in a lot of ways. A Nice Go Crash would definitely do a lot of damage here, or even just the priority to make sure that, hey, you're not about to get priority'd first, especially since you would not appreciate a Moonblast coming out from that Whimsicott if it does decide to go on the offensive instead. Of course, with the Zamazenta, since it does just get that defense boost to start, and it has a high defense stat, you don't need to be setting up. You can just go on the offensive right away and start dealing some damage into the opposing end. Sucker Punch to start.
Yeah, Sucker Punch brings Raging Bolt down to around 60% of its HP remaining. Finally, Alex does not Terrestrialize turn 1, so he kind of thought the Ice Go Crash was not going to come out, and he is rewarded for it by clicking Volt Switch. He's able to keep his Terrestrialization for later. Might want to use it on Koraidon later. At least he has options now.
It's whether it would be rewarded, but I believe a Body Press into this slot is going to be a Fluttermane that is completely immune and gets in for free. And that is going to be a Fluttermane that can definitely pressure going on forward. Alex did set Tailwind on the very first turn with a Whimsicott, so the Whimsicott can now be pressuring and can fire off an attack into something like the Qianpao, break the Sash, and the Fluttermane can just go off from there. Even something like a Dazzling Gleam from a Choice Specs would do a lot of damage, and there's nothing really on the opposing end to be kind of shutting that down, at least in the way of the damage you can do. The Qianpao can still hit you with a priority attack, but depending on how it's built, especially too if there is Terrestrialization, could be a little tough. And now Zamazenta is no choice but to Body Press going on forward.
Really smart play from Alex, because if you encore it into Body Press, 1, Fluttermane's immune, obviously, as he brings Qianpao down to 1 HP, but also you can't Heavy Slam your Fairy types on the field that would obviously be taking so much damage from the Heavy Slam. Here's the Ice Go Crash landing onto the Fluttermane. That is a one-hit KO. So Fluttermane is no longer here in this game 3. He's got Raging Bolt, and we presume Koraidon in the back on Alex's end. Body Press still does a lot to Whimsicott, since you have the +1 boost, and Whimsicott really not too bulky. But it is, I did really like forcing him to Body Press, because now you know at least like kind of what Zach's game plan is next turn.
Yes and no, because sure, now he can't heavy slam the Flutter Mane. Okay, well, the Chien Pao with an Icicle Crash just took care of that. We don't have to worry about that problem going on forward. It does mean that you can no longer go for something like a Protect, which I think is going to be nice. You do have the opportunity to maybe swap if you're not really enjoying the amount of damage you can be doing on the opposing end here, but now that you're facing off against something like this Koraidon, even a Body Press would still do a nice little chunk of damage, and you already saw that the amount it did onto the Whimsicott, if you hit into that slot again, it is sure, I mean, not surely, like it just flat out does just take that KO. So Body Press, not necessarily the worst in terms of the offense of something to be locked into. It's all about how you're going to be weathering these turns of speed that Alex still has, since he did get that Tailwind. And now Terrestrialization, that'll be into the Dragon type. So that is definitely a way to try and get through these turns, making sure it's no longer weak to the Fire type's attack from the restricted over on the other end.
So we'll see if Alex makes an adjustment. Still no Terra here on his side. Did not match the Terra Dragon from Zach. Sucker Punch from Chien Pao will fail on this turn, and Koraidon goes for the collision course into the Dragon type now on Zamazenta. He's got such a tanky defense stat as well, and he's going to respond with a Body Press that does like 90%, maybe 80%. I might have went a little too far.
It did way more than the it did to the Zamazenta, that is for sure. That was not a fair damage trade whatsoever. I believe it's only just one more turn of this Tailwind left. Whimsicott did protect the last turn. The Chien Pao does have this priority still to try and target into one of these things, but there is still the potential of just a swap out or even protect over on the other end. It will be the Whimsicott swapping though.
Well, if Alex is going to come back in this game, he's going to have to pull some fancy tricks. He's going to have to earn this victory in round 4, because Zach Thorberg is in the driver's seat right now. Sucker Punch from Chien Pao did target that Whimsicott, so it will fail on this turn. What does Koraidon go for? It's the collision course yet again into the +1 defense of Zamazenta. Not enough. Hangs on with 9 HP, responds with a Body Press, KOing Koraidon. Alex is down to his last 2 Pokemon, which we know Whimsicott is essentially in Sucker Punch range or Body Press range. So Whimsicott doesn't have a lot of turns left, but crucially can Tailwind if he wants to regain the speed.
You have the option of that speed going on forward, and that has to be the first part of this. But you're looking, there's still 2 more Pokemon that Zach has in the back, the Talonflame and the Screamtail that we haven't seen. And the Raging Bolt, if you want to go on the attack, I mean, that is still something that you can get Sucker Punched into, and it being a priority move from the other end, no chance. So that point, Towel being thrown in. What an up and down from all 3 of these games.
Yeah, that was an incredible set. Alex reading the cards. He's like, all right, I can maybe try this and this and then. No, it's probably not going to work out. Zach played really well. Congratulations, Zachary Thornberg, getting a massive win over a regional champion in Alex.
Just have to say, how differently it played out despite the same 4 Pokemon over on Zach's end was incredible. Just switching up the lead, and I mean, not getting 2 Pokemon KO'd the first or second turn was just absolutely incredible. We still saw the Chien Pao make an appearance, but you didn't necessarily need the speed as long as you just made it through the turns, and the Zamazenta was definitely a way to be getting around that. And the Zamazenta, the amount you're doing with the Body Presses, I mean, sure, Alex Encore locked him into that. Again, okay, I can't protect. Oh no, like it's kind of annoying. And then you're like, oh wait, I still am just gonna absolutely Body Press my way through the entire team, right? Once the Flutter Mane was gone, it's not an issue.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really interesting to note on this matchup is Alex kind of lost game 1 because he didn't have enough offense, so he just switched it up. Game 2 went full out offense, right? And then, all right, Zach lost game 2 because he didn't have enough offense, so he switches the leads to his 2 most offensive Pokemon in Chien Pao and Zamazenta, and really just gets free Body Presses off on every turn. It doesn't take too much damage from the collision course either, right? So I think just kudos to these players adjusting and like understanding not only why they lost their respective games, but also what adjustments they needed to make to then follow up and win the next game.
I'm still in awe of that game 1, honestly, out of all things, considering after losing the Chien Pao and the Talonflame, I thought it was just cooked from the get-go, but at that point, when it was the Gothitelle and the Whimsicott and not really like enough damage to be kind of dealing back, being able to have the Screamtail to shut things down was so well done. And the adjustment that Alex made then in game 2 to, okay, well, I'll take these first 2 KOs and then, haha, I got a Flutter Mane, there's nothing you can do now, was just absolutely incredible. So I really just enjoyed that set.
And I know Alex lost the set, but that play, we talked the self-knockout, predicting the double protect, you know, that's not a strange play for Alex because he did famously back in Sword and Shield. The one matchup, I don't remember all the you know, minute examples of it, but he did self-target his own Pokemon to not bring a Pokemon into Torrent range. I think it was a Blastoise. He tried to keep it out of Torrent to not give it the boost. So he did target his own empty slot, like Alex had a very famous play like that. So he's no stranger to targeting his own Pokemon or his own side of the field instead of the other side.
That's a video, like if he had won this first game off of that play, that'd be a YouTube short with like 100,000 views right there. Unfortunately, it's probably only gonna be 20,000 because he lost that game, but it was still a really, really cool play, and love it when trainers kind of think outside the box a little bit and being able to set up, because having that speed boost tried on outspeeding this for Screamtail then was so well done. And I mean, Screamtail on 1 HP, I mean, come on.
I mean, Screamtail really cranked it up to 11 in that set. So let's head on over to the lounge with Gabby and our round 4 winner, Zachary Thorberg. Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe Brown. Zach, congratulations, round 4 winner, currently undefeated. How does it feel?
Thank you, Gabby. It feels amazing. You know, Alex is an incredible player, and he and I both have a very similar control style of gameplay. So being able to kind of play the Screamtail, you know, Encore disable, mirror with the Whimsicott's Encore with his Gothitelle, it was really fun. Actually, my most fun set in, you know, probably a couple months. I really enjoyed it.
I'm so glad you brought up the Screamtail, because that was one of the first things I wanted to talk to you about. It's a unique Pokemon for sure. I've seen it a lot in my locals actually, but I feel like it hasn't really found a spot in Regulations F or G, but you've been running it for a while, so tell me about the journey.
No, I have. So starting last season in 2023, I think I cut a couple regionals and also top cut the World Championships using Screamtail and Talonflame as well. So that duo I've been working on and tweaking for quite a while, and I really like them. Specifically, Screamtail's ability to Encore disable lock certain endgames has just been something I've found phenomenal use for in VGC.
Do you find that they play the same way throughout the different formats, or do you have to like recalibrate every time, you know, there's new Pokemon, there's new moves?
Sure. So they definitely need different support. I've brought Screamtail to events before that didn't go quite as well, and I feel like Zamazenta has a lot of complementing factors that make it a really good, like, kind of end game lock partner with Screamtail. If you saw game 1, after turn 1 and 2, I felt like Alex had the game for sure, but Zamazenta Screamtail just slowly clawed its way back. So I know it was hard for him to make some of those decision calls, but definitely I've won a lot of end games with those two.
All right, so what you're saying is, while some trainers pick their restricted Pokemon and then build around them, you picked Talonflame Screamtail, and then you picked your restricted Pokemon to complement them.
I definitely did pick Screamtail 100% and tried to figure out which restricted. I tried Screamtail Miraidon, Screamtail Kyogre, and landed on Screamtail Zamazenta.
Nice. Well, it worked out very well for you in that matchup. I'm curious what your game plan was going into game 1, especially given that on paper it was a very unique team from Alex too.
Yeah, no, it was. I was concerned about the Gothitelle. So
yeah.
I think so the first 2 games I led both Terra Ghost options because I wanted to be able to, if I needed to scout out Terra Ghost, be able to reposition, I wanted that flexibility. But after game 2, I got the feeling, okay, he's probably not going to bring Gothitelle because he's learned to cover for my Terra Dragon, he wants to bring Flutter Mane. So I thought that my most powerful lead into him was Zamazenta Chien-Pao because it threatens a lot of pressure. His Volt Switch into Flutter Mane was amazing. I almost heavy slammed that slot because I'm like, Alex has got to be doing something like that, but it was a really close set.
It really was, and it was really exciting to see as well. Just you continue to stick with your favorite Pokemon and just, you know, continue to be back up here with us.
Sure, no, absolutely.
So one thing I've been asking a lot of people this weekend is, this is the last regional of the year.
Yeah.
What has been your favorite moment from the 2024 regional season?
Favorite moment. You know, seeing my friend Rajan Ball win regionals just a couple weeks ago was actually really incredible. I had gotten introduced to him a little over a year ago, and we have a lot of mutual friends, but he is a very intelligent builder, and being able to see him just dominate so many top names in the community, I really enjoyed that.
So now that we've gone to the past, let's look to the future. Where are Screamtail and Talonflame heading?
I was heartbroken when I
Oh, no.
came out of contention after being in cut of the World Championship. So I'd really like to try to top 8 or better this year. We'll see. It's gonna be tough, but I'm up for the challenge.
All right, well, if anybody can do that, it's certainly our resident expert on Talonflame and Screamtail, Zach. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yes, absolutely. So my wife, Renaya, my 4 daughters, Piper, Jackie, Jasmine, and Autumn. You girls, you all mean the world to me. Having your support is so incredible. My family, my friends Jeremy Rodriguez, Andrew Ding, Carson Confer, and everyone else, you guys know who you are. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Zach. And we're going to be headed into a break, so please keep on watching. We'll be back soon.
Coming into the event, I knew I had a good team. I had laddered a lot with it, and I just had a lot of practice. I knew that I had a competitive advantage on a lot of people because my team building was something unexpected. So I wanted to ride that as much as I could and just do the best I could possibly do.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
The biggest Pokemon that I was worried about coming into this event was Terra Fairy Heatran. It's a really good Pokemon because it resists fighting and can deal with Pokemon like Iron Hands, which is why it's been able to gain so much popularity. And my team just doesn't have a good answer to Fairy-type Pokemon in general. So it was a struggle for the team, and since it's relatively popular, I was a little worried coming into the tournament. It was mostly about executing. Just needed to execute well on the day. I knew that a lot of times my opponent would have a lot less understanding of the matchup than I did, so I just needed to play it well, and that's what I did.
Michael has just been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Rogov was definitely my hardest matchup in Top Cut. He just had a really good team that was well-rounded and had the Terra Fairy Heatran that I was worried about, so I had to just play much more aggressive to be able to beat him. I was able to beat him in top 4, but in Swiss he had easily trounced me.
Como survives body press. Michael Zheng is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I think Riley had actually played my friend Donald, who was using the same team previously, and because of that, he may have had some misconceptions about the matchup, but in both games, I had known from turn 1 that I had probably won the game.
Connects into the Como-O, deals the damage, but not a critical hit. Como-O survives, fires back an Iron Head, and Michael Zheng takes down Riley. officially becomes your Sacramento, California regional champion.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. The biggest thing is that it validates a lot of things that I've been working on. You know, team building. I've always had a weird style of team building, and last season it ended up being a lot of 6-3s, and I ended up making day 2 of NAIC, but I never got that one result. So it does validate a lot of what I've been working on, and I feel that I played super well throughout the course of the tournament, so all of that just feels really, really good, and I hope to continue to compete at a high level in the future.
Welcome back, everybody, to the lovely Los Angeles Convention Center. Really a historical place for video gamers in the games of history. We're playing Pokemon here today, though, and there is a lot of us out there getting ready for round number 5 of Swiss for the video game tournament. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Sierra John and Joe Brown once again to get an update on our community bracket for the weekend. Because what is it? The most underrated Pokemon? Is that what we're voting on?
That is what the headline says. I don't know if that Twitch chat is doing it, but
okay. I mean, I got questions. I got concerns.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if we're all using the same Merriam-Webster dictionary for underrated.
Oh, well, what is the dictionary definition of underrated?
I'd have to take my phone out, and that's unprofessional, Gabby.
Fair enough.
We get through Lunala. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I do think it's pretty underrated. We saw some great things out of it.
Yeah.
Rayquaza and Lugia. All right. Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
Then Zacian Reshiram. Yeah, okay, the Zacian makes sense. It still does a lot of damage. It's kind of a cool Pokemon. Then we get to Ho-Oh Groudon. And I love Ho-Oh, so this isn't coming from a hater perspective here, but when we're talking about like underrated restricted Pokemon, Groudon I feel like has been wiped off of the earth when we're talking about this Koraidon and the drought but cooler and everything else. And Groudon's not really in the conversation, and I think it's more viable than this Ho-Oh is, and I would love for Ho-Oh to be more viable. I just think it's properly rated is not too great right now in our format.
I mean, the thing about Ho-Oh, I will say, as somebody who has faced a couple of Ho-Oh in the format, you're never prepared for Ho-Oh.
You dodge Sacred Fire.
That is the win strategy.
There's hardly any rock types out there, right? Like, there's hardly any rock slide in the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy Cudgel from Cornerstone Ogre Pond is literally the only rock
Pokemon
type I'm thinking of right now. Yeah. But, like, if you're not prepared for a Ho-Oh, then I can see how you may think it's underrated. But I also agree. I do think that Groudon is being underrated. Underrated? I'm not sure what the correct terminology there. It should have made it to the next round.
Whoa. We can't go against the whims of Twitch chat here, Gabby. We can't.
That's never wrong,
I am just talking with my opinion. I'm respectfully disagreeing.
I'm all in on Ho-Oh. I think we understand what Groudon is at this point. As you mentioned, Groudon is not Koraidon. It is going to miss its moves half the time.
We got Mr. Joe Brown over here.
Ho-Oh can roost. When's the last time you've seen a Groudon roost?
Actually, never.
Exactly.
I would be concerned if I did.
That would be, right? Because he's already on the ground.
Yeah.
He can't ground himself.
When's the last time you saw a Ho-Oh roost? Never. Nobody's playing it because it was been properly rated as, not the restricted going on. Like I said, if some people are popping off with Ho-Oh and we get to see more from it, absolutely fantastic. I just think when you're comparing the two stack for stack, that the Groudon's just kind of a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Twitch chat is wise in ways that I personally will never understand. So sometimes you just gotta look to the ether and just accept what it has for you.
Yeah, I mean, truer words have never been spoken, Gabby.
Yeah, preach. And on that note, let's go ahead and look at the day 1 metagame here from Los Angeles as sometimes you gotta look into the ether and see what it has for you. I'll be honest with y'all, there were a lot of things on our top 12 list that I personally was not expecting to see ranked the way it is. Whimsicott at 20% is amazing. I kind of wish it was a little higher, and I feel like, especially after that last match, I don't know. I feel like Whimsicott stocks may still be going up a little bit.
Good things take time, Gabby.
Yeah.
All right, Whimsicott made its way onto the graphic. That's the first step of the
that's true.
Tailwind prankster domination coming on out. But you know, some people are a little bit rooted in their ways. And the Tornadus, when you're looking at things like a weather override, having this rain dance, there's still some utility, and an encore way of playing the game, I think, is something that's a little bit more tailored to specific play styles. I mean, even Zach saying about things, I think this was off camera, but talking to him about him and Alex kind of having the same kind of concept and things of this encore and how you're playing about it. I think that's more of a play style thing, and if you're not kind of leaning into that, then maybe Whimsicott isn't for you, and you'd be happier clicking Tailwind, Rain Dance, Bleakwind.
Yeah.
According to my calculations, Gabby, 72% of the entire field has either Rillaboom, Whimsicott, or Amoonguss as their grass type when you add it up there. So it just shows how prominent those three Pokemon are. It's not necessarily that grass Pokemon are strong in the meta. It is specifically those three Pokemon are really strong, and that's what's dropped down Urshifu Rapid Strike's usage from what it used to be, because there's some really strong grass types out there that are going to resist Surging Strikes. And you see, you know, I'm not sure if I think it also probably hurts the Kyogre strategies out there, right? If you're running a Kyogre set with 2 water attacks and Thunder, then you have nothing really to deal with all the 72% of teams with these strong grass types.
Yep.
So I do think that grass is, it's not that grass is strong in the meta. Terra Grass is phenomenal, but these 3 specific grass type Pokemon are good.
Yeah, Amoonguss being at 21% or 22% overall, I do think is also an indication of how a majority of people are handling their Trick Room matchups. I know you also want Amoonguss if you are running Trick Room, but as someone who's been trying to make Cali Ice work for a very long time, it does feel like a lot of people will just have an Amoonguss on their team, and that's their Trick Room answer. It's like, yeah, you can set up Trick Room, but I'm just gonna punish you with Spore after that. So the grass type, I think, is good. I think also, though, these Pokemon just have so much utility overall.
I'm just thinking back to the conversation, like, oh, grass types aren't necessarily good, but these 3 grass types are good, and we have Terra Grass, everything. Doesn't that just mean grass type is good?
No, because
Isn't
you're
it like
because
1
you're
plus
you're
1
not
equals
using
2?
because you're not using Scovillain because it's a grass type. You're using you're using Zamazenta or Calyrex and turning it into a grass type so it can't be put to sleep.
This is a
I think it's a whole different world.
This is a whole
Scovillain had a moment, though. It's not this moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how long was that moment? Because I
Not
might
very
have blinked
long.
and missed it.
I think there's a whole different world of Pokemon debate to whether it's, let us know with that hashtag play Pokemon if 80% usage with these grass types means that grass type is a strong
also
typing.
uses Terra Grass,
It
by
does,
the way.
yeah, it does.
So I think grass type is moving on to the rest
Ho-Oh
of
is the best grass type in the format, confirmed.
On that note, let's go ahead and look at our restricted Pokemon. Because while Ho-Oh is not on this list, Groudon is at 3%.
Groudon participation for OCD is on the list, so we had 4 in each row. 3% Groudon, come on.
That is still...
Yo, Groudon is at that 8th place, medal around his neck, popping off and celebrating right now. Look at me, guys. I made the
I'm on the graphic.
I need to see that meme now. I saw a version of it with Pokemon recently, and now I need to see it with Groudon specifically. But it's still there, and I do feel like it is rising to that 8th spot because of Miraidon in particular. And that's also why we've been seeing a lot of, I won't say random Terra Grounds, but there have been a lot of Pokemon that I would feel would prefer a different Terra type, but like the Terra Ground Chi-Yu we saw earlier in the day.
I'm not gonna lie, I think once we get to NAIC, Groudon is off the list and Lunala is gonna be taking its spot. So I think at a 3.4%, Groudon is there because other than that, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. We're still kind of discovering some gems down there, and something's going to take its spot. And I don't think it's going to be that. I would like to, though. I think Groudon's a really cool Pokemon. It's just some of the things we're seeing out there. I would love to see a Groudon on stream. I would love to be convinced otherwise, is all I'm saying.
I mean, Gabby, if you're a prospective player for NAIC, you're looking at the stream, you're watching, trying to be inspired, and you see you saw Andrew's Lunala put in work. You think that Lunala's not going to jump 3.46% at the next event after that incredible performance?
Yes.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer, Gabby. Good answer.
Sometimes you just have voices in your head. If I were a prospective player looking at this, trying to figure out what to run for NAIC, it's hard because I know what my strengths are as a player, and I will say that I am a Trick Room player, true and true. So I see this, I ask, which of these Pokemon can I make work in Trick Room? And then I zone in on the Calyrex Ice Rider, and that's just my homie.
Well, because not only can it utilize Trick Room like being a good Trick Room sweeper, it can set its own Trick Room, and that's one of the things that Pokemon of old that used to dominate in Trick Room formats, and you need somebody else to set it up for them. That was one of the downsides. So Calyrex is able to either stay on the field, go for Glacial Lances for a lot of damage and threaten knockouts, or if you are passive, go for Double Protect or something. It could be the freest Trick Room.
Yeah. I'm going to Uno reverse that question real quick. Sierra, what would you do if you were a prospective player to NAIC? What Pokemon would you bring?
Slitherwing.
What's restricted? What you mean?
The Slitherwing Groudon was my first Reg G team. I did not win a lot of battles with it.
Fair.
So,
Terra Ground Slitherwing is the...
next to Miraidon? No, I don't know. I don't know. Looking through the Pokemon, I would be looking a little bit more at the Koraidon. I think that Sun can be super, super powerful. I think the Paradox Pokemon that utilize the Sun, I think are absolutely fantastic. And being able to have the damage output that you do is incredible. I think people are we're seeing a little bit more out of Koraidon. I think it hit like 8-10%.
Yeah.
But I think it's still kind of undiscovered to truly what is the best kind of form for it. Even looking back at Indie, Luca, for example, was playing the Koraidon and was still talking about like how maybe the team wasn't quite like the version and was still pretty high placing with the team. So I'd be curious once we get at NAIC, maybe even looking at Worlds, if there's going to be something that kind of cracks it open a little bit more on where this could be properly placed in the meta.
All right, Joe Brown?
Yeah, I think it's an important question to ask. If little Timmy from Ohio is watching the stream right now, you say, what should you play as your restricted in NAIC? And I think you would have to be convinced to not run one of the top 5 restricteds more than like trying to, counter the metagame. You know what I mean? Like those top 5, and then if you want to throw Calyrex Shadow Rider, if you want to go top 6, I think they're so head and shoulders above the other restricteds that it's more like I would need a reason to not play one of those 6 more than liking something else. You could find a way to use Lunala, right? We just saw on stream that it can be just as busted as some of the other restricteds in the right hands and in the right team building situations. But I would definitely probably be either Calyrex Shadow Rider or Ice Rider. I'd choose, do I want to go fast or do I want to go slow, and then build from there.
One of the horses.
Yeah.
All right, well, those are our answers, but I would love to hear from y'all as well. Maybe don't give us the secret if you're planning on winning NAIC, but it would be curious to hear, especially if you are a newer player, which Pokemon you would think to run at the North American International Championships in a couple of weeks. Again, that hashtag play Pokemon. You may see your tweets on stream. But unfortunately, as our next round is not ready yet, it is time to play everybody's favorite game, Who's That Pokemon?
Actually, my favorite on the day. We're
Sierra's actually on fire right now.
Oh, wait, really?
I'm okay for this.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm on fire. Like, that was good. It was good.
Okay.
And, like, Joe Brown would say otherwise if he thought it was actually bad, but he would, like...
I would very much say that she's not performing well. She's on top of her game right now.
All right.
Entries.
I'm glad that this is your day, because...
I already know this one.
Seize the day, Sierra.
Seize the day. It
so
emits
good.
psychic power from the gaps between its multicolored frills and sprints at speeds greater than 120 miles per hour.
Esparthra.
I don't think I'm the only person that doesn't know what a frill is, so if we can elaborate.
So it's like if you were to get like a straight piece of fabric and you like bunch it up so it's all like floofy. That's a frill.
And I'm not speaking for me, I'm speaking for everybody in Twitch chat that is also not aware of what a frill is.
That's what it is.
Have you never seen a frillish? It's what it has for fins.
That's a better answer.
I've seen a frillish.
Yeah, there you go. That is frills. That's why it's named that.
Is it Frillish?
No, it's not. It's a Sparthra. It's not that. It's a Sparthra.
All right, well, it seems like Espathra is the #1 answer on the board, so show us Espathra.
That's a frill. The
Yeah,
wings,
that's
a
a frill.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You learn something every day.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Famed gravity hypnosis user, I believe, in the format. I ran into several of those on ladder and
Very
ran away
annoying.
at 120 miles per hour.
Checks out.
Checks out. All right, next Pokemon. A light fluttering of its wings can blow apart regular houses. As a result, this Pokemon chooses to live out of sight deep under the sea.
Lugia.
It's got to be massive, right?
Probably.
Lugia's pretty massive. I watched Pokemon 2000. It's
What
pretty
other
big
Pokemon like lives under the sea that could blow apart a regular house? Like all the other bird wing
Yeah, because it
Pokemon
has to
kind
have
of
the
live
wings,
above.
right? Like you can't just be.
They're not
you
surviving
can't-
underwater for more than a minute. So
Yeah, you can't just be a water type that would destroy a house. No, the wings are destroying it. And as we know, Lugia, if you follow the
no,
lore.
it's Kyogre though.
I was going to say Terraflying Kyogre, honestly.
Terraflying Kyogre.
But yes, you were saying about
Yeah.
Pokemon the movie 2000,
Yeah,
the
a
best
wonderful movie. You should go out there
Yeah.
and watch it. I know it's on. Sometimes they play the Pokemon movies on Twitch all the time. Lugia is like kind of the leader of the sea. Kind of has a nice call, has a nice group chat with Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno to keep them all under control. But it does live in the sea, ruler of the sea, and then it comes out, flaps its wings.
And then it sings its song, and the world that was looking like it was ending suddenly is okay, and Slowking doesn't have to get his pants.
How many houses did it destroy in that movie though?
I wasn't keeping track.
I don't think
I
it
was
actually
too distracted by
destroyed the
Slowking's
village.
lack of pants.
No, like it was one of those situations where like you could tell it was about to get really, really bad, but then they saved the day before it got that bad.
All right.
All right.
It was a Lugia in this case that destroyed the house.
Yes.
Lock it in.
Imagine it's Ho-Oh.
Under the sea. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, checks out.
It is
Terragrass.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good work, team. Good
Sierra's
work.
5 for 5 today.
Yeah.
So
I'm impressed. Have you
Thank
been
you.
studying?
No, I'm just
have you been
good today.
studying?
Everything I'm lacking in VGC, I'm making up for in Pokedex entries. This is great.
All right. Can we get another? It uses its vine to pick flowers. The flowers that it attaches to itself develop healing properties.
Oh, I'm cooked, Chad. I'm cooked.
Is the win streak coming to an end, Sierra? It uses its vine to pick flowers. The flowers attach themselves to. Is it Ivysaur or something? Like I've seen in the anime, you've had Bulbasaurs and Ivysaurs, like like doing gardens, and Giga Drain is a healing move. Leech Seed,
Yeah,
right?
but it's the flowers that provide the healing power. And like, if you think about it, Ivysaur is just like, it's the middle stage, right? Like Venusaur has the full flower in effect. And Venusaur's the one that can like absorb
But
the
it's
solar
picking-
energy.
It's picking flowers
With its
which
vine.
But it
That's
means that the
one.
flowers aren't on the Pokemon to begin with.
That's
It's
true.
picking them up.
So like,
Venusaur
Venusaur
already
has
the
2
flowers.
vines, I think. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Mega Venusaur. No.
Mega Venusaur has more than?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know how many vines Mega Venusaur
Isn't-
has.
can we think of other grass types with vines?
Carnivine.
Well, that's a good
But
point.
that's multiple vines because they're all just like dangling there.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of a Pokemon that has one single
And
vine.
yeah, and Ivysaur does have 2 vines on its
Yeah.
sides.
It's vine to pick
so
flowers. Flowers.
This is
What
this
is
is a
one
stump.
vine? I'm just like, that's because most of them, any of the vine Pokemon have 2 vines because it's like their little arms.
Maybe we're just getting caught up. We're too in the weeds here.
All
That's a
right,
good
let's
one.
focus on the flower.
Yes.
Let's
'Cause
focus
the other
on the
thought-
flower.
The other thing I was thinking of was like comfy too.
I like
right?
your subtle nod, not so subtle nod to Parrot as you're giving us hints.
Dude, production is giving me a hint that they are going to give us a hint.
Focus on the flower,
Not a hint.
like Florges.
Oh. It's a shot that is how all of us feel right now. So it's not a hint. It's a. Oh my goodness!
What?
What is this?
Sierra has some words for Gabby in that shot.
Dude, that wasn't me. That was production.
Sierra, the story of the
They
century,
were coming
by the
for
way.
your win streak, clearly.
Yeah, production's like, oh, she's 5 for 5. Let's lower her ego a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta humble her a little bit.
Oof. All right, so
what do we
back
think
to
about
flowers.
Florges?
Florges?
That's a flower thingy.
I guess. I'm trying to picture it.
I want
It's kinda-
protest
it's kinda
on it.
tall.
It's kind of tall, but I always got the impression that
It might have
Florges is a
one.
bush. like you have all
Well, you
those
said focus on the
flowers.
flowers and the healing
That's
properties.
true. That's true.
And doesn't Florges doesn't it heal its teammate from status or something? Am I crazy? Or like you can't be statused?
That's one of its abilities, yeah. But
I mean,
I'm just gonna say shaman because I don't know what else it could be. And you know, it is a bunch of stuff that's already attached to it. It might as well have a vine, because why not?
The only other one that I can think of is Comfey.
That's why.
Yeah, because
oh my gosh,
it has
it's totally Comfey.
It has like the little head thing, and then all the flowers go around it, right? Am I
Good answer. No,
right?
it's has
also
to be that.
like
It has to be
Hawaii
that.
World, so
Am I
like there's
Bruce
that
Willis
thing going
in
on.
The Sixth Sense right now? I literally said comfy like 5 minutes
Wait, you
ago.
did? I didn't hear you. It must have been when I was conversing with God in my head. Apologies.
It must have been when I was staring at the blown up image of my face that Prod wanted to throw on the broadcast, so my bad. Yeah, I think it's Comfey. Honestly, that checks out.
All right.
Good answer, Gabby.
If we all three independently came to this answer because I said it, it clearly has to be Comfey, right?
Yeah, that was a good answer. And yeah, it has one singular vine. Like, that checks out.
Sorry,
You're
Joe
so
Brown.
smart, Gabby. You're so smart. You'll get it next time. I believe in you. You'll get one of these eventually.
Yeah. I swear, I didn't realize you said it. Okay. Good talk. Good talk.
This is a really engaging segment right now, guys. I love this conversation.
I was gonna say.
Production, I'm waiting for the next Pokedex entry.
All right, do you want to take it so you can get first dibs so we can properly accredit you?
First of all, we're a team, okay?
Okay, fair,
Yeah, I
fair.
know Sierra doesn't believe in teamwork, but everyone else, we're all answering together. We all win, we all succeed or lose together. So I don't want credit for the correct answer. I just literally mentioned Comfy like 5 minutes before you two had the revelation that you thought of Comfy. So this question, this is all of us.
Okay, this is the teamwork. This is the collab.
All right. So the first thought of this.
You didn't even read it. You gotta read it out loud.
I read it in my head 10 times the amount of time it took you to talk about the power of teamwork and how we all have to come together to brainstorm this. So, cunning Pokemon. When you're looking at something like the Grimmsnarl line,
All right, for
that's all known for
anybody
being
passively
cunning.
watching the stream who didn't get to read it themselves because they have other things, maybe they're vacuuming, they're grabbing the laundry or something, it is an extremely cunning Pokemon. It feigns weakness to lure in prey, then orders its partner to attack.
Partner? Yeah.
It's got a buddy, it's got a partner in crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the three of us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So first thought, I was saying the Grimmsnarl line. I know the middle evolution, the Morgrim or whatever.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
something about feigned weakness. It has that full surrender, though it's more so for it to attack. Whereas this, the ordering its partner to attack, is the kind of confusing part of the text, where it's like it could just be the 180 if they're like kind of living in a little pack, or if you're talking about the maybe like the Impidimp. But because they are a cunning Pokemon line. The other one would be like Galarian Zigzagoon type vibe that I'm kind of thinking about.
Yeah, cunning
But-
definitely gives off like a dark type
Yeah.
feel here.
But like order its partner to attack is still just like so weird. But I was still thinking like Morgrim or something.
Yeah, because it's got to be a Pokemon that's like attached to another. Like I was
Not
also
necessarily.
or like lore-wise attached, not physically
Oh, yeah, lore-wise,
attached.
yes,
But
yes.
the other thing I was thinking physically, for some reason I was thinking of the Hydreigon line in my head, like kind of distracting with one and then the other head's attack. But like that's probably too far-fetched of an idea.
It's definitely not far-fetched, yes.
I would imagine the Pokedex entry, if that was the case, would be like it uses one of its three heads to lure and
Right.
prey, and then another one to like attack.
Well, Zweilous has two heads, so.
But it's still not as like its partner.
But yeah, I wouldn't say
Yeah.
Zweilous is cunning. I would say Hydreigon would be cunning.
Yeah.
You know, Zweilous is like the teenager. It's the middle evolution. It's not really cunning.
Yeah, but teenagers think they're cunning,
But
right? You
as
think
we
you're
know-
indestructible.
As we know, just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Oh, right. But if you think you're indestructible, why would you fake weakness? Okay, never mind. No, that fell apart.
Orders its partner. So like, do we think it's actually like okay? Like these Pokemon are known for being like
Right, like it's like a
good
leader
together, or is it
Pokemon.
like, yeah?
That's it, like sick 'em, like you know.
Like
Is that
a,
what they say?
a buddy
Sick 'em,
cop
boys.
movie?
What?
Like a buddy cop movie or
Yeah.
whatever? Yeah.
Yeah. Cuff 'em, boys. Yeah, that's what I say.
I'm honestly drawing a blank on this one.
The Galarian Zigzagoon wasn't. I think that was kind of a cool idea. I don't know.
Because it's like weakness
Like
and it kind of like
Obstagoon,
checks
yeah.
out and it gets its like other Zigzagoon to go
And
beat
then
him up.
Obstagoon has obstruct, right? So if it is being
Yeah.
defensive, it hurts you while you're attacking.
And
it.
I think in the animation, there was a group of 3 Galarian Zigzagoon that worked together to steal the donuts or whatever.
There's no way this is something like an instruct like a Ranger or anything, right? Because it's also like
No.
smart and then it
No, I don't
literally
think
orders like instructs something, right?
I feel like Oranguru
But prey is a weird word.
Yeah, Oranguru is too smart. I feel like it wouldn't necessarily call its opponents prey. I think it would just be like,
Also,
I am intelligent.
Well, what Pokemon are Galarian Zigzagoons eating? If we're talking about luring and prey, I think we've actually just gone
It's
completely
got to be an
off
evil
base
dark
here.
type, like Weavile or something. It's got to be like a mean.
But
dark
Weavile's like a lone ranger.
Not on that icy mountain in Scarlet and Violet. It's
Okay, yeah,
very
that's
annoying
fair.
to
That's
get.
Be like a Seviper.
No, then the Pokedex entry would be about beating up Zangoose.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Base
We are
weakness,
stumped, I'm
Luring
not gonna
prey
lie.
orders its partner to attack. Yeah.
I think Galarian Zigzagoon-ish is where my brain has just landed, honestly.
What was our first dark type? I forget.
I
already.
said Morgrem, but I'm
Morgrem?
But like
It's
no,
not
like
bad.
as soon as I like actually properly read on the lure in prey, it can't be any of these answers. Like it's prey. I just don't know what it would be.
Twitch chat's probably going crazy at us right now. They all
Twitch
have the
chat's
answer.
yelling.
Oh,
Twitch
yeah.
chat's
They all Googled
yelling.
it.
Yeah, I think that we should lock in.
Prod hint?
Oh, can we get a hint?
Prod hint, prod hint.
Can we get a
Luring
hint?
in prey. When it says prey, I'm thinking more so of like any ocean type Pokemon in all honesty, because then it's like the birds and the fish.
Apparently, it's hard to give a hint that doesn't just give the answer.
Love that for us.
Which is a hint.
Is there like a dark bird? Like Honchkro's a boss. He's the boss. He's got henchmen. He could say sick 'em boys.
That's true, actually, yeah.
He's cunning.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll go with Honchkrow, yeah. You've
All right.
sold me.
We're going Honchkro from downtown.
Lock
I
emoji.
am no answer on this one. I don't know, but it's not any of the above.
What?
Cunning? Tatsugiri
cunning. Tatsugiri cunning.
Tatsugiri gets eaten for a living. He thinks he's cunning. He thinks he's
feigns
one leg ahead of us.
It does order the Dondozo. Order up, you know.
Order its partner to attack. Bro, I was defeated by puns, taken down by my own.
I was defeated by a fish I could squish on my hand. The Tatsugiri.
Actually, they have a very big Tatsugiri out in the Vendo area, so maybe
life
just make
size?
sure it's not the Titan version.
That's true. That's true.
I'm calling it. Honchkro's a better answer than Tatsugiri. I'm calling it.
Yeah, I feel like Honchkrow also has that whole Hollywood vibe thing that we're doing this weekend.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He's like a film noir villain. Or
Yeah.
I feel pretty defeated after that one, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's all right.
That's-
That was a
that's the
team
win
L.
streak.
That
It's
was
got
a
it.
team
That
L.
was a team L, yeah. That's tough. That's rough, y'all.
It do be like that sometimes. All right, we got our next one. We can come back from this. With its shining light, it lures its prey in close. Here we go.
More
again.
prey.
However, the light also happens to attract ferocious fish Pokemon, its natural predators.
Would this be like a Tentacruel, a Starmie type light Pokemon?
Does Lantern have a?
It does,
a
yeah.
thing?
It's based off of the
Does.
same fish that has that.
It's true.
Yeah.
Could be Lantern.
And I mean, technically, that's like how that works. Like, that's why the light is there. The bioluminescence, like, attracts in things.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And like
this
we
is-
can't be like the most ferocious fish Pokemon, or else it wouldn't be attracting ferocious fish Pokemon.
Yeah.
I like that.
And there's other fish that are bigger, stronger than Lantern. So like you'd be attracting scarier fish Pokemon, water
Yeah.
Pokemon that would attack you.
What if it's Gold Duck, y'all?
It does have that like.
It
little-
does have, yeah. And I guess
Crystal.
technically Starmie and Staryu's gems light up.
I don't think it's any of those. but,
No.
like, I don't know. It could be the Lantern. I feel like it would be. Everything has been kind of a little bit more stuff that we've seen in VGC recently. So I'm kind of.
Lantern is very big in Pokemon Go.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, so that
Super
actually
big.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'd be
And we
yeah.
do
I think
share
Lantern's-
Pokedex entries across all
Yeah,
the
okay.
games.
'Cause I was like,
Spoiler
this has-
alert.
Oh yeah, no, I think Lantern's a really good answer then. I like that one.
Thank you for hearing it this time.
You're welcome.
You're
You're welcome.
welcome.
You get one.
Do
Are
you
we
get
It might
locking
be
it?
wrong,
Are
but
we
I
gonna
think
get
we
one?
can go with it.
Are we locking?
Are we locked? Oh.
Where's the light?
Luminion. I guess it's just luminous.
Which, with its shining light.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's light in the wall. I've seen the images in the art, like the alt art cards, where it is very bright in the water.
Yeah,
so it
but
doesn't physically, it doesn't have a flashlight on its head,
it just
like
glows?
Lantern, but its body is very light in the water.
Misleading Pokedex entry, 0 out of 10.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, we're not that. This has gone downhill. They heard us like doing
I'm gonna
good.
say
They were
part
like,
2
no.
of Pokedex has been a lot tougher than our part 1 before.
It's because we thought we were good, and now we're just being severely humbled, unfortunately. Oh, okay. An old expedition journal, describes the site of this Pokemon buried in the depths of the earth as resembling a planet floating in space.
Wow. Wouldn't be Minior, would it?
That
Because it's
is
like
a
Minior doesn't
sentence
really
right
look like
there.
a planet, but it does look like a meteor, which is like in space, and they would be like buried in the depths
They
of the
do
earth,
pop
right?
out in Sun and Moon.
They
yeah.
do?
Yeah.
I was going to say, they're always just kind of floating in the Blueberry Academy, because I use
Well, no,
them.
in Sun and Moon, remember?
Oh, no.
When you're going up the mountain thing.
I need to
They're
replay
like-
Sun and Moon, especially
sure-
before Worlds, because it's very topical.
Isn't there a bunch of Minior in Area 0 too?
No, they're all in Blueberry, I think.
Oh.
I think.
No, because Minior is in Scarlet and Violet base Pokedex.
Oh, never mind.
But I don't know if it's that. I'm trying to like,
I can't think of any
because
like, other
you think of it,
planet-esque
if it's a it's a
Pokemon.
journal entry, right?
Yeah.
Like, would somebody really describe like cute little Minior as like a planet floating in space?
Then like what
Maybe.
else underground? A Diglett?
That's
No.
why Diglett's head just perks
That's
up,
what.
because
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
why we
giant
don't,
planet
we don't know what
underneath it.
Diglett looks like on the other side. It's actually a planet on the
I mean,
inside.
when I'm looking at like, so the old Expedition Journal makes me think of like Area 0, like
Yeah,
all those
yeah.
old Expedition Journal things. And then one of the things that was like mainly big in Area 0 was like the Glimmauras and the Glimlets.
Yeah.
But I still don't think a full Glimmora would resemble a planet floating in space. Like I don't quite see that correlation as much.
No.
But I also, I don't know. Is there any of like the Paradox Pokemon?
Because that's what I
mean,
thought
the
of too.
Expedition Journal to me screams like the Scarlet or the Violet book.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Because they were writing down, they were doing the images and stuff
Yeah.
of all the Pokemon, and they're drawing it, talking
Wait,
about what they look
wait,
like.
wait. Terrapagos. You had to go down to the depths of Area 0 to catch it. And it's in all the
And-
crystals, and it's sparkly.
And when it terrestrializes and gets like 1.5 million things added to its
Yeah.
design,
It looks
one
like a
of them
planet
is like a
with
planet.
stuff
Yeah, no, that
orbiting
is
it.
exactly it. Yeah.
And then the other one is the little Terrapagos on its head, just in case you forgot what it looks like in its baby form.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that answer. It's
Good
meta
answer.
relevant, it's topical.
Good answer, Gabby. Good
All
answer.
right, are we locking in Terrapagos?
Yeah.
All right.
Or Trap-a-Goat, as Rosemary would call it. Hey!
Yeah.
Nice call.
We
Gabby.
came back.
Gabby, let's go. See, this was like the Hollywood movie here. It's like we
Yeah.
came in here, it was like the bunch of like idealistic, like bright-eyed rookies, and we just got torn apart by these Pokedex entries. There was like tension in the group. We were fighting. Things were looking kind of bleak, and now we've all come together again to take down big bad production that's trying to throw a curveball our way with all of these Pokemon. Like I'm proud of us, guys.
Yeah, we truly had the full, I guess, trainer development arc here.
I don't know. I'm disappointed. We were so close to getting all the questions right. You don't understand. We could have been somebody, Gabby. We could have been a contender.
You know so
Joe
much about
Brown,
boring
you are
movies. That would have been
somebody.
a boring movie if that was the case.
Also that.
On the Waterfront is one of the greatest movies of all time, which is what that movie quote was from. So
All right,
it wouldn't have been
haven't seen it.
boring.
Wouldn't know.
Marlon Brando?
Well,
All right, so
Come on.
Joe Brown, Sierra Dawn, those of you watching at home, you are somebody, okay? Regardless of if you went for whatever Pokedex entries, you are somebody. So on that note, we will go to the somebodies behind the caster's desk to finally bring us into the next round.
Listen. This is important. I was trying to outline it again because they talked about it, but I ran out of time. So you can see it better. That's the Terrapagos.
The Terrapagos. Did you know that Pokedex entry? Does your Terrapagos studying prepare you for
Absolutely
the...
not. I said
okay.
Minior too, actually. So, honestly, backstage, I got all of them wrong.
If we were doing this together, though, we would have gotten all of them right, because I would just defer to you to the answers.
Well, we might have gotten almost all of them right. I think we were both both a little lured by the Luminion at the end. Thought maybe it was a lantern,
I
but
did too. Yeah, it makes sense though. If you're gonna be luring something in,
it does. It feels like we were baited a little bit.
Okay, maybe a little. That's okay. We'll get them next time if we ever have the opportunity to play Guess That Pokemon. But we are not going to be guessing anymore about heading into some of our next rounds of Swiss for the day. 4 down under our belt, got a couple more to go. But we've had some really interesting restricted choices. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on maybe some of the teams that we just saw, like Lunala, kind of strong.
Yeah, it looked pretty good there. You can see how bulky it is, especially when it can use a defensive Terastallization and have screens and so much support behind it. Definitely still feels like it's a powerful enough Pokemon. Like the base stat totals of all these Pokemon are consistent enough that if you can find the right way to position it, you're not at a huge power deficit, bringing something a little bit out of the meta.
Yeah, I really love the Lunala that's come out to play. I think we also get a chance to see a little bit more from Koraidon. And I'm starting to really believe in that Pokemon. I think its time is now.
Koraidon feels like it might be the right pick. It of course helps a lot that it gets to use Flutter Mane and use Flutter Mane even more powerfully than the other restricted Pokemon do. But yeah, lots of diversity out there and what's having success, and lots of diversity with the teams that are 4-0 already.
Yes, I agree. And we still get a chance to showcase even more of that power as we head into our round number 5 of Swiss today. And I wonder if we'll see like how well Terapagos is doing. Do we get a chance to see Kyogre? That was on my caster predictions. I'm still sticking to it. I'm sticking to my guns. I think Kyogre can do it. You just got to give it the Grass Terra and make sure that you keep it safe from any Thunderclaps or anything. So Zarina or Farigiraf, make it work. Someone's going to make it happen again.
Yeah, it's just the right partners away from figuring out how to position it, because of course Kyogre's always been able to deal plenty of damage. If you can get it in the rain, Water Spout, oh my god, that can be so much damage.
Listen, one of my favorite things about Sword and Shield was when I got to Dynamax Kyogre and just get those powerful Max Geysers in the rain with Tailwind. Fantastic.
Want to kill everything inside it. Feels a little bit like Miraidon.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's resisted, I don't think so. I think that's still going to go down. But Miraidon, I think that a lot of people have come up with counters to that particular restricted Pokemon. We got a chance to see it a couple of times on stream already with some different partners beside it. But I think at that point, you're still thinking about how do I take away some of Miraidon's key components of its kit? How can I change the terrain away so it doesn't get access to the Hadron Engine boost? And how can I also mitigate it in a different way that it can't attack my team? Speed control.
Reactions like Light Screen, Rillaboom usage come up. Those are the kinds of small reactions that let teams have a little bit better matchup against Miraidon and make life a little bit more difficult for all the Miraidons out there. And they're what start to like turn the wheel over towards the next popular restricted Pokemon.
You're just waiting for that wheel to keep turning, aren't you?
Yeah, someday it's going to get back to get back to Calyrex Shadow, yeah.
I was going to say Tyranitar, what are you doing?
Well, see, we have to get to Calyrex Shadow so the Tyranitar can beat Calyrex Shadow. So I got to turn the wheel a long way.
Yeah, you're in for the long game. I got you. I mean, this has been awesome so far. We have so much more action ahead of us for the day, and we've got round number 5 coming at you. Henry Rich versus Alejandro Jimenez, and it's going to be a battle between two players that have quite a bit of experience in restricted formats.
Yeah, two well-established players. Alejandro, a player with a long history playing VGC, but hasn't played a regional in about 5 years. The last time was in SoCal in the 2019 restricted format. Got a top 8 at the Anaheim regionals, so took a long break, but is back in a restricted format. Henry Rich, another player with experience in restricted formats, won a 2022 regional championships in Brisbane, also in a restricted format.
Yeah, and also has so much experience playing at the international stage as well, getting that top 16 at NAIC in 2023. So has proven himself there, and is going to be bringing a Lunala team as well, but with a big twist. You have Expanding Force on this Lunala next to an Indeedee.
Earlier in the day, we talked about how many different sets Lunala can run. We touched on a bunch of them. Neither one were Calm Mind, and neither one were Expanding Force Psychic Seed. Just goes to show the diversity of Lunala sets that are available. This one's going to play a lot more different differently than the one we saw earlier on in streams, a little bit more supportive with Wide Guard and Trick Room, but of course can still pump out a ton of damage if it's given the opportunity to Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain. That Trick Room can be pretty important. There's also an Ursaluna here. We've seen plenty of times how much damage Ursaluna can pump out inside of Trick Room. I think I remember Aaron Trailer describing the other Ursaluna as like an extra restricted Pokemon as long as you gave it the right speed control. Well, this physical Ursaluna can do the same thing. If it's given the opportunities and windows to attack in Trick Room, it can pump out an amount of damage that resembles more of a restricted Pokemon than another non-restricted.
Especially when you've got the Flame Orb too, you're burning yourself. So even if you're playing in Trick Room, Amoonguss, you're not going to be able to spore that Pokemon because it already has a status condition. So it's a really great way to be able to play in Trick Room without that huge meta threat.
Australian player Henry Rich trying to figure out what's going on here, try to get his bearings in time for this next round. Hopefully things start to look right set up pretty soon.
I hope so. Otherwise, you have to flip the switch upside down to evolve the Malamar.
You might accidentally evolve a Malamar and then shift things up.
Good thing there's no Inkay on the team with Eviolite. But anyway, on the other side of things, so we have Alejandro Jimenez, who is bringing a Shadow Rider Calyrex. This is not this Calyrex's first rodeo at this point, and it most certainly won't be its last.
Yeah, Alejandro trying to prove that a few things from the past can still work. Dondozo being brought into Regulation D, another Pokemon that can have a power level that resembles the restricted Pokemon if it's positioned correctly. Calyrex Shadow Rider, much more popular early on in Regulation G, but can still have a huge impact. This time with Expanding Force and Astral Barrage, both players bringing NDD, but Alejandro also has the Rillaboom, so maybe in a little bit more control of when we're in each terrain. And then Hishui and Gudra, another Pokemon that saw a little bit of use maybe in the fall, early on in these regulations, but we've seen a lot less of recently. Using that Acid Armor to boost up defense and go for damage with Body Press, but also Life Dew to heal both itself and its teammate for 25%.
And it's got a really interesting typing as well, not to mention the fact that it has a Fairy Terrestrialization as a defensive option if it wants it. But I'm really interested in this Dondozo Tatsugiri pair that is going to find its way alongside the Shadow Rider and Indeedee. This is kind of a core that we haven't got a chance to see too much of as we've started to move into the Regulation G meta. And like it is not Shadow Rider Calyrex's first rodeo, it's surely not Alejandro's either.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I think a lot of the Dozo falling out of favor is that it is much less specially bulky, and if it's positioned in a way where it's up against a big special attacker, it does not have the speed advantage, it can be so easy for it to go down and punch a big hole in your team. Alejandro trying to find different ways to mitigate that, I'm sure, over the course of the day, but it's probably going to have less trouble with that in this matchup. It's not a Terapagos on the other side throwing out Star Storms, or Miraidon threatening massive Electro Drifts. The Lunala is just not quite the same damage output into Dondozo. Of course, Dondozo is going to have a hard time finding damage back into Lunala, but something that can trade damage a little more evenly.
Well, as we head into this first game in the best of 3, Alejandro's going to lead with that Shadow Rider Calyrex as well as the Dondozo. And for Henry, it's going to be the Lunala and the Incineroar.
Incineroar on the field gets an Intimidate into this Dondozo. It does have its attack drop, nothing to mitigate that. Incineroar, though, going to have to be a little bit careful here. Loves fighting up against Calyrex, but this is Terra Water, Terra Blast Calyrex, as well as Wave Crash as an option on the other side. So 2 Pokemon that can pump a ton of damage into an Incineroar if needed. And of course, Lunala, very threatened by Astral Barrage, but can just protect itself with Wide Guard if it feels like it needs to. But if you Wide Guard, as Tatsugiri just comes in that slot, and it's Dondozo going out on the offense, that can feel like a really wasted turn. So I think it's a little bit of a delicate position. You have to imagine it's probably not an Astral Barrage coming in right now, but if that's, you make that assumption too strongly, Alejandro could definitely punish you for it.
I think it's tough too, because in this matchup, you look at Henry's Pokemon that could be deemed to be on a bit of the slower side versus Alejandro's, and you also consider Trick Room might be a good option here. You would be able to allow this Lunala to move a bit faster than this really naturally fast Shadow Rider Calyrex, but we are going to see a pivot here from Alejandro to see that Dondozo get switched out for the Rillaboom. It's going to change this grassy terrain and also give a priority option in case we do actually see the Shadow Rider Calyrex go on the offensive.
Meanwhile, it is Incineroar recognizing that 2 possible water attacks coming out on the other side means it's a good time to go grass type. That is the Terastallization spent there. It's going to make it a lot harder for this Lunala to get away from its weakness to Ghost in the future.
Wow, let's just go straight for the Astral Barrage, not even worrying about the threat of the Wide Guard that Lunala has. And look at how that Shadow Shield is barely able to keep it alive. The Moongeist Beam here, now at least able to fire off in response. It's going to be another super effective attack into the Calyrex, and because it is a Life Orb, that will be able to be a one-hit knockout into that restricted Pokemon. But we're seeing it kind of play out in real time, where this Lunala is at such low HP that a Grassy Glide would be enough to finish it off, and an unfortunate miss there on the Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, I think a turn with a ton of fireworks. We mentioned that a Rest Brush could have been an option, and that is exactly what Alejandro goes for. And with the Grass Terastallization spent onto Incineroar, that's even extra damage because Incineroar goes from resisting the Astral Barrage to taking neutral damage from it. Luckily for Henry, Shadow Shield is just enough for Lunala to weather that storm, hang on, and KO right back, meaning the damage trade is maybe in Henry's favor because he gets their Pokemon KO'd, and while his Lunala is low, you can always try to find a way to fight back into it. The Will-O-Wisp on top would have really been the ceiling blow there, but does miss it and just has to Wide Guard through this turn.
Well, Wide Guard is going to be helpful in order to block something like a Rock Slide that could be coming out, but look at that. The U-turn actually not going to do enough to finish off this Incineroar, provides a pivot to Alejandro so that he can bring something else back in, and it is going to be the Tatsugiri to now pair up with this Dondozo. But what did this Dondozo actually lock into? We saw the Wide Guard from the Lunala to potentially deal with something like the Rock Slide, but it's going to be tough to take down this raid boss of a Pokemon now that the Tatsugiri has boosted it up so much. Is it going to be the Wave Crash though either? That's the thing. It's so tough to have to make that call, but it is the Rock Slide, so Henry gets it right.
A really crucial decision. Manages to Wide Guard the Rock Slide, keep both of these Pokemon on the field, and give Incineroar the chance to attack.
The Will-O-Wisp is going to hit into the Dondozo as well, so it feels good to at least be able to land that to mitigate some of those boosts that Dondozo did just get to its attack, but you still have to worry about the fact that your Lunala's pretty low, and Dondozo's still going to be packing some big wave crashes.
Yeah, Dondozo should still have the offense to take down Lunala, but I'm not sure that turn could have gone much better for Henry. Has the Incineroar hang on through U-turn to stay on the field and land the Will-O-Wisp into Dondozo, and the Incineroar only able to hang on because Lunala Wide Guards and correctly calls it its Rock Slide coming in, preventing 2 KOs. Now Order Up goes into Lunala and does not get the KO. Lunala survives with 3 HP after the burn mitigates the attack.
Wow, and so that's going to lead this Lunala to be able to go for a Moongeist Beam, and it's not going to be afflicted by any sort of special attack drop. So that's going to be a pretty good amount of damage with a Parting Shot. Just another insult to injury after the burn placed onto that Dondozo to drop its attack stat even further.
Undoes the Order Up, makes sure that the Dondozo does not slowly get a chance to boost back up. Grassy Terrain is the only reason that Lunala is still on the field as well. The Rillaboom from the other side helping to keep this Lunala a little bit more healthy, help keep the Incineroar a little bit more healthy, and make sure that both of them are able to hang on. This is looking more and more bleak for Alejandro. Dondozo is going to be doing so little damage and now has to fight up against an Urshifu on the other side. It's always kind of a strange relationship between an Urshifu and Dondozo. Urshifu, of course, has Surging Strikes. It's going to be resisted by Dondozo, but because of the auto crit, is actually a pretty reasonable way to start dealing damage to Dondozo, especially when Dondozo can't deal a ton of damage back.
Yeah, you're going to see the Order Up into the Lunala to finally be able to pick it off, and so that is going to help mitigate some of those attack drops. But I think critically you're still looking at the fact that Henry still has so many Pokemon left in comparison. So I think you're feeling pretty good about the fact that this Urshifu is going to be able to at least get a little bit done. And I wonder if something like the Tornadus would be something that you would be able to switch in at some point given the matchup. Is Alejandro thinking about that as an option?
Alejandro definitely has to be worried about whatever the fourth Pokemon is. Tornadus could come in here, give a speed advantage to the Urshifu. Dondozo still dealing damage slowly enough that both of these Pokemon are probably safe through another turn. The +3 because of the one Order Up and the boost from Tatsugiri probably threatens damage from Rock Slide into Tornadus, but Tornadus able to just protect as well. It doesn't even have to try to worry about that Rock Slide.
Something that I'm really interested in, though, is the fact that, like, yes, you have the Tailwind advantage, but you also have Rain Dance. And it's so difficult to have to work against both of those things because, on the one hand, Henry would love to be able to give over this Mystic Water Rapid Strike Urshifu just a little bit more boost to its power, but you also sort of want to time it with these Dondozos where you're taking out the Dondozo and are also able to deal some amount of damage to this Tatsugiri as well, which, by the way, is carrying Bright Powder, so it might be a little bit harder said than done.
Yeah, with Bright Powder, there's always a way back into the game. I think some well-positioned damage here puts the Dondozo pretty low, maybe in range of another Surging Strikes, which would mean Tailwind plus Surging Strikes just KOs the Dondozo before it can attack, and means that Alejandro doesn't get attacked this turn. So that is exactly the input. It's first Tailwind, and then should be Surging Strikes coming next.
Yep, Surging Strikes here is going to be enough to clean up this Dondozo, which has not been able to really have too much skin in this game so far. It does leave the Tatsugiri to be able to remove itself from the Dondozo and actually maybe get an attack off if the Bright Powder does come into effect, but you still have the speed advantage if you are Henry, and you know that you really only have to deal with this Rillaboom, but this Rillaboom can be a problem. It has these super effective attacks now into this Urshifu despite you having the speed. You have Fake Out Pressure and you have Grassy Glide.
Rillaboom is Alejandro's best hope here, maybe that plus a little bit of Bright Powder. It is good news for Henry that Urshifu has the speed advantage without having to have the Choice Scarf. Holding Mystic Water, meaning can switch to close combat and just take this Tatsugiri off the field if it wants to, or deal a bunch of damage into Rillaboom. Tornadus also pretty well positioned where it can deal a ton of damage back into either of these Pokemon. You have to imagine Incineroar will come in and get an Intimidate off onto Rillaboom before this game wraps up. Which can also get one of these Pokemon out of harm's way. If it's Incineroar coming into the Urshifu slot while a Grassy Glide or Woodhammer goes that direction and wastes a turn of Rillaboom, then that's a turn that Alejandro just does not have. But if Alejandro can get the right targeting down, attack into the partner while Incineroar comes back in, and then find a way to land a Woodhammer into the Urshifu, there's definitely still a path in this game.
For sure. And I mean, the Urshifu can feel the pressure. The Rillaboom is putting out so much that Henry does not want to lose that Pokemon right away. And this Incineroar will help to make sure that maybe this Urshifu does get a chance to survive one Grassy Glide or so. The Tornadus also going to opt to protect itself. At the very least, it's going to help against this Fake Out, but this Tatsugiri, it does have Muddy Water, Dragon Pulse, Icy Wind, and Helping Hand as its moves of choice. And the Icy Wind going to be super effective into this Terra Grass Incineroar that just switched in.
The Terastallization probably making the difference there in whether or not that Icy Wind is able to pick up the KO on Incineroar, and I think pretty important for Alejandro's chances in this game that it does pick it up, that KO. Force Urshifu back on the field. Of course, not a Choice Scarf Urshifu. It is able to just protect itself this next turn and give even more time for Tornadus to go out on the offense. But so far, a pretty strong turn for Alejandro. Avoids a hitting into the Tornadus with a Fake Out, and instead just finds the damage into Incineroar, gets a KO, and moves on to the next turn.
This Tornadus is also, it has a Focus Sash. So like you do have to hit it twice in order to be able to knock it out, but 2 times might be all that Henry needs. You could see him lock into the Bleak Windstorm, which will be able to do some super effective damage to that Rillaboom, but there's also going to be a double up there into the Tatsugiri, but whether or not that pays off is going to be important. This Rillaboom has a Grass Terra type.
Offensive Terastallization coming out from Rillaboom to kind of undo some of the impact that Intimidate had on the last turn. Helping Hand will go beyond undoing the impact of that Intimidate and make sure this Rillaboom is threatening so much damage. The Grassy Glide is coming out probably into Urshifu.
And is it going to be enough to get the KO? It's not with the Intimidate drop. That is so pivotal. This Tornadus is able to hit the Bleak Windstorm onto both targets as well, bringing that Rillaboom down to so low. With the close combat to follow up, this Bright Powder is not going to help keep this Tatsugiri around. Even though the Urshifu is going to get cleaned up to another Grassy Glide, that Rillaboom is, that's pretty low.
Rillaboom should be able to be cleaned up by Tornadus. Always kind of a hard feeling as a player when you walk all in to a Grassy Glide, try to pick up a KO and miss it, and then just see that Rillaboom is still on the field at the end of the turn. Could have just had a Woodhammer to get the KO. Instead tries to save Tatsugiri by getting the Grassy Glide KO, misses it, and then doesn't pick up the KO at all.
Well, this is a smart positioning, though, by Henry. He's still thinking about the fact that grassy terrain is going to give priority to this Grassy Glide, and if you miss a Bleak Windstorm, that could be devastating. So at the very least, you have the opportunity here to try to get some HP recovery back, and Tailwind doesn't really matter. So you're kind of hoping that maybe there's an opportunity to go for something like this, and I think that's smart to just give yourself the guaranteed Bleak Wind later.
This is definitely the safest way through this end-game. The Rain Dance means that Bleak Wind cannot miss in future turns, and getting past the Grassy Terrain eventually. Either would the Rillaboom KOs the Urshifu right now, or it's forced to take 2 close combats.
Yep, so a great call here from Henry. Now the Rain on this next turn, this Tornadus will be for sure able to KO this Rillaboom. Even with all the Grassy Terrain healing that's come through, you still have that Focus Sash to keep you intact from something like a Grassy Glide. So should all be said and done here as we look forward to the second game. Alejandro lost that Shadow Rider Calyrex so early. How do you feel like he might be able to preserve it for later?
The first few turns of this match were absolutely brutal for Alejandro, right? Not only did the trade for Calyrex Shadow not work in his favor, it got a ton of damage off onto Lunala and to Incineroar, but of course paid back with Calyrex Shadow going down, and I think in a way that Alejandro did not expect. But also then got quickly, a couple turns later, the Dondozo burnt, which gave plenty of time for Henry to find a way to deal with Dondozo without really giving up much. You kind of fast forward between those few turns where Dondozo got burnt and eventually Dondozo got KO'd by the Surging Strikes. Not much positive happened for Alejandro in the meantime, and it's the impact of the Intimidate. Because it's on unaware, Dondozo not able to reject the Intimidate, and so instead it gets weakened further, and then the burn making sure to double up on that and make sure Dondozo just isn't really a damage threat. I think Alejandro has to at least stop one of those things happening in the next game. If you can, it's not necessarily devastating to trade away the Calyrex for an Astral Barrage if you can then clean up the KOs with Dondozo, but having both things go wrong because of, again, the wide guard on turn 2, remember that stopped Dondozo from KOing the Incineroar and allowed the burn to go off. If you can stop one or the other, then there's probably a path through this for Alejandro, but allowing both things to happen made that early game very, very difficult for Alejandro to try to claw his way back through.
It's tough when you bring Dondozo and Tatsugiri to a matchup because similarly to how players up against a Dondozo and Tatsugiri might want to try to KO both at the same time, you as the Dondozo player have to make this very difficult decision on when do you actually commit to this Dondozo being on the field with the Tatsugiri and the Commander boost. Because I wonder, do you think if Alejandro leans on something that's a bit more of a supportive piece, like the Indeedee with the Follow Me, does that fare a little bit better to at least try to redirect away some of the attention from that Shadow Rider Calyrex?
There's absolutely a game plan where you just leave the Dondozo and Tatsugiri at home and focus all in on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Like you mentioned, Follow Me, if it can redirect Moongeist Beam away, that's just an immunity for Indeedee and would buy Calyrex Shadow Rider a lot of time. If it's another Grass Terastallization from Incineroar, then you look at the 4 Pokemon that Henry brought and think I'm just a couple Astral Barrages away from cleaning up this entire game, and Indeedee can absolutely buy you the time for that. And so I don't think that would be a bad game plan. I think the Dondozo with the Urshifu to crit through the defense boost, the Incineroar to intimidate and Will-O-Wisp may just be really hard to kind of find the impact. And exactly like you ask for, here is Calyrex Shadow Rider next to Indeedee.
The nice thing about the Follow Me too is that because Indeedee also is a normal type, I don't think you care too much about the little Moongeist beams now, do you?
No, absolutely not. It would be redirected into an immunity. Now, one big difference with this is when Dondozo was led next to Calyrex Shadow Rider, there were 2 offensive threats that Henry had to worry about. That's part of why there was no wide guard used on turn 1 of game 1, is because you don't want a wide guard while just eating a wave crash back from the other side. But with more emphasis on just the Shadow Rider, it's much easier for the Lunala to just click wide guard here, because otherwise it's just a Water Terra Blast coming in or Calyrex Shadow Rider protecting himself. So a lot easier for Lunala to manage one attacker at a time.
Well, Tornadus is going to get the speed, though, in this Lunala's favor. I'm not sure I've actually done my research on the speed tiers between Lunala and Shadow Rider Calyrex and if that Tailwind actually makes a difference here for the Lunala. But it's going to be Alluring Voice into the Lunala to break the Shadow Shield. With no grassy terrain right now, you don't have a way to actually reactivate that Shadow Shield very quickly.
Lunala also becomes confused from the Alluring Voice, so has to watch out for that on the next turn. No wide guard that turn. It would have been an opportunity for Alejandro to go out on the offense with a Follow Me and an Astral Barrage that would have punished Henry hugely, but both players take a little bit safer path through the turn. It's just the Shadow Shield burst, and now the wide guard. Oh man, what a risky attack through confusion. Without the wide guard, that might have been so much damage coming in, but gets it off.
Yeah, there's going to be an Indeedee Follow Me too, just in case. But did the Shadow Rider Calyrex actually go for the big spread damage? Remains to be seen, as we do see a speed drop onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex. If we weren't sure before, we do know now that that Lunala should be faster. But with the wide guard in place, that Astral Barrage cannot hit into the 2 targets.
Such a difficult position with Calyrex Shadow Rider and in Psychic Terrain, meaning that both of the same type attack boosted moves are spread moves. If wide guard happens, there's no way to get damage off. Of course, it's very risky for Henry to keep trying to just get wide guards off because he could hit himself into confusion. So this turn, there is no wide guard, instead just a Bleak Windstorm coming in.
Bleakwind Storm is actually going to miss the Calyrex as well. So the Indeedee does take a little bit more damage, but can this Lunala actually do something through this confusion? It will not. It's going to hit itself, not for very much, but it means that it is free and open for this Astral Barrage. Alejandro did not fall into the trap that there might be a wide guard back-to-back, and that Tornadus is going to get taken down to its Focus Sash.
Henry getting punished for, I think, a pretty risky path he was trying to take through this game, trying to just continuously attack through confusion. The first time it could have been a wide guard being prevented that would have opened up that same Astral Barrage damage. This time it was what should have been a damaging attack in Indeedee that is instead just a confusion hit, and Calyrex managing to pick up the KO. Indeedee can still try to redirect a Urshifu attack away. Calyrex should be bulky enough to take a Bleakwind Storm. Of course, another Astral Barrage would just pick up 2 KOs here. So even with the speed advantage fully in Henry's favor, does have to be careful to not too easily allow Calyrex to get another attack off.
You also have to worry about these boosts getting too out of hand. Like if you allow both of those to happen, then the Pokemon you have in the back absolutely doesn't stand a chance if it's going to end up being a single target Astral Barrage with 3 boosts on top of it. So those Grim Nays can really start to stack up, and one of the reasons why we've seen these Calyrex forms be so strong in the meta.
Absolutely. You cannot just take a sacrificial KO and expect to win in the back of that. The Follow Me looks like it creates such a safe position for Calyrex. We're going to have to see how this turn plays out.
Yeah, it is going to draw the tension away for that Urshifu, but the Bleakwind Storm just barely not able to pick up the KO onto the Calyrex. It's going to help keep the speed, though, down into Henry's favor, but you can see how those Surging Strikes would have been great to be able to hit into the Calyrex here. And with that little Grim Nay boost that this Shadow Rider was able to get on that turn before, well, it's going to for sure take this Tornadus down with it, but can it get the Urshifu as well with the Expanding Force? For sure, yes.
Yeah, Life Orb boosted, Psychic Terrain boosted, Expanding Force super effective into Urshifu, no doubt about that KO, and so 2 KOs back. The Life Orb damage comes back into Calyrex. I think it's going to be close of whether this is a KO or not.
Ooh, oh, it's not. It's not. It's going to be able to hang on. That is wild. Just a sliver of HP. And even though you have this Incineroar, you can't fake it out, even though it is such low health, and you're just going to have to take a huge, huge KO.
Dondozo comes out of the back and makes things look even more difficult for Henry. Incineroar, a great tool into Dondozo, but not a great tool for beating Dondozo all by itself. Calyrex, it has taken 2 Bleakwind speed drops, should probably still be faster than Incineroar anyway, could just threaten an Astral Barrage for a ton of damage into that. Henry sees the writing on the wall, is going to concede this game and take us into a Game 3.
Yeah, because with the Covert Cloak on the Dondozo as well, you can't just fake it out and stop the attack for 1 turn. You take a Wave Crash regardless, and also an Astral Barrage. So really, really great set so far. Alejandro bringing it back in that second game, really leaning into the power, the supportive power of that Indeedee to help keep that Shadow Rider safe.
The Shadow Rider ends up managing to find an Astral Barrage to KO the Lunala, despite the threat of Wide Guard on the other side. It's a matchup that is feels very 50-50. I'm not sure that either player wants to be in that situation again. You, in Alejandro's shoes, do not want to be trying to click Astral Barrage and hope that there's not a Wide Guard at some point and you actually accomplish something. And from Henry's side, you don't want to be having Lunala on the field. Feels like any turn I could just lose both my Pokemon if I don't click Wide Guard correctly. So really, really volatile in early game. But what I think is interesting is I'm not sure I see a great path for either player to opt out of it, because then you're just playing against the restricted Pokemon on the other side without having your own on the field. Alejandro tried to mix things up in the first game and not have the Indeedee for support, but we saw that Dondozo is just so easily disrupted when Henry still has all 4 tools.
Yeah, and I think things get much easier as well. You notice that the Dondozo was in the back, likely with the Tatsugiri as well as that 4th and final for Alejandro. And if it's just that pair versus the Incineroar, even if you're burned, still pretty favorable for that Dondozo as well. So I think it's important for Alejandro to continue to preserve that Dondozo Tatsugiri if he opts to bring it in for this 3rd and final game. But similarly, I think that Henry still has some really interesting tools to play around with, but do you want to actually lead with your speed control? Because the Tornadus, I feel like, didn't get as much accomplished despite just getting chip damage down with those Bleakwinds.
Tornadus got pretty valuable chip damage. I think the speed drops could have been really critical to that game as well if the Astral Barrage hadn't come through earlier. I think what's difficult, and a total shift I was going to say is difficult, is it's hard to stop the Alluring Voice from coming in onto Lunala on the turn. It gets the Psychic Seed boost, but none of that's happening here. Instead, it's Rillaboom on the field next to Dondozo, a total shift up for Alejandro. Meanwhile, Lunala and Urshifu on Henry's side. A pivot there as well as Urshifu hits the field earlier in this game than in prior ones. But a pretty good adjustment, it looks like, from Alejandro, because Rillaboom finds its way into the lead against Urshifu immediately this time. Doesn't have to try to catch the Urshifu out of the back. And also no Incineroar led this game, while 2 physical attackers are led for Alejandro, but that's an easy thing to fix. Urshifu can just switch out and bring Incineroar in to intimidate both of these attackers.
But is it telegraphed at all? Knowing that Urshifu does not want to stay on the field in front of something like a Rillaboom, do you then, as Alejandro, double into that slot, expecting to see some damage? Doesn't opt for that. The U-turn into this Lunala will break the Shadow Shield, but this Dondozo gets a chance to maybe even get some of these boosts online. But you run the risk here, knowing that this Incineroar's on the field next turn, to potentially go for a Will-O-Wisp to neuter the game plan that we saw in game number 1. Let's see. I feel like it's just a tough call. Maybe you do get the Wave Crash into the Incineroar. That would be great. That'd be a huge call to make, knowing that there wasn't Urshifu there just moments ago.
Can't imagine the guts it would take for that call, but it is a Wave Crash coming out.
Oh, it's in Lunala. Okay. Pretty sizable damage, but the Lunala is able to stay on the field. So Moongeist Beam as a response, that special defense boost, very, very helpful.
Dondozo takes that pretty well, but it is still mounting damage onto Dondozo. No damage into Incineroar. That turn means that Incineroar is pretty safe to try to get a Will-O-Wisp off if the Grass Terastallization is used. Of course, that is still committing a good amount of resources because you have to spin the Terastallization there instead of elsewhere. But if you can kind of disrupt Dondozo and take away that threat, then you can probably try to figure out how to win the game out of the back. Lunala takes a ton of damage there. It's going to be pretty low for the end game. Even something like a Grassy Glide starts to look like it might be enough damage if you don't get extra Grassy Terrain recovery, and it won't be at this moment because Lunala switches out and gets Urshifu back on the field.
Yeah, and there's going to be a Terastallization here as well for this Incineroar. The Terra Grass going to be really important to deal with both the Rock Slide as well as the Wave Crash. The thing is that this Dondozo does have a way around those resistances, having Order Up as an option to not only help get through some of the burns if this Will-O-Wisp does land, but also just to make sure that you're going to be able to deal some pretty big damage. Even though that wasn't very effective, you actually got a sizable chunk into that Urshifu. But the burn comes through, it hits its target, and so that Dondozo is once again in the same predicament we were in game number 1.
Alejandro's playing this Dondozo very differently than he did in game 1. Game 1, it looked like he was playing it for more of a long-term game plan, trying to get order ups and boost and get past the Intimidates and make Dondozo a threat. I think it's some good recognition here that Incineroar is it's so easy for Incineroar to pivot in and out to threaten a burn. It's going to be hard to establish Dondozo long term. So instead, Alejandro just taking the short-term damage that he can get, getting a couple of big wave crashes in, and weakening up Henry's team to try to instead find the win condition out of the back. For now, Order Up is the best damage option into Incineroar. You can see just how little it does.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to help a little bit, but the parting shot is going to negate it once again. And so it's tough. I think it's really tough here because this Dondozo, like, yes, you have to weave in some of that damage, but where's that damage now going to come from if you can continue to cycle through these Intimidates?
It looks more and more difficult as time goes by. It's the Dondozo hokey pokey, put your Intimidate in, put your parting shot out, and Dondozo just looks like it really won't be much of a threat to either of these Pokemon. That's going to give time for a little bit of Grassy Terrain recovery into them and try to position for what you mentioned in game 1, where if you can find the right combination of damage to get rid of Dondozo and Tatsugiri in one turn, that locks your opponent with just 2 Pokemon left in a very difficult end game. Dondozo, though, even this mitigated, can probably do enough damage to Lunala to be a threat to leave it for a Grassy Glide or Tatsugiri cleanup, and so instead it's just Lunala coming back out, Incineroar coming back in, the hokey pokey continues, and another Intimidate onto Dondozo.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a dance that Alejandro wants to be dealing with, though, or the game, but it is the game we are playing right now. And the Wave Crash just continuing to whittle away at this Incineroar, but continuing to do that is going to be fine. And even with these Surging Strikes, you're putting this Dondozo in a position where another bit of Surging Strikes will be able to pick it up, and there's not really a way for this Dondozo to easily get through this Urshifu now.
The damage output from Dondozo just gets lower and lower as time goes by. Urshifu looking plenty healthy, Incineroar looking plenty healthy, and like you said, Dondozo should be in KO range from the next Surging Strikes. That opens up opportunities like Surging Strikes and Knockoff to get rid of the Bright Powder and deal some damage into Tatsugiri, or Parting Shot to mitigate the damage from Tatsugiri. I think interesting choice here, just to protect, even if it is Surging Strikes coming in, but it's not Detect from Urshifu, and so this Protect will accomplish something for Dondozo.
Well, it does, and it also blocks the Parting Shot here from this Incineroar. It's kind of like, do you get enough grassy terrain recovery back that you feel like you might be able to survive another Surging Strikes? I think it's tough when you know that the burn is continuing to even that scale, but the grass is gone.
Grass is gone, the recovery is turned off. I'm not sure that surviving another Surging Strikes is that much in Dondozo's favor at this point. It might just set up for future damage, but Rock Slide, oh, just so pitiful. At least maybe a chance for a flinch, but no, Surging Strikes just lands into Dondozo and picks up the KO.
Yep, and that does leave this Tatsugiri vulnerable for the Parting Shot, I guess, if it hits. I don't actually know how the Bright Powder interaction works for that, because it's been a long time since we've seen Bright Powder as a held item. Ooh, but the Incineroar flinches, so I guess we don't get a chance to see that regardless.
Yeah, don't get a chance to see between the Bright Powder and the Rock Slide. Some okay odds for Alejandro to get through that turn unscathed, and manages it. Tatsugiri pops out to be now a partner for the Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of a partner for the Dondozo. I'm sure Alejandro, when he imagined this gameplay, expected Calyrex Shadow Rider to come onto the field against a very weakened team. Wave crashes and rock slides spread everywhere, and everything looks like it's in Astral Barrage KO range. That didn't really happen. Urshifu and Incineroar are still healthy here, but at least Incineroar did have to spin the Terastallization, means there's no Astral Barrage resist shown on the other side. Probably not enough damage to pick up the KO. Tatsugiri can add some extra damage of its own to create a KO. Alejandro definitely has the speed fully in his favor, and it can be a little bit difficult to find a path for Tornadus to come in. If Tornadus tries to switch into this situation and just gets Astral Barraged and Icy Winded, then you'll never find the speed control again.
What's a very interesting modifier to this, though, is that we know that Tatsugiri has access to Helping Hand, and we have not seen this Terastallization get spent yet on Alejandro's side. So this Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to use it now, get that Water Terastallization, keep itself safe from these Surging Strikes from this Urshifu. Does open itself up to a close combat now, but who knows if that was actually what got locked in. The Helping Hand, though, ready and waiting to make sure this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to be able to potentially pick up something. And a very, very risky switch in here for Henry to have brought in this Lunala to an incoming Astral Barrage.
Yeah, maybe a risky switch, maybe just an acknowledgement that Lunala wasn't going to provide that much value in the game, and something had to take the Astral Barrage there, and maybe you preferred to just let Lunala go down than to have the Incineroar take it, but of course, giving a sacrificial KO over to Astral Barrage just means a boost comes in for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Maybe there was a chance that Urshifu could take the Life Orb boosted, Helping Hand boosted Astral Barrage. Well, there's probably no chance it can take a Helping Hand boosted one. The Terastallization on Alejandro's side does mean that Calyrex is vulnerable to Fake Out now, though. It's a pretty easy, like, Fake Out, close combat, double up into Calyrex that lands a ton of damage no matter what. Tatsugiri probably can't threaten a KO onto either of these Pokemon, and of course we know that Henry's fourth Pokemon is Tornadus, and so at some point after a KO gets taken, Tornadus can come on the field and try to establish speed control.
Yeah, and I think that it's tough because you also just can't protect in front of this Urshifu. Otherwise, you'd look at the Shadow Rider Calyrex having protect and go, oh, there's an easy way to deal with a Fake Out. But because of Urshifu's ability, it's not easy to just leave your Shadow Rider Calyrex on the field. So instead, you still have this Rillaboom in the back that'll be able to take that combination much better. On top of that, you now have the ability to set up that grassy terrain, giving an opportunity over to this Rillaboom to go for a priority grassy glide into this Urshifu, knowing that that Terastallization was also already spent. And if Incineroar wants to negate this Rillaboom's attack stat, it has to go for a Parting Shot, or it's going to have to manually leave the field and come back in later. Ooh, all right. Speed drops too make this fairly interesting. Do you think that the Urshifu is actually in range now where the Rillaboom could just go for Woodhammer?
In speed range, yeah, I think the Rillaboom probably should be faster than the Urshifu. I also think between the close combat defense drop and the grassy terrain extra amplification on Rillaboom, it's in the offensive range for just a grassy glide to KO. Of course, Tornadus can just come in that slot, but because Tornadus is holding the focus sash, even if you just don't get a KO there, you're kind of happy to get at least some chip damage into Tornadus and open it up into Astral Barrage later on. I think Henry does a great job of using one turn of threat to undo a Grenade boost, force Calyrex Shadow back into the back, but it still looks like the Rillaboom is in a pretty powerful position here. And Incineroar doesn't feel like it's offering that much. You can try to parting shot off the field to try to get Tornadus in and establish speed control that way. You can mitigate the damage output of either of these Pokemon and threaten to fake out again in the future, but you have to get through the turn first.
Yeah, well, the helping hand into the Rillaboom. There is a Detect coming through from the Urshifu, but the Incineroar is wide open if you want it. And that's going to be for the U-turn. And so super effective damage down into the Incineroar means that this Shadow Rider Calyrex gets to come back in. And because that Urshifu protected, it's not in range of being able to be knocked out at this very moment. But it feels like a great trade here for Alejandro in terms of that damage.
It's interesting, I would expect a parting shot to now come out, which is going to mitigate how much damage is coming from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. This starts to look a little bit different than when you had a Grenade boost a second ago. Also means the parting shot's going to let Tornadus come back on the field. With Tailwind in Henry's favor, Urshifu should be faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider and able to get to threaten at close combat. The kind of one time that you can spend, I'm going to switch Rillaboom in and take it in close combat, has been spent already. Rillaboom, if it comes back in, will just go down to another close combat. And so this feels like it's Henry's opportunity to go out on the attack and find damage into the Calyrex under speed control. The option for Grassy Glide is gone because the Rillaboom U-turned into the back. You would have almost rather just had U-turn for the damage without having to go into the back in that situation, I think. But it is Rillaboom in the back and Calyrex kind of stuck on an island here.
It is still tough though, because even though you get the parting shot into the Calyrex, you can still drop your own special defense by going for the close combat. So maybe tipping the scales once again into that Calyrex's favor, but you're not going to be able to get that special defense drop before the Calyrex gets to move unless you go for Tailwind.
There was Icy Wind a while ago as well. The Icy Wind may make the difference in whether or not Tailwind actually puts Urshifu faster, and so Henry not going for that hit. The Tornadus just going to protect itself on this turn while Astral Barrage comes out. It's going to do a ton of damage to this Urshifu. Probably not the KO though.
Maybe not, but you still have to deal with the fact that this Urshifu is within a KO range.
It is the KO.
It is going to be a KO. Okay, that is maybe a little bit more damage than what Henry was expecting. And just like that, that Shadow Rider Calyrex is able to get that Grenade boost right back.
Yeah, between the special defense drop and the life orb, even with -1 special attack from parting shot, Astral Barrage has the damage to pick up the KO into Urshifu. And now Calyrex looks pretty stable, has Grassy Terrain that's healing off this damage. It's going to take a few hits between Incineroar and Tornadus to actually KO Calyrex, and meanwhile Calyrex is going to very contentedly keep firing off Astral Barrages. Calyrex should just be able to close out this game. I'm not really clear how Tornadus and Incineroar would put together the combination of speed and offense and bulk that would be necessary, but if there is a way, it starts with a fake out into Calyrex to buy a free turn.
It does, and so this is going to carve an opening for this Tornadus to go for the Bleak Wind Storm, but the Tatsugiri is going to avoid it. It's going to be a double miss as well. So even if there was a way back into this game, this Calyrex is going to maintain a ton of HP. This Icy Wind as well to drop the speed of this Incineroar as well as this Tornadus. Just feels like it's going to put a lock on this game for Alejandro.
Speeds continue to drop, damage continues to mount. Calyrex gets out of that turn unscathed despite taking a fake out and not protecting itself. Looks like it's all going Alejandro's way as Astral Barrage is going to come in and should just pick up 2 KOs. Absolutely does. And Alejandro takes this set 2-1 and moves to 5-0 on the day.
Wow, what a fantastic adjustment from Alejandro, though, especially after Henry was able to get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex so early in that game number 1. Found a way to preserve it and make some really smart calls so that the Shadow Rider Calyrex could do what Shadow Rider Calyrex does best.
Absolutely. I think the game plan adjustments from Alejandro were really top-notch in that match. From game 1 to game 2, recognizing to switch to NDD, to focus on a game plan that just had the Follow Me support unlocking Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then to recognize that, well, Henry's going to be prepared for that this turn. It's going to be a different set of Pokemon out there, and finding another game plan that was safely using the Dondozo to spread early damage so that, and force the Terastallization onto the Incineroar so that the Calyrex Shadow Rider could clean up. It looked like it wasn't enough damage, but there was a little bit of damage around, and I think really crucially, it was that Terastallization spending the Terastallization to take away a Ghost resistance instead of trying to create another one or create another damage threat into Calyrex makes it so much harder to deal with that Calyrex Shadow Rider later on in the game.
It was nice too because now it also makes that Incineroar vulnerable to something like an Expanding Force if for some reason we saw the Indeedee in the back instead. So I think that was just a really great call by Alejandro to keep Henry on his feet in that game. And this Lunala, like, it has still looked so interesting on all of the teams that we've seen it on today. And maybe the usage stats don't necessarily speak as highly to what this restricted is able to do in this meta right now.
It has such a unique position with Wide Guard. It kind of functions more like a supportive Pokemon than the rest of the restricted Pokemon out there. It was definitely its role in this match. In Game 1, it dealt a pretty good amount of damage out, but otherwise it felt like it was more there to Wide Guard and try to support the team. But that's hard to have your restricted Pokemon supporting things like Incineroar to try to deal with a Dondozo and Calyrex Shadow Rider up on the other side. And it just felt like the Lunala was pretty far behind in how much damage it dealt in that matchup compared to the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it was definitely tough. And I think too, when you look at like just kind of how Lunala has positioned itself, like you talk about Wide Guard and I immediately think of Pokemon like Pelipper. That's a non-restricted Pokemon that can take up a very similar role. And a lot of the ways that players were dealing with the threat of Wide Guard on a Pelipper is just keep forcing it to have to Wide Guard. Because if it's Wide Guarding, it's not doing any damage.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. If you're okay with the trade of I won't do anything because you Wide Guarded me and you won't do anything because you Wide Guarded, then getting Wide Guarded is not a problem. And a lot of times you can find positions where, well, I actually don't have to worry about, you know, the Lunala being able to click Expanding Force or Moongeist Beam this turn because I'm clicking Astral Barrage. And if it was going to go out on the offense, it would just get KO'd. So it has to Wide Guard. I have to get my other attack off.
But when it works, it works. So I think it's still going to be a unique way to navigate how Lunala gets a chance to be a part of this meta in this landscape. But I think the Shadow Rider Calyrex looks so good in that matchup as well. But that Pokemon has also struggled to really find its footing in a single restricted format.
I think very early on, it was having some of the most success before we actually got into regionals and special events.
Oh, yeah.
Because it has some of the strongest raw power behind it. Faster than Miraidon and Koraidon and Fluttermane naturally, has that massive 120 base power Astral Barrage. But all of that can get undone when every team has an Incineroar and then maybe a normal type or two on top of that. But as those counters draw back, even when you have a team that looks like it could be pretty well prepared for it, Henry did have a Wide Guard and an Incineroar to resist Astral Barrage and a normal type. Actually, two normal types. We never saw the Ursaluna hit the field. Still managed to, Alejandro still managed to find a way for Astral Barrage to sweep through an in-game because there's just so much raw power behind Calyrex if you can position it well. But that is the trick, is positioning it well. I think Alejandro had to do a lot of really tricky little things, whether it's using the Dondozo to force a Terastallization or just the plays down the stretch in Game 3, where the Rillaboom was having to switch in because Calyrex has been kind of exposed to a fake out and close combat double up. And then trying to figure out, well, now Calyrex left the field, so I didn't lose it. How do I find it back onto the field and able to have a threat again? Those are really difficult things to do with a Pokemon that can be as frail and vulnerable as Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Well, only one way to find out maybe if Shadow Rider Calyrex truly was the play, and that's to ask the player himself, with Gabby standing by with an interview.
Thank you so much, Rose. I'm here with Alejandro, who is your round 5 undefeated trainer. It's not your first rodeo. How's it been to be back on the saddle again?
Yeah,
there we go.
It's been really, you know, I kind of choke up because seeing the scene grow so big from where it was a few years ago. My last regional was in 2018. We had about 180 players, I think, back then, and now we have 600, 700 in that range. And so it's a beautiful thing to see the game grow so much. The skill floor is definitely way higher than it used to be. From round 1, I faced somebody that I believe this was their first regional, and they were very close to take the set from me. So you can't, how do I put it? You know, like disregard someone's skill level, because even the beginners are very good these days.
You can't count your, I was going to say Calyrexes before they hatch, but you can't hatch a Calyrex. It's a mythical Pokemon, or legendary. But anyways, I digress. What got you back into the scene and ready to compete again?
I've always been really into VGC. Despite not coming out here to regionals and stuff, I play on the ladder a lot. And I enjoy Pokemon as a whole, you know.
Yeah, and it was honestly a delight to watch you play that last match. I love the construction of your team because on the one hand you have the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is a very frail Pokemon, and then you have arguably one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format with the Dondozo, especially after the Commander boost from the Tatsugiri. What was your mindset building that team?
So for me, I felt like hyper offense was going to be very strong coming into this regional after just seeing Zamazenta take Stockholm. And so I knew I wanted to do a size spam mode, but the problem with going full on like hyper offense is then you have no defensive backbone. And so I worked together with a few of my friends, and I was like, well, you could use Dozo. Like, if you lead Shadow Rider into a not desirable matchup, you just switch Shadow Rider out to Tatsugiri, and now you're in a more positive matchup, right?
Yeah, and I think that worked out very well for you in that match. Have you always been sort of pivoting Dondozo and the Calyrex Shadow Rider like that? Is that your normal game plan for these situations?
So I think, I mean, for me, in terms of this season, I went to 2 Premier Challenges in my local scene, and then this is my first regional of this season. And so I've been a Dozo player at heart. I've been using Dozo. I'm the guy that randomly shows up to the locals, and I'm using Dondozo. So shout out to all my Dozo bros out there.
There's always one, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, let's talk about that set. So game 1, I mean, you mentioned earlier before this interview that Lunala was not one of the matchups you were prepared for. What was your mindset when you were trying to craft your approach for the matchup?
So I did know that my opponent had to respect, I guess, my skill level to an extent. Not to say that I'm really good, but I think they knew, okay, this guy's 4-0. They're going to respect my wide guard. And so turn 1, you saw me just click Astral Barrage, and they Terra Grass because they feared the Terra Water, which is actually a really nice tech on Shadow Rider, and I'm surprised we don't see it more often. I think if you look at past regulations with the Iron Crown, a lot of people ran Terra Water, Terra Blast on the Iron Crown to pressure Incineroar. And so I looked at some of the teams in previous regulations. I was like, why aren't we doing this with Shadow Rider? Right?
Yeah. Well, it's clearly working out well for you. You're undefeated. One question I've been asking everybody back here this weekend is, this is the last regional of the year. What has been your favorite moment from competing this year? But also, you're a newer player, so you can also go back to the 2018 memory banks if you want. I just curious, what stands out to you as like the moment?
To me, honestly, the time that I spend with my friends. I love them to death, every single one of them. You know, they really make me enjoy this game. They make me believe in myself. And so every single moment I spend, I make new friends. You know, Henry Rich up there, this is the first time I've ever played against him. Very friendly guy. I knew he was good. So I did have to respect him too in terms of how I played. So yeah, I think just getting to meet people and, you know, hanging out. Yeah.
I know. That's always one of my favorite parts of regionals too, is the friends you make along the way. So speaking of friends, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
So there's 4 people in particular that helped me with this team. Riley Factura, Haley, Vincent, and my boy Sean, who's also using this team today. They helped me prep for matchups versus Cali Ice, Miraidon, Zamazenta. So versus a lot of these teams, I already have kind of like a flow chart in mind. And then I just adapt it based off of how my opponent is playing.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the tournament today. And
right,
casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby. Len and I are back to talk us through this next upcoming match at some point. But before we get to that, it's kind of been a great day of action so far. If we want to do like a brief check-in on all of the different restrictions that we've had, quite a few at this point. We're honestly missing some of the big ones. Where's Ice Rider Calyrex, actually?
No Ice Rider yet today. A couple of Miraidons, a couple of Terapagos, a couple of Lunala, oddly enough, but no Ice Rider yet.
Huh. Where are all the Ice Rider out in the field right now? I kind of feel like I'm in a different universe or timeline where there's no Ice Rider Calyrex. Those usage stats tomorrow will be very interesting when we get to day 2.
At least there's no Giratina. It's in a different dimension. It's a different timeline.
Oh, true.
So.
That might be in a, yeah. That's true, parallel universe or something. But yeah, it's been a pretty great day so far, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what we have coming up ahead. But I think we have a couple of things to check in on before we get to that. And we first are going to take a look at what these players are even playing for, because we all know right now it is about being able to shore up your World's Invite if you're still looking for that. But these regional championships have been able to give so much prizing now for not only just the cash you get, but the card packs are pretty cool knowing that Twilight Masquerade just released.
Yeah, these are some pretty high stakes. Definitely looking for that cash to take home and mark a successful weekend, and some booster packs just to open for some fun.
Listen, the new sets have looked beautiful. I don't know the last time you opened up a Pokemon card pack, but Twilight Masquerade has some really big chase pulls for me. It's got Ogerpon in it, so there's some really cool Ogerpon cards.
Is that the one that looks a bit like a stained glass window?
I think so, yeah. It's pretty great.
There's some nice art. I really love opening packs now and seeing all of the Pokemon portrayed in such unique ways.
Yes, I mean, like, we got Paradox Rift and Temporal Forces that were the 2 more recent TCG expansions before Twilight Masquerade, and those, the Raging Bolt art, the Walking Wake art, all the Paradox Pokemon, I feel like look even better when they're in card form.
I love the illustration rares when you get like the full scene. The Pokemon is kind of small there, but you have the whole environment around it. It's so much fun.
Oh my gosh, it's been so much fun. I feel like whenever I have my memories of opening up packs, it's like either to get those beautiful illustration rares, or I'm thinking back to the good old days where I could buy a base pack at a supermarket and open it up to get my Charizards and my Bulbasaurs.
My favorite ones are always the one that looks like someone had just taken a photograph of a little clay figure out in the world.
Those are great, yeah.
Those are so much fun.
I like the crochet ones too. There's also like the crochet set that every once in a while you have a Pokemon that's just cute. And then people are doing that in the real world now, like actually physically crocheting Pokemon.
That's such a fun way to make your own TCG kind of art, is to do it not by just a sketch, but with one of those crochet or claymation or something like that.
I love that. And then we also have all those cute little Pokemon shorts that we get, like with the Quaxley, the Sprigatito, and the Fuecoco. Yeah, keep it up. We love seeing all of the amazing content around Pokemon, but we also love seeing even more content on the Twitch channel, don't we? We talked about this a little bit before, but in case you missed it, this is what's coming at you for this upcoming week. That's on Pokemon Advanced Battle, as well as a rerun of the 2018 Oceania International Championships. But all eyes ahead for the final European event of the year, going to the Bologna special event.
Should be another great tournament of Regulation G, more metagame to develop. The last tournament.
More Amoonguss?
Before, and I see more Amoonguss. Yeah, you're expecting some Amoonguss in Europe.
Yeah, it'll be funny for sure. I remember we were talking about that with the usage graphics from Stockholm into this weekend, and we're like, where did Amoonguss go? It kind of dropped off a couple of spots.
Americans are just afraid of the mushroom, I think.
It's a scary one. I mean, it's the fungus among us. Or...
the fungus among us?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, very sus. Very sus. I don't recommend. But I think it's also been tougher to actually run the Amoonguss when there's been so many Miraidon in the field.
I do think you're right about that. Miraidon usage as it goes up, and electric terrain prevents sleep, and so grounded Pokemon won't be able to take Spore, makes it a lot less interesting to bring Amoonguss. Of course, Amoonguss offers a lot more than just Spore, has Regenerator and Rage Powder, but if you're not able to consistently threaten the Spore, because there's Rillabooms and Safety Goggles and Miraidons around, then the value that Amoonguss brings is a lot less.
We've actually seen quite a bit less Safety Goggles. Now that I'm thinking back to some of the teams that we've had on stream, I feel like that is a much less common held item now across the board.
I guess that's a different wheel. Spinning its own, a much smaller one where you just have the Miraidon Amoonguss Safety Goggles wheels turning around somewhere.
Assault Vest, you got to add that onto the wheel for how many different special attackers we have in the field. But like when you think about like the item metagame, let's like pause on that really fast. The item metagame is so interesting to look at because this is sort of for the first time where we've really seen Clear Amulet take a front row seat as one of the premier items to hold in this format.
It seems like suddenly we have very well-established offensive items. It seems like every special attacker restricted has choice specs, whether it's Miraidon or Terapagos, or maybe even like an Eternatus out there. But it also feels like every physical attacker just has to have Clear Amulet. When Incineroar is at the usage that we've seen it at over the last few weeks, and it's this restricted Pokemon that you can't afford to be having to switch out every time it takes and Intimidate, well then the Clear Amulet is a little bit forced on you, and so you see a lot of Koraidon with the Clear Amulet, or Groudon with the Clear Amulet, kind of being forced to bring that whenever you want to consistently threaten physical damage.
That's a good point. And it also blocks, that maybe is why we've seen Incineroar usage actually go down, that I'm thinking about it. Ponder on that a little bit more because it is still at 40% and very high. But here that we have Gabby on the floor with a couple of interviews, so let's hear what they have to say.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Void at his first ever official VGC tournament. How's it going?
It's going really good. I'm having a great time.
I'm so glad to hear that. Now, I know you competed in Wolf's Invitational about a year ago, and that was your first ever Pokemon tournament. What was it like preparing for that?
Well, a big thing for that, I was really worried about hard Trick Room, and shout out to my coach Billa, but it was like, there's what's meta and there's what you're comfortable fighting against. I wasn't really comfortable against hard Trick Room, and I feel like at this tournament there's a lot of terrain control going on just because Miraidon's really popular and I'm running Miraidon. So I wanted to prepare my team in a way such that I could have an easier time when it comes to those matchups.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and you mentioned that Aaron Traylor was helping you prepare. So what adaptations, what changes did you make on the team that Aaron gave you so that way you can handle the terrain a little bit better?
So one thing that's cool is not only do I have his team, I literally have his Pokemon. So I'm kind of carrying the torch here. I hope I do a good job. Thank you, Aaron. But one thing, I don't like fighting a lot of Pokemon with Miraidon when either they change terrain or just like certain terras to fight Miraidon. So I brought fake tears on my Whimsy, just so that way I'm like, okay, well, you think I'm going to switch Miraidon, or maybe I'm not going to click the move. I am, and I just hope that I read the switch properly so I can just 2-hit KO you.
Yeah, I mean, that team has so much offensive power. I have to wonder, I know you have a background in Smash. Do you feel like there's a particular Smash character that plays almost like the Miraidon team plays, just being able to hit really hard and, you know, knock your opponents out?
I really don't know if I have a one-to-one comparison, but usually I would say I have more of an aggressive play style, which I think is hilarious because I looked at my team sheet and I was like, I only have 1 Protect on my entire team. Like, what am I doing? But I just know that's who I am, so I'm cool with it.
I mean, if it works for you, it works, right? How have your batches been so far? Has the community been welcoming?
They've been really nice. I've like talked both with my opponents like a whole lot, the people around us, you know, everybody's just having a great time. I'm honestly pretty surprised. And I'm doing pretty good so far. I'm currently 2-1, and I mean, I'm really happy about that. I was just worried about going 0-3, honestly. So I'm doing above and beyond my expectations, and not only that, like I'm having a great time, so.
I'm really glad to hear that, and I'm so glad that you're having a great time, because at the end of the day, that's what these tournaments are all about. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give, or any hellos to people at home?
Shout-outs to everybody from the Wolfie Invitational on the Pokemon side. Streamers, you guys are whatever. Pokemon side, you guys are all sick. You guys are a big reason why I'm here. That event was awesome. I hope that there are more events to bring people outside of Pokemon into it, because I just think it's a really fun game.
All right, well, Void, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action real soon.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and
just to see how like the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me like focus and all them, and like I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Listen, one of these players is going to have their cake and eat it too.
James Beck.
James Beck.
I think what we saw from James throughout this entire weekend was just a masterclass in how to have that proactive play.
My strategy involved two different modes where it was either try to overwhelm teams using a Scarf or Shifu next to Tornadus, or by setting up Nasty Plot with Golden Go and supporting it to sweep other teams.
Golden Go is just going to go for a nasty plot here.
I think that is the right play at the end of the day.
It shifted between the matchup, and if I thought that there was something better that I could do, I would change up leads and board positions. When I made it to top cuts, it was all the opponents that I actually played in Day 2 Swiss. I actually got to rematch everyone, so my strategy actually did not really end up changing except my finals match.
GU is knocked out for all of its troubles, and it's just the Ogre Pond remaining. The Rock Slide to connect. James takes it out, and he wins this top 4 set 2-0.
I was worried about facing the Fire Ogre Pond Rillaboom, specifically with Sword Stance, alongside King Gambit.
Game number 1 of the Peoria Regional Finals between James Beck and Luca Traget is underway. Luca is going to kick things off with the Fluttermane and the Hard Flame Ogre Pond.
My plan was to bait attacks and get calls correctly because they hit me for so much damage, so overall I do just have to get the read right of who they're going to target and then punish it accordingly.
Luca's just content for this Ogre Pond to go down here as it's going to fall to the Earth Surging Strikes coming through from James.
My most difficult matchup, I would say, would have been Luca in the finals. He was the one who brought me to one of my closest sets today, and he's just a really good player, one of my best friends too from this game, so like I knew that he would be able to threaten a lot of pressure against me.
That is not an Ogre Pond. It's not an Ogre Pond. That is in fact a Tornadus, and you are seeing things correctly. That is the Poison Terror type. Luca's going to continue to commit to the Tailwind and Bleakwind Storm.
The moment that I knew was when I was able to just get Scarf Urshifu into a really good position with Surging Strikes under Tailwind, and he just was not able to do enough damage to bring back the position, and I had Water Ogre Pond in the back to threaten the Fluttermane in rain.
James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Iron Hands now has to take at least one turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs. Wolf doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championships of the 2024 season. It is now our first world qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup was definitely the hardest this weekend. He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play, or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's team, see what holes they had, and utilize either Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chen Pao maybe, or go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional since 2018 and I took a long break. And then coming back, I felt like it wasn't as good at it as I used to be. So it really boosted up, my confidence. Am I winning Worlds this year? Yes. But there are a lot of good players, so it's going to be very, very difficult, and I have to work really hard in order to do so.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Do we have what it takes to win?
I think we do.
I think we do.
Yeah.
I know our players definitely do.
What are we going to win at?
Winning it day one of the regional championships
All
here
right.
in LA. Hooray! I was trying to figure out a good answer for that, but I think it's truly just having a great first day and getting through it together, because we have what it takes to win.
We absolutely do.
Well, we have all of these tweets as well from all of you lovely people that have been watching at home. Thank you so much for using that hashtag #PlayPokemon and joining in on the conversation. Can't wait to go through a couple of those with you as Len and myself are back for the next Swiss round. Wow, look at the Leon cosplay. That's so
I love
lit.
it.
I love that. Yuki, thank you so much for sharing your Leon cosplay. You're ready to go X3, meet some great Pokemon fans. I would love to check in later to see how Leon is actually doing in the tournament.
Yeah, because I love that attitude to be out here just to have some fun, meet some friends, but maybe it went even better than that.
Regardless, he's having a champion time, so can't ask for more than that. Take a look, though, at the next tweet that we have here. We've got Lisa, bombastic side-eye, because he just wants to sleep and not being photographed. But yeah, Bruce is cute. Bruce is pretty cute.
Bruce is very cute.
I love that. We love Bruce.
He'll get to sleep eventually. Hopefully he enjoyed the morning on the stream and seeing some VGC action.
And we still have so much more ahead. Don't you wait. But yeah, that's very cute. That's very cute. As we take a look at our next tweet as well, we've got one coming in from Liz. Terrapago's having a Terra Shard snack. That's much cuter than the Terrapagoat that I drew. Much cuter and much better.
I love that he's just munching away at these Terra Shards. Is that how he
I feel like that's how he
the
becomes
stellar form?
You are what you eat.
Oh, I see. So you eat the stellar shards, you eventually become stellar form Terapagos and become a turtle 10 times the size.
Yeah, they must put some like growth hormone in that too or something, just to give you a little boost. So all the extra vitamins on top that you've spent money in game for goes into the Terra shards.
Some smuggled Dynamax energy just coming in through the shards and increasing the size.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, so cute. Love that, Terapagos. Liz, thank you so much for sharing that cute little artwork. Keep sharing your art. Keep sharing your cosplays, your thoughts, your experiences here at the LA Regional Championships. We want to hear it all, especially as we start looking forward to the fact that we are also so close to the end of the season. I think that's wild. And we also are so close to the end of this bracket. Community, I gotta stop you though for a second. What did you do, Len? Because how did you somehow convince the people to vote Ho-Oh over Groudon?
I think they understood. They understood that they don't want to be clicking Precipice Blades and missing 15% of the time, and that Sacred Fire and Regenerator are just great options. And you know what? I don't even think this is a hot take, but I think that Ho-Oh a better pick than Zacian. I mean, if we're going back,
you're with you. I'm with you on this, actually.
If we're going back to the choice of how they fight up against each other, well, obviously Ho-Oh wins that one a little bit uncontested. Zacian not going to do that much damage back into Ho-Oh and does not want to take a Sacred Fire, but I just think Ho-Oh has a better spot in this metagame. Zacian, the biggest problem for it, we mentioned a minute ago, that it feels like every special attacker needs a choice specs and every physical attacker needs a clear amulet. Well, Zacian can't both have the Rested Sword and the clear amulet. You have to pick one, and if you pick that Rested Sword, you just get intimidated away. It feels like it can't have quite the impact on the game that something like Zamazenta can have as an immediate threat. So I feel like Zacian is, if anything, overrated and should not be winning a most underrated restricted bracket.
I'm with you. Okay, you sold me. I think you sold me. I think the people have heard you. Whatever bird propaganda that you've been spilling out into the world, like Lugia, Ho-Oh, Lunala, they're all birds in my book. They are winning the polls right now.
Just a gold and silver fan at heart trying to get Lugia and Ho-Oh up to the top. I don't disagree with Lunala winning over Lugia. I think, if anything, our stream matches today have shown the impact that Lunala can have, the huge range of sets that can have an impact. So not surprising to see it making the finals over Lugia. But there is, I think, a Lugia at X&O out in the field still.
Yeah.
Proving that Lugia can also have a ton of success in this format.
Lugia and Comfy, which is a combination of Pokemon that we've seen already at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. But I want to see if people can still keep iterating on that formula a little bit more. But I was kind of hoping for a Lugia versus Ho-Oh finals, because I'm with you. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, best games. Full stop.
I totally agree with you. Those are my favorite Pokemon games. I think that would have been an excellent final. Lunala getting in the way a little bit, but we'll
Still
allow
a bird.
It. Yeah, still a bird.
Bird up. Yeah, you have an option to vote in the next community poll right now, so make your vote heard. Which one do you think is the more underrated between the Zacian and the Ho-Oh? Ho-Oh.
Ho-Oh.
There is one correct answer, and it is Ho-Oh.
We'll check back in soon and see if you did the right thing and put Ho-Oh into the finals.
Before we get to that, though, we do have more VGC action. But like, we can maybe go through some of these teams that we have actually seen at an undefeated record, because you talked about one that I think is really important, and that's going to be that Lugia and Comfy. But I think it's also important to point out that like, there's an Annihilate that's at 5-0.
Okay.
Apparently there's a Skeledirge and a Chandelure that's at 5-0. It's the ghost types. The ghost types are rising up in resistance to these Zamazenta.
I think you've diagnosed it perfectly, where I think the Zamazenta comes to the top of the wheel, and now everything that beats Zamazenta sounds a little bit better. If you're ghost types or you're immune to body press, or psychic type or something to resist body press, and then can also resist steel, so Skeledirge resists steel, Goldenga resists steel, then you look like a pretty powerful option into Zamazenta. And if you think that you're going to have to fight Zamazenta pretty consistently throughout the day, well, that's a great tool to have. So not a surprise to see all these different ranges of ghost types, Chandelures and Annihilates, and as long as you're immune to body press, that's some value.
That's true. I mean, like, I think did you say you put Golden Go on your caster predictions?
I did, yeah, I have Golden Go there.
Great answer to Zamazenta too.
Resist some steel, immune to body press. Of course, this is where we get back to how the wheel continues to turn. Because if every team feels like it has a ghost type on it, well, that's a lot of juicy Astral Barrage targets. And so we saw Calyrex Shadow Rider win the last round. There's another Calyrex Shadow Rider out at 5-0. So maybe we'll start to finally see some successful conversion for Calyrex Shadow Rider if they can find the right matchups.
The wheel is spinning and the gears are turning as we get ready for this next upcoming round. So while that's all happening, we're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we've got the next round of Swiss for you here at Regionals for LA.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing, because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Pokemon trainers, we are in the privileged position of being joined by Maurice Uteg here, who's going to give us his insight onto advice to give to newer players getting into VG. So Maurice, take it away.
Okay, so what I did as a newer player is I didn't build my own teams for a long time, for about a year I would say. I just looked at the past regional results and took a team from Top Cut, because that had to be good, right? Just tried to build it with my own spreads and stuff. And it worked out quite nicely in Bremen. I just changed like one item that was different from the standard team. And yeah, I think that is really underrated to keep working on your play instead of something else.
Went ahead and became the Bremen regional champion. So absolutely.
That's a team I'm going to be looking at.
What else would you say?
A different thing I would point out is that if you change up teams and cores, or if you're like really building your own teams, then every decision you make during the team building process have to have a reason. Even a Rage Powder and an Amoonguss can be changed sometimes if you don't need it, if you don't click it. So be careful with that and think about your decisions you're making in team building.
And definitely something that you can test during the process as well, because you maybe put a move on and maybe you're not clicking it, and that gives you opportunity to change up what you're using as well.
Yeah, I think it's sort of, you know, trainers are so conditioned to go with the moves that players tend to run, but this is where the experimentation and creativity comes into the game.
Exactly, and that would be my last point, even it would quite transition into, is like you have to look at your losses and try to identify, why did I lose this game? Was it because of my play? Was it because of team building issue? Because of reads even? And try to really focus on the non-RNG aspect of the game, because a lot of people miss a Rock Slide, miss a Hydro Pump here and there, and then are like instantly throwing away the knowledge they could have gained from this game, because they say, okay, I missed this Rock Slide, so unlucky. But I think that's, if you really want to get better, then you should try to be yeah, on top of that.
Yeah, you've got to be critical, haven't you? It's so tempting to, when you lose a game, say, that was a team issue, I played perfectly. But of course, there's so much more going on under the surface. And I think it takes a brave trainer to really examine those things that might have gone wrong and be honest with yourself about, well, yes, I missed the hydro pump here, but if I'd done X, Y, and Z earlier in the game, then I wouldn't have had to rely on that miss. Anyway, thanks so much, Maurice. That's fascinating to hear. Hope you've learned a lot from that, trainers, and we'll be getting back to the action very shortly.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. Hot stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the pit, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day one of the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and we are here in sunny LA bringing you all of this action live. And we are just about to get underway with Swiss round number 6. It has been a long day, but it's been a good day, Len, hasn't it?
So much fun action. I think it's going to get a little bit more sunny here in LA with the next round. Coridon on the forecast. Should be pretty fun.
Will be very fun indeed, especially when we've seen Coridon in a couple of different ways now. I feel like originally at the start of the format, we've seen a lot of people lock into Flare Blitz, Flame Charge, Collision Course, and Protect. There have been maybe a couple of different flavor additions there. We saw the Sword Stance earlier on today, and I feel like that was a very unique adaptation to drop the Flare Blitz instead. But you were also able to pick it up in different ways, having Incineroar and then some to be able to take advantage of the sun.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to take advantage of the sun between photosynthesis or just direct boosts to fire-type Pokemon. I feel like the Coridon is kind of a similar spot to Miraidon a few weeks ago, where it feels like it's a very powerful Pokemon, and there's a lot of cool things you can do with it, but it's not established what is the thing you can do with it that makes it kind of the pinnacle of power in Regulation G. But definitely one of those Coridon teams lurking out there could be the one that establishes, okay, this is how Coridon works, in the same way that after Indianapolis, suddenly all the Miraidon were choice specs. We had a lot of consistent partners around them because it'd kind of established how to do well with Miraidon.
True, yeah. I mean, just leaning into the offensive power of either of those single restricted picks feels like a very strong way to be able to use both of those Pokemon. For our notable matches, though, we do have a couple of really notable pairings here. I mean, I'm even just looking at the Joseph Ugarte match versus Aaron Brock. Aaron was a trainer that we featured on our notable matches list a couple of rounds ago, but Aaron's one of those players I think immediately kind of got on people's radars. I'm remembering like Dreadnought strats, so much fun.
So unique in some of the Pokemon he can bring, but also just so much success over years. Consistent day 2 level player. And we're getting to the part of the day where once you hit 5-0, then just today starts to look like a really successful tournament. And so these are all players who are having strong days, have teams well prepared for this tournament, now fighting up against other players who are having that same level of success to have won all 5 of their matches so far today, only one of which will then move on to start with a 6-0 record.
I mean, hey, you are now past the halfway point. If you have those 5 matches under your belt, you're so close to that day 2. You can just taste it. And as we head into our Swiss round number 6, we've got Joshua Diamond versus Colin Heyer. Joshua Diamond, maybe a bit of a more unknown factor when it comes down to the VGC scene. Just not like when you look at a player like Colin, kind of know that Colin has been around the block for several years and has a lot of regionals to account for.
It can be, it'd be interesting to think through Joshua's mindset. You know, you're having a very successful day 5-0. You're like you mentioned, halfway through the tournament and haven't taken a loss yet, but up against a really strong player like Colin, it can be like a challenging moment. But Josh is going to have to stick with what he's been having success with, which is these Pokemon in front of us.
It's wild because you immediately look at this team, and we were talking about ghost types galore as a great way to be able to deal with these more physical fighting threats like Zamazenta, and you've got an Annihilate here with a Choice Scarf and Final Gambit.
Annihilate with Choice Scarf, something we've seen all the way back to Regulation A. Anytime a Pokemon has Final Gambit in its arsenal, there's going to be a Choice Scarf set out there that can try to trade that Pokemon away. Annihilate can do that while also trying to, for this team, Zacian's biggest problem is generally Incineroar. You lose that Rusted Sword boost to an Intimidate. Well, Annihilate can do a really good job of punishing Incineroar for that. You get a Defiant attack boost by leading the Annihilate, and then can just threaten back with a close combat. So Annihilate can Final Gambit when you don't find that matchup, and can try to really punish with close combats when you do. Gothitelle also here, a Pokemon that's really spiking in popularity, it feels like, this weekend, that can help kind of lock in Pokemon, try to maybe prevent Incineroar from so easily switching back in. If both the opposing Pokemon are stuck on the field, well, then you can't switch out. But no Incineroar on the other side, and so it's going to be interesting to see for Joshua how he handles a team that is going to have to look for different avenues to beat Zacian. Maybe the path is a little more clear for Zacian itself, but some of those partners may not have the matchups they're used to fighting against.
Has perfect pitch too. That's very interesting. It's very unique. Not a lot of people have that. So I think that's very cool that Joshua does have that as a part of their arsenal. But versus a player like Colin Hire, and especially who is going to have neither the Incineroar nor Zamazenta, is the team actually built to deal with something like this Koraidon?
Koraidon, built with the 3 attacks and Protect, like you mentioned a moment ago, has its favorite partner in Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis to give both the speed boost and the choice specs, but then also crucially, especially for this matchup, has the Chi-Yu, with Sun there to boost the fire damage output from Chi-Yu. And if you look over at the other side, there's only one fire resist on the other side. It is the Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest, and crucially, the restricted Pokemon for Joshua, the Zacian, has no defensive Terastallization to get away from that fire weakness. So when you look at these 6, it may be Chi-Yu that's one of the most important Pokemon for this matchup, but Koraidon can also function as a fire attacker, has 2 fire moves, Fire Blitz and Flame Charge, and has the fire Terastallization to actually turn into a fire type, and not only put the Sun boost behind those fire moves, but put same type attack boost behind them as well. So it's going to feel like, I think, a lot of fire offense for Colin, and Joshua trying to withstand the flames.
It's going to be tough when Colin's worst finish with Gothitelle is 2nd place. That speaks volumes. Gothitelle is not an easy Pokemon to use, especially looking at some of the previous strategies we've seen with Gothitelle, with its Shadow Tag ability to trap opponents in, and maybe even Perish Song strategies. It can really come up to some shenanigans, but it is time to get underway with Swiss round number 6 between Colin and Joshua. And for Colin, it is going to be the Koraidon and the Whimsicott, and for Joshua, the Annihilate and the Raging Bolt. We weren't really sure that the Annihilate would come to this matchup.
It felt like Annihilate might not have had a place in this matchup, but it is something you can at least safely lead and try to trade away, whether that's just Final Gambit directly trading it or trying to get a close combat into Koraidon and kind of force attention that direction. Of course, it doesn't like to see Whimsicott on the other side. Whimsicott can Tailwind and overspeed the Tailwind that the Choice Scarf that Annihilate has, and can also just try to Moonblast the Annihilate itself without taking too much damage back into Whimsicott. I don't think much surprise to see Raging Bolt led here. I think any lead that didn't have Raging Bolt would feel like a lead of Chi-Yu on the other side would have been very difficult to deal with, and it would have been too expensive to try to switch Raging Bolt in. But of course, with no Chi-Yu on the other side, you have to be very careful about allowing too much damage into Raging Bolt. If Raging Bolt takes something like a Moonblast and Collision Course double up, well, there may be nothing left that can comfortably take a Heat Wave in the sun.
Well, the Annihilate isn't going to stick around, so in its stead, the Chien-Pao from Joshua now going to hit the field. A little bit difficult to think about that switch, knowing that that Sword of Ruin is going to affect your Raging Bolt partner, but this Koraidon did protect this turn, so at the very least, you're going to be safe from any of those physical attacks, doing more damage into that Raging Bolt. But the Raging Bolt wanted to go for the Draco Meteor. Colin keeping that Koraidon safe with that Protect.
Koraidon protecting itself possibly from damage coming out from Annihilate, especially if you know you want to Moonblast on the turn and not Tailwind, then that Choice Scarf is a little more threatening. And so Koraidon just stays safe, no risk to it from a Draco Meteor coming out. I think you're right that with Sword of Ruin coming in, the double up, the Collision Course, and Moonblast probably was enough to just KO the Raging Bolt, but both players, well, I guess Joshua taking a little bit of risk there, Colin playing a little bit more safely, doesn't take a KO on that turn, but I think still finds himself in a pretty good position. Chien-Pao can threaten a bunch of damage back into either of these Pokemon, but a Fire Terastallization reduces a lot of the possible damage output from Joshua, and then if you combine that with a Tailwind, then the damage can start swinging very heavily from Colin's side.
Well, that Tailwind comes through, so now this Koraidon will be one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, but we see the Raging Bolt go for the Thunderclap, which is going to help whittle this Koraidon down, as the Flare Blitz in the sun is follow-up into the Raging Bolt is not enough to be able to knock it out for this turn, which is going to leave it vulnerable to a Thunderclap in the next one, but the Ice Spinner into this Koraidon that did not terrestrialize to the Fire type will be enough to be able to pick it up.
Such an interesting decision to not terrestrialize there. Colin is fully aware when making that decision that it means less damage coming out from Flare Blitz, enough less damage that Flare Blitz does not pick up a KO in the Raging Bolt, and that he's opening up for his Ice Spinner to deal a ton of damage back. But choosing to save that terrestrialization for later and making a trade there, maybe not expecting the Koraidon to actually go down, but the double target means it does, and doesn't really manage to capitalize on it that much. But of course, we talked before the match, the Raging Bolt was one of the best things to stop Geo if it is the last thing in that spot, and now it is so low on the other side.
And what a great way to invest this terrestrialization now, even though you didn't have it for that Koraidon. This Raging Bolt does get the Electric Terra type and has access to spread damage in that Electro Web. Whether you wanted it to be speed control or not, it will be plenty to be able to pick up this Raging Bolt. And you're also going to terrestrialize away from the weaknesses to the Qianpao as well as this Raging Bolt. Even going for the Thunderclap though into the Whimsicott, gonna sense that Moonblast is coming, but it's going into the Protect of the Qianpao. So Joshua getting a nice call there. But the Raging Bolt going for the Electro Web, it does leave this Raging Bolt on Joshua's side really vulnerable. And with this Terra on top, that should be plenty of damage to pick it off. But as I say that, I'm wrong. That Assault Vest is coming in clutch.
Assault Vest, a 4 times resistance, and Electro Web's really low base power means that even at the extremely low health that Raging Bolt was at, Electro Web is not able to pick up the KO. Colin looking to pick up a KO himself on Qianpao that turn, goes for the Electro Web plus Moonblast double up if it doesn't get it. Of course, Raging Bolt probably still can't accomplish much. It now has speed dropped. Could easily just go down to another Electro Web. The Thunderclap will do a chunk of damage in either of these Pokemon, but not like a critical amount. And so the double up is probably still there into Qianpao. And if you can get it on this turn, KOing 2 Pokemon, that might have even been better than the previous turn. But no, for now, Whimsicott just going to protect itself.
I'm still speechless. The Qianpao was trying to go for the Sucker Punch though, and it's not going to be able to hit its mark into the Whimsicott, but the Raging Bolt likewise trying to go for the Thunderclap, and it's not going to work either into the Whimsicott. So we see the Electro Web coming into play, and that double up would have definitely been enough. And this time the Electro Web into the Raging Bolt is going to pick it off. 2 times the charm.
A smart little play from Joshua there, tries to... The Electro Web wasn't going to be enough damage to pick up the KO into Whimsicott, but if Whimsicott had gone for the Moonblast and then an Electro Web plus a Sucker Punch would have been enough damage to pick up the KO. But because Whimsicott just protects itself on that turn, instead doesn't capitalize at all. And so leaves the same field position for Zacian to walk out into. Zacian can deal a bunch of damage in this position, can probably can certainly KO Whimsicott, can probably 2-hit KO Raging Bolt from this position, but shouldn't be able to 1-hit KO Raging Bolt from this position. A combination of Sucker Punch might start to amount to enough damage. I think a little bit difficult of a position for Colin. You can't be too trusting that just leaving Raging Bolt on the field, you'll get an Electro Web off, especially if the Stellar Terrestrialization is used to amplify the damage from Zacian. And I think if Zacian can kind of come through this turn a little bit unscathed and the Raging Bolt goes down, things start to swing pretty heavily back in Joshua's favor. That Koraidon trade from far earlier doesn't look nearly as good.
No, and I mean, here too, trying to go for the double protect. Just in case there was a super effective attack from the Zacian coming through, it will be able to hit its mark now that the Whimsicott has failed that. And this Electro Web will not be able to pick off this Qianpao as this Raging Bolt might have intended. It does do a sizable amount of damage into Zacian as the speed is going to drop as well, but this Behemoth Blade, boy, has it been a long time since we've seen this animation, but it's not into a Dynamax target. It feels so different.
Whimsicott goes down there. I don't think Colin's too sad to give that up. It's, I think, a better loss for him than a bunch of health onto Raging Bolt. You can also see the Tailwind was able to make Raging Bolt faster than the Zacian there, so that it got an Electro Web off. Definitely now, with one stage of speed dropped onto Zacian, it will still be faster. And now is the moment. We talked before the match that Chiyu might be the most pivotal Pokemon, and it's on the field at this point. The Electro Web and Heat Wave double up will easily KO both of these Pokemon. Qianpao can try to get a Sucker Punch off ahead of that, but is not going to pick up the KO onto either of these Pokemon with that. Of course, accuracy can still be a big factor here. Neither of those moves, Heat Wave or Electro Web, is 100% accurate. but I think it's a tricky position because if Joshua just attacks into this and does lose 2 Pokemon to a double spread move, well, Annihilate, but a Choice Scarf single target in the back is not going to close out that game. If you can manage to lose only one of them, then Annihilate can have a much bigger impact.
Okay, well, Terrestrialization is going to get committed here. It's going to at least boost up one of these Dark-type attacks from this Qianpao. And with the Sucker Punch now heading into this Raging Bolt's way, I mean, that is 50%. If you can get the follow-up here, that's huge. But the Thunderclap going into the Qianpao, even though the Qianpao is faster, means it's not going to be able to hit. But doesn't matter when the Chi-Yu is able to land both targets with this Heat Wave to pick up a double KO. And it does come down to just this Annihilate in the back.
Colin looking for a little extra on top there. If the Qianpao had not used a priority move, then Thunderclap could have just picked it up and prevented any damage from coming out on the other side. But of course, doesn't get that, instead just a Heat Wave for 2 KOs, and that leaves Annihilate on an island by itself. Annihilate could do this with a couple of turns, but it's going to be, a combination of probably 2 Raging Bolt attacks that it has to take. And the first one is going to be this Thunderclap. We'll have to see how much damage it does.
Yeah, I mean, that's enough. That's definitely enough, especially when this Annihilate goes for the close combat, doesn't get the knockout either, and lowers its special defense in the process. You're hoping that this Chi-Yu is going to miss a Heat Wave when it comes down to that, but it does not. And so, just like our Chi-Yu before, it is going to have those great Heat Waves and bring Colin to victory in this game number 1.
Colin manages to go 3 for 3 on Heat Wave and have Chi-Yu close out the game. Probably didn't go as smoothly as he might have liked, but it does feel like Chi-Yu is such a trump card in this matchup that when it hits the field, if Colin has done enough work ahead of time, Joshua's going to have so much difficulty in slowing it down and stopping it. I think the Raging Bolt, it's so interesting for Joshua when to bring it and how to use it. I think leading it makes a lot of sense because if Chi-Yu is led, then you have to have something to withstand that initial attack. But when Chi-Yu isn't led and all this damage can go into Raging Bolt, even when Flare Blitz wasn't enough to pick up a KO, it meant that Raging Bolt was so low that there wasn't anything left to take those Heat Waves, and so it was kind of just a waiting game for when Chi-Yu was going to hit the field, because beyond that, Joshua doesn't have any kind of instant speed control to try to get above the Choice Scarf for Chi-Yu. It's always going to be the fastest thing, even if he can outlast a Tailwind from the Whimsicott on the other side, or KO Whimsicott before it's able to get a Tailwind up. It doesn't need the Tailwind, it's just going to be naturally faster.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important thing to note for a lot of the Pokemon here. Koraidon, Qianpao, they're actually in the same speed tier. And so you have to consider, like, how do the other forms of speed control play a role, whether it is like the items, the Choice Scarves, the Electro Webs, the Tailwinds, whatever, and even just the priority moves. There's a lot to have to keep track of in this particular match. And even though Joshua felt like got some really good damage trades with the Raging Bolt, I do think that, like, Colin got what he wanted out of the Koraidon at all.
It's really good recognition. It can be a very hard decision to make as a player to not focus on the one turn in front of you. The one turn in front of you, the Fire Terrestrialization onto Koraidon could be the best option. But the game is more than the one turn in front of you. And so it can be really important to recognize when to preserve those resources, how to play the macro game, and to execute on a game plan that you established before that. And it felt like Colin was successful in that. But I think the bad news for Joshua is that there are a lot of ways for Colin to be successful through that. It's not one game plan that was executed one time. There are a lot of paths, so there's leading Chi-Yu and closing with Koraidon, or the opposite like we saw in the previous game, that feel like they should work. And it's going to be a different lead for Colin this time. Instead, it's the Whimsicott and the Fluttermane against the Qianpao and the Gothitelle making his first appearance on Joshua's side.
Wow, okay, well for Colin, that's great news. You have your Ghost-type Pokemon in front of this Gothitelle, but the Gothitelle has access to so many other tools that can really take advantage of next to this Qianpao.
Gothitelle definitely can try to fake out Whimsicott. I think its fake out presence could be one of the more impactful things for Joshua. If it can end up against the Chi-Yu at some point, that fake out can be really disruptive. But here, of course, you can't fake out Fluttermane. Whimsicott is threatening a Ghost Terrestrialization. You don't expect Colin would actually use it in the situation, but you have to at least consider, oh, I can't give up too much if that were to be the selection. But it also looks pretty vulnerable and doesn't kind of provide any damage assistance for Qianpao to try to save it from just taking something like a Moonblast plus Dazzling Gleam double up.
Well, the Whimsicott's just gonna go for the Terrestrialization. So Ghost Terra, one way that you can get around the fake out is just make yourself a Ghost type also. It also gives you the flexibility to be able to switch out if you want to in the face of this Shadow Tag Gothitelle, but you're just gonna go ahead and get the Dazzling Gleam damage to bring down this Qianpao to its Focus Sash. The Ice Spinner, not gonna be able to hit into the Whimsicott, and it wouldn't be super effective anyway now thanks to the Ghost typing, but Fluttermane is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so it is gonna go down to just that Ice Spinner, but the follow-up from this Whimsicott picked up such a big threat from Joshua.
Colin recognizing that getting Qianpao down was probably the most important thing that could happen out of that turn, and so is willing to spin the Ghost Terrestrialization to try to catch a fake out. But I think there's a lot of little things in that turn that probably don't go the way that he expected them to. The Gothitelle does not fail a fake out into Whimsicott, instead it taunts this Whimsicott, turns off most of the supporting options that Whimsicott would like to use, and Fluttermane just goes down to an Ice Spinner there. A lot of times players are being forced to use Icicle Crash because they need the extra bit of base power to make sure they can land that one-hit KO into Fluttermane. In this case, the Qianpao able to just do it with an Ice Spinner. That's either a more frail Fluttermane than we're used to, maybe a Qianpao without a speed boosting nature but an attack boosting anyone's nature instead, some combination of it, but it's a really impactful change to this game, because if Fluttermane had stayed on the field for an extra turn, that trade looks a lot better, I think, for Colin. Instead, it's pretty neutral, and the Terrestrialization was spent for Colin. Of course, that does just open things up for Chi-Yu to come out on the field and start having the impact that it's capable of in this matchup, but it's also the perfect moment for Raging Bolt to come back on the field. The best answer for Chi-Yu, and this time, not whittled down. No other source of damage into it, means that it comes in at full health. Still has to watch out for Whimsicott Moonblast. The damage can mount really quickly, especially with Dark Pulse as an option from Chi-Yu on the other side, but for the moment, looks pretty healthy.
It's tough because I was going to say that this Raging Bolt has yet to have been forced into a Terrestrialization, but even not having the Terrestrialization for the Chi-Yu, you would have loved, if you're Colin, to have the ground typing with the Terra Blast, but you force the Terrestrialization in a different way, knowing that the Whimsicott is stuck, having to Moonblast into this Raging Bolt. And with the double up of the Overheat and this Moonblast into the Raging Bolt, you've already whittled it down to well within another Moonblast's range. Foul Play into the Whimsicott is going to do a good chunk now that it is a Ghost Terra type, but the Whimsicott's still around to be able to go with another Moonblast.
This is a very delicate position for Colin, though. If you know, you could be really tempted to just switch Chi-Yu out here, go for another Moonblast to pick up the KO and Raging Bolt, undo the Overheat drops. That can so easily be disrupted for, say, a Thunderclap into Whimsicott. It's been taunted, it can't do anything but attack. And with a Ghost Terrestrialization, it's now neutral to Thunderclap. And if you just pick off Whimsicott while there's a switch, then maybe things don't look as good for Colin. I think if I'm in Colin's shoes, I'm very tempted to just allow that to happen, because you really do need to reset the boost on Chi-Yu, and you're probably not that worried about what Gothitelle does in the other spot. But definitely a tricky position. It's going to be hard for Colin to both have the position he would like to have and keep all these Pokemon healthy.
Ooh, okay. Well, that's an interesting call. You see the Whimsicott leave the field for the Koraidon, and the double up into that slot looks even better if you're Joshua. You've got the Orichalcum Pulse, though, to at least set the sun. It's going to help with this Chi-Yu here to at least get some more powerful overheats. And so now that it is still one of the fastest things on the field, is able to take out this Raging Bolt before it's able to do what it had locked into, which would have been great if it hit the target that it actually wanted. God, that Draco Meteor would have been so clutch.
Would have been a lot of damage, but Chi-Yu elects to stay on the field, go to -4 special attack, and pick up that KO. Of course, can always switch out in the future. Very easy to just switch Chi-Yu into Whimsicott and undo those drops, or to just stay out on the offense. I think even at -4 special attack, Sun Boosted Overheat is going to do a lot to Zacian. It's not so assumed that Chi-Yu would just switch out here. And of course, Koraidon, no Terrestrialization used from Colin's side, can also become a Fire type, resist Zacian's offense, and threaten a ton of damage.
Well, this Koraidon is just going to protect here. It does not need to worry about taking an attack this turn, especially when Play Rough is on the menu. The Zacian is going to be able to take out the Chi-Yu with that move. The Whimsicott comes in, but I think you still have to worry a little bit about whether or not you're able to just close out the game here if you're Joshua. Like, is this Zacian going to actually be enough, knowing that Colin has the opportunity here to have released the taunt from this Whimsicott and go for something like the Tailwind?
Absolutely. I think the play here, the expectation is Tailwind plus Flare Blitz to pick up a KO into Zacian. And Gothitelle can't really do much to punish that. It's not going to win an end game. Even if it gets a chance to protect, it can foul play and knock out the Whimsicott, but Koraidon should be able to close this game, but it's not going to be that assumed. Flare Blitz is going to do a lot of recoil, and those foul plays will start to mount up. It is a Flare Blitz into the protect. It is the Tailwind. Let's have to see what the Gothitelle goes for.
Yeah, I mean, the Gothitelle here just gets to go for the foul play. The Whimsicott is going to get picked up, but you saw how little it was able to do to the Koraidon when it did get the switch in. So it should be like 6 or 7 attacks with that foul play when this Koraidon is still free to just go for the Flare Blitz.
The problem is how much recoil the Flare Blitz is going to do. Probably just needs to attack twice, should be able to take the recoil plus a Flare Blitz. The double protect might have made a little bit of difference, but Zacian does not get it.
So now we finally get the answer to our question with this Flare Blitz being a one-hit knockout into the Zacian. We see what recoil this Koraidon is going to take, and it's pretty comfortable. You can take another foul play or 2 or 3 from this Gothitelle and just close out the game here. So Colin, really well done. You still go for the foul plays though if you can, but I think this Koraidon has one job and one job only, and that's to go for another fire type attack. The Flame Charge though, really smart to make sure you're not going to be taking too much recoil.
I think the one way to lose that game was to miss a KO with Flare Blitz and do enough recoil that maybe a foul play crit picked up the KO. Now you've got Gothitelle low enough that you can just comfortably Flare Blitz and know that you'll pick up the KO, and it's exactly what Colin does to pick up the KO on Gothitelle, win this game, this match 2-0, and move to 6-0 on the day.
6-0, you're feeling so good. You only need one more now to make your way into day 2. And Colin, continuing to show us that Koraidon is a force to be reckoned with right now. What a great restricted call.
There are definitely good matchups for it out in the field. And I think Colin with a really great demonstration in that matchup how to execute on a good team matchup. I think a lot of players could look at these two teams up against each other and recognize that Colin was going to have the advantage with his fire attackers and the Zacian on the other side. But there are definitely ways to make bad trades, focus too much on the micro, and not execute on that game plan. But Colin stuck to his guns, recognized when to get damage, how to make trades, and was able to kind of flexibly within that advantage as well.
Yeah.
Close the first game with Chiyu, but then in game 2 was willing to just keep attacking with Chiyu, eventually give up the Chiyu, and then know and trust that Koraidon is the other piece of the team advantage and that it can also close out that end game.
I mean, still though, the one-hit knockout under the Fluttermane with Ice Spitter, we really don't see that every day. I was like confused when it happened because a lot of the times we do see those Fluttermane train so that they can actually survive the icicle crash. So I was really shocked by that, but I honestly feel like it played out a little bit better there for Colin, being able to get the Chiyu in a better position.
The call for Chiyu to lock into Overheat while Raging Bolt went for the Fairy Terrestrialization is also an enormous one in that game. Chiyu holding the Choice Scarf would not have been able to switch moves once it locked in. And so if Raging Bolt had just stayed a Dragon type, would have definitely taken more of a Moonblast, probably a pretty good combination of damage between Overheat and Moonblast, which makes the Overheat lock a lot safer for Colin than a Dark Pulse lock that looks very poor if the Raging Bolt does Terrestrialize. But got the full value of it, which is the Overheat hitting into the Fairy Raging Bolt, and dealing so much damage between that and Moonblast so that the Raging Bolt was able to be traded away the next turn.
Yeah, it was super well thought out, and Colin still kind of thinking back to like even the end game. Okay, make sure it's a Flame Charge. I don't want to take too much recoil. I don't want to take too much damage. Just make sure it is a clean and locked up endgame, and there's expertly played. But credits to Joshua. It's not easy having to face up an opponent that you know is as well known as Colin, and also with one of the more underrated restricted Pokemon. I know you call it overrated, but like still got to 5-0 with the Zacian.
Yeah, the Zacian obviously still having valuable impact on games out in the field, just maybe not as much in that one. Like you said, Colin just really well executing on the end games, executing on the advantage that he had, and Joshua doing the most that he could to make them close. Despite that, I think recognizing that Colin wasn't going to make that many mistakes, I think found pretty good avenues to try to leave room for those mistakes or find paths back into the game. But Colin just expertly moving through with the advantage that he had and picking up the win in that match.
Like you said, the worst placement he's done with Gothitelle is second place at an event, so
That's a pretty good track record.
I think
Putting it
it's
on the
pretty
line
good.
in this tournament, too. Making the call that he's going to make it at least into our finals tomorrow.
listen, there's been a lot of Gothitelle, maybe more than I had expected. Maybe we get the chance to find out a little bit more from Colin why that Pokemon choice was made as Gabby's ready with an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Colin Heyer, currently undefeated going into round 7. How does it feel?
It feels amazing, honestly. Like, I've had a really bad season, I would argue. Like, I had that top 4 where I, played incredibly out of my mind. But that ended up being kind of a fluke, and I never was able to get close back to winning a medal, winning a tournament. So it feels good to start out at 6-0.
Yeah, and you're using your favorite Pokemon of all time, Gothitelle, right?
I would say Azumarill is my favorite Pokemon, but Gothitelle feels like I'm genuinely cheating when I play the game. Like, when they can't switch, it just makes it so much easier.
I was going to say it's not Cresselia, so that was the joke I was going for. But, I respect it because I do feel like there's a lot of value in this format with being able to pin your opponent's Pokemon on the field, and I really felt like that was what we saw try to happen in that game last round.
Oh, yeah, from his Gothitelle.
From his Gothitelle, yeah. So I want to know, you saw the team preview, you saw you were facing off against another Gothitelle user. What was your strategy?
I kind of felt like Gothitelle isn't that great into my team. I have Terra Ghost on Whimsicott, obviously, which I did use in game 2, and that was always my plan. I'm like, if they lead Gothitelle, Whimsicott is going Ghost. So
okay.
I knew that with, I just feel like I'm just nutty with Whimsicott. He's like the best Pokemon. I swear he's restricted levels of strength right now, and you need to be using Whimsicott. And so I feel like I'm really good with Whimsicott, so I was like, I'm just going to lead Whimsicott and let him take me home.
Yeah, honestly, I've been saying that for years, so thank you for the validation on the Whimsicott front. How did you arrive at Koraidon as your restricted Pokemon of choice?
It was between Cali Ice, Koraidon. I used Kyogre at Indianapolis, and it just kind of felt mid, so I was like, I'm off that train. And Koraidon just feels good. Like, it's not a great restricted Pokemon, like, by itself, but I feel like I get 3 restricted Pokemon when I play them because Fluttermane and Raging Bolt become near gods, so.
Yeah, and you also have the bonus of not missing Precipice Blades, right?
Exactly. I think Groudon sucks.
Well, you're undefeated so far today. You just locked in your Worlds invite last weekend at a local. What are you thinking for the rest of the season? Do you think you're going to keep going on the Koraidon train?
I'm not sure. I don't know where the future will take me, but
That's fair.
Koraidon feels good for this tournament. And I felt like for this tournament, this was the team, and I think I can genuinely win the tournament with these 6 Pokemon. I think they're so broken. It's an amazing team, built my friends Raghav, Alex, and myself, and so it just feels amazing.
All right. Well, Colin, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I got to shout out my girlfriend, Allie. I got to shout out my mom, sister, and dad who are watching. All the boys in the boiler room as well. I know they're watching as well, so yeah. And Alex for helping with the team.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for your time. I hope that you're able to keep that momentum going, get those flame charge speed boosts maybe to the end of the day. And casters will be rolling on back to you.
Gabby missed a prime opportunity there to say Colin is riding the Koraidon train.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain the Koraidon train to me.
Well, the Koraidon train is just the Orichalcum Pulse with all the weather, and you're just riding the Koraidon into victory.
Okay, so you're looking for Koraidon or Colin Koraidon rider.
Yeah. Exactly. You get me. That's what we should come up with when we have a champion that wins a tournament with a Koraidon or a Calyrex. We're missing it. So we had the Rajan. I missed
Rajan rider.
Yeah. I love it. We'll keep workshopping that one. But it's been, I think, interesting to hear from Colin as well, how you settle on a Pokemon like that. I immediately, when I think of Koraidon, the early meta developments, think about Michael Kelsch's team from EU and how that Koraidon was so well supported by things like Fluttermane as well as Raging Bolt, but still had other options. I think that team also included an Incineroar, but in this case, Colin has the Chi-Yu that gets the same type of attack bonus in the sun as well. Interesting choices.
I think an interesting part of this metagame are the restricted Pokemon that are kind of selfish. All of the value is about themselves and how they can sweep, and the restricted Pokemon that are more team players, to Colin's point. Koraidon is not necessarily about the value innate to itself and how well it fights, but the fact that you get Fluttermane and Shiyu and Raging Bolt all with really impactful boosts. Some Pokemon haven't decided which they are yet. I think Miraidon looked like it was a team player, becomes a little bit more selfish. But I think figuring out how to best make use of those Pokemon to provide the best value, total value to the team, Miraidon being selfish might be the best play for the team, is a really interesting part of this metagame.
It is. I love that that's the way that you put that. More like selfish versus selfless types of restricteds. Where does Ho-Oh fall?
You know, Ho-Oh is just a hustler, just working hard, just making sprints onto the field, off the field.
Working hard to beat the allegations.
Yeah.
what about Lugia?
I think Lugia is a little bit selfish. Its normal teammates are comfy. They're just trying to like all in on supporting Lugia. Lugia is the star there and is going to make it work and needs all of the attention focused squarely on Lugia.
Okay. What about Groudon?
Groudon. See, I think Groudon thinks that it's selfless and trying to support the team with the sun, but then just wants to take the fadeaway precipice blades and misses them every time, and so ends up hurting the team. And so I think that's the problem with Groudon.
Maybe a little bit. I'm still a Groudon believer personally, but I've also probably played the most games with Groudon out of all of the restricted Pokemon. I don't know what that says about me personally, but yeah, I'll leave that up to the people to decide. What about Rayquaza?
Oh, Rayquaza is totally a selfish Pokemon. All of the power is about what Rayquaza can do. It's not there to airlock away weather boosts for its teammates. It is there to extreme speed and 1-hit KO and demands a lot of support from the team. And I think that's part of the problem with it, is that selfish for Pokemon. The Pokemon that needs that many resources poured into it just to trade successfully is much harder to use in this format.
Kyurem White.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I think also selfish, right? You're requiring that Ninetales be on the team. You need to make sure that you're positioned well to get the blizzards off, and really not providing much support for the team or dealing with any critical threats that open up the team.
Lunala.
Oh, the most selfless, right? Like, it is there to wide guard and Trick Room in ways that you don't expect a restricted Pokemon to use its move slots and attacks for, in a way that maybe it's best used when it's a little bit more selfish, like we saw the Calm Mindset earlier, and resources are poured into Lunala instead of the other direction.
I feel like similarly, maybe Zamazenta?
Yeah, I think Zamazenta just kind of does its own thing, trades back and forth. Doesn't need a lot of help, but doesn't really help that much either.
I love this. I feel like we just got a good hustler at the end of the day. I'm just gonna remember that forever. Like, regardless of the other knowledge you just imparted on everybody about whether they play selfish or selfless, that's the one thing I'm gonna take away from this, is that Ho-Oh is a hustler. Oh my gosh. Well, let's see what the community has had to say. We have a couple of tweets to share with you. Speaking of hustlers, maybe, Mewtwo be ballin'.
Yeah, I think Mewtwo can probably take just about anyone in a 1v1. Definitely can take any current Los Angeles Laker in a 1v1.
Oh, no. Don't say that too loud. You literally live in LA.
Mewtwo looking good with the basketball there, and I love the inspiration from our set with the little Mewtwo with a basketball.
I think Stephen A. Smith would be very happy about seeing this, that's for sure. But thank you for the wonderful illustration of the Lakers Mewtwo hustling with the basketball. As we get a chance to take a look at a very wholesome tweet. This month I got top 4 on the Rio de Janeiro MSS, looking at my first invite for the Pokemon World Championships this year. It is really a child dream that became true. And this couldn't be possible thanks to some special people who helped me on this journey earlier. That is awesome. I can see all of the Zero to Rio family with you, being able to support you. A couple of players I think that we all remember, like Thiago Latanzi, part of the Latin America International Championship broadcast, and just a ton of just like great community down there. Awesome to see that type of support.
Yeah, I love that support. I love that camaraderie between the team and the success to get into the World Championships, and hopefully we'll see him in Honolulu in a few months.
Would be great. It really is a team effort though. When you think about all of the players that shout out like help to my teammates, help to this person for the team and things like that. I know you've been on that side too, where you have a village behind you when you compete.
Yeah, very rarely do we have players in these interviews just talking about, oh, I just went and built it by myself in a room somewhere. It's always a team effort to put these teams together. People bring different aspects to the team building. And so it really does take a group like this to create successful Pokemon players.
That's really awesome. Congratulations on your Worlds invite, and we are very much looking forward to seeing everybody in Honolulu in just a couple of months. But as we take a look at our caster predictions, okay, Len, are you okay? Blink twice if this Smeargle is not holding you hostage.
Look, I think Smeargle could have had its place. To me, Smeargle represented maybe another support option next to Calyrex Shadow if the wheel were turning such that Calyrex Shadow was in a successful place. Golden Go represents the opposite, which is Zamazenta still being on top and Zamazenta trying to or Golden Go trying to answer Zamazenta, and then Koraidon, of course, we just saw it have success in that last matchup. So I will not blink twice. I will stand behind my picks here.
Okay, okay. I just can't forgive Smeargle and its Dark Void days in 2016. That actually made me take a break from the game. And so seeing it as, I'm like, I'm a little triggered, but it's fine. I will let you defend it and say your piece.
Look, it no longer has Dark Void. It is reformed Simply Spores now.
It's Simply Spores, Thunder Waves, and Fakes Out, and yeah, okay. All right, maybe I'll give it another chance in like 6 months. I'll see how I'm feeling.
Okay, all right.
But on the flip side of things, I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen Ting Lu yet. That was kind of one of those Treasures of Ruin that I really thought would see a bit more play as a Miraidon counter, especially just with the ground typing that it has, and it's very bulky. But we haven't seen it yet.
I think part of the problem for Ting Lu is how poorly it matches up against Zamazenta. Zamazenta, a Pokemon that had a ton of success in Stockholm. So if you're looking at your team builder, think, do I want to add this Pokemon that will feel almost impossible to bring anytime I'm against Zamazenta? Now, if your main rationale for bringing it is to answer Miraidon, well, they can't ever have both Miraidon and Zamazenta, but you might just be playing a 5-Pokemon team against, 15 to 20% of the field out there who have the Zamazenta because it is so difficult to use it when it's weak to body press and it really doesn't provide the same value with the reduction of special attack.
True.
When you're just looking down at Chien Pao and a Zamazenta.
That's true. That's a good point. Maybe I'll get them next time. We got the Chiyu one right though. That's good.
Yeah. Chiyu having a good amount of success out in the field, partners really well with so many of these different special attacking restricteds. Terapagos, the Miraidon,
True.
In the last game with Koraidon, not even boosting a special attacking restricted, but just taking advantage of the sun from Koraidon.
Yeah, and we've even seen just like Snarl, I think in general, versus things like Calyrex Shadow Rider coming back around the wheel. I think it's going to do pretty well. And I'm also interested to point out that we all pick different restricted Pokemon for our predictions.
Oh, that's
so only
really
one of us
interesting.
can come out on top.
That's true. Only one restricted Pokemon's going to win the tournament. Only one of us could be right, or none of us could be right.
Could be right.
Some
Could just be
pretty
Miraidon or
powerful
Terapagos. Where's the Shadow Rider Calyrex?
I don't believe in it that much because
Okay.
there's still so many great. It feels like Calyrex Shadow Rider just keeps taking strays in every direction too. Even when the field opens up a little bit for it with Gothitels everywhere, there's still Chiyus everywhere
True.
as well with Scarf Snarls and just making life extremely difficult for Calyrex Shadow Rider.
There are way more Gothitelle than I thought that there would be. Like, we all missed the boat on that one with our caster prediction.
Absolutely. It would have been a really great call about the field. So many having success today, and it's interesting to just follow those in restricted format. It feels like those kind of metagame developments can be so rapidly forming.
Yeah.
Where Pokemon can be not very popular, and then just a week later, well, suddenly, it's everywhere, and of course it's everywhere because it's pretty good and has a nice impact on the game. But it can be a little bit of a flash in the pan too. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Gothitels kind of gone again a week or two later.
Yeah. King Gambit. Without Zamazenta. Has some hope. Actually, we'll have to check in with Luca Tragan on that one, whether or not he's actually a King Gambit believer in the meta. Yeah. Well, I have some thoughts about that one. Maybe I shouldn't have put that into the universe, but we have Gabby on standby with a couple of interviews, so let's go down and hear what she's got for us.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. My name's Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Super Duper Danny, one of my favorite content creators, literally world traveler, card opener extraordinaire. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm happy to be here.
I'm so happy that you're here as well because I love loved going on socials and seeing all of your updates. You were just in Japan and Korea, I believe.
Yeah.
What was that trip like? What did you all do over there?
Oh, it was great. So we planned like a multi-country tour around Asia to go see it. To be honest, it was mostly revolving around Pokemon. We went to a bunch of different Pokemon centers, a bunch of different card stores, and really just like took in the culture and everything they had over there. But yeah, we definitely bought a lot of plushies and definitely bought a lot of Pokemon cards.
All right, not to put you on the spot, but favorite purchase from that trip?
Oh man, that's hard right off the top of my head. We went to Taipei, and Taipei does have a brand new, like the newest Pokemon Center. They have a Dragonite plush that it's huge. It's like this big. Took up like half a suitcase, so probably that one.
I am jealous, and I can't wait to see more from your adventures. To bring it back home a little bit, I know this is your first regional championship in a while. How have you been finding it here today?
It's been great. It's been really cool to see everybody like in the zone playing their different games. So I really enjoy it. I play a little bit more casually. I'm not as like super competitive when I play, so it's really cool to be like in this energy amongst everybody, like really going at it and competing for the championship title.
Do you think you'll ever compete someday? You thinking about it?
Maybe someday. Stuff like this really like inspires me to want to, but I don't know.
Could I possibly sell you on side events?
Yeah, actually, I could be easily persuaded on the side events for sure. I was eyeing that over there, the registration.
Well, they do have booster battles where you get a booster pack and you open it and that's your deck. So you don't even need to prep. You just show up and play.
Wait, really?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, well, I love opening cards, and that makes it easy.
Yeah,
I might have to check out that.
And worst case, I'm trying to put together a Unite squad for maybe some sides at NAIC. So maybe?
We can unite.
All right, we can get the squad back together.
Yeah, I'll have to dust off the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. All right, Danny. Well, what's next for you? Do you have any big travels coming up that you're excited about?
Ooh, yeah, I think up next we've got the North America International Championships in New Orleans. That's going to be super fun. I've never been to New Orleans, so that's going to be my first time there. And then I've got another Pokemon card event coming up the following weekend in Orlando, so lots of traveling.
Nice. Well, best of luck. Safe travels. Do you have anybody at home you want to give a shout out to?
My cat Rafiki. Shout out Rafiki. I know she's watching at home.
Hi, Rafiki. I think you're very cute. Danny, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's fourth consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were two major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these two Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only one slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom, and Sejun Park is your 2010
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
All right, everybody, we are here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Round 7 coverage is almost underway here on the video game stream. I am Joe Brown, joined by Sierra Dawn. And Sierra, it's been a long day, but we are here at round 7.
We are, and we do have a little update as well for the remainder of the tournament. So because of the delays that happened at the beginning of the day, to be respectful of the staff as well as the players' time and energy, Swiss rounds 8 and 9 have been switched to tomorrow. So schedule will be adjusted accordingly, but this way everyone can get some rest. We can have some good competition out here. So this is going to be our final round of Swiss for the day. And honestly, with how things have been shaking up through the whole of today, I mean, I just want more Pokemon. This has been awesome.
Yeah, honestly, we've been very fortunate. We know things have been going on, in the venue through the tournament throughout the day. But we've been fortunate on stream, having a lot of great matches, a lot of great best of 3s, going to game 3, crazy crits, crazy survivals at 1 HP, 5 HP on many Pokemon. So we've had a blessed day. Kind of happy little accident for us. Usually we stream round 3 through 9. That's 7 matches. We did 1 through 7. We still got 7 matches in the books, right? So
great math. But no, Regulation G, I think, has just been absolutely fantastic so far. I mean, we got to see Zacian in one of the matches. We got to see a Lunala today that was doing the most. Even saying, like, the words coming out of my mouth is still like, wait a second, yeah, we did see that. So no, it's been so much fun so far. And of course, when we're looking at our round 7, well, we're going to be ending our day with winning in. So of course, some people will be coming here knowing that they secured their spot in our day 2.5, which is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I think it's obviously this is kind of unfamiliar territory, right, for everybody involved in this point, because obviously if round 8 and round 9 are tomorrow, it's not just the players that are 6-0 or 6-1 after this round that are impacted, right? You could be 4-3 and you need that 6-3 after tomorrow to earn some championship points on your way to World. So obviously it's kind of affecting everybody involved, but at least everybody is still allowed to play tomorrow, and everybody gets to wake up bright and early tomorrow and have some fun with Pokemon.
I want to talk about the Pokemon, though, because we've gotten to see some crazy things today, or even just like out in the field. So I want to know, what do you think has been the craziest kind of thing that's been kind of shaking up in Regulation G so far as we get the usage stat? But what about even like something that's not on here that's kind of caught you a little off guard?
Yeah, I think obviously I would imagine Screamtail is not anywhere near close to this graphic with 14% on Pelipper there, but with Zachary Thorberg, his performance with that Screamtail, it was actually, I guess maybe if you want a specific answer, it is these supportive Encore Pokemon, because it wasn't just Screamtail in that match against Alex Underhill, it was also the Whimsicott that had Encore. That's really, it's a really funky strategy sometimes that is limiting your potential. It's limiting your tools as a player, because I can't click Protect. I can't click, you know, Calm Mind or something, because I'll get punished by them encoring me into it. So you have to kind of actively, like Alex was, make mid-range plays or sometimes suboptimal decisions, because your opponent can punish you really hard with Encore. So I think that's the one thing to me today, Sierra, either Whimsicott, you know, or Screamtail or anyone else, is that like Encore is really strong.
100%. I mean, even before Whimsicott, this has been a move that's been around. I mean, even looking back at last year with even Pokemon, like, just like Jump Bluff or whatnot, it was been such a cool move, and really being able to influence how your opponent has to play and punishing them for something as simply as going for a Protect on their Pokemon, I think is just so insanely powerful. And being able to have that unlocked with the Whimsicott, even just the sheer amount of damage this Whimsicott can do at some points, I mean, these Moonblasts, they have been hitting, and they've been hitting hard, especially when there are so many Dragon-type Pokemon that kind of been kicking around. It's a really good way to actually have a way to hit a strong move into them, something that Bleak Windstorm could never.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating that you can still have damage output when you don't even invest in your special attack, right? Some people might just invest fully in their speed and bulk on a Whimsicott or a fully supported Pokemon like Screamtail. But like we saw, since Koraidon is 4 times weak to Fairy, an uninvested Screamtail is still doing massive damage to it, or an uninvested Whimsicott is still doing a lot of damage to Miraidon and Koraidon and, you know, maybe Qianpao, other Pokemon that are weak to Fairy. So there is a lot of Pokemon in the metagame that are weak to Fairy. The other thing I think today, Sierra, of note, we've seen it on stream and we've seen it on teams, even if it wasn't clicked, is this kind of almost unanimous adaptation of Terra Ground Chi-Yu. It's been like 4 or 5 of our matches, it's been an option, and it's not only because Chi-Yu is a strong Pokemon and it helps Miraidon, helps do more damage thanks to its Beads of Ruin ability, but when you're playing against other Miraidons, with it being the #1 Pokemon used in the usage stats, that Terra Ground Chi-Yu, it gives you an out that you might have not otherwise had.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see just even little tweaks like that going on in the meta and how that's kind of shifted things. And Terra Ground Chi-Yu, I think, is just very silly looking as well. Terra Ground with the Terra Jewel. I mean, the Terra Ground Jewel is too big for the Chi-Yu's little body. It's like, you can't. It's so funny. But while we're waiting for final round of Swiss for day 1 to get started here, I believe we're going to be heading over to the lounge with Gabby, Len, and Rose for a little game.
Unfortunately, Len used Transform to turn into a Fuecoco, but I have Rose here with me. So how's it going? How's your day been?
You have half of me.
I have half of you.
Half of the brain cell.
Okay, well, I have the other half of the brain cell. So we're going to be doing some more Pokedex trivia, because what else could top this incredible day of Pokemon by making us use the entire brain cell between us to try and guess these Pokedex entries?
Excellent.
Okay, can we get the first one on screen? It will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. It can fly faster than a jet plane by folding its forelegs to minimize air resistance.
Forelegs?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
How did we compare this Pokemon's airspeed to a jet plane, first of all?
What about a sparrow?
I don't know. Does anybody know how fast a sparrow flies? Asking for a friend. I don't,
Asking
actually.
for us?
Yeah.
Okay, let's...
Okay, that aside.
Let's start with the first part here. Let's start with the first part. It's a Pokemon that will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. So it has to be a friend.
Okay, well, Ogerpon's a friend.
Ogerpon is a friend.
Ogerpon
is
can fly
friend-shaped.
faster than a jet plane.
Maybe if it's on top of, like, Miraidon.
Yeah.
Ogerpon Miraidon Rider.
Okay.
Or this is a working chop, that one.
I can see the fan art in my head, honestly, and I'm liking it.
Exactly. You're riding the Miraidon into battle with the Ivy Cudgel at the helm.
Oh my goodness, wait, but you actually run Cornerstone Ugarte on that team. That could be the thing.
Exactly.
That's the team report graphic. Oh my goodness.
Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to do it, and it's not us.
The brain cell's coming up with great ideas right now.
It's giving infinite possibilities from this one brave wavelength. Okay, so it's a friend-shaped.
Yes.
Got it. It can fly faster than a jet plane.
I know Pidgeotto can fly Mach speeds.
Yes, but it has 4 legs.
The wings could be legs.
Is it Mega Pidgeot?
It has to be. It has to be.
I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's another Pokemon that flies and is a friend. So...
I can't think of any. Show us.
Yeah,
Pidgeot.
I think we're locking Mega Pidgeot. That's what the brain cell is giving us.
That's not close.
Wait, Latios is... Okay, so this might just be my personal...
arms.
Yes, but also, this just might be my personal understanding of the 5th Pokemon movie, Pokemon Heroes.
Okay.
Latias was the friend. Latios was the moody older brother who was like, I'm too cool for this. But then still hung around anyways because, you know, secretly a dork. That wasn't me as an older sister. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Moving on.
Well, okay, we're 0 for 1.
That's
Got
okay.
it. All right, we got this next one though.
We do.
Able to cut down anything with a single strike, it became known as the Fairy King's Sword and inspired awe and friend and foe alike. Zacian.
It has to be Zacian.
It has to be Zacian.
Who's the Fairy King? Because,
Zacian?
Well, but it...
Zacian's a fairy type.
But it became known as the Fairy King's Sword. So that implies that there is a Fairy King that it was the sword for.
Chairman Rose.
Oh, yeah. Because it's not Eternatus. Because Eternatus is not a fairy.
Not a fairy or
nor
friend.
a king. Nor a friend. And we all know Calyrex is sort of a king, but is not a fairy. So...
But it is a king. Right?
Yeah. It had the crown thing going for it. Crown
is that
Tundra.
A crown or a brain?
Well, yes, but
both is the answer to that one. Okay. I'm ready to lock in Zacian.
I am too. I'm just confused about the lore implications, but that's okay. That's for another time.
Show us Zacian.
Right?
Please.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're
Okay.
1 for 1. We're bringing it back.
I gotta play that Sword and Shield again. I
Now
know.
we get to go.
I remember Swordbert and Shieldbert, or whatever their names were.
Swordbird and Shieldbird are the characters of all time.
Yes.
In Sword and Shield.
But there was no Fairy King with them. So where's the Fairy King?
Wait, is Swordbird the Fairy King?
Oh, you heard it here first, guys. We're dropping the real deep lore here.
Oh no. Get me out of this universe.
All right,
let's move into the second half, please.
Let's go into a new generation with this next Pokedex entry, please.
Legend says
legend.
that by using its power to see all events from past to future, this Pokemon saved the creatures of a forest from meteorite strike.
Oh, goodness. So, the first thing I thought of...
Dada Zarude?
Actually, I did not think of Dada Zarude.
Oh.
So I thought of the post-game from Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
Okay.
When you do the whole, like, Zinnia, the timelines, you go into space, you fight Deoxys, and there's, like, Rayquaza there, and... So, yeah, but that's not a forest. That's more like the entire planet, which does contain forests.
That makes logical sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But then... If you want to talk about forests and seeing past to future, you think Celebi. But then you get into the 4th
Celebi's like
Pokemon
time
movie, which was just a weird Pokemon movie. It was one of my favorites, but it was kind of strange. Not gonna lie.
I will revisit that at some point.
Wait, have you seen it?
Pokemon the 4th movie?
Yeah, Pokemon Forever.
Oh, I was like, doesn't it have a title?
It does, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh my goodness, we need to have movie night.
I think we do have to have a movie night. Maybe not tonight.
No, not tonight. Even though we're in Hollywood, and I'm sure we could find somebody who has 35mm print of Pokemon
Okay,
forever.
That would change my perspective if we could see that in a theater with 35mm print.
All right.
I'd
well,
be down.
I'll work on that. I don't
Okay.
know. I got a guy. I actually
You got
don't,
a guy.
but I
You know a
probably
guy.
have a guy.
Probably has a guy that can get us a 35mm tape. Anyway, show us Celebi.
Please?
Please?
No. Oh my
We even
goodness.
have one of our directors actually off camera right now doing a little prance that was supposed to give us a tip.
I mean,
and I missed it.
I saw it, but I was just thinking that in the world of Pokemon, every Pokemon's either a horse or a dog.
What forests exist in the Galar region?
So, I think there is the Tanglewood where you find Zamazenta and Zacian. That's a forest.
I said Timeless Woods, and I think I'm in the wrong game universe.
Yeah, that's different. And then there's also the woods with all the beautiful mushrooms and where the fairy gym is.
Glenwood Tangle.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I was like, the
I
word
got
Tangle's in
you.
there somewhere. I literally like just played that a couple weeks ago too to get another
Cubfu?
Calyrex.
Oh.
No, Cubfu is a Scarlet and Violet now because that's sort of faster. Anyways.
Yep, true that.
Go watch the 4th Pokemon movie if you haven't seen it in a while. It's a movie. It's good. It's actually the first time they ever used a Japanese soundtrack in an American version of the film.
That is an amazing fact to know.
So you're welcome.
The Japanese soundtracks are great.
Yeah. No, they really are. I wrote a 20-page paper on it. I digress. We have another Pokedex entry.
I have to read that paper, actually.
I still have it.
Please publish that and let me read it. I need that in my life, thank you.
With the half brain so?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Great. Moving on.
Okay.
It rides on the wind.
Calyrex
and
Ice
slips into
Rider. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, go for it.
Calyrex Spaceship Rider.
Yes! Finally, somebody's listening.
It rides on the wind and slips into people's homes. After it has turned a room into a cotton-filled mess, it giggles to itself and takes off.
Huh.
Jumpluff.
I was going to say
Whimsicott.
Whimsicott.
Whimsy.
Yeah, but I never thought Whimsicott would be the type of Pokemon that would just see an open window and see that as an open invitation to, make you have to clean up a little bit after it with all the cotton
spore.
everywhere and, knocking the glasses off the table, kind of like a cat.
Whimsicott?
Whimsicott, yeah.
Whimsicott. Somebody now make an animated short of Sprigatito and Whimsicott causing chaos.
Oh my goodness.
In a house.
And then Quaxly's just in the corner like,
Quaxly's
I
is
can't
just
believe
there.
y'all.
Yeah.
I can't believe y'all.
Fuecoco is also just there.
He's like biting something that fell on the floor that like
He's biting
Sprigatito
the
saw.
cotton spores.
Yeah.
Oh. Free ideas from the half brain
Please
cell.
make this happen. I'm begging you.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, Whimsicott.
Show us Whimsicott.
It can't be Calyrex again. Yay!
You
okay.
did that. That's all you. That's all you.
It's because Whimsicott's a favorite.
Whimsicott is a favorite,
It was
actually.
one of the first Pokemon I ever shiny hunted for.
Its shiny is very good.
It's very good.
And we even got a chance to see it today already.
I know. It made me very
Yeah.
happy. We have one more.
Okay.
Do you think the brain cell can come together for this?
It sure will try.
Okay. An academic theory. Okay, this is good. You're very good with academics. Proposes.
Says who?
You always know all these cool facts about like fish and plants.
Do not count on that side of me right now.
This is fine. It's just a proposal. It's proposing that its arms were once the head of an ancient dragon Pokemon. The theory remains unproven. Okay.
Regidrago?
Have you ever heard the theory, and I think this is a fan theory, that the Pokedex is actually written by a bunch of 10-year-old children that are just released onto the world? This is one of those times where, like, I just think of myself as my 10-year-old trainer, just getting my first partner Pokemon. Professor Oak is like, here, Gabby, take this Pokedex, make my life dream happen, go research all these Pokemon. And I'm like, wow, that Pokemon must fly faster than a jet plane. Wow, that Pokemon must be an ancient Pokemon. I'm telling you.
It really checks out when you start to ask the questions.
I have been awake for so long that I'm having an existential crisis listening to this fan theory right now.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to open your mind's eye here today, but
Why was Celebi reaching into the future?
yeah, I mean, Reggie Drago would make sense because the arms are the head and the Terra hat is on the arms, which means it is the head. And admittedly, this is one of my biggest pet peeves with the Pokemon universe because I just don't understand how it works. But, you know, maybe I just need to be the 10-year-old child and just commit and say this is just how the world is. So I think we lock in Reggie Drago.
Show us Reggie Drago.
All right. Well,
I still got it.
There's two of us with half a brain cell, and we got some of those right. So I think that we can take this as a win. I'm proud of us too.
Yeah, that was great. Go team.
And I'm proud of our casters who are waiting behind the desk during this lovely segment and are all set to bring us our final round of Swiss for today. So please take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Rosemary. This is a proud moment for me because I think this is the first time I've ever had the most brain cells remaining at a regional.
Oh, I was about to say, like, they're sharing half a brain cell. I found the other half of the brain cell that's over here about to take you through Swiss round 7. Great stuff ahead of us, guys.
No, I mean, we've been doing well. We got most of our trivia questions right today, you know. I think it's been, we've had some fun matches. So I think overall, it's been a pretty positive day for us.
Let's talk about this next match coming up, because as a reminder, this is going to be our final round of Swiss for today, with 8 and 9 going to be played early tomorrow. This is a winning in for our 6-0 players, and it's going to be Joseph Ugarte going up against Justin Burns. Right away, the thing that catches my eyes, we got Dittos galore around here.
Yeah, great trainers and great trainers think alike as they're both using the imposter Pokemon in Ditto. It's I'm sure they don't have a lot of practice against other Ditto teams because it's not a common Pokemon. So I know there's like really interesting interactions or lack thereof when two Dittos hit the field.
I mean, Ditto, I think, is a Pokemon that hasn't been too widely adopted. Aaron Traylor did get top 8 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships with it, and it's a Pokemon that I think should fare really, really well into this meta, considering its imposter ability to let you transform into a Pokemon out there on the field. And when you have a restricted format, that can be so powerful, and a lot of other good stuff Pokemon on this team. This Whimsicott that has been taking off, going to be rounding out things like this Miraidon and the Farigiraf, looking very reminiscent of this Miraidon teams that we saw in Indianapolis, but with a major adjustment. Instead of the Blood Moon Ursaluna, we're going back to the Landorus Incarnate. This is a powerful ground-type Pokemon, then also dealing a bunch of damage, but can it break through what Justin Burns has over on his end?
Yes, and of course we mentioned the Ditto already on Justin Burns' side, but a Moongus, kind of a tried and true Pokemon that Burns has very often, since he does like to run Trick Room teams and such a great Trick Room Pokemon. Of course, his restricted Pokemon of choice is the Ice Rider Calyrex, a Pokemon he is very synonymous with back in the Sword and Shield era of VGC.
And Justin Burns as well, placing really well at Indy, getting top 8, but also accredited for a couple of the really powerful teams that have already been dominating in Reg G. So excited to see what he's got going ahead of this.
Yeah, this should be a great match, a win-in scenario for both Justin Burns and Joseph Ugarte. Winner of this will be 7-0 and guaranteed their slot into the later rounds tomorrow. So Justin has the Iron Hands and a Ditto on his side, which will imposter transform into the Landorus on Joe's end.
It's going to be the only Ditto brought to this one, as Joseph has opted to leave his Ditto at home, and Justin leading the Ditto to start. I feel like that is such a risky choice, because it's always just going to be impostering whatever is straight ahead of it. So in this case, the Landorus. The Landorus is a great thing to be copying in this case, because that could be threatening a heavy ground type attack into the Miraidon. So no wonder we're going to be seeing a swap to kick things off. Farigiraf, this will bring the Armor Tail, stop any potential fake out on the horizon as well.
Yeah, and with only ground and poison attacks available on the Landorus Incarnates, you can imagine Justin's not going to target down the floating Pokemon. So this damage goes right into Farigiraf, bring it down to half HP. Iron Hands takes well over half. of its HP from that Earth Power on Joe's end. Here's the Volt Switch, that double target working out for Justin because Miraidon was in such a bad position that he effectively knew Joe had to switch it out. You get a free Volt Switch, let Iron Hands take that damage, and get your Calyrex on the field for free.
This Calyrex is something that can definitely be threatening later on with an attack, and Joe has to be so careful here on out, more so when you're facing off against a Slanderous Eye over on Justin's end of the field. When you have a Ditto, both trainers have Choice Scarf on it. If you're copying the opposing Pokemon, you want to make sure that you're outspeeding with moves of choice. Even if you want to be trying to go for a powerful attack into the Calyrex at this point, it could be super dangerous, so I like seeing a Protect to kick it off.
Yeah, Landorus will protect on Joe's side, but the Earth Power goes for Farigiraf again. So how much damage it did the prior turn, so we know Farigiraf cannot withstand that damage. First KO of the series goes in Burns' favor. It's Glacial Lance. Glacial Lance will not do any damage as Landorus protected, but as long as Joe doesn't Terrasilize out of that 4x ice weakness, it's going to be threatening while Calyrex is on the field.
This is already, when you're looking at where you'd want to invest the Terra over on Joseph End, when you're facing off against this Ice-type Pokemon, that is definitely going to be something that pressures the Landorus. But when you're also eyeing up this Miraidon in the back, that's also going to be taking a hit, or even the Incineroar that's here now, you have to really be prioritizing your pieces. And if you're taking care of the Calyrex at this point, well, this Ditto, this now Landorus Eye, is still threatening a lot of damage. It's something that you also need to be taking care of, but it's which damage threat you want to go after first. At least for the Calyrex, you do get to outspeed it with these things, whereas when you're facing down this Choice Scarf, you do know that there is no option to protect. It is going to be locked into this Earth Powers, so it is something you can try and play around. Eyeing up the Sandseer Storm, that one is interesting. A way to do a little damage, or even if you're calling a swap to see if the Ditto wants to go into something like a Pokemon in the back, but it'll just be the Calyrex swap in.
Yeah, Burns is going to swap out his restricted Pokemon here. He has Safety Goggles instead of the Clear Amulet, or he does have the Clear Amulet, so he just wants to preserve it for later. Iron Hands will go into that position, but Fake Out hits the Ditto, aka Ditto Landorus, on his side. Earth Power from Iron Hands, or onto Iron Hands, I should say, is more than enough for the knockout. So Burns has lost his first Pokemon there. His Incineroar on Joe's end, I think it's a really important Pokemon. It's really in a tough spot when you have a ground type on the other side, but I think it is crucial for Joe.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing a look at the Terrasalization going on forward to this, and being able to take the first KO onto the Iron Hands is great, but at the same time, that is just allowing something else to be swapping in for Burns. And now looking at the Amoonguss over on the other end. This is something that can be redirecting moves coming out from the Landorus, and another way to just try and keep this Ditto over on Justin's end first. And you especially don't want to have it that a Amoonguss is potentially redirecting hits that are meant for the Calyrex down the road. Now, Ditto finally gone. The Landorus Eye Imposter is taking its appearance. It'll be Calyrex coming back out.
The Calyrex goes into that slot. I think it's actually important for later on in this match whenever Ditto comes back, especially if Justin can choose which slot he wants to put it on, because you can either retake over the Landorus and have that super effective damage into Miraidon, or take your own Miraidon and effectively get a second restricted.
That's the fun part about Ditto. It can be whatever you want it to be and still full health. That can be dangerous down the line, but we got to talk about the right here, right now, and that's Protect on the Amoonguss. The Terrasalization comes out from the Incineroar and is just going to be an attempt at a double up into a protected Mushroom. The swap going off freely.
Incineroar is going to use the Flare Blitz, but into the Protect, so Amoonguss will keep itself safe. And now, with the use of Terrasalization, Joe has two Pokemon that don't appreciate taking ice attacks. The question is, will Justin be able to get those Glacial Lances off and do that super effective damage?
And that's the thing, at least when you are facing off against this Calyrex, it is a little bit slower, and you do have access to a spread damage move, so redirection won't be able to help you in that case. And now that you've used the Grass Terrasalization on Incineroar, well, the powder move coming out from that Mushroom isn't going to be affecting you either. So when you are facing down this restricted over on Justin's end, you do have the capability of attacking into that. Now, this is where we're going to see the Terrasalization coming out from Justin to make sure his Pokemon, it's going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider, is going to be staying potentially safe past this turn, but into the Terra fire type, even if it's safe from a Flare Blitz, it won't be from a ground type move from Landorus.
Yes, it's really important what Joe goes for, seeing his hands across. He knows how nervous, how important this decision is. Amoonguss redirecting. Sandsear Storm cannot get redirected. It's a spread attack. Joe does so much damage onto the Calyrex. It doesn't even matter that Calyrex is a fire type and resists the Flare Blitz because the follow-up from Incineroar gets the KO. Justin Burns losing his crucial restricted Pokemon on that turn without attacking.
And that is big. Now bringing Justin down to just final 2 Pokemon. The Mushroom is taking a lot of damage, but this is where the Ditto the Sleepy is going to be coming back out onto the field. Imposter, yet again, is going to be going into the Landorus. Choice Scarf, you do have to make your decision on this turn of what you want to lock into, but if it's going to be something like the Sludge Bomb into the Incineroar to deal that super effective damage there, well, that's going to be utility you lose later down versus the Miraidon, and even super effective, the Incineroar Assault Vest takes that so well.
Half-health Amoonguss is not able to take the power of Life Orb, Sheer Force, Earth powers from Joe's Landorus, and Burns is down to his final Pokemon here, just this Ditto that has transformed and choice locked itself in. Not even going to be able to survive thanks to the critical hit. So Joe Ugarte winning game 1 in this round 7, 1 win away from making it in tomorrow to those extra rounds.
Really well played around there, and really just being able to get the Calyrex in a perfect position, as well as just the great team building, having that Sandsear Storm to not have to worry about a redirection. Super well done. I was a little worried to kick things off when the Landorus Eye from Justin, the Ditto actually, was threatening so much damage, but if you were just kind of taking off the other Pokemon, it ended up being absolutely fine. So I'm curious now, coming out from Justin's end, where you want to make that adjustment going on into game 2, because in theory, getting that Lando Eye or even any Pokemon, you could threaten so much damage, but I'm even wondering if taking it off the field when he did, instead of just continuously applying pressure, was maybe where we saw him take a kind of a step back when we're looking at that momentum.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Ditto's is in a precarious position because you can't counter the Pokemon you're copying. A lot of times when people use Ditto in restricted formats, it's to take a Pokemon that has stat boosts or that can really do a lot of damage to itself, like Ditto on Zacian teams back in Sword and Shield do a lot of super effective Behemoth Blades. You can't really hit the opposing Landorus with Earth Power or Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb does hardly any damage, Earth Power does 0 damage. So just because you're copying a strong Pokemon doesn't mean you're stopping the value that Joe is getting out of his own Landorus Incarnate.
And it was just a great thing here, too, with being able to pick off the other threats. And definitely, the Flare Blitz crit to secure it in the end, but you still had your Incineroar, you still had your Landorus, and there was a Miraidon still in the back. And once the Sludge Bomb lock-in was done, it was done there. But time now, head into game 2.
Here we are with Iron Hands and the Calyrex Ice Rider on the field. So 2 of Justin's slower Pokemon to start turn 1 of game 2 against Miraidon and Incineroar for Joe.
Fake out pressure on both ends of the field here with an Incineroar and the Iron Hands over onto the other end. And that'll be the terrain as well that is going to be also bringing up the attack of that, sorry, the Iron Hands over on the other end. It's been so long since we've seen it used so often. Of course, the speed is in Joe's end and in control here. The Calyrex does have access to go for something like a Trick Room, but you do need to get through this barrage of hits as well. And when Fake Out is over on Joe's end with his Incineroar, that is also something that can be shutting it down. Notably, when you're looking at the Miraidon as well, it's not really too threatened on this turn if you are thinking of the Calyrex just going to be flinched and stopped in its tracks right there. So definitely a way that you can start to immediately put pressure on.
Iron Hands feeling very threatened in that slot on Justin's side, so Amoonguss will swap onto the field in that position. Yet another slow Pokemon, so Justin really showing that he values those Trick Room or bulkier Pokemon in this matchup. Terra Electric Miraidon for Joe Ugarte. Massive amounts of damage. The electric terrain is up. Hadron Engine as well. This could be a lot of damage.
Probably a massive amount of nothing this turn, depending on where it's targeted into, as it's going to be instead Draco Meteor and nothing being done, hitting right into the Protect on that turn. And notably, too, when you are looking at the Miraidon, it is going to be locked into that Choice Specs now at this point, so it will have another opportunity to power off a powerful attack. Of course, the Amoonguss now on the field, it does have the option of Rage Powdering to redirect from that Calyrex. Miraidon in this position, gonna swap out, not wanting to stick around.
There is the Ditto. It's not transforming. It's metamorphosized, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how you say it in French, but metamorph instead of Ditto. That's a pretty cool name there. Going to copy both of those abilities that Calyrex Ice Rider has because it's such a strong Pokemon, and of course with access to the ice attacks, might be able to do some pretty solid damage into the opposing Terra Fairy Amoonguss.
I love that we've gotten to see both trainers bring Dittos, 2 different battles, how differently it's playing out, and a great swap coming out as it'll be Amoonguss going into the Fairy Terastallization with the Rage Powder, so great opportunity to not have that Draco Meteor.
Now that knockoff does hit the Amoonguss. It's of course not a lot of damage as a fairy type, but it does get rid of the Covert Cloak. Glacial Lance hitting into both of Joe's Pokemon, but hardly doing any damage. So now it's not like there's Trick Room on the field or anything. This Choice Scarf Calyrex on Joe's side is obviously going to be moving first.
Amoonguss just getting on out of there, and that is going to be a swap coming out from Justin Zheng. We're going to see another Ditto. This is going to be hitting into that Incineroar slot. There's too many imposters out here. What is even going on? And of course, after you go for the imposter, you do get a round of Intimidate. And since it's Choice Scarf for the fake Calyrex over on Joe's end, that is going to be an Intimidate and an attack drop that is going to be sticking on this turn.
But Justin did not Terastallize Calyrex so far like he did in game 1 to turn into a fire type, so he did take super effective damage, albeit intimidated. Trick Room is finally set up. Justin twisting the dimensions. That Choice Scarf is to Ditto's detriment now.
And it's really interesting how then you look at the speeds, because you copy all the other stats, but since Ditto's running the Choice Scarf, notably the Ditto Incineroar over on Justin's is going to be faster, so slower in Trick Room. And the same could be said about the Calyrex over on Joe's end. So it's always, you're going to know how the speed tiers are going to be playing out. It's going to be the Calyrex on Justin's end that will get the opportunity to attack first. Incineroar over on Joe's end, the real Incineroar swapping out for the Farigiraf this time around.
The real Incineroar, please stand up. At this point, it's on Joe's bench watching Farigiraf and Calyrex Ditto form on the field. That did hardly any damage to the Farigiraf, so great swap by Joe, but this intimidated Glacial Lance on Ditto's end is just really not doing too much damage. Now Justin gets to U-turn out and then be able to switch his Ditto, transform his Ditto into a more effective Pokemon at the right time.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Ditto. Why have just one Pokemon on your team when you can just have basically whatever you want from the pick of what's on the opponent's end of the field? As well, going for the swap at this point is bringing your Amoonguss back out in Trick Room, which is inherently just going to be well placed off in a position here. Of course, you do have the Electric Train still on the field, thanks to the Miraidon leading the charge, so it isn't something like a Spore that you can be firing off, but instead just some chip damage with something like the Pollen Puff, healing up your own Pokemon, and that's what we're going to see Justin kick off the turn with.
Yeah, Calyrex is going to be way healthier now thanks to that Pollen Puff, increasing 50%, recovering 50% of its HP. Glacial Lance still has not gotten a KO onto any Pokemon, so he's not going to be able to boost that attack stat. Glacial Lance from Joe's Ditto Calyrex is still doing hardly any damage, so as electricity disappears, that means Miraidon's going to have to swap back in if he wants to set that up and stop any potential spores.
This is where things get a little bit interesting, though, because if you're worried about the Amoonguss going for something like a Spore and you bring in that Miraidon and it goes for the side Pollen Puff instead, if you're swapping out this Farigiraf that was offering that pressure with that Owl Play, all of a sudden you lose that and the Calyrex gets healed up, basically back to full. It gets a significant amount of health back. But if you don't get this right and this Amoonguss gets a free Spore, that's not going to look great either. So Farigiraf is going to be taking a leave, bringing back the Electric Trade and the Miraidon.
It also looks like Joe's Ditto's kind of running out of Glacial Lances. Press looked like it was yellow there, so it's getting a little close. This Ditto's not going to be able to click Glacial Lance forever on Joe's end. Here's the Pollen Puff from Justin on this turn, this third turn of Trick Room. Healing it back up. Glacial Lance into these two Pokemon. No KOs because Miraidon is just an electric type, no longer super effective. Joe could really use a crit or something to help do more damage, but he doesn't get it.
And at this point, too, there should probably be about one more turn of Trick Room left, and you've done good to survive so far. But the thing with Calyrex is if it starts to take a KO, then things get really slippery from there on out. And with the choice specs on the Miraidon, you don't have the option to protect. So a swap would be the only thing that you're safe to be going for at this point. As well, your own Ditto, Calyrex, whatever you want to be calling it, also locked. The damage that you're doing over these turns hasn't necessarily been doing the most, especially with the pollen puffs, but it's good, honest work, and swapping that out into something that's also going to be really dangerous. Incineroar coming back out, of course, no Intimidate that's going to be significant here, but it will have options for next turn as Offensive Pollen Puff, as that's going to be taking down that hit. Critical.
Crit onto Joe! Instead of healing his own Calyrex, Justin decides to knock out that Ditto so he no longer has access to it. Here is a single target Glacial Lance into Joe's Incineroar that does more than you would expect since it's an ineffective attack, but as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal, the fast Pokemon, Miraidon, can start to take over.
And this is going to be something where you could hopefully see something thrive a little bit more. You do still have that redirection over on Justin's end, so the Amoonguss can take one hit away from the Calyrex, but that's going to be it. And both of these Pokemon do threaten a lot of damage. The Amoonguss can normally resist a hit from the Miraidon, which is going to be the fastest thing right now, quite well. But it's already so low from the consistent damage coming on out. Protect this time around. Is it going to be the double, or he's just leaving the Calyrex out to dry? No Protect there.
But he gets rewarded for it as Volt Switch goes into the Amoonguss's Protect, so Joe's damage there is not going to hit this Calyrex. There's the Flare Blitz, super effective KO.
The horse goes down, but at the same time, you have the Ditto in the back, and you're staring down a slot now with the Miraidon over on the opposing end of the field. That is something that you can be stealing, and all of a sudden, with that Choice Scarf, be outspeeding. We know how much damage this Miraidon can threaten, so the Ditto impostering it to come back in to now put this pressure back on. Well, this is something that can be wreaking havoc.
Yeah, this is why Ditto is so difficult to deal with, because Joe tried to preserve his Miraidon the whole match for the perfect time. And Justin said, thank you, this is the perfect time for my Miraidon.
My Miraidon now.
Our Miraidon.
I love that. I mean, yeah, Joe does not want, he doesn't want to share. He's going to get his out of there. Would definitely be, it's low enough that it would not be faring well. Neither really this Furgraph looking too hot either. Electro Drift instead. That is going to be heading into this Incineroar slot. Just had a sliver of health to be picking off. Going to be no problem there.
Yeah, Incineroar goes down. Joe will be down to his final two Pokemon, the Furgraph and Miraidon, who's in the back. Amoonguss designed to Pollen Puff offensively yet again into the Furgraph. That's 2 KOs for this bloodthirsty Amoonguss.
This Amoonguss, yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. You keep talking about this Miraidon, I'm going to make it about me. Now Miraidon over on Joe's end has to join the field yet again, but already about a third of its health, and regardless, the other Miraidon's going to be outspeeding it. Yeah, it's no surprise to see the towel locked in there. Both trainers bringing out Ditto, and I love that we got such a showcase on how much this can do, because this was, and where there's actually a lot of shortcomings into this as well, because we saw a Ditto over on Joe's end copy this Calyrex Ice Rider, and that was damage that kind of kept stacking up, but you were the slower thing in Trick Room because of your Choice Scarf as well. You could get intimidated, so it was something that Justin was able to keep whittling down over and over. Then when Joe started to finally get himself in an okay position, having that Miraidon that would put on a lot of pressure, KOing that Calyrex. I mean, Justin just let that get KO'd, but that is just the definition of a free swap to something better in the back. And that Ditto coming in, stealing the Miraidon stance, just put in so much work. There's going to be so much more people eyeing up Ditto after this.
Yeah, I think this is a really eye-opening moment. We know Aaron Trailer got top 8 with it, so people had already had Ditto on their horizons thinking about it, but seeing how it works and how it interacts in this mirror match and just how dynamic of a Pokemon this very simple Pokemon would just transform, and it's a simple Pokemon, but actually really dynamic. And I wonder if Joe is going to bring it in Game 3, because if you think about it, Justin gets a lot of value out of copying Landorus and Miraidon and things, but Joe copying Calyrex that gets intimidated, or Amoonguss that really doesn't do any damage, might be tough in this Game 3. Amoonguss and Iron Hands for Justin, Incineroar, Miraidon for Joe.
When we're looking at the Pokemon in the Landorus that Joe decided to leave at home last time, that you don't want Justin to be copying that, but that's also something that pressures into a lot of different things over on Justin's end. So another way that you have to be so careful when that there's a threat even of a Ditto over on the opposing end. No Lando to kick things off. It's going to be the Miraidon that can be then dealing some offensive pressure into this. Fake out for both of our players here. Notably, we're not going to be having the Calyrex start things off. The Mushroom over on the opposing end. The Spores are going to be shut down thanks to that electric terrain.
Yeah, that's one of the tough parts for Justin. He can't put anything to sleep, but then again, you know, since that is a constant aspect of this match, you can make different decisions and not waste a turn on the Spore.
Protect to kick things off, no redirection, nothing, and no fake outs. Knowing this Iron Hands can't protect, just a hit into it.
Yeah, the Iron Hands takes a lot of damage from the Draco Meteor. Flare Blitz follow-up, Iron Hands is down. Critical hit not mattering there. The double up of the amount of damage they were going to have would have been enough to KO Iron Hands anyway, but Justin loses his Paradox Pokemon on turn 1, and Amoonguss just idly watching by with the Protect.
Yeah, last time we saw that it was a attempt hit into the Calyrex that led the field, and the next turn that Amoonguss Terastallizing into the Fairy type in the redirection to make sure the Pokemon was safe was great. You are now looking at a -2 special attack for this Miraidon, so eyeing up the swap, especially now that there is going to be this restricted over on the other end, is nice. This is where things got a little bit weird last time with copying it, especially in Trick Room. If you weren't quite favored for the Trick Room situation, we'll have to see, but more of the work in this time as the Metamorph comes out and Posture goes off.
Yeah, the Metamorph from Ditto, or that's French name, is going to turn into Calyrex Ice Rider on his end. We saw last time Choice Scarf, Glacial Lances really not doing as much into the Ice types on the other side, but Justin will Terastallize into Fire typing here, wants to resist the Flare Blitz that Incineroar might be throwing in its direction. We know Justin loves clicking Trick Room, might be his best strategy to win this game 3. Knockoff gets rid of the Clear Amulet, that's huge, so Incineroar can lower its stats later. Glacial Lance though, no Trick Room, instead does resisted damage into both of Joe's Pokemon, and the Pollen Puff follow-up brings Metamorph down, or Ditto, down under half. It's just so fun to say.
The French name is so much better. That is a lot of damage hitting into that Ditto to be starting things off, but no Trick Room. You now have the fastest Calyrex Ice Rider out here. You got a Speedy Horse on your end, and the knockoff into the Calyrex on the other end. We saw that you had no way of really slowing that Calyrex down in game 2, but now the potential for a parting shot, or even just to be hard pivoting in and out here, just have that Intimidate, can work out really, really well. You aren't going to be threatening as much damage with the Glacial Lance into something like that Calyrex, which is where things are going to be tough. But if this Amoonguss wants to go on the offensive for the attempt at the double up into that slot, well, the Amoonguss is going to be taking a lot of damage, since that will be a super effective hit. Electric Seed for Ugarte, that will be a defense boost to help take this hit.
Yeah, the Amoonguss does swap out here on this turn because he doesn't really provide too much value, and of course, since you Terastallize Calyrex, you can no longer get rid or get out of that ice weakness that is facing it down. So Ditto will instead transform into the Farigiraf on the other side. Here's Ditto's Glacial Lance into both of these Pokemon. Does a pretty solid amount to Justin's Ditto. But here's the real Calyrex. Glacial Lance to the other side. Ditto hangs on. Farigiraf, because of the defense boost as well, doesn't take a lot of damage.
And now when you're looking down at the Farigiraf over on the opposing end of the field, and the fake one, and you have your own that has a Helping Hand boost, you can output a lot of damage and even just take care of that Pokemon. And if it wants to be swapping into the Amoonguss by any chance, well, that Amoonguss is not going to appreciate a Helping Hand Glacial Lance. And looking at this, I'm trying to track on the team sheets here, but of course Justin doesn't actually have a Farigiraf on his one. He has the fake one. No protect.
His moves are Joe's Farigiraf's moves.
Yeah, we gotta look at the other sheet. No protect, has to go for the Terra Blast. So he's gonna be taking a lot of damage, gets KO'd, and bringing Calyrex over on Justin's end down to a third of a tell.
Yeah, so now Ditto has 3 abilities. He's got Transform, he's got Unnerve, and Chilling Neigh, boosting his attack by 1 stage, but Justin is able to twist the dimensions. Now for the next 4 turns, his slower Pokemon will be moving first. That means his Calyrex is underspeeding the Choice Scarf Ditto on the other side, and Amoonguss, one of the slowest Pokemon in the metagame, he's gonna be moving first.
You do have the option of swapping out and bringing something that can Intimidate back in. This Farigiraf as well, it'd be a little hard pressed because if you do get the double up, it could be dangerous. But you could try and reverse the Trick Room on this turn as well because you do have faster Pokemon on your end. And bringing in the Intimidate, you'd hope to survive the double up hit with the Chilling Knee and the Pollen Puff if Justin decides to opt to attack into your side as opposed to healing up his own Pokemon.
Right, remember, these Intimidates will stick because he was able to knock off the Clear Amulet before. Pollen Puff does not go towards the Calyrex. Instead, it brings Frigoraph down really low. Frigoraph is going to be knocked out from this Glacial Lance, so now Justin will get his first attack boost thanks to that Chilling Knee ability. But the question is, did he leave his Calyrex too vulnerable at a low HP? Instead of healing it up, went for that double target, which he definitely needed to because the Glacial Lance by itself would not have knocked out Frigoraph.
At least you're now just dealing with it's not a Calyrex that's going to get out of control since you did have that knockoff to get rid of the Clear Amulet and you had that Intimidate. You're now looking at one that's going to be neutral. You do need to be getting through this Trick Room, but you have the Fake Out on this turn and can stop one of these Pokemon. And again, Amoonguss is definitely a very different threat to be talking about in this Trick Room situation when you do have something like that Electric Terrain out on the field here. This is the IF I think it is. This is definitely a risky one, but hey, we're going for it here in this game 3.
Yeah, Joe is going for broke, but he also wants to show me the money on this turn. Let's see if this is the money move with Miraidon. If it hangs on through Justin's Trick Room Pokemon, this could be massive damage. Discharge does not care about redirection. Obviously, Electric Terrain is going to be boosting it as well, but Joe understands this is his moment.
Okay, he's going to take advantage of it, right? It will be the Terastallization. Make sure you drop that Dragon typing. Since you are in Trick Room, you do need to be getting through a Glacial Lance hit. And it's going to be something to help boost those discharge. It will be the Protect over onto the Amoonguss.
Joe is excited about that Protect. We'll see how the turn works out for him. Fist pumping the double Protect on his end. So that means he got Calyrex in without taking damage.
Well, no, at this point, you're looking at the discharge. You're burning the Protect over onto the opposing end of the field. And looking at how little health this Calyrex has, it's something that's going to be taken down. This, talking about KOing your own Pokemon, is going to take it down. This is going to be Incineroar coming back in from the back, bring another round of Intimidate, and now you have Burnt Protect on both of these Pokemon and a valuable turn of Justin's Trick Room.
So that essentially means Justin lost out on a free Chilling Knee boost because Joe knocked out his own Pokemon, taking that option away. This multiple times on stream now, we've seen trainers opt to knock out their own Pokemon so that it doesn't benefit their opponent.
2 more turns of Trick Room. At this point, you can stop one of these Pokemon in its tracks. Justin could go for something like a double Protect here. It does mean that you just have to hit it, the one chance, but it's gonna fail onto the Calyrex. No attempt from the Amoonguss, and Calyrex is stopped in its tracks. Now Pollen Puff, it's gonna do what it can, and what it can do is not nearly enough as a discharge coming out across the whole entire board.
Terra Electric Miraidon clears 2 Pokemon here. His own Incineroar and Justin's Restricted on the other side. So Calyrex faints. It's 1-1. Amoonguss versus Miraidon right now. He's Choice Specs locked into that discharge, but now it's single target and Electric Terrain's on the field, so it's a lot stronger.
That's just going to be the towel thrown in, and that is going to be the Electric Miraidon, and Joseph Ugarte making his way into day 2 of our competition. 7-0 record, and what a match between these 2 top players.
Absolutely incredible. 2 of the best trainers in North America, and they showed it. They showed just why in round 7. The incredible job. I mean, 2 Dittos. We saw Ditto every match, transforming a million times. I think that was, of all things we saw today, that might have been the craziest, was the battle of Ditto versus Metamorph.
I thought we were playing a very popular game out here that was popular for all about like 2 weeks with all the imposters out here. Yeah, this is a little suspicious, I'm not gonna lie, but honestly, I love that we got such a showcase of these Dittos and really the viability it has with this, because Ditto, I mean, being able to see it in battle is really cool, but even just threatens a lot from a team preview standpoint. And I'm not always sure if we're showcasing a Ditto, whether we're gonna see the Ditto, but both trainers having it as such a core part of their strategy going on into this, and how that just added so much more layer, complexity, and depth to the battle. This was absolutely fantastic. And even just like game 1, I know it's something that didn't go in Justin's way, but I love that he even just led the Ditto. Like, you know what? Like, your Pokemon seem pretty cool. I'm just going to take one of these from the rip. I don't care which one, but I'll take one.
I also really love Joe's adjustment because obviously the Landorus Incarnate, it's an important Pokemon on his team, right? He's probably brought it in most of his games here in these first 7 rounds. But he understands that if you look at it, Terra Electric Miraidon, Glacial Lance isn't super effective. The best way to beat my Miraidon is him copying my Landorus, so I'm just not going to bring it.
I'm just still cracking up at this play where it's not really too often that you would see a discharge that hits the entire field and you're popping off about the fact that your opponent double protected and won't be taking any damage. I mean, this strategy makes sense, being able to self-KO. That was so well done. But at the same time, it was just so funny. Like, yes, my opponent protected. Let's go. They're not taking any damage.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of like upside down of what you would conventionally think. You want to do damage to your opponent instead of your own teammates there. But, you know, sometimes they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So maybe that was one of those terms.
Yeah, I mean, the Ditto for all it did, like, just to get KO'd by your own trainer in the end, that's kind of rough. But it was really, really cool to see. And of course, Justin Burns, 6-1. I'm sure at this point you just need to take one more match. And considering how back and forth this was between these two trainers, I'm sure we'll be able to get that day 2 locked tomorrow, especially too. I mean, Justin Burns is a pretty acclaimed Palliarx Ice Rider player, and just how he was comfortable using this Ditto with his team. I mean, I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Best of luck to
your
Justin.
president.
Yeah. Well, he's my captain. I'm the president of the fan club. He's the captain.
Okay,
he's the
my
leader.
bad, my bad.
That's how it works. We're accepting applications for anyone who wants to join the Justin Burns fan club. But no, Joe Ugarte is the winner of this round, so we got to give him his shine in that moment. And yeah, I think one of like probably the only people that's brought Landorus, like the Ditto on his end too. I feel like it didn't get a lot of value in game 2, but in game 3 it was pretty solid.
Oh, 100%. But of course, what we got to see in the match was awesome. But also want to hear how the Ditto and the rest of the team has been faring through the rest of the day. So Gabby is standing by with Joe in the lobby for our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I am here with Joe Ugarte, our undefeated player here at the end of the stream. Congratulations on making it this far undefeated. That's quite the accomplishment today.
No, I appreciate it. You know, obviously, feels really good to be 7-0 going into next day. So, you know, honestly, definitely, especially, you know, playing versus someone like Burns, definitely a relief to be able to, you know, be like, yeah, like I won, you know, I did that. So it's pretty cool.
And I mean, talk about the mind games as well. So I know Ditto was a very last minute addition for you for the team. And then to come into this matchup where you had to face down another Ditto. Do you need like a breather? Like, I feel like your brain must have been working in overdrive.
It was definitely hard. It was funny because, you know, as soon as we were kind of chatting before the match, and right as we get into team preview, and I see his Ditto, I'm like, oh, come on. And like, he didn't react, but like, I know he was probably thinking the same thing. Because like, the thing is with Ditto, right, is like, it's the whole mind games of like wanting to copy each other's restricted, right? Like, if, you know, Justin is able to get a boost on that Cali Ice, and then I bring in Ditto and I get the boost, obviously that's not fun. Or, you know, if the Miraidon gets copied, that's really bad. Like in game 2, I was like, that's not good. But honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like, I feel like sets like those are pretty fun because, you know, I kind of realized more, especially over playing so many events this season, getting the opportunities to play versus really good players and like in challenging matchups like that, like, in the end, my end game goal is like, I want to win Worlds, I want to win like an international, and like those are matches that'll help me like practice and like get better at the game, right?
Oh, for sure.
It was definitely a really good match, and I have to say like 100% GG's to Justin. He played it incredibly well, and it was a really close set.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally, I really want to go back and break down the end of game 3 when I have more than just half a brain cell, because I gave the other half away, unfortunately. Because there was just so much going on there between the Trick Room, between the terrain, between the Dittos, like...
Yeah.
What were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, there were a lot of interactions there, to be honest. Like, once I got Miraidon in that spot, I knew it was 100% coming down to a 50-50 call of, okay, is it going to be a Cali Ice attacking, or is it going to go for a safer play, right? And from knowing Burns, like, I've played Burns multiple times. You know, we work together. We also have, like, done a team together for, like, some grassroots stuff as well. And I know that the way he plays is he likes to avoid risk if possible.
Yeah.
So I was kind of thinking it's still a call, like, and he could definitely like also surprise me because I've seen him make plays where he like obviously reads that the opponent's gonna make a read. But I was like, I just kind of trusted my gut. I'm like, I feel like he's gonna make the safe play, and like the discharge self play is like not something that's super obvious. Like it's kind of obvious, but not really.
Yeah.
Because you know when you're in like seeing a bunch of different things playing out on the board, it can get like you know there are a lot of different opportunities to kind of change up how the game goes there. So I was like, okay, like I'm just gonna go with this option. It's what I feel like is right, and even if you know there's like odds for a double protect, but it's still in my favor if I get the call right. And
yeah.
At that point, I felt pretty good about it. Once like I saw the protects go off, I knew that like there was a very strong chance I had it. So.
Well, congratulations. Again, I really need to go back and watch that match again because there was so much going on. But to let you go and enjoy your evening, do you have any shout outs? Do you have anybody at home you want to thank?
So like I have like a mini story to tell, not super long because I don't want to keep you here forever, but like the Ditto addition to the team. So last minute, I'm sitting in my hotel room like thinking about like what I'm going to do in terms of the slot, right? So I'm in a call with friends and I'm like, okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna do Ogre Pond Cornerstone because that's what was there. And I was like,
yeah,
you know, it just kind of feels like it's like just there, but like I can't really think of anything else. And like I like end up like really procrastinating, right? So like I'm supposed to submit my team like before I go to bed, right? But like I just gotta take my chances. I just like knock out at 12 and I wake up at 5 a.m. and I'm like, oh wait, I really gotta like figure out my team because I'm like, I have the 5 months, right? But
yeah.
I'm just like, I don't have like the last slot. So I was thinking about it and like in the back of my head, this like message from Aaron Trailer comes in my head. He's like, yo, Ditto was insane. It was like a second restricted. And I was like, I'm struggling with all the other restrictions. I'm like, what if I just like, I don't know, copy them or something, right? So then I ended up putting it on the team like I had no practice with Ditto at all. Like I was just kind of like, this seems like it would be fine, right? Because the other 5 seem really good and Ditto's kind of like this patch slot. And yeah, I mean, since then it's been good, but that was pretty much like the rundown. So thank you, Aaron, for talking to me about how good Ditto was in your run, because obviously that kind of got me thinking a little bit about it, and all my friends as well, because they were talking through options with me as well. You know, obviously so many friends I mentioned, Ale, you know, Sempra, Tyson, all those guys. You know, I'm incredibly appreciative of them. Kian as well. You're like they're always there to kind of talk through ideas, even if like we don't fully agree. Marcus as well. But yeah, literally like it just felt like I always had someone to talk to like kind of go through the ideas with, even if it wasn't like we were in agreement. It still gave me like ways to defend my ideas, and I think that's really important when you're like trying to, you know, build
for
a
sure.
team. And
yeah.
thank you to Mom, Dad, you know, Sierra as well.
The usual crew.
Yeah, the usual.
No, I think it's great that you're able to harmonize different viewpoints and, you know, together build a stronger team. So
yeah.
Thank you for sharing that story. I hope you sleep through 5 a.m. today, or tomorrow, I should say.
That would be nice.
Just so that you can come here well rested for tomorrow. And we're going to take a short break so we can be rested for the closing of the show. So please stay tuned.
We're not taking a break yet, but we'll quickly come back here
Gabby
before
gets a break.
Yes, Gabby gets a break to come back to us. You know, I don't want to speak out of school, Sierra, but Joe Ugarte, a very prominent Scarlet Pokemon player. So I imagine the person that traded him the Miraidon for this event is a really cool, really funny person, really great at Pokemon. That's just my guess here.
I'm guessing it's your Miraidon?
It's my Miraidon that Joe is using at this tournament.
It's actually funny because I'm also a Scarlet player, but I know my mom also has both versions of the game. I was like, hey, Mom, have you beat Violet? Have you caught your Miraidon yet? Like, Joe wants to run one for the tournament. She hadn't gotten it. So I'm glad you came through there.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
That's what I do best. I was
if you need Pokemon, ask Joe Brown.
Yeah, I was Joe's Reggie Drago in Brazil, and now I'm Joe's Miraidon. So
there you go.
He just
Perfect.
loves my legendary Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, what a day it's been, honestly, Sierra. That match was incredible. Like Justin and Joe, two of the best trainers, but pretty much all 7 matches that we have to showcase today, just incredible displays of great VGC skill.
Oh, 100%. And we still get 2 more rounds of a typical day 1 of Swiss. So we'll still have a little bit more competition before finding out who has made their way into our official day 2 of competition, which is going to be fun and exciting. So we definitely have a full jam-packed day for you tomorrow.
Yeah, but for now, we're gonna head back over to the lounge with Gabby and friends to close out our day 1 coverage here in LA. So Gabby, take it away.
Thank y'all so much. I'm here with Len and Rose for one final time today. How y'all doing?
Yeah, having a lot of fun. This has been a lot of fun matches. A great day of Pokemon.
I am Fue Coco.
Have you been taking care of the other half of the brain cell?
No.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow. It's truly been an incredible day here in LA, and it is one of the regionals in North America that happened this year, is happening currently. Will be past tense tomorrow around this time, I hope. But it's really been a great journey. We have New Orleans in just a couple of weeks, Honolulu, Hawaii in August. Make sure you tune in for all of those incredible Pokemon battles, and make sure you come back tomorrow as well, because this was only one day of this tournament. We have Championship Sunday tomorrow, and I'm excited to see how people do after they go home, get some sleep, get some food, and come back for our final 2 rounds of Day 1 of Swiss.
Honestly, that's going to be great for our 7-0 players.
Yeah.
Like, they finished out already a very difficult day of Pokemon. They get a chance to continue that success run tomorrow, very fresh. I think that would bode well for players like Joe Ugarte that just went 7-0.
Yeah, he knows he's going home to come back in the morning and just play 7 more rounds of Pokemon tomorrow and try to fight his way into that top 8.
So we will be here at 10:45 a.m. Pacific time. That will be a little bit later on in the tournaments. We'll be able to check in and see how all of our fan favorites are doing. Make sure, if you don't already follow this channel, follow the channel on Twitch and YouTube, and send us cool things on social media so we can put them on stream and talk about how amazing they are, because we did see some incredible tweets today, and I believe in y'all. I know that we can keep this energy up tomorrow. But for now, we do need to take a moment to recharge, hit up the Pokemon Center, take care of ourselves. So I hope y'all do too as well. Have a great night.
Good game.
Well played. Good games, man.